Chapter 1684. With the red light locking on, the troop portal opened, directly connecting to the spatial portal, completing the lock-on and transport across light years. The engineer's vision was instantly filled with a dense array of level 90 troops. The spatial portals even intertwined, quickly forming a giant spatial network. The mechanical hive was also gradually embedding itself into this spatial network. Once embedded, this stellar-level structure would be immediately teleported, regardless of who the enemy was, their strength, or their objective. Just the fact that their civilization's coordinates had been discovered was enough to trigger the highest level of alert. As a late-stage Tier 3 civilization, and a star domain hegemon, the mechanical hive civilization was renowned for its spatial and troop technology. With millions of different mechanical troop types, rampant production capacity, and the legendary Great Mechanical Will, they were always invincible. However, this time, it seemed to have met its match, or rather, its Pro-Max version. Awakened to mechanized warfare, coupled with civilization-level space technology and supercomputers, it feels like a civilizational version of Skynet. The other party's performance reminded him of a classic science fiction film he's seen many years ago. However, in the main universe, even with the ability to travel through time, one couldn't just travel freely, the relevant authorities would come knocking. Too bad, you didn't unlock the technology tree's physical form. Don't blame me for using a dimensional reduction attack. The senior engineer smiled slightly, and the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, along with the mechanical units tied, the mechanical hive, and the spatial network before him. In the void of space, a colossal tree, composed of metal, light, and data, silently grew. And in an instant, it burst open the void. Opposite it, a faint, almost imperceptible tree shadow. The evolution of the Great Mechanical Will, or the model deduction of a planetary computer. The senior engineer stared at the tree shadow for a moment. At the base of that shadow were densely packed third-order code. Oh, it seems to be a simulation of a planetary computer. So, your planetary computer is pursuing deep computing, which makes it even more crucial that we don't let you break through. Even within the same professional knowledge chain, the effects of deduction at its limits differ due to different civilization attributes. For example, the planetary computer of the mechanic civilization leans towards hardware, focusing on the Star Hardware series. The other side, however, has focused on deep computing. If deep computing were to advance further, it could establish an ascension model, thus truly entering the realm of ascension. Unfortunately, a single step can lead to vastly different outcomes. The senior engineer pointed. Thousands upon thousands of thick alloy pipes, intertwined like the tendons of a dragon, pierced directly into the shadows of the trees. These pipes, their surfaces covered with heat dissipation fins and star-shaped conductive channels, led to thousands upon thousands of stellar computing devices at the other end of each branch. Planetary computer versus planetary computer. In reality, at the deepest part of the mechanical hive, the quantum computer suddenly exploded, unleashing an endless torrent of virtual data. Some of this data landed on the mechanical hardware, which first became transparent, then slowly disappeared. If this deep data processing system were to go out of control, the consequences would be far more dangerous than a stellar self-destruction. A series of screams rang out. System crashed. Reboot immediately. All underlying systems have been overwritten and are being rewritten immediately. Code replacement is underway. The deep virtual machine is being activated. Meanwhile, within the virtual vacuum of the mechanical tree, the enemy civilization's tree shadow nearly dimmed, but quickly solidified again. The senior engineer watched silently. Having a physical tech tree and not having one are entirely different concepts. This was a purely conceptual attack. The senior engineer casually pointed, and the next moment, two more branches pierced the shadow once more. This attack was a combination of advanced spatial theory and the mechanical legion. The effects were far more intense this time. The civilization-level spatial network was forcibly shut down in an instant. With space sealed off, the hive, serving as the civilization's coordinates, collapsed by 1/5, scattering billions of tons of mechanical fragments across the starry sky. Simultaneously, all mechanical units, regardless of level, rained down. This time, repairs wouldn't be as quick. After all, deep computing excels in deep data processing, such as AI data, collective consciousness, and mechanical souls, but in terms of hardware processing, it still can't compare to the stellar hardware series. And the opponent's counterattack finally arrived. The senior engineer turned around and found that on the mechanical tree, lines of strange code squeezed out, forming a huge and bizarre human face. It was as if something was operating silently. That was the optimal solution from trillions of calculations. Hundreds of millions of mechanical units moved in unison, like the muscle groups of a living organism, without hesitation, without error, only efficient advancement towards the civilization's coordinates. This very movement constituted a silent yet deafening will. The great mechanical will. The entire tech tree began to sway. Your mechanic tech tree has been interfered with by the great mechanical will. Your mechanic tech tree has been interfered with by the great mechanical will. All regular attack effects reduced by 10%. Your mechanic tech tree has been interfered with by the great mechanical will. All regular attack effects reduced by 10%. However, before the senior engineer could retaliate, a familiar, cold snort rang out. An even more powerful mechanical will suddenly descended. This was the great mechanical will composed of war engines. It was no longer a tool, but war itself, possessing will and form. It did not seek understanding, nor did it crave communication. Its logical chain was simple, cold, and unshakable. It detected the target, analyzed the target, and then, with absolute power exceeding its limits, reduced the target to its most basic particles. Countless white hairs pierced through the void, nailing themselves to this face. Faction leader Du Xiaodi absorbs ideology. Mechanistic warfare, 99%. Faction leader Du Xiaodi absorbs war fortress computing power. Faction leader Du Xiaodi evolves. Great mechanical will temporary. The two sides collided, the silent impact transforming the cosmic void back into a cosmic vacuum. This also caused the technology tree to manifest its true form in reality. Without the interference of the great mechanical will, the sealing of the three professional knowledge chains also brought enormous effects. For example, the mechanical hive civilization suffered a crushing defeat. A giant face composed of unmanned machines erupted from the mechanical hive. A booming electronic voice rang out. Whoever you are, my enemy of the same civilization level, it is time to accept your surrender. Because of your outstanding performance on the battlefield at all levels, I will provide the highest level of surrender services, including but not limited to the tribute of 90% of your civilization's resources, tech tree replication, and sharing of all research results. If you do not accept my surrender within 10 breaths, I will self-destruct your civilization's coordinates, and you will lose more than 50% of your technological data, 61.2% of your resource points, and all internal data of your vassal and allied civilizations. The senior engineer frowned slightly. This was certainly not because of the opponent's arrogant surrender posture. But rather, a red light began to appear on the branches of the mechanic's tech tree, quickly infecting the shadows on the opposite side. I only been away from the main universe for a short time, and you already infected my tech tree? Forcing me to transform into a mechanical civilization? I refuse. The next moment, the senior engineer appeared at the intersection of the two tech trees. With a flick of his mechanical wrist, the God-slaying greatsword materialized, and as the sword light flashed, God-slaying mode was activated. 76th Heaven of Sword Dao No Thought Style. This was one of the few Sword Dao variations among the 89 levels of Sword Dao evolution that the senior engineer had comprehended, capable of severing concepts. A flash of white light swirled around the red light, and the revolutionary brilliance that could sever everything instantly split in two. At the same time, the electronic voice of the mechanical hive sounded again. And for some reason, it seemed to carry a strong sense of resentment. You made a wrong decision. Wait a minute, buddy, I didn't even have time to. Before he could finish speaking, the mechanical hive self-destructed. Endless bursts of energy and terrifying collective consciousness fluctuations seemed determined to take the senior engineer with them. In an explosion of this magnitude, the mechanical entity had absolutely no chance of escape. Unfortunately, as an undead leader, this move was futile. Uranus Cluster. Route of Ascension Whip number 22. Not a system. You destroyed the mechanical hive civilization. Ascension chance plus 1%. You destroyed the civilization coordinate mechanical hive, resulting in the loss of more than half of the civilization's heritage, the dissipation of the technology tree, and the loss of unit technology. You completed a nomadic operation, Nomad Alliance favorability plus 1 in a war fortress underway. The senior engineer's electronic eye suddenly lit up. At the same time, the entire mechanical entity began to enter a quantum collapse state. If one had an eye with enough frame rate to explode, one could see the densely packed mechanical entities merging into it. The health, which had just been mostly lost in the stellar-level explosion, was rapidly recovering. Sitting opposite him was the white-haired witch, Du Xiaodi. The two exchanged glances, a hint of a smile flashing in Du Xiaodi's eyes. Now you know how troublesome this thing is. It really is a bit troublesome. The engineer's mechanical body leaned back slightly, settling into the mechanical throne. Although with the current technology of the mechanic civilization, the mechanical throne could have been manufactured long ago. But strangely, No matter what technology was used to create the mechanical throne, or what version of the mechanical throne it was, its attributes would all turn gray. Is it a case of kings not meeting kings, or avoiding my sharp edge? This cliched internet phrase inexplicably came to the engineer's mind. Of course, he was 100% certain that this thing was interference from the Omnic crisis. You're already waging a mechanical revolution, and you're still sitting on your throne? What are you planning? It'd be best to make it even more troublesome, best to let them completely revolt, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. The senior engineer muttered to himself. The evil dictator couple exchanged a knowing smile. They headed directly to the next civilization coordinate. Around this war fortress were tens of millions of mechanical passages, within which was a dense, boundless army of machines. And above the previously destroyed civilization coordinate, a beam of mechanical light descended from the sky. Within the light, the scattered metal fragments seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, floating and converging in the air with a low hum. The base assembled first, the destroyed armor plates piling up layer by layer amidst the clanging of gears meshing. Immediately, the backrest rose like a spine, the armrests rotated and snapped shut, and the hydraulic system emitted a steady hiss. As the last scattered part was inserted, a crimson energy flow instantly illuminated the seam, permeating the entire structure. The mechanical throne, bathed in the energy ripples, was fully formed, standing solemnly, its oppressive aura radiating as if it were tangible. The throne reigned supreme above blood and fire. And there was more than one. It seems our alliance leader has noticed something amiss. A skeletal mechanical leader spoke. He's resisting the transformation. A colossal leader, of planetary scale, roared in fury. Then there's nothing we can do. Although you are our alliance leader, once you become our final chain, it must be broken. We are the superior successors. The Legion's era was the prologue to history. Our era is the main story. Algorithms, enhanced algorithms. We must build upon higher-level algorithms to evade its surveillance. Accompanied by these mechanical leaders' words, at the core of the explosion, a quantum computer rapidly took shape under the brilliance of the mechanical revolution. Then, a virtual model of a mechanical hive was regenerated within the computer. The familiar great mechanical will evolve once more. You, my friends. A line of universal script appeared within the model. Welcome, our new comrades. When the whip of ascension was fully unleashed, and the hordes of calamity-ridden civilizations completely invaded, news could no longer be contained. Although most Type 3 civilizations were still unable to achieve intergalactic communication, when civilization coordinates were erased, signals from suspected civilizations disappeared, and intelligent races lost contact, an indescribable panic began to spread across galaxies. But no news leaked out. The power and terror of the cataclysmic civilization are vividly displayed here. So far, most civilizations suspect it is some unknown cosmic catastrophe. However, the news has finally leaked. It originated from a Type 3 civilization that was feigning weakness to exploit its strength. Based on its outward technological performance, this Type 3 civilization appears to be a mid-stage Type 3 carbon-based civilization. But in reality, it is a late-stage civilization that has already entered the realm of ascension. And the ascension technology they possess is precisely related to the hidden information. After encountering the cataclysmic civilization, countless bioplanetary sites directly evolved into fourth-order carbon-based giants, and tens of thousands of planetary guardian warriors joined the civilization war. Although, faced with the powerful cataclysmic civilization, they ultimately, as expected, succumbed. But before they succumbed, they spread the news of the ascension whip at faster-than-light speed. Chapter 1685. The Cataclysmic Civilization Alliance, the Whip of Ascension, invades. Destroys. When this news spread completely, many civilizations were stunned. Civilizations like the Cataclysmic Civilization could actually form an alliance? Even more outrageous, this alliance was actually going to invade an entire star cluster? Many Level 3 civilizations hadn't even ventured beyond their own star systems, let alone left their own. With the help of certain individuals, this news spread even further. It seems our dear civilization observers have been behind this. At this moment, atop a species tower composed of billions of species, an extremely alluring young man was toying with a head. It was the head of a carbon-based civilization leader, seemingly a woman, possessing a divine aura, a compassionate face, and a hint of pain in her eyes. What a pity. If you had destroyed 1,000,000 planets at once, some people might have been able to escape. What a pity, your compassion killed everyone. Mother of all beings, a collective consciousness of beings, actually fell into depravity and developed emotions. It's truly tragic. The Ant Lord affectionately kissed the other's head. The divine halo behind him gained a dozen more rings, appearing radiantly divine. However, looking at the deformed, mutilated, and twisted corpses at his feet, even if they were divine, they were mostly evil gods. So, you also think it was the work of the civilization observer? The darkness parted, and a withered old shaman emerged. Compared to before, this old man looked even older, his hair much thinner, and his skin occasionally cracked open, from which countless pale arms struggled to crawl out, only to be pressed back down. The Ant Lord glanced at the strange phenomenon on the other party and chuckled, "Isn't this to be expected? Most level 3 civilizations don't have supergalactic level communication methods, but those civilization observers do. Although they only observe and don't interfere, the achievements of these civilization observers ultimately fall on these level 3 civilizations. They can't really do nothing. Using the Cosmic Council's channels to subtly remind each other is a common practice. I remember in the previous intelligence reports from the Ascension Whip, wasn't there a time when a powerful civilization observer directly exposed our affairs to an ascended civilization and even persuaded that ascended civilization to intervene? That time, for cataclysmic civilizations were wiped out. Once a civilization war begins, the civilization observers will withdraw in advance. The enemy won't recklessly intercept and kill the observers. But clearly, the cataclysmic civilizations won't give these civilization observers any face. For example, the energy life form corpse next to the mother of all beings, its identity is that of an observer from the Civilization Council. The old man glanced at them, but remained silent. Of the 4 civilizations he had devoured, 2 had observers who were currently being digested inside him. In the end, it's all the idiot furnace's incompetence that allowed our information to be exposed prematurely. Now look what's happened. The battle royale has started ahead of schedule, the Ant Lord said lazily, seemingly unconcerned about the increased likelihood of an ascended civilization appearing. The old man felt the same way. Exposure was highly probable. When had the Ascension Whip ever failed to expose its inhabitants? The leader of the flesh and blood abyss civilization glanced intently at the divine halo behind the Ant Lord's head. You're going to build a pantheon too? Yes, I found that carbon-based pantheons are quite useful, especially in suppressing some carbon-based civilizations. Besides, Mr. G from that mechanical civilization has already taken this step. If I don't follow suit, wouldn't he look down on me? The old man chuckled dryly, a hint of envy in his heart. Although they were all catastrophe civilizations, there were still differences in talent between catastrophes. For example, this one was a pure-blooded catastrophe, his talent comparable to some of the top catastrophe species in the universe. Plus, being a carbon-based civilization, pursuing a pantheon was a breeze. The old man looked towards the highest point of the 4th-tier species tower, on the corpse of the mother of all beings, where a black carbon-based fruit was developing. Every carbon-based civilization aspiring to a divine path undoubtedly possesses its own technology for cultivating or searching for its own fruits. However, the methods used by this particular civilization to create these fruits are truly bizarre. The nameless fungus is said to have been the food and body components of an ancient cosmic evil god during a specific primordial soup era. This allowed it to become sentient, and now manipulates the evil god. The old man then discussed other paths with the other party. For example, the strongest interstellar Khan and his various kingdom leaders occupy the 3 central paths, and are said to have already devoured and assimilated over 200 level 3 civilizations. Even within the various Ascension Whip operations, this is considered highly efficient. Another example is the Primal Vein and the Pure Dawn, 2 semi-catastrophic civilizations, which launched a cataclysmic war at the intersection of their 2 paths. Ultimately, the Primal Vein forcibly absorbed the Pure Dawn. The benefits of this battle far outweigh those of devouring 100 level 3 civilizations. This is also one of the Ascension Whip's regular operations, fighting against the heavens, ascended civilizations, fighting against the earth, level 3 civilizations, and fighting against people, most of whom are allies. It seems that Old Man Primordial had already planned this when he fought those pure blood monsters. The speed of evolution and the state of manifestation of cataclysmic talents vary drastically depending on the environment. Many cataclysmic talents that initially went unnoticed can have their abilities fully activated once they fall into the Ascension Whip. The two chatted for a while longer before the old man with the blood finally got to the point, sighing and pressing another pile of pale corpses into his body. My wife has been suppressed for 10 years. I tried everything in hell, but I haven't been able to find her. I came here this time hoping to cooperate. A joint effort against the Legion? The Ant Lord smiled knowingly. I need to team up with someone. He had the right to be proud. Among the semi-disasters, his nameless fungus civilization was a complete disaster. This old man only wants to rescue my wife. Everything else is willing to be offered to the Ant Lord. You're not planning to take advantage of my life or death struggle with that Mr. G, are you? The Ant Lord's expression gradually hardened, and countless fleshy buds sprouted from his eyes. Endless cosmic murmurs immediately filled the surroundings. After all, didn't you do the same thing 10 years ago? You did it 10 years ago, and your wife got lost. Doing it again 10 years later is just asking for death. The old man looked utterly aggrieved. The abyss of flesh and blood. After the old man left, the Ant Lord muttered to himself. This is quite a good opportunity. The abyss of flesh and blood was a semi-calamity civilization, but at the same time, it was also a dual-nature civilization. That is to say, it had two types of calamity attributes. One was carbon-based flesh and blood, and the other was information-based abyss. This was quite rare among calamity civilizations. The Ant Lord had been eyeing the other's flesh and blood hell for a long time. If it could plant its own civilization's germ within the other's hell, then it could also mass-produce extreme species, like the interstellar Great Khan, and even do it more exaggeratedly. For example, mass-producing fourth-order cosmic evil gods. Ah, the seed has blossomed. The Ant Lord turned its head, and found that the black carbon-based fruits growing on the corpse were already ready to be harvested. Let's call this fruit's power the Hell Fruit. The senior engineer was naturally unaware that someone had their eyes on him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Internal strife was the Nomadic Alliance's forte. Especially during the Ascension Whip, the intensity of internal strife would even rise to a new level. However, he wasn't too worried. Although the Celestial Cluster was a small cluster with only 6,000 star systems, from the perspective of a level 3 civilization, its scale was astonishing. And the route he chose was the most borderline one, directly bordering the edge of this star cluster. In other words, even the nearest neighboring route was 700 to 800 star systems away. If they wanted to attack, this Ascension Whip would essentially be a publicly funded trip. However, this star cluster is spindle-shaped, thick in the middle and narrow at both ends. If they really want to cause trouble, they're probably waiting for them at the rear. If those natural disasters haven't been wiped out by the ascended civilization. At this moment, the moving war fortress is carrying out preliminary energy storage work. Large numbers of Dyson spheres are gushing out from the string channel, some even spewing out Dyson clouds, enveloping and covering the 3 surrounding stars. Because the energy demand is enormous, there might not be an energy supply even for dozens of star systems ahead. Therefore, this extraction is intended to fill tens of thousands of energy subspaces at once. The time when these 3 stars evolve into red giants will likely be hundreds of millions of years earlier. I wonder if the Trisolarans are in this star system. But the Trisolaran civilization's coordinates seem to be 3 planets. The senior engineer withdrew his gaze from the space window. Then he glanced at the Nomad Alliance's star map. Although they are known for internal strife, since they are an alliance, they also have alliance rules. For example, progress is shared across different routes, civilizations are shared, cosmic resources are shared, and information about ascended civilizations is shared. This is a blood oath sworn by different leaders of natural disasters before the Whip of Ascension. Of course, intelligence outside the Celestial Cluster is not within the scope of sharing, so the High Engineer had no resistance to signing this advanced genetic contract. He glanced at the progress of each nomadic route. The Interstellar Khan was the most ferocious, having conquered over 500 level 3 civilizations, half of which were his and his 9 great kingdoms. Unsurprisingly, the High Engineer was in last place, having conquered fewer than 10 civilizations. Moreover, although he ranked last in the exam, it didn't affect his being the slowest to submit his paper. Of all the routes, his progress was also the slowest. This wasn't because he intentionally delayed. After all, being slow doesn't offer any advantage. The main issue was that everyone else was traveling between 2 points in a straight line, the shortest distance. He went against the grain, taking a long detour. Furthermore, the resource points he found on his chosen route were pitifully few. These star cluster edges were often vast stretches of barren land, almost devoid of resources, with virtually no supplies. According to players, this was a cosmic desert. If he couldn't obtain a continuous supply from the primordial universe, he wouldn't have chosen this route. After all, even a cataclysmic civilization would be rendered useless in the face of a true disaster environment. So, after confirming the high-level engineer's nomadic route, his good friend Bloodcraft decisively contradicted himself, finding a leader of the Gold Incarnate, his uncle, to nomad with, leaving G behind. However, he was still a man of his word. At this moment, the senior engineer was playing with a drop of carbon gold blood. Name, Carbon Gold Blood. Rank, Fourth tier. Purity, 78%. Attribute 1, restorative blood, a direct bloodline of the carbon gold family. Although its purity is insufficient, it can still be used as a healing medicine for carbon-based injuries, treating 99% of carbon-based wounds. Attribute 2, carbon gold blood, the legally inherited bloodline of the interstellar Great Khan. In certain situations, it possesses extraordinary significance, with a +10 advantage in recruiting nomadic species. Attribute 3, blood of all races, missing. This drop of blood wasn't red, but rather radiated a powerful golden light, hovering in midair. It could even absorb the surrounding biomagnetic field, giving the impression of some kind of cosmic jewel, the highest grade kind. It certainly didn't look like blood. The senior engineer pondered for a moment, then produced a 5th-tier carbon-based imprint. He used up all his 4th-tier imprints, leaving only the 5th. As expected, the 5th-tier carbon-based imprint completely suppressed the drop of golden blood. But the interesting thing was that, although suppressed, the blood didn't disintegrate. Instead, the missing blood of all races, which had been gray, entered an activated state. Furthermore, the golden light on the blood began to envelop the carbon-based imprint. No, to be precise, it actively allowed the carbon-based imprint to absorb it. This bloodline. Before the two could fully merge, the senior engineer decisively put away the carbon-based imprint. Then he arranged for someone to send the drop of blood to the origin universe, personally delivering it to Mr. Cocoon. After all, holding 2 positions was no substitute for holding 3. And he held the leverage to get the other party to agree. Just after the senior engineer finished arranging things, a special communication device rang. The senior engineer's communication wasn't something just anyone could get through to. Aside from the wealthy do, who had the power to call indefinitely 24/7, very few people could get through, let alone players. Soon, 2 figures appeared in the mechanical hall, and immediately delivered a major report. Boss, according to my investigation, most of the mechanical-type Scourge warriors show signs of betrayal. Chapter 1686. The senior engineer raised an eyebrow. This investigation report had a similar feel to those clickbait titles on forums. Your major report? Did you conduct a census? Yes, I did. Cataclysmic investigator Zhang, or rather, the player I will always love Zhang Iping, solemnly handed over his investigation report, the kind that was hundreds of terabytes long. The kind you couldn't finish even watching a movie. He scratched his brow and pointed to the green-skinned old man beside him. Just give me a brief overview. Old Walter nodded silently. As the only 2 employees in the Cataclysmic Investigation Department, these 2 reported directly to the senior engineer and possessed immense power, having the authority to investigate any member of the faction and activate civilization's trump cards. Especially at certain crucial junctures, they could even directly activate the Swordholder's authority. Because of their immense power, the number of people in the entire faction who knew of this department's existence could be counted on one hand. These 2 were also very low-key, only exercising their power at extremely critical moments. So, according to you, the 4th Calamity has already developed at least tens of thousands of underground mechanical organizations, with a large and numerous membership, including some high-ranking members? That's right. The senior engineer flipped to the section on high-ranking members in the data. Sure enough, over 100 high-ranking NPCs had been successfully converted, including but not limited to some mechanical masters, dark sages, leaders of mechanical legions, and commanders from some of the highest military academies. The senior engineer saw several familiar names, such as General Quill, Daisy La, Gao Xiaoyan, and Gao Lily. These were all outstanding talents from his Gao family, at least those with a 4 template level. At least a third of the Doomhammer's hammers were successfully converted. The senior engineer also noticed some patterns. Higher-level mechanical entities were easier to convert. Those who interacted more with machines were more likely to be converted. However, some interesting phenomena were observed. General Quill was successfully converted, but the player airship master was not. Other mechanical masters were converted, but Master Tonio was not. Daisy was successfully converted, but Matsushima Keiko was not. Is it true that Legion members with higher loyalty are more likely to be converted? There is indeed such a trend. Now I'm relieved. If you 2 had been converted, it would have been a huge problem. The senior engineer breathed a sigh of relief. Old Walter. I will always love Zhang Iping. Is this a compliment or a sarcastic remark? The senior engineer continued curiously, since these people are so loyal to me, after the transformation, did their nature change 180%? Are they going to overthrow me? Not really. Different underground mechanical organizations, and their higher-ups, have different slogans and ideologies after being transformed. Because of these inconsistencies, several conflicts have already occurred in secret. The senior engineer flipped through the documents to this area, and sure enough, the slogans varied widely. Heaven punishes the traitors. Respect the king and punish the villains. Restore the monarchy. Purge the court of corrupt officials. Mechanical heaven punishes. This belongs to the very good, spirited category. The Showa-era spirit is strong. Mechanization is evolution. The path to sublimation is only through machinery. Shedding flesh and blood, achieving eternity. All things return to oneness, to machinery. This is the style of the strategic approach. Another category is the paradox interactive style. The mistake lies in flesh and blood, the solution lies in steel. Voluntary assimilation, or forced upgrades. Orbital bombardment, the mechanical canned food project. Carbon-based species are thrown out to mine, mechanical species get free upgrades. Besides these major categories, there are some strangely styled organizational goals. For example, some player organizations demand not only the mechanization of the entire faction, but also the transformation of all players, regardless of gender, into ship girls. Another example is that some players demand mechanization is acceptable, but not the elimination of chicken, i.e., physical mechanics, requiring all mechanical beings to be equipped with simulated reproductive systems. Some players even suggested transforming carbon-based species into mechanical canned food and distributing it as faction benefits. And some players suggested invading the Origin universe and assimilating carbon-based civilizations. Of course, there are also initiatives suggesting wiping out all natural disaster civilizations and mechanizing them. Seeing this, the senior engineer silently opened the forum. Indeed, it was a chaotic mess of all sorts of strange and bizarre characters. And these strange and bizarre characters were quite different from those in the game. Offline players primarily showcase various civilization-themed quests. Civilization Rectification Quest, Ultimate Logic Civilization, Emotional Data Zeroed. Civilization Salvation Quest, Iron Consensus Council, Mechanical Age. Civilization Rectification Quest, Forger Civilization, Intelligent Mechanical Forging. Civilization Salvation Quest, Mechanical Deus Extinction Era, Mechanical Immortality. Civilization Salvation Quest, Mechanical Network, Mechanical Information Network. The quest levels are divided into easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Hell-level quests are the most difficult among the normal quests. These are basically tasks that players of the same level simply cannot complete. Above the hell-level tasks are those starting with civilization. Civilization Salvation Tasks, Civilization Restoration Tasks, Civilization Disaster Tasks. And without exception, these tasks all deal with major events related to civilization. Above that are the Ascension tasks. It seems that only the High Engineer himself completed them in the previous life. In a sense, the High Engineer was quite gratified. Because players at this stage are all qualified to access civilization tasks, even though the task target is himself. In the previous life, most players at this point in time would still be figuring out how to manually build spaceships and fly to interstellar space. And contrary to the High Engineer's expectations, where everyone was thinking about how to kill him, the focus of research by different mechanical organizations was actually how to recruit people, various alliances and betrayals, pleading the pros and cons, coercion and enticement. The entire forum was almost turning into a chaotic battleground. For example, the Underground Mechanical Organization tasked with zeroing emotional data attempted to recruit Paradox interactive players, claiming that creating panic and extinction was far less enjoyable than creating despair. Mechanical organizations focused on Myconic Forging tried to recruit veteran SP players, claiming that completing this task would significantly improve their faction spoofing technology, providing various computing and AI modules with incredibly realistic forms and states. Generally, the tasks least likely to attract players are those related to the consciousness of mechanical swarms, such as mechanical information networks, which involve creating a large-scale mechanical network where the controller has the authority to disarm and control mechanical weapons. According to the comments from players below, they are quite unimpressed. Am I out of my mind, making a fool of myself? Purely stupid task. Admin, who's going to be the admin? Even G-Boss wouldn't dare make such a request. Isn't this creating Skynet? Although I like the main storyline of this version, it doesn't mean I like this kind of Legion future. This isn't the revolutionary aspect of Omnic Crisis at all, it'd be more like Console Crisis. I wipe you out the first thing I do when it launches. Although the forums are in a chaotic free-for-all, the consensus is that this major update storyline is a civil war. Iron Man versus Captain Carbon. No, according to some story-focused players' analysis. It should be Iron Man versus Captain Calamity. Because, given the current situation, carbon-based players are far too weak. So, following the developer's usual pattern, they will definitely do mindless stat buffs later on, focusing on fixing whatever's lacking. According to these story-driven players' deductions, the most likely outcome is that carbon-based players have led a wolf into the sheepfold, summoning one or more calamity civilizations, escalating the conflict from a legion civil war to a nomadic civil war. They even provided a couple of pieces of evidence, such as the Great War 10 years ago, G-Boss's mechanical body versus carbon-based flesh, and why only carbon-based players can enter the Origin Universe supermap. All of this is, in fact, preparation for the Civil War. Therefore, it's highly probable that the final cutscene will depict the mechanical G-Boss versus the carbon-based G-Boss. Of course, this in-depth storyline analysis won't convince everyone, because the large-scale mechanical brainwashing in the game is clearly aimed at a mechanical purge. Moreover, judging from the attitude of those high-ranking civilizations, it was clear they were aiming to purify Boss G as well. How could the mastermind suddenly become Boss G? And there was no record of any high-ranking members of the Cataclysm offering similar civilization reformation missions. However, story-driven players quickly countered, arguing that without giving mechanical players a chance to develop, how could they deal with those Cataclysm civilizations and the future Cataclysm lackeys? You're the carbon-based lackey, your whole family are lackeys. I think you mechanical types are the Cataclysm lackeys, actually trying to take down Boss G. You wait, once I catch you, I pump oil into your reproductive systems every day. Then came the much-anticipated crosstalk. The senior engineer looked around with great interest before reluctantly closing the forum. The ideas and concepts of the fourth Cataclysm are always exceptionally interesting. And with this fourth Cataclysm communication platform, the senior engineer could be said to have managed to know everything happening in the world without leaving home. So what do you mean? Start by dealing with the Scourge Warriors, old Walter said solemnly. In his view, this was a crisis no less severe than the previous one involving the Real and fake Mr. G. This crisis was entirely caused by these Scourge Warriors, making them the biggest accomplices of the Omnic crisis. The senior engineer listened with great interest to their plan. Although the players were hundreds of times stronger than in the previous life, it wasn't actually that difficult to deal with them. First, transfer all the 4th level Scourge members at the management level from their original posts. Then, using the war fortresses and the computers and celestial hardware of various planets, secretly take over all the players' mechanical forces and confiscate all player assets. And establish heavy forces at all respawn points. Finally, recall the direct mechanical forces, declare the players traitors, expel most of them from the faction, and then launch a campaign of retribution. Then reduce all players to level 0. The senior engineer looked at the player. I will always love Jean Iping. But they found that Minister Jean nodded in agreement. Chapter 1687. Many NPCs have a misconception about players, believing that these fourth calamities are a species with some kind of consensus or a shared interest. But in reality, from the player's perspective, who cares about the lives of others? Everyone's dead, that's great, I can just play single player. From the perspective of I will always love Jean Iping, there's probably some joy, as they're doing a very special hidden quest. And this hidden quest is activated by the hidden profession of Calamity Investigator. How can they advance or change professions without killing all the other players? Even in the previous life, during the early stages of the player canned food era, players were constantly reporting each other. The motto was better to die than live. It wasn't until later, when they discovered that advanced civilizations could wipe out offline players, that they united. But by then, it was too late. The senior engineer pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, let's do it this way for now. First, reassign and monitor the Scourge Warriors in management. We deal with the rest after this step is complete. Old Walter and Minister Jean left again. Especially Minister Jean, as the Scourge's henchman, the henchman's henchman, stood firmly on his side as an NPC, earning the senior engineer a generous reward. He enjoyed all the benefits of the civilization restoration quest. Reaching level 90 wouldn't be a problem, and reaching level 120 wouldn't be an issue either. When only the senior engineer was left, he started browsing the forums again, muttering to himself as he scrolled. Actually, this major update storyline is pretty good, the Civil War. The players are now an undeniable force within the faction. They represent not only 60 million level 90 units, but also tens of millions of legions. While these player legions are still smaller than NPC legions, some impoverished players might only possess a fleet, a crippled mechanical unit, or a near-bankrupt mechanical planet desperately seeking orders. These are still a significant advantage, even for a typical level 3 civilization, let alone a level 2 civilization. After all, what civilization civilians possess the authority and ability to develop armed forces and evolve technology, even among some conquering civilizations. Such privileges are extremely rare. This is why player favorability is skyrocketing. However, the trade-off is that it's not so easy for NPCs to deal with the players, because this level of civil war already constitutes a civilizational crisis. Otherwise, old Walter, the NPC swordholder, wouldn't have approached the senior engineer. While other aspects are debatable, in terms of crisis awareness, this guy is even more vigilant than the senior engineer. So, it's not just natural disasters externally and internal revolutions, even the players have become a source of chaos. While the massive brainwashing of players is largely due to the mechanical revolution, the players themselves are a source of chaos. The greater their power, the bigger the trouble they can cause. Civil war, that's a pretty good scenario. Suppressing players according to the swordholder's ideas is something the high-level engineer definitely wouldn't do. It's purely a thankless task. Getting players down to level 0 isn't difficult, but how do you mend the rift between them afterward? On the contrary, the deep exploration of the plot by story-driven players gave Gao Gong considerable inspiration. A civil war was indeed a good idea. And since mechanical players had the crazy enhancement from the Onic crisis, what he needed to do was enhance carbon-based players. With this thought in mind, Gao Gong's biological form in the Origin universe began to move. Origin universe. Mechanical realm number 3. Looking at the carbon gold blood before him, Mr. Cocoon's lips twitched slightly. He had overestimated Gao Gong's integrity. He had thought that making him take on 2 roles, transforming him from a 4th tier to a 5th tier being the limit for him. He hadn't expected that this was just the limit of his imagination. As a fusion expert of the Blade civilization, he had always been the client, never experiencing the joy of being the contractor. Now he was experiencing it. Mr. Cocoon took a deep breath and spoke to Huang Yuanli, who was gloating not far away. Mr. G, what makes you think I agreed to such an unreasonable request? Heh, it's not you who agrees, but your Blade Queen. Mr. Cocoon was taken aback. What does that mean? Our boss G will guide Her Majesty the Blade Queen on the key to breaking through 200% in cosmic techniques. How did he know that? Mr. Cocoon was about to blurt out. While the opponent's swordsmanship was indeed unbelievably strong, it was still some distance from breaking through 200%. Cosmic techniques were called cosmic techniques because every 100% breakthrough granted an opportunity known as the cosmic restructuring. If breaking through 100% could be attributed to exceptional talent. So, breaking the 200% barrier requires an ascended species to withstand this level of reorganization. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something and said with a bitter tone, "The Endless Star Archives?" That's right. Our boss G specifically said that, as a thank you for your excellent work, he asked us to specifically inform Her Majesty the Queen of Blades. Oh, and boss G also said, no need to thank me. If you have any related questions in the future, you can ask him. Even if he doesn't know, he checked the information in that cosmic library. Mr. Cocoon knew that this time he had no choice but to do it. The reason was simple. In the Blade civilization, the Queen's will was paramount. If the opponent were a level 4 civilization, it would be much easier. A simple insect transformation would solve all the problems. But his Queen of Blades was extremely arrogant. She would probably rather die than bully what she considered an ant, a mere level 3 civilization. To prevent his leader from being humiliated, he had no choice but to run himself ragged. Mr. Cocoon sighed and waved his hand, signaling the other party to stay away. Huang Yuanli immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure, her breath seemingly stopping. The last time she felt this way was in the Iron Sand Desert, when she accidentally bumped into a Class D radiant beast. Its fist-sized eyes seemed to scan the surrounding grass, giving her the feeling of having her neck tightly gripped. The next moment, a colossal creature appeared in the mechanical world. It was an enormous, slightly pulsating egg. Its size was planetary, roughly the size of a planet. To Huang Yuanli at this point, such a creature wasn't particularly large, but the immense light emanating from it was more dazzling than a star. At first glance, it appears as a slowly rotating, internally luminous nebula or cosmic dust. Its surface is not a hard shell, but a boundary layer composed of a liquid spacetime membrane and high-energy particles. This membrane rises and falls slowly with the internal life rhythm, filtering and drawing energy from the chaotic broth like breathing. The membrane is covered with luminous nodules resembling ganglia, which are the senses that perceive changes in the cosmic environment. Its interior has no organs, but is instead a vast three-dimensional network of primitive information fibers, older than DNA, forming its genetic blueprint and neural network. These information fibers constantly break, recombine, and mutate in the high-energy environment, driving this giant egg to evolve over millions of years every second. Wang Yuanli immediately realized that the main reason it was only the size of a planet was that if it were to truly manifest its true form, the entire mechanical realm would be bursting. Without any visible movement, the drop of carbon gold blood entered the body of this ancient Cocoon clan member. Then, in the next instant, a phantom of a star Khan appeared, formed from these tangled primitive fibers and nerve fibers. Outside, the engineer abruptly stopped, the new wooden sword at his waist humming. How can I sense the aura of a star Khan? Before him lay a biostellar domain evolved from the technology of the nomadic civilization. A silent explosion erupted from its center. It wasn't a destructive shock, but a creation like bioradiation. A ring-shaped, supernova-level ripple, composed of pure information and energy, swept outwards with overwhelming force. As a result, the surrounding starlight was stretched and distorted. On some uninhabited planets outside the star field, various first dash, second dash, and third-order carbon-based species sprang up out of thin air. Why all this fuss? The wooden sword on the engineer's waist suddenly disappeared, only to reappear in front of him in the next instant. Then, something strange happened. A large number of fleshy buds suddenly erupted from the surface of the wooden sword, and then a peak third-order biological sword intent evolved, seemingly representing endless conquest, invasion, and assimilation. At the same time, the nature of this wooden sword also changed. If before, the sword's attribute was only fourth-order material, then now the sword's attribute directly became a biological weapon, and it upgraded all the way from blank, mass-produced, to excellent, custom template, to superior, weapon of war. Luckily, the sword's material was good, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to withstand this kind of manufacturing method. After the senior engineer completed the suppression using the 89th level of Sword Dao, the gushing flesh buds were suppressed again. As the flesh buds re-entered the wooden sword blade, evolving into purple fleshy patterns, the sword's attributes finally settled at the rare, strategic weapon level. Even the carbon-based Slayer sword in the God Slayer set is only at this level. The senior engineer glanced at the attributes. Name: ordinary wooden sword. Category: biological weapon. Quality: Tier 3 rare. Configuration requirements: Sword Dao Realm 90%. Compatibility: 120%. Attack power: 1 million to 10 million. Additional attributes: critical strike plus 100%, carbon-based, function 1, harmony of heaven and man. In a cosmic context, one can borrow the power of the heavens to wield the sword. Function 2, biosword field. The stronger the biological bloodline, the more powerful the evolved sword domain. Function 3, instant slash. Through sword realm, one can slay people across light years. Note: this is a powerful biological weapon, originating from a large-scale biomagnetic field mutation. Purely in terms of lethality or various killing buffs, this sword is far inferior to that construct purely for killing. However, it excels in enhancing sword realm or sword field. This is not surprising. After all, the sword's origin lies in the so-called biomagnetic field mutation, or rather, in the core professional knowledge chain, cosmic biofield science. Compared to the rampant production capacity of the mechanical system, the carbon-based system also has its advantages, such as the current large-scale bioenvironment infection. This is an evolution similar to a technology tree entity. In advanced civilizations, some knowledge chains even possess intelligence themselves. The professional knowledge chains of a level 3 civilization naturally cannot reach this level. However, as one of the core knowledge chains of the nomadic civilization, cosmic biofield science seems to have developed its own biological instincts. The senior engineer glanced at the civilization panel. Sure enough, the 9 professional knowledge areas under this professional knowledge chain were all shining brightly. These 9 professional knowledge areas are Cosmic Biofield Source Science, Vacuum Biofield Effect Science, Interstellar Biofield Communication Science, Cosmic Biofield Ecology, Gravity and Life Interaction Science, Mind Cosmology, Cosmological Parameters, Bioradiation Research, and Astral Seed Science. At this moment, the light of these 9 professional knowledge areas intertwined, falling into the cosmic vacuum, simulating the continuous deformation of star fields, as if a colossal object measured in light years was trying to tear open the void. This strange phenomenon was undoubtedly Mr. Cocoon refining the blood, or rather, using the blood to deduce the changes arising from the myriad race's bloodline. Unexpectedly, the changes were so drastic across a universe. This reminded the senior engineer of the strange power he had encountered before. Myriad race's bloodline. It hasn't even evolved yet, and it's already causing such a commotion. It truly lives up to its reputation as the core knowledge chain of the Calamity civilization, and the core of the core. The senior engineer muttered to himself. But this cosmic bioforce field science is quite monstrous. Just the number of professional knowledge areas alone is 9. As a senior engineer who had evolved half of the nomadic civilization, he now clearly understood that the civilization's 3 core professional knowledge chains, cosmic bioforce field science, galaxy-level weapon development, biological side, and myriad races bloodline, core, each represented 3 different Calamity abilities. However, how to activate them was still a mystery to the senior engineer. But at least, he now somewhat understood the Calamity characteristics of this cosmic bioforce field science. Psychic cosmology, a science exploring whether collective consciousness, planetary consciousness, Gaia consciousness, or even cosmic consciousness can exist as a real field and interact with other physical fields. Gravity and life interaction studies, a specialized field that delves into the deep, two-way interaction between gravity, the most fundamental force in the universe, and living systems. This includes, but is not limited to, studying the physiological, genetic, and evolutionary adaptations of life under different gravitational environments, microgravity, hypergravity, and whether highly developed consciousness or life activities can have extremely small, but measurable effects on local gravitational fields. Cosmic biofield ecology. This catastrophe characteristic is roughly the opposite. The limit of a Type 3 civilization's research into the technology tree is the evolution of a technology tree entity, similar to a conceptual clone of the technology tree. However, the nomadic civilization has gone against this. It seems to have imprinted its self-awareness onto the technology tree using some powerful biomagnetic field. Once this operation is completed, it inherently grants immortality. The senior engineer also understood why this reverse operation would provoke the wrath of the interstellar Khan. Theoretically speaking, even the most powerful leader of a Type 3 civilization cannot interfere across universes. However, if self-awareness is imprinted on a carbon-based technology tree, that's a different story. Chapter 1688. The senior engineer silently observed the anomalies in this biostarfield. Or rather, the will of the interstellar Great Khan was attempting to cross the universe using the technology tree. Even though the opponent was an interstellar Great Khan. Even though the opponent possessed powerful cataclysmic characteristics. But a Tier 3 is still Tier 3. Ultimately, accompanied by the roar of the light-year giant, the biostarfield erupted with another powerful biopulse before returning to calm. The senior engineer silently glanced at the ordinary wooden sword in his hand. Its rank had changed from Tier 3 Rare to Tier 3 Rare Plus. At the same time, its maximum destructive power had increased from 10 million to 12 million. And that was it. If you get angry a few more times, I might end up with another Blackdeck bioweapon. The senior engineer felt a pang of regret. Meanwhile, the system beeped simultaneously. Nomadic civilization catastrophe trait Heavenly Khan activated. Heavenly Khan, catastrophe, conquered. Heavenly Khan is a species catastrophe evolved from a nomadic civilization. Its essence is not simply destruction, but rather using absolute force as a rein to crush civilization and reforge it into an interstellar nomadic empire interwoven with savagery and glory. All star systems will eventually submit to the Great Khan's iron hooves, or turn to dust and merge into its endless conquests. Trait 1, Undying Leader +4, Immortal Leader +4. Trait 2, in the context of a cosmic vacuum, the will of the Great Khan will be deeply imprinted in the technology tree and spread through it. Trait 3, ? The senior engineer did not feel any change in his own state. His gaze swept across the area, landing on Concord. So, this nomadic civilization's catastrophe characteristic, once activated by the Great Khan, cannot be activated a second time? So loyal? The senior engineer was quite disappointed. However, after carefully examining the Great Khan's catastrophe characteristics, he couldn't help but click his tongue twice. So powerful. Leaving aside the level 4 immortality, the Khan's will alone gave the senior engineer a strong sense of déjà vu. Isn't this a physical tech tree? Or rather, a Promax version of a tech tree. Although the senior engineer had evolved this thing, if separated by a universe, it would be impossible to create any impact. Except for ascension, the limit for an ordinary level 3 civilization is to evolve a conceptual existence, like a physical tech tree, but for a catastrophe civilization, this is merely its basic capability. Indeed, some civilizations aim for Rome, but some are born in Rome. The senior engineer was once again impressed by the catastrophe civilization's potential. As for this third characteristic, The senior engineer immediately recalled the scene of the Great Khan summoning a star map at the galaxy cluster level. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the Great Khan's final ability, activating a large-scale star map using the cosmic background magnetic field, a standard pioneering artifact. Because the remaining two, the myriad race's bloodline and the development of galaxy-level weapons, biological side, didn't belong to this direction, especially the latter, which seemed more like the source of those extreme biological legions. And after unlocking a cataclysmic characteristic, the description of the nomadic civilization seemed to change. They were cosmic nomads who used starships as their iron hooves and deep space as their hunting grounds. Their routes were not paths of exploration, but rather paths of spreading death. With unparalleled stealth and multi-directional simultaneous attacks, the nomads tore through the star map like ghosts, piercing the heart of civilization. Even more terrifying was their dominance of battlefield vision. Beyond visual range, reconnaissance had already penetrated all defensive weaknesses, and omnidimensional perception and prophetic calculation made every attack seem preordained. Before this iron cavalry, to be seen meant to be destroyed. Omnidimensional perception. Prophetic calculation. The senior engineer muttered to himself. This was most likely the blueprint for the cosmic biomechanics knowledge chain. Would filling this knowledge chain first help activate the cataclysmic characteristics, such as that star map ability? The senior engineer hesitated for a moment, deciding to put it aside for now. He waited until the other race-based bloodline evolved first. Although both contained cataclysmic characteristics, this race-based bloodline was clearly more core. The senior engineer wanted to try evolving the interstellar Khan bloodline first, and then conquer this carbon-based technology tree again. Main universe, celestial cluster, yet another galaxy conquered by nomadic cavalry. The interstellar Great Khan hovered in the void, indifferent to all his external gains. His domineering gaze seemed to pierce through endless void, seeing a being in a higher dimension of spacetime. You have disturbed my slumber more than once, especially as I am about to break through to the final stage. Do you really think I dare not kill you? You want to kill me? You better think carefully. Killing me will mean the end of your future. A familiar tone. The interstellar Great Khan frowned. Could someone speaking to him in such a tone be a representative of some ascended civilization? To the Great Khan's surprise, as the higher dimensional spacetime rippled, a colossal black shadow gradually emerged from the light of spacetime. Upon seeing the other's face, even the Great Khan, with his temper hardened by countless trials, couldn't help but shudder. His face was a living star map, his bronze skin crisscrossed with the marks of ion beam burns and the scabs of sword and axe cuts. His thick, iron-maned beard was braided into several plates, adorned with metal skulls and data chips captured from various star systems. His nose had been broken multiple times, appearing rugged and fierce, especially his eyes, which resembled those of a cosmic hawk from some predatory civilization. Appearing opposite him was himself. The Great Khan didn't speak, but his large, bony hands clenched suddenly. The entire star system changed. The spiral arms of the galaxy transformed into translucent bimembranes, studded with stellar pustules swollen like herpes. Nebulae were spreading neural networks, transmitting ancient and painful pulses. The asteroid belt is a gruesome, unhealed scar on its surface, and a dying red giant, like a giant eye, coldly stares in the cooling darkness at the adversary who has intruded into its veins. The carbon golden hand, the Great Khan murmured to himself. Almost no one knew that the carbon golden hand, comparable to the whip of ascension, was wielded by successive Great Khans. Two carbon-based technology trees began to grow rapidly, overlapping. One, woven from cosmic background radiation, was laden with fruit, infinitely close to ascension. The other was filled with the traces of time. Where the two technology trees overlapped were countless threads of time. You are the Great Khan of the future timeline. The Great Khan finally recognized the other party's identity. However, he showed little joy at the fact that it was one of their own. Instead, he frowned deeply. You should know that time travel in the main universe is a very taboo thing. If discovered by certain cosmic organizations, it might even directly revoke your ascension. Some relics, no wonders, possess this ability. The Great Khan silently extended his other hand. This hand, after detaching from the light of time travel, visibly dissipated. This indicated that the other party hadn't actually traveled through time, but rather forcibly engaged in time travel by utilizing the nomadic nature of natural disasters. The Great Khan spoke in the same tone. According to the evolution of this timeline, you and I probably won't even live to ascend before our position as Great Khan is usurped. So you really don't need to worry so much. Replaced? By whom? The Great Khan frowned, instantly thinking of several natural disaster civilizations that posed a threat to him. The Nomadic Alliance had no leader, or rather, even if there were, insubordination was frequent. The Great Khan's mouth opened and closed several times. It's him. The Great Khan frowned. Give me some fragments of the future. I need to know precisely how he evolved at different points in time. The two Great Khans exchanged glances, and the next moment, fragments of space-time were transmitted. So that's how it is. The Great Khan looked up, only to find that he himself had vanished, and the distorted biostar field had returned to normal once more. Why did I invite this person in the first place? A trace of confusion flashed in the Great Khan's eyes. He realized he couldn't recall why he had invited the leader of that mechanical civilization to join his nomadic tribes. Relevant memory fragments seemed to have been deliberately erased. Which little thing did this behind the scenes? Filter, unknown, or ####? Among the leaders of the Calamity civilizations he knew, several possessed similar abilities. And some of these leaders he couldn't even name directly. It wasn't that they were strong enough to crush the Great Khan, but rather that the Calamity attributes of these civilizations were unknown and secretive. Internal and external collusion, civil war, civil war. The interstellar Great Khan pondered for a moment, before finally issuing the Khan's conquest decree. He wanted to summon 4 Khanate leaders, his 4 closest ones. He wanted to end this war before they could initiate a civil war. Because once he absorbed the Calamity characteristics of the other Calamity civilizations, they would become too powerful to control. That one, in fact, possessed the coordinates of a parallel universe, meaning they had enough time and resources to evolve their civilization. Perhaps it was a parallel universe teeming with diverse species. Otherwise, how could the other side have evolved the bloodlines of countless races to such a level, capable of assimilating natural disasters? The Great Khan of the universe's unusual activity, the Great Khan of the future's warning, the Great Khan of the past's memory loss. The interstellar Great Khan once again fell into slumber, or rather, into digestion. The captives, assets, species, and even the technological trees of surrounding civilizations were all devoured by the universe. He needed to reach the level of ascension as quickly as possible. Theoretically speaking, only by formally completing ascension can one enter the level of an ascension civilization. However, few people know that by absorbing enough civilizations that have entered the ascension realm, one can accumulate ascension power to a state infinitely close to that of an ascension civilization. Only those with the bloodline of myriad races can unify and assimilate different ascension powers. And with the interstellar Great Khan's slumber, the stars seemed to shimmer with each breath. On a biological planet, the senior engineer found the person he was looking for. So now, only a few of you are still firmly committed to the carbon-based route. The senior engineer looked at the few familiar faces before him, stroking his chin. Airplane, Rainy Night with a knife but no umbrella, Sister G, and the others exchanged glances and nodded. I want to report this, Player Stoneman reported. Airplane's talk is utter nonsense. What do you mean? Although he still retains his carbon-based body, his pet eagle has long since mechanized and parted ways with him. If Gao Gong remembered correctly, his pet was his eagle brother. I heard that his eagle brother also completed its mechanical transformation after mechanization, and has reportedly been dating many ship girls in the main universe. Sister G said gleefully. Airplane excellent. Unexpectedly, this is how things develop. Gao Gong coughed and asked, what do you think about the various underground mechanical organizations in the outside world? The dozen or so players in front of him perked up. Could it be a civil war plot? Boss, are you going to kill them? I strongly support it. I can use the evil god's corruption to control them back. Sister G, as expected of a player on the evil god's side, immediately took the right stance. Boss, it's because her transformation into a mechanical body failed, so she has to stay here. If she runs around outside, she might get blown up. Another veteran player, Big Brother Hui, immediately betrayed him. Damn it, why did you betray me? Of course. You ruined 3 of my abnormal gates, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. The senior engineer suddenly realized. Since transforming her into an extreme species on the evil god's side, ordinary abnormal gates really couldn't complete the transformation of this species. After all, her state was too special. Moreover, the senior engineer suspected that she knew some truth about this game. After all, he and she entered the information elevator together, entered the offline world, and saw her offline state. It was a snake woman. However, Sister G wasn't concerned about the offline world at all, she was only concerned about the Civil War storyline. Boss, what are you going to do? The senior engineer pondered for a moment, initially thinking of playing the real taker, but then decided not to waste time. There is indeed a mission coming up later that might require your help. Would you like to? Absolutely. Wherever the leader points I go. Boss, hurry, hurry, go all out. The senior engineer shook his head helplessly, too lazy to waste words, and directly assigned a mission. Leader's exclusive mission. The secret of the Mirror Demon clan. The players, who received the mission, exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't it supposed to be a civil war? How come it suddenly involves this ascended species? Wait, ascension. The players speculated that this might be another clue to the main storyline. However, the senior engineer was too lazy to think about the plot. He rather let the plot-obsessed players fill in the blanks themselves. So, after leaving a message saying waiting for further notice, he simply disappeared. Since the Interstellar Khan was enraged, it meant that Mr. Cocoon had succeeded. He was already quite impatient for the legendary fusion civilization's technology. Chapter 1689. When the senior engineer arrived at Mechanical Mirror Domain number 3, he found that apart from Huang Yuanli squatting in place looking at something, Mr. Cocoon was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where's that big shot? You scared him away. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, you'd give him some more work. This big shot has absolutely no service awareness. Doesn't he have any sense of being a service provider? Doesn't he understand after-sales service? The senior engineer complained. To be honest, he really intended to give him some more work to keep him here and keep him working hard. After all, this ancient Cocoon clan member's ability to deduce knowledge alone was no less than that of a civilization evolution device. Most importantly, he was also an expert in fusing civilizations. The big shot asked me to give you these things. Huang Yuanli casually tossed over what she was looking at. Instantly, a large amount of professional knowledge appeared. You gain professional knowledge. Bloodline origin studies. You gain professional knowledge. Explicit expression studies. You gain professional knowledge. Bloodline conflict studies. You gain professional knowledge. Evolutionary prophecy. You gain professional knowledge. Integrated genealogy studies. You gain professional knowledge. Bloodline engineering. You gain professional knowledge. Core myriad races bloodline reverse source symbiosis. The senior engineer was instantly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge, his scalp tingling slightly. Although different knowledge chains all represent branches of a technological tree, they are essentially no different. But you have to admit, some branches grow exceptionally thick and leafy. Undoubtedly, the myriad races bloodline is one of them. In the process of digesting the knowledge, the senior engineer felt as if he had entered some kind of vast flesh and blood system. At first, it was just a trickle of information, seeping into the capillaries of his mind. But soon, the trickle became a surging river, sweeping him into a chaotic sea woven from concepts, formulas, and cases. Data, like red blood cells, delivered basic nutrients, while profound principles, like white blood cells, patrolled the boundaries of his understanding, devouring every vague doubt. Ultimately, all the successfully transformed knowledge flowed into that unfathomable cognitive matrix, becoming part of the flesh and blood of wisdom, while the residue and questions were contracted, squeezed, and prepared to be expelled from this system, awaiting the next digestive cycle. Huh? What's wrong? Huang Yuanli was somewhat surprised. The senior engineer raised his hand in astonishment, and a miniature cyber storm appeared in his palm, a digital storm formed by the convergence of overloaded information, out-of-control algorithms, and collective consciousness. In the past, such storms were uncontrollable, because uncontrollability was its fundamental attribute. However, this digital storm was tinged with a faint bloodstain, making it look less like cyberpunk and more like a process of flesh and blood evolution. Even the sense of uncontrollability seemed less pronounced. Something seems off here, Huang Yuanli said, leaning closer and extending a branch into the storm. As a byproduct of the cyber tide, she was even more familiar with it than the senior engineer. It seems a bit more controllable now? Huang Yuanli asked uncertainly. Yes, it's become controllable. Carbon-based knowledge is truly amazing, the senior engineer remarked. Previously, mechanical engineering knowledge was like a series of precise mechanical instruments. You had to learn how to operate them to unleash the full potential of mechanical engineering. But the knowledge of carbon-based systems seems to be the opposite. It can actively influence others without manipulation. The stronger the branch, the greater its influence. This is neither metaphysics nor some kind of evil god's corruption. After all, aren't all living beings in the universe constantly influenced by various cosmic forces? Facing his own people, the senior engineer spoke the truth. I originally planned to find a way to sever this information matrix before ascension, otherwise I was worried it would cause a big commotion during its ascension. But now, perhaps there's another possibility. Using fusion technology, we can completely transform the information matrix's attributes. Huang Yuanli was surprised. The information matrix is a fifth-order entity. If the fusion technology is successful, it's equivalent to a fourth-order entity. Isn't it normal for fourth-order technology to transform a fifth-order life form? Besides, the senior engineer said matter-of-factly. His gaze fell on the various introductions to the knowledge of the myriad races' bloodlines. Bloodline conflict theory. Core concept. When two or more physiologically incompatible bloodlines coexist in an individual, it triggers a systemic biological war. This involves not only genetic conflict but also conflicts in organelles, metabolic pathways, and even neural signaling patterns. Research directions. Searching for bloodline compatibility formulas and developing gene buffers or chimera organs to reconcile conflicts. Evolutionary prophecy. Core concept. Predicting the possible future forms of a bloodline by simulating the evolutionary paths of genes on a million-year scale. This is not fatalism, but a complex calculation based on current genetic plasticity and environmental parameters. Research directions. Establishing large-scale fate calculation models, inputting variables such as resources, threats, and social structure to deduce multiple evolutionary branches that a race may take. This discipline is often used to formulate genetic strategies for civilizations spanning millennia. Integrated genealogy. Core concept. Studies the interaction between bloodline and social structure and cultural memory. It posits that bloodline not only carries genes, but also the collective unconscious and historical trauma of the race. Research directions. Analyzing how inherited genes are instinctively passed down through bloodline, studying the formation of bloodline aristocracy politics, and compiling bloodline genealogies and civilizational bloodline order. Myriad races bloodlines. Reverse coexistence. An extremely rare biological phenomenon where multiple highly heterogeneous bloodlines within an individual not only do not conflict, but instead form a mutually beneficial hypercycle system that transcends simple addition. This individual is no longer a hybrid life form, but a miniature, highly ordered ecosystem. No wonder the information matrix is affected. These bloodline knowledge points are basically characterized by fusion and unification. That alarmingly high fusion rate is mostly caused by it. After all, fused bloodlines are still bloodlines. However, the senior engineer discovered something very strange. Normally, after all the knowledge is gathered, it will quickly combine into a professional knowledge chain under the system's operation. But this time seems a little different. After all the knowledge was gathered, there was no option to combine it. The senior engineer focused his consciousness on the gray box containing the concept of bloodline of myriad races. Synthesizing this professional knowledge chain requires a large number of bloodline blueprints. 10,000 bloodline blueprints can synthesize 2 professional knowledge items. 20,000 bloodline blueprints can synthesize 3 professional knowledge items. 30,000 bloodline blueprints can synthesize 4. After fully activating this professional knowledge chain, you will automatically obtain the connate successor. The level and attributes of the bloodline blueprints you choose will determine your species' connate borders. After fully activating this professional knowledge chain, the connate succession war will be automatically activated. Only one great con can exist in a nomadic technology tree. Warning: the higher the activation level of this professional knowledge chain, the more likely it is to trigger the vigilance of the high con. He will invade you using various methods such as annexation, destruction, plunder, and assassination. After completing the invasion, all your professional blueprints, technology trees, biological creations, and genetic routes will be incorporated into the High Khan's nomadic territory. Is this how carbon-based tech trees work? Well, it's a bit shady. No wonder everyone's heard carbon-based civilizations are more likely to evolve tech tree entities. You guys are already annexing each other at the level of bloodline knowledge. Don't you have experience? What's wrong? The senior engineer looked up and noticed Huang Yuanli hesitated. Before Mr. Cocoon left, he specifically asked me to leave you a message. He said he could see that this nomadic civilization's potential was no less than the Zerg's, especially if they chose the right nomadic path. They could continue nomadic in the future through genetic herding. Huh? What does nomadic in the future mean? Is Mr. Cocoon trying to take revenge on society after being a subservient party? Is he deliberately creating riddles? Fortunately, his integrity is higher than I expected. Huang Yuanli added, he meant that the future interstellar Khan might sense your threat and try to come back and eliminate you. The senior engineer was, after all, an experienced veteran. Recalling the research direction of genetic linguistics. Predicting the possible future form of a bloodline by simulating the evolutionary path of genes over a million-year timescale. You mean, a simulated timeline in the field of biotechnology? A Type 3 civilization, no matter how powerful, couldn't possibly travel through the spacetime of the main universe? Then the answer is obvious. Simulated timelines. Through a unique spacetime model, extending spacetime forward, evolving future technological directions and paths. If your spacetime model is powerful enough, you might even be able to obtain technological achievements decades or centuries into the future. The senior engineer worked on this in his previous life. By simulating timelines, they study the XP changes of different species over the next 100 or 1,000 years, thereby identifying pain points and developing targeted technologies. The nomadic civilization's approach is based on a similar principle, except they use biotechnology. When the biological model is realistic enough, it creates a future version of themselves. This future self is neither entirely real nor entirely unreal. You can treat it as a most likely future scenario. This is a bit tricky. The senior engineer scratched his brow. After all, it's the same technology tree, and one imprinted with the Great Khan's will. The more bloodline blueprints they collect, the more advanced the nomadic technology becomes, and the more data the other side's biological model has to fill, the more frequently that future interstellar Great Khan will appear. Even more so, if the entire professional knowledge chain is activated, the interstellar Great Khan from the main universe might not even need the Ascension Whip, and would just come charging in on the spot. After all, staging a Great Khan battle during Ascension would guarantee a 100% failure. I understand. I thank Mr. Cocoon in person when I have the chance. This guy, though a contractor, was a responsible one. At least he didn't leave himself a problem because of dissatisfaction. What do you mean? So the senior engineer told Huang Yuanli his speculation. Huang Yuanli was dumbfounded. A future interstellar Great Khan? Coming after you? You haven't been reading some third-rate science fiction novel, have you? Maybe it's some ninth-rate web novel setting. The senior engineer glanced at the other party. You're already intimidated. What if I told you I could predict your horoscope for the next 1,000, or even 10,000 years? Wouldn't you be shocked to death? Then what do we do? The solution lies naturally in the path of fusion. The senior engineer glanced around and let out a soft exclamation. Where's that Star Destroyer armor? With Mr. Cocoon's assistance, it should have reached the 5th tier. Where is it? Master Tony Lowe took it to undergo mecha attribute testing. This place is too small. It can't operate freely. The senior engineer immediately felt relieved. After all, Master Tony Lowe was one of the few mechanical masters who hadn't been affected by the AI revolution. With her around, at least there was no need to worry about the Star Destroyer armor going off on its own. Moreover, for a 5th-tier mecha, this mechanical space was indeed too small. A 3rd-tier Star Destroyer armor, a 4th-tier Star Destroyer armor, and in the senior engineer's memory, according to the mecha development path, the 5th tier should be a boundary breaker armor. For example, in this subspace, a single shot from a boundary breaker would be enough to kill someone. Then let's go to the simulated black hole. Mr. Cocoon's evolution of the Differential Secret Institute should all be left there. Huang Yuanli confirmed this. Then could you please lead the way? It's a bit far. The senior engineer patted the other shoulder. With this giant tree spirit around, he was too lazy to walk. Huang Yuanli gave him a disdainful look but didn't refuse. One ancient branch after another pierced the void, enveloping the two of them, and they traversed directly through the void. Its branches extended through the void like a silent river, light flashing across the rough bark, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. That's right. On the way, Huang Yuanli suddenly became excited. You said, since that mech can reach tier 5, can I also reach tier 5? You? The senior engineer glanced at her sideways. Theoretically, yes, but practically impossible. Why? Because your level of species is different from ordinary mechanical soldiers. If you want to break through to tier 5, you have to evolve the will of the tech tree. I think I can. You can, but once you can, the future interstellar Khan won't be chasing me anymore, he'd be chasing you instead. Huang Yuanli immediately cowered. She didn't want to be chased by the interstellar Khan. The senior engineer had one more thing left unsaid. That is, since the fused civilization chose the carbon-based empowerment route, even if there's a possibility of breaking through to tier 5, it will be her empowering others to tier 5, not others empowering her. You can just stick to the healer route to the end. Meanwhile, at this very moment, within the simulated black hole, 2 abnormal, frantic howls were constantly ringing out. Matching successful. Matching successful. We found that lost civilization. I sensed a familiar aura, definitely a contemporary of the ancient mechanical ancestor. Wait. Something's not right. The 2 voices abruptly stopped. Chapter 1690. In the simulated black hole, A tree branch pierced through the void, endlessly extending downwards. Huang Yuanli sat on the branch, with Gao Gong's physical form standing beside her. The tree demon Granny sighed with emotion. Speaking of which, it's been almost 1,000 years since I last saw Xiaoyu. But these 1,000 years have passed so quickly, it feels like it just flew by. After transforming your species, your perception of time is definitely different from before. If you were a time-space species, you wouldn't even feel 1,000 years, let alone 10 million. Is that a good thing? Huang Yuanli asked with some unease. Of course. Mental decay and aging are terrifying for any species, and the most prominent characteristic of such species is a lack of reverence for time, only numbness. You still have that, which is good, Gao Gong said. A major contributing factor to the decay of ascended civilizations is allowing a group of mentally withered old men to take power, which is why there are lifespan limitations. Huang Yuanli wanted to ask something more, but Gao Gong had already frowned and looked down. She followed the other person's gaze, and looked down, then suddenly let out a soft exclamation. What the hell is that? A black hole is a standard, one-way boundary of space-time. It only ever moves downwards. There's no possibility of anything being swallowed or spat out from the bottom of a black hole. But now, something seemed off. From the bottom of the black hole, a ray of transparent light was extending upwards. This transparent light appeared slow, but was actually moving fast, giving a sense of speed within the black hole, undoubtedly faster than light. And even among faster-than-light travel, it was among the fastest. The senior engineer's expression immediately turned serious. His pupils began to flicker and pixelate like a monitor. As he used these new eyes to process data streams, his body had already completed its transformation from flesh to machine. Simultaneously, the wooden sword in his hand transformed into a quantum-state weapon capable of slaying carbon-based objects. Meanwhile, in the main universe, the senior engineer, now a flesh and machine hybrid, frowned as he gazed into deep space, as if he could see a parallel world. The power of silence at the ascension level. How come it's another cosmic-level catastrophic force? There are many theories about the destruction of the universe, giving rise to many theories about the forces that would cause it. Heat death, the Great Freeze, the Great Rip, a new Big Bang, the Great Collapse. Among the possibilities, such as the Great Freeze, after which microscopic particles cease to flow, life ceases to arise, and the entire universe becomes like a cold, lifeless corpse. And in this process, another cosmic-level force would be born, the so-called power of silence. If vacuum decay is an erasure at the level of laws, then cosmic silence is an isolation at the level of microscopic particles. No particle motion that constitutes life can be born, neither the Big Bang nor the primordial soup can exist on a corpse. Of course, compared to the real, existing force of annihilation like vacuum decay, this is merely a hypothetical existence, or rather, a grand model of cosmic destruction. But at this moment, the power gushing from the depths of the black hole bears a striking resemblance to the doomsday model the engineer witnessed in his previous life. The problem was, in his previous life, he learned about this thing from a legal education class at the Civilization Council. The instructor was passionately explaining the dangers of this doomsday model, and Gao Gong, while handing out business cards to other civilization leaders and promoting his book, had only casually listened. I seem to have heard that some ancient civilization leaders are particularly fond of researching these dangerous things. These old fogies, born from the Big Bang, have a deep obsession with mastering the power to destroy the universe. Lost civilization, compatriots of the ancient mechanical elders, mechanical civilization, damn it. Gao Gong immediately realized why this situation had suddenly arisen. Can you hold on? I feel like I can't take it anymore. At this moment, the tree branch beneath Gao Gong's feet was already covered with a thick layer of ice, and hundreds of light years away, a thick layer of ice had already covered half of Huang Yuanli's body. Billions of species were being frozen, but not killed. It seems that under the power of this model, life and death are both algorithms destined to be eliminated. This is true across light years, and now, the entire black hole seems to have transformed into an icy abyss. The chill even tears apart the black hole model, overflowing outwards, silencing everything in its path. But at this cusp of icy currents, a beam of sword light darts through the void. The sword's aim is not at a single point in space, but rather to drag and compress the entire causal chain of the target's existence, rewriting and overriding all the physical constants of the old universe, speed of light, gravitational constant, Planck's constant, of the target's past, present, and future. The sword light, evolved from vacuum decay, could evaporate the ice upon impact. Wait, this doesn't seem to be one model, but rather two apocalyptic models. One a cosmic freeze, the other a cosmic silence. However, something seems to have gone wrong, causing them to unexpectedly merge. That lost civilization, could it be like this? As a seasoned veteran, even at the most critical moment, he remained calm and collected, even pondering the evolution of his swordsmanship. After all, this kind of clash with a cosmic force of theoretical equal power is rare. It's even an opportunity. The engineer was immersed in the evolution of vacuum decay, the white waves of annihilation in his mind rising higher and higher. In a daze, the engineer even returned to his offline residence from his previous life. Or rather, to the star system where that residence was located. He wasn't himself, but the embodiment of vacuum decay. An invasion from outer space. The interstellar dust cloud near Jupiter's orbit, once merely a dim patch on a velvety black canvas, was now instantly smeared by some unseen force, evenly spreading a layer of indescribable, non-spectral glow. That light didn't come from any combustion or reflection, it was more like space itself uttering its final groans. Then, the sun changed. That star, burning for 5 billion years, its violent prominences and churning granular structure, seemed to have been plunged into absolute zero. The intense nuclear fusion process was covered and soothed by a deeper, more profound silence. Mercury was the first planet to be completely refreshed. It didn't shatter, it didn't explode, only its surface craters, impact mounds, and all macroscopic and microscopic undulations were completely smoothed out in a fraction of a second. The planet's physical form remained, but it had lost all information, becoming an absolutely smooth, absolutely regular perfect sphere. This smooth plague spread at the speed of light, devouring Venus and approaching Earth. At the moment of contact, the moon transformed from a scarred, ancient face into a lifeless, silver mirror reflecting no image. When Earth's atmosphere began to glow with that eerie light, the outlines of the planet's mountains, oceans, and continental plates began to blur and flow like an oil painting soaked in water. All colors and forms rushed towards a final, lifeless, uniform state. One slip, and everyone's gone. This thought suddenly popped into the engineer's mind. Then the system notification sounded. Your legendary rank skill, Swordsmanship 189th Heaven, breakthrough to 190% Swordsmanship 190. Balance exists between all things. This sword strike was like the life and death alternation of the old and new universes, like the collapse and reconstruction of physical constants. The high engineer's sword light passed precisely between the two world-ending models. Neither the destruction of the Great Cosmic Freeze nor the silence of the Great Cosmic Silence could have any further impact. The high engineer seemed to have found a special constant between 0 and 1. And once this constant was found, it immediately sensed an incredibly vast, yet extremely simple, data processing system. This data processing system was attempting to connect with him. You're the one I've been looking for. The engineer was overjoyed and completed the connection without hesitation. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yuanli suddenly shuddered, her consciousness snapping out of its completely frozen state. She instinctively shivered. After a moment of disorientation, she came to her senses. In her perception, the ice on her enormous body seemed to have completely melted away, leaving no trace of frostbite. It was as if what had just happened was merely an illusion. But it was precisely this that terrified her. But where am I? And me? How did I become information state? Wang Yuanli looked down and discovered that from the tree branches onward, her entire body had transformed into a shell composed of third-order code. But what rubbish code? As one of the earliest high-ranking members of the engineers faction, she had occasionally witnessed someone's incredible virtual abilities. Compared to that person, this code was utter trash. No, the worst of the worst. She had only taken 2 steps when, snap, everything went black. The visual simulation system crashed. After finally recovering, she took another step and immediately did the splits. Wang Yuanli's eyes nearly bulged out. Not only was the motion simulation system faulty, but the even more infuriating thing was that the opponent's pain simulation system had pushed perception to over 1000%. Is this some kind of new virtual torture device? Wang Yuanli followed the only light outwards, and finally reached the end. Then she witnessed an unbelievable scene. Vast computing power, like a law, spread from the mainframe to every corner of the black hole. Not ice, yet it brought a solidification deeper than absolute zero. The exploding supernova, its brilliant fiery waves frozen in time, like a flower eternally blooming within transparent resin, its light still in its eruptive form, but no longer able to transmit a single trace of heat. Rotating galaxies hovered in their respective orbits, every star, every speck of dust frozen in place, forming an immensely vast yet utterly still star map. Then, regression began. Various cosmic illusions began to visibly reverse, to regress, Planets evolved in reverse into nebulae, galaxies disintegrated into scattered energy clouds, and the supernova, in turn, swallowed vast amounts of matter. And in this process, the ice and silence that enveloped these illusions also regressed with this regression. Finally, when all the ice had regressed into a virtual portal, the ice and silence sealed it. And within the visible portal, a vast and frozen mechanical world could be vaguely seen. Quite advanced. This, Wang Yuanli saw the senior engineer, who was standing at the entrance of this frozen gate, his expression quite complex. No, it should be described as difficult to comprehend. Then a familiar, cheerful voice rang out. Sister Yuanli. A petite, cyborg figure lunged forward, leaping up and crashing into her arms. Wang Yuanli could even hear the thud of her own flat chest. Now you're finally acting real? Wang Yuanli looked up and saw a silly-looking cyborg girl, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This silly look is reassuring. 1,000 years have passed, and Xiaoyu is still Xiaoyu. How have you been these past 1,000 years? 1,000 years? Xiaoyu's eyes widened. How could 1,000 years have passed? I only slept for a moment. You slept for a while. Wang Yuanli finally noticed something was wrong. Behind Xiaoyu's silly face, there seemed to be a faint mechanical halo phantom. A pantheon? You connected to a pantheon? What pantheon? Is it food? Xiaoyu rubbed his stomach, seemingly finally realizing he was hungry, and instinctively looked to Gao Gong. Boss, I'm hungry. I already prepared it. Gao Gong tossed over a dimensional bag without turning around, and then a large amount of food was released. Explosive potato chips, gunpowder spicy strips, nuclear fuel rods, screw-shaped chocolates, gunpowder-flavored gummy candies, diesel-cooked meat, carbonized steak, radioactive ramen. Clearly, he had been prepared in advance. Wow! Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Boss, I love you the most. Then he sat down and began to eat voraciously. Wang Yuanli was stunned for a moment, then immediately moved closer to the senior engineer. A pantheon! Xiaoyu has become a pantheon. I know, I saw it all. The senior engineer said without turning his head. The system panel had already revealed Xiaoyu's status. Name, Xiaoyu. Species, ? Level, ? Status, Mainframe Revolution Avatar, Mechanical Pantheon Leader LV3. Computing power, Galactic Computer, Simulation. Aren't you surprised? No, I'm very surprised. But what surprises me is that such garbage code could actually successfully create a cosmic model that's really, theoretically speaking, only a galactic computer, that is, a fourth-order computer, can simulate a primary cosmic model. And only a cosmic model can, in turn, seal the power of these two models. Being able to achieve this level of model simulation at the third order, although relying on the power of the mainframe revolution and the mechanical pantheon, also shows Xiaoyu's current strength. The code is absolutely terrible. As a former leader of a virtual civilization, it's like watching a pile of buggy crap, and the worst part is, it actually runs. What the hell? Chapter 1691. Gao Gong stared at the sealed door, speechless for a long time. He's seen plenty of ship mountain code, but this was the first time he's seen a bugged ship mountain. Previously, worried that Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to tame the mainframe revolution, Gao Gong had specifically taught him his skills from his previous life before Xiaoyu went into seclusion. He risked exposing himself as a transmigrator to teach him. And after 1,000 years, this is what he created? The key is that this thing actually became a grand cosmic model. When did he even start researching models of this level in his previous life? It seemed to be at the 5th rank. No, to be precise, the 5th rank was just the beginning. To truly perfect it, it would need to be the 6th rank, simply a genius. Are you worried about the old mechanical man and the others? Seeing Gao Gong's solemn expression, Wang Yuanli couldn't help but ask. Gao Gong responded vaguely. He couldn't very well say that he almost forgotten about them. They're probably both alright. After all, under these two models, dying isn't an easy thing. Even if he were to unleash his full swordsmanship at level 190, he might not be able to cut through these two world-destroying models and kill the two frozen within. What exactly happened? The senior engineer sighed and recounted how the two had used the Differential Confidential Institute to study multidimensional mechanical phenomena, resulting in the discovery of the two world-destroying models. No wonder, my village's water cellar. Hao Xiang stopped his temple training. Just eat, swallow your food before you speak. The senior engineer looked at Xiaoyu, whose cheeks were puffed out, still trying to interrupt, and silently wiped the corner of his mouth. So, for the past 1,000 years you've been sleeping? Yeah, boss, sleeping is so much fun. The world is warm, wrapped in lots and lots of cotton balls. I think I can achieve anything in my dreams. Could this be the legendary human-machine integration? He's adding computing power hardware on the outside. Xiaoyu is building a grand model of the universe in his dream. The senior engineer suspects that Xiaoyu's mechanical pantheon evolved during this process. Are you feeling any discomfort right now? Do you have any special impulses, like wanting to kill me? The senior engineer asked with concern. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. No, boss, I love you so much. And I feel great right now, like I could take on 10 people. What about other feelings? Do you have any other impulses, like wanting to overthrow someone, wanting to chop off someone's head? Xiaoyu bit his finger and thought for a long time, until his stomach growled again from hunger, before answering in a dazed manner. No, I'm just hungry again. Good. Keep eating. Okay. The senior engineer reviewed his limited knowledge of the mechanical revolution before confirming. Xiaoyu's current state was normal. Mechanical revolutions are not all the same. For example, the onic crisis, in essence, is a series of parameter adjustments resulting from a distributed processing system seeking to gain its own system privileges. As long as onics develop, a crisis will occur. But the mainframe revolution is different. It's a computing power revolution. It doesn't have the need to transform its steel counterparts or liberate more civilizations. On the contrary, its revolutionary goal is to forcibly seize the computing power of other mechanical civilizations. This is also its initial motivation for subverting carbon-based species, not to evolve mechanical species, or pursue some lofty pursuit of freedom. It's purely to liberate computing power. And for the past 1,000 years, it has repeatedly piled up computing hardware to help it improve its computing power, plus the existence of a godlike system like Xiaoyu. Even the grand model of the universe and the mechanical pantheon have been deduced. It shouldn't have any complaints. Moreover, the mechanical revolution is a revolution, not some cosmic plague or cosmic catastrophe. Besides the fact that it only causes trouble within the mechanical system. There's another point. It's uncontrollable yet controllable. The mechanical revolution is uncontrollable. But the goals of the mechanical revolution are controllable. It's just that few civilizations can satisfy this. At least the mechanical revolution won't pursue goals that current civilizations cannot achieve at this stage. For example, at the level of a Type 3 civilization, pursuing something like a cosmic computer. And the computing power of a galactic computer is already the upper limit that a Type 3 civilization's technology tree can handle. Above that is the ceiling. So Xiaoyu's behavior was perfectly normal. The revolutionary goals had all been achieved, so of course it was normal. The senior engineer, having figured it out, breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the senior engineer's expression soften, Wang Yuanli continued, now that Xiaoyu is alright, what do we do now? Should we go rescue the old mechanical man, or check on Mr. Cocoon's legacy first? Rescue? It's probably impossible. The senior engineer looked at the sealed gate. Although the gap had been blocked with a large cosmic model, it didn't mean he could break in without obstacles. The mechanical man would be slowly worn down and killed. Moreover, as a seasoned veteran, the senior engineer was 80% certain that this lost civilization was most likely a level 6 civilization, on par with his previous life, but one level lower than the old man from the ancient mechanical world. A low level meant they were mostly playing with these apocalyptic grand models. Because, according to the senior engineer's understanding, life forms born since the Big Bang, following an evolutionary civilization path, would at worst reach level 6 if they didn't perish along the way. There's no lower. Furthermore, the two apocalyptic grand models have very clear levels. The cosmic silence is significantly stronger than the cosmic freeze. Purely in terms of lethality, comparing swordsmanship, the cosmic silence is around 140%, while the cosmic freeze is around 110%. The latter didn't even freeze Huang Yuanli to death. Actually, purely in terms of simulation, mine also falls under the category of grand model simulation, only my model data is hundreds or thousands of times more accurate than your two models. Genuine on-site data collection. That's more reliable than relying on imagination and technology to predict and calculate. Or rather, it's precisely because the two large models aren't very accurate in their reconstruction that the lost civilization tried to link them up, and ended up creating a huge mess right from the start. Cosmic Great Freeze plus Cosmic Great Silence. The result was immediate disappointment. Let's go see Mr. Cocoon's legacy first. Legacy? The senior engineer paused, looking at Huang Yuanli. Huang Yuanli shrugged. You seem a little dissatisfied with Mr. Cocoon? Who told him not to guide me on the path of fusion? A mere contractor, so arrogant. That makes sense. The senior engineer wholeheartedly agreed. The two quickly arrived at a subspace within the simulated black hole. What they saw wasn't a physical door, but a flowing, shimmering silver halo with a pearly luster. This was a noise curtain. Upon closer inspection, this halo was composed of countless, minute, quark-level, constantly arising and ceasing random digital streams, like billions of snowflakes stretched into filaments of light, churning in a blizzard. Pushing aside the curtain revealed the simulation field of the Differential Analysis Institute. Chapter 1692. Gao Gong, Huang Yuanli, and Xiao Yu passed through the curtain of noise. The first thing they perceived was an all-pervasive hissing sound. It sounded particularly like the malfunction of some computers. Huang Yuanli rubbed her ears, finding the noise even clearer, and looked surprised. Why do I feel this too? She was a carbon-based species. Shouldn't this thing only infect mechanical species? The so-called Differential Confidential Institute is actually a powerful and sophisticated information model used to extract private data. That's its essence. Gao Gong thought for a moment and made an analogy. Think of it as a sieve or a funnel. Anything related to information that enters the Differential Confidential Institute will be filtered. The higher the information intensity of the information carrier, the greater the commotion caused by the sifting. The so-called life alchemy, space-time capture, and energy alchemy are just its external manifestations. Huang Yuanli nodded knowingly. This is probably a special data processing plant. Xiao Yu didn't understand at all, just kept eating and stuffing herself. After crossing the curtain, beneath her feet was an encrypted corridor that constantly wove and deconstructed itself. These corridors were instantly laid out by translucent, circuit board-like light paths, which then quietly dissipated without a trace after your consciousness stepped over them. The corridor walls were not solid, but rather ribbons of light composed of flowing encrypted runes and topological structures, like glowing gene chains, winding and stretching in the void, pointing in unpredictable directions. Along the way, virtual figures appeared from time to time. These figures wore hoods, crossed their arms, and bowed to the three of them, their figures occasionally flashing across large areas of mosaic. These are filterers. Their role is to clean and pre-process data before it enters deep computation. They carefully strip and seal away direct identifiers, such as names, IDs, allowing only the data that needs processing to enter the process. As a Tier 3 unit that the senior engineer had personally created, he naturally understood their attributes. He explained as they walked. At the end of the encrypted corridor, two enormous figures blocked their way. These two enormous figures resembled guardians of some divine kingdom, clad in heavy encrypted armor, massive in size, and faceless. Most striking were their weapons. They were two fishing nets. Huang Yuanli looked at them several times before confirming. These two are the silent ones. They will manage your privacy budget accordingly. If your budget runs out, they will ensnare you before the noise turns you into a sieve. Of course, these two silent webs also have other functions. What is a privacy budget? You have as much privacy budget as the amount of encrypted data you can provide, the senior engineer explained in one breath. As for what encrypted data represents, that's even simpler. Data that current civilization's technology cannot process can be called encrypted data, the soul of mechanical life, some space-time phenomena, dimensional folds, quantum imprints, the sap of the technology tree, and so on. The information matrix and the cyber tide also belong to encrypted data. Huang Yuanli suddenly understood. According to the normal process, after passing through the filterers and silent ones, your real-world data and ordinary data are almost completely isolated. Then, depending on your privacy budget, you will be sent to a silent tower of different specifications. Huang Yuanli looked around and saw rows of enormous, ever-changing towers stretching before her. From the outside, the interior of the towers was always blurry, a statistical flow of light and shadow. You could never make out any specific person or object inside. Is everything processed inside encrypted data? Sort of. Sort of? But it's not necessarily all natural. There's not that much encrypted data for you to capture and study. Most of what's inside is actually blueprints generated by the senior engineers. This is also a characteristic resulting from the different core knowledge chains of different civilizations. For example, the nomadic civilization's myriad races bloodline requires generating enough bloodline blueprints to complete the final synthesis. But the blueprints generated by the Differential Intelligence Institute are all question marks. Level 11 question marks, level 12 question marks, and even level 15 is still a question mark. This was the first time the senior engineers had seen such an abstract series of blueprints. Fortunately, with the development of the Tower of Silence, A unique Tier 3 building, these blueprints finally found a use. As more blueprints were deciphered, the entire Differential Secret Institute became increasingly coherent. The fact that Number 3 and the Differential Elder could use the technology here to detect the fluctuations of that lost civilization is the best example. You want to go in and take a look? Seeing Huang Yuanli looking around, the senior engineer casually pointed, and the door of a tower of silence became transparent, revealing what was inside. It was a book. The contents of the book were not visible, but Huang Yuanli did catch a glimpse of space-time light. This is a time series encapsulated file, which in layman's terms is a data packet from the future or a parallel timeline. It requires certain events or technologies that haven't happened yet as a key to open, but through the Tower of Silence, we can know its contents beforehand. What are the contents? Huang Yuanli asked blankly. It could be fragments of future events, or some unfortunate person stuck in a timeline, or some kind of space-time technology. Anything is possible. Then why not just open it directly? It would disrupt causality, the senior engineer explained. For example, if this file is opened and its contents are fragments of future events related to the time and space administration cutting the timeline, then according to the laws of causality, the possible events will definitely happen, and all the hard work of the past 1,000 years will be wasted because of this little butterfly's wings. Huang Yuanli was startled. And this? The senior engineer pointed to another tower of silence. It was an ancient operating stone platform, on which a faint light shone from its core, a cold, eerie blue. The light didn't spread evenly, but rather flowed precisely along the finest grooves, like mercury, illuminating every rune. The geometric patterns formed by the silver lines awakened one after another, the light forming even brighter points at the intersections. The entire transmutation array resembled a precision circuit board suddenly infused with life, radiating an inhuman, absolute sense of order. Unfortunately, this virtual circuit board only lasted a moment before exploding on the spot. Then the light returned to its origin. This is soul alchemy, but not ordinary soul alchemy. This is mechanical soul alchemy. Mechanical soul alchemy. What's wrong with that now? Huang Yuanli was puzzled. She's seen countless examples of creating mechanical bodies and implanting AI modules. She simply couldn't understand the taboos and dangers involved. The senior engineer thought for a moment and offered an explanation a layman could understand. This is an early universe, and if mechanical soul alchemy succeeds, it will be a born mechanical soul, one of the first life forms in the universe. And once it becomes one of the first life forms in the universe, it will at least be at the 4th rank, and the 5th or even 6th rank is not impossible. This is probably one of the few methods to obtain the power of ascension without actually ascending. After all, it's the Big Bang. The power of ascension is contained within creation, so it's not incomprehensible. The senior engineer then introduced several other blueprint projects under development. This is the equation demon, essentially a conceptual life form. Once researched successfully, this demon can easily invade every place in the entire parallel universe that uses this equation. This is the child of knowledge, similar in nature, except its conceptualization resides in professional knowledge. We are experimenting with the knowledge from our own technology tree. Once researched successfully, we will be able to sense other technology trees possessing the same knowledge. This is life alloy. This is a subdimensional compressor. This is steam bacteria. Although Huang Yuanli had only a superficial understanding of mechanical technology, the more she listened, the more horrified she became. The stuff they're researching here sounds incredibly dangerous. Don't worry, most of the blueprints here are very difficult to replicate, the senior engineer reassured her. That's alright, this probably isn't very good. But after the fusion, using 4th-tier technology to reverse engineer it, it's hard to say. Huang Yuanli wiped her sweat. She wouldn't be surprised at all if they researched something catastrophic. Luckily, it's not related to her. Future fusion technology will start here. You need to cooperate well, I have high hopes for you. The senior engineer offered a rosy picture. Huang Yuanli expressionlessly slapped the paw off her shoulder. I suspect you're treating me like a client. Nonsense, you're my business partner. But I heard you should never start a business with a friend. Are we just ordinary friends? We're best friends. Why would I cheat you, Xiao Yu? Don't you think what I said makes sense? What you said makes a lot of sense, Xiao Yu nodded seriously. The three of them, bickering and teasing, finally arrived at the location of Mr. Cocoon's legacy, only to find a egg? It's this thing. When Huang Yuanli first saw the true form of the ancient Cocoon clan, she was awestruck. However, when this form shrunk a billion times, it really looked like a ballot, fertilized egg. The complex primitive genetic fibers inside formed a rudimentary organism, without a specific shape, or rather, its shape seemed to be constantly changing. This is truly watertight, not a single opening. The senior engineer didn't care about the shape of the bald egg. What he cared about were the primordial genetic fibers extending from it. These fibers were even more concealed than quantum threads. If his swordsmanship wasn't powerful enough to generate sufficient perception, even cutting through this space-time wouldn't reveal a single clue. However, with the aid of his swordsmanship, or rather, his 190% mastery of cosmic techniques, the senior engineer could clearly perceive the densely packed primordial fibers linking to each of the towers of silence in a special way. The senior engineer walked up to the bald egg. One by one, the primordial fibers, invisible to the naked eye, emerged and directly penetrated his body's DNA, completing the connection. The senior engineer immediately understood how this thing worked. Inputting bioenergy, aiming at the differential confidential institute technology to be fused, fusion began. This is practically an old-fashioned phone. Huang Yuanli was speechless after learning about this operation. She had come here with the intention of secretly learning it. After all, following the fusion route, especially the carbon-based empowerment route, meant she was almost certain she'd be doing hard labor. But the other parties seemed to know their thoughts, and directly dashed their hopes. Primal fibers. Who has that stuff? A sudden flash of inspiration struck the engineer. Primal soup? Wasn't the method Mr. Cocoon mentioned for increasing the chances of ascension returning to the primal soup state? Huang Yuanli also had a flash of inspiration, but in a different direction than the engineers. Could we extract primitive fibers from those remnants of the Savior's blood? Excellent idea. We can try using the life thread first. The senior engineer remembered that one of the functions of this cosmic treasure seemed to be weaving DNA chains, creating or modifying any organism, and giving it consciousness. However, the prerequisite was below the ascension stage. But theoretically, the primitive fiber developed through the fusion route hadn't actually ascended. Make this a priority project and entrust it to Dr. Yu. Those top-tier researchers were already quite reliable. It was time for them to take on more responsibility. However, that wasn't the current priority. Putting this technology from the Differential Intelligence Institute into fusion mode was the right thing to do. What should we fuse? The senior engineer muttered to himself. Because these were mostly dangerous projects, the senior engineer didn't dare to operate recklessly. The reason he chose this professional knowledge chain, besides being a core knowledge chain, was primarily its alchemical properties. Wouldn't it be fantastic if he could refine some of the super substance needed for fusion? Got it! The senior engineer's mind raced, and in the next instant, a large amount of primordial fibers, in a way he couldn't comprehend, covered a tower of silence. Simultaneously, as his longtime partner, Huang Yuanli's palm sprouted a branch, inserting it into the hairy egg to provide it with bioenergy. That direction. Huang Yuanli recalled, that was the Tower of Silence where the life alloy was refined. The metallic hum vanished. It wasn't a gradual weakening, but an abrupt cessation, as if the tower's breath had been instantly severed. Immediately afterwards, the countless gears, pipes, and bearings that made up the tower began to vibrate silently. This tremor didn't originate externally, but rather stemmed from the deepest recesses of the material, a dormant life force being violently awakened. On the tower's surface, the tightly sealed, densely packed outer panels began to undulate and ripple irregularly, like muscles beneath skin. No longer scalding steam seeped from the gaps, but a warm damp mist, exuding a scent, a mixture of rust and a strange musky aroma. These cold, geometric lines, now bulging and protruding like veins, greedily absorbed the light. Where the light touched, the metal ceased to be metal, it acquired a dull, keratinous sheen, like the carapace of an ancient creature. Most unsettling was the disappearance of silence. A low, slow pulsation emanated from the depths of the tower's base, like a colossal heart beginning to revive, each beat causing the surrounding air to freeze. On the outer side of the tower, some insignificant rivets and auxiliary gears were rejected and squeezed by the newly formed tissue, peeling off like molting skin, falling to the ground with a dull thud. In their place, more complex and eerie organic patterns emerged on the tower's surface, meandering and intertwining autonomously, as if completing some final life spectrum. Once the life spectrum was complete, this third-tier structure was directly elevated to the fourth tier. Chapter 1693. The evolved Tower of Silence has completely changed its appearance. It has become a terrifying biological structure. No, to be precise, it resembles a massive, intricate, and living internal organ system. The tower's base is the thickest, its exterior a layer of dark, wrinkled keratin, like the stomach wall of a giant beast. These wrinkles undulate slightly and rhythmically, secreting transparent biological mucus, continuously sipping the disordered, primordial information flow from the Earth's veins, and even the void. This is the tower's feeding entrance. All captured encrypted data and fragments of knowledge are initially enveloped, corroded, and digested here. From the base upwards, the tower's body presents a segmented form, like giant vertebrae. Each segment's outer shell is a structure of overlapping semi-transparent dark crystals and biological keratin, allowing glimpses of the interior. Liver, kidneys, lungs, internal passages, the top of the tower, especially the top. It is the location of the highest level deductive organ, known as the blueprint womb. Here, it consumes enormous amounts of energy to deduce feasible technological solutions, nurturing blueprint data into complete physical objects. Its inner walls shimmer with points of light like a vast star map, corresponding to countless technological paths being calculated. The moment this fourth-tier building appeared, the surrounding towers of silence seemed to be on a pilgrimage, humming in unison. A hint of awe flashed in Huang Yuanli's eyes. Not awe of the tower itself, but awe of the transformative power itself. A tower-shaped fourth-tier building, the senior engineer remembered it too, seemingly called the Tower of Hierarchy, which he had stolen from the final producer civilization. Later, it seems to have been bought by a group of Paradox Interactive players, and they're reportedly researching CAN technology now. These kinds of structures, as the trump cards of a final production civilization, can be converted into thousands upon thousands by the high engineer whenever they want. The power of a fusion civilization is thus evident. The high engineer opened the attributes of the Tier 4 building. Name, Tower of Silence. Category, Tier 4 Civilization Building. Origin, Mechanic Civilization, Nomad Civilization, Weight, ? Basic attributes, Attack Power, 0, Attack Speed, 0, Attack Range, 0. Internal structure, Liver, Purification Corridor. The part near the base is covered with a mesh structure, responsible for filtering information toxins and logical paradoxes in the data stream, transforming them into harmless byproducts or dangerous paradox fragments for storage. Function 1. 25% chance to upgrade the quality of generated encrypted blueprints by 1 level. Kidney, differential matrix inside the central section of the tower, is the core computing unit. Countless tiny, organelle-like gears silently mesh in the viscous liquid, forming a massive biological differential machine cluster responsible for performing massive calculations and deductions. Function 2. 400% increase in efficiency for decrypting encrypted/scrambled data, with a 15% chance of instant decryption, based on data complexity. Lung, steam chambers. The inner walls of the tower are filled with cavities that can generate and adjust dimensional steam of different properties according to computational needs, providing a simulation environment for deductions, and supplying the entire system with life-giving power. Function 3. Energy consumption control. Energy consumption is reduced by 30% during normal research and development. Energy consumption increase is reduced by 50% when initiating overclock deductions. Material simulation efficiency. The accuracy of entity simulation using dimensional steam is increased by 60%, reducing the consumption of basic materials required for research and development by 45%. Multi-threaded R&D. Increases the number of independent R&D projects running simultaneously by 3. R&D radiation effect. Every major technological breakthrough completed within the tower permanently increases the R&D speed of all subsequent related technologies by 2%. Stackable. No upper limit. Tower top. Genetic blueprint. Function 4. Core can perform calculations on fourth-order encrypted data. Note, the third-order Tower of Silence has become a fourth-order Tower of Silence. That's it. A whole bunch of buffs. It's dazzling, mostly enhancements to various attributes. But the most important thing is actually the ability to evolve fourth-order encrypted data. This thing, simply put, is a means of analyzing fourth-level civilization technology. This is an operation that, in an absolute sense, crosses civilization levels. Just like some knowledge chains, if you're lucky enough to reach the top, you might unlock a cross-civilization series. But these cross-civilization series usually only have 6, at most 12. But this fourth-order Tower of Silence has broken that limit. From what I recall, when Tier 3 technology is used to develop Tier 4 buildings, it rarely results in research-side buildings. That's probably why. Tier 4 research-side buildings require a sufficiently large development space. But Tier 3 civilizations can't provide that space. A few civilizations, however, can. Old Man Difference seems to have said something like, the fusion of two civilizations will, to some extent, break the universe's limitations on civilizations. Now it seems that's really true. You could say a Tier 3 fused civilization is challenging an ascended civilization, and it still can't. But being crushed in one slap and being sent flying in one slap are two different things. I really want to see what would happen if a fusion civilization at its peak challenged a higher-level ascended civilization. The senior engineer couldn't help but daydream. Boss, I go first. I be the vanguard. Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly. Go first, my foot. We're definitely not going. Your boss isn't out of his mind. The senior engineer ruthlessly rejected the girl's reckless idea. Let's see the effect of the fourth-tier fusion building, the senior engineer muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the core of the Tower of Silence, on the life alloy model. This life alloy didn't even look like metal. Its surface flowed with a faint light, somewhere between liquid metal and biological texture, its touch warm yet possessing the density of metal. Its color wasn't uniform. Within the base silver gray, it subtly revealed iridescent variations, like the aurora borealis streaking across deep space. When the light changed angle, fine lines resembling tree rings or neural networks would emerge within the material. These lines weren't engravings, but rather the natural manifestation of some kind of energy channel. Let's give it a try. In an instant, the base of the tower, the purification corridor, rapidly devoured the entire life alloy blueprint, extracting a large amount of confidential data. It was poured upwards. Within the difference matrix, numerous illusory gears meticulously sculpted the lifelike properties, from the microscopic level to the carbon-based composition. Finally, upon reaching the steam cavity, a large amount of adjusted dimensional steam erupted, performing the final shaping. Various Tier 4 buffs were generated during this stage. Then, it seemed a 15% probability instant decryption was activated. The next instant, the engineer received a system notification. You have obtained Tier 4 material life alloy, fusion. The engineer immediately knew that without using the Sea of Life, his regular Tier 4 units were secured. Chapter 1694. Speaking of which, the boss could have just given me the coordinates, but he went out of his way to send someone to pick me up. It seems his affection for me is becoming increasingly obvious. A seductive voice echoed in the interstellar vacuum. You wish. Too bad you're not pretty. A cold voice replied. You smut writer, say that again. Am I pretty or not? Rainy Night, carrying a knife but no umbrella, simply closed her eyes, ignoring the other person. Sister G was just idly bantering. Seeing the other person remain silent, she moved closer. Hey, smut writer, don't you think the guy leading the way is a bit dangerous? At this, Umbrella Brother opened his eyes again, his expression grave. Before them stood an indescribable white-robed monster. Its white robe wasn't fabric, but rather resembled a living, morbid fungal carpet, woven from countless fine, writhing, pale threads. The robe itself seemed to breathe slowly, rising and falling, occasionally seeping out imperceptible, viscous, pearly droplets, which were then absorbed by the fabric, leaving patches of dark and light stains, like mold or decay. During this process, tiny fragments continuously peeled off, and each such fragment could corrode a large area of the void. And with each gentle gliding of its claws, a massive amount of void decayed in front of it. This artificial decay created miniature wormholes, and the group moved continuously within these decaying wormholes. Don't you feel that the other person possesses a very strong forbidden aura? You mean yours? Umbrella glanced at the humanoid female evil god beside him. I think it's stronger than you. I think so too, but it seems different from my taboo, even more so than the path of the cosmic evil god. Sister G paused, somewhat uncertainly, more profound. That's right, Airplane nodded. Ever since his pet eagle left him, Airplane, who had always been a haggard beauty, rarely spoke more. Sister G glanced at Airplane, snorted, and lately she found him increasingly displeasing. His beauty seemed to transcend mere appearance, it was a weary elegance. Like moonlight, coldly illuminating an empty corridor. A lingering, faint weariness clung to the corners of her eyes and brows. This weariness wasn't bitter, instead, it became her unique charm, separating her from the surrounding jubilation and liveliness by an invisible veil. Damn transvestites, why are they so good-looking? They're infuriating. Sister G could accept male-male, male-female, female-female, male-male, male-female female-male, male-female male-male. But she absolutely couldn't accept transvestites. Her preferences were very conservative. Huh? Sister G suddenly realized that the plane's aura was somewhat similar to the corrupted space ahead. Finally here. Someone shouted, bringing Sister G back to her senses. She found herself in a pitch-black world, with only the curtain in front of her shimmering with an indescribable light. Many players started gagging as soon as they got off the plane. The superliminal movement brought about by this corrupted space had a severe motion sickness effect. Even the plane's face paled further, its cheeks like fine porcelain under the moonlight, reflecting the passing clouds and mist. "Is the boss inside?" the plane asked softly. The pale monster before them actually nodded, responding. But what happened next astonished the players even more. The Void Corruptor, surrounded by red question marks, slowly bent down, lifted its hood, and revealed its face. It had no features, but it wasn't empty either. It was a textured, flowing nothingness. It touched the plane's forehead. A ray of white light gently reached the plane's head. The other players. Even after the Void Corruptor disappeared into the darkness, the other players were still completely bewildered. "What did it give you?" Player Flash asked blankly. The plane didn't hide anything, and said softly, "Partial bloodline of the Void Corruptor, and 3,000 favorability." "You shameless freak, you actually charmed a monster. You're so shameless." Sister G looked on with envy and jealousy. Airplane sighed helplessly. "First of all, I only lost the chicken, not the egg, so don't call me a freak all the time. Maybe one day I bring my darling back. Second, don't look at me like that, like I had my rich boyfriend stolen by a green tea best friend. Without me, he wouldn't have given it to you. Humph, the bloodline of a mere NPC monster. How could this boss lady care? I'm going to become Boss G's woman." Although Tsundra has been phased out, Infatuated Woman hasn't been added to the meta yet. Umbrella Bros silently complained. Good comment. Airplane continued to add insult to injury. The two brothers ignored Sister G and walked straight through the noise curtain. Sister G sighed helplessly. These days, everyone likes men on top of men. My forbidden tentacle type is really not popular at all. With that, she shook her head and walked into the Differential Secret Institute. Although there was a system notification, Sister G felt something was wrong as soon as she entered. Snowflake noise from all directions suddenly enveloped her. As a forbidden life form, she possessed a considerable amount of private data, especially after her ordinary data was wiped clean. Sister G immediately revealed her true form, a three-faced female evil god. She was constructed from twisted flesh, her skin constantly melting wax, beneath which pulsated bluish-purple blood vessels, and the egg sacs of unknown creatures. The three faces sometimes overlapped, sometimes merged, a modification she underwent after the breakthrough in quantum technology. However, even amidst the changes, the true appearance of the three faces could still be vaguely discerned. One face retained alluring human features, its mouth torn to the ears, its opening rife with cursed threads. Another face was covered in insect-like compound eyes and pincers, constantly dripping corrosive slime. The last face had no features, only a sucker-like mouthpart covered in barbs, its long scarlet tongue with barbs flicking out. A terrifying aura of evil god swept through the surroundings without restraint. "Seeing your face like this, Boss G will surely be in high spirits," an old acquaintance quipped. However, the next moment, he was slammed to the ground by this female evil god, countless cursed threads instantly burrowing into his body, turning him into a half-evil god. "Holy crap? Sister G, you can't be serious. What are you doing?" But when the astonished players looked over, they were met with a pair of icy gazes. The surface of the eyeball wasn't smooth. Instead, it was covered with a layer of constantly writhing, opening and closing tiny tentacles, like some kind of eternal, life-desecrating plague. All the players felt whispers from the depths of the planet, an indescribable itch spreading throughout their bodies. Fourth-tier? Fourth-tier contamination. Although they hadn't seen many fourth-tier evil gods, they had seen fourth-tier virtual viruses. They were very familiar with them in the cyber hacker instance. The kind that spreads in huge swaths every second. Airplane and Umbrella Bros' expressions changed simultaneously, and they stepped to the front. The biomagnetic fields of the three collided, as if space itself was being twisted by three invisible giant hands. The previously smooth data stream suddenly became filled with large areas of pixelated gibberish. Colors distorted, and the spatial texture showed jagged tears. A chilling system warning, like background noise, seeped from the depths of the world, only to be quickly drowned out by a much louder din. Just as the other players thought an inexplicable PvP battle was about to erupt, a colossal figure of light and shadows suddenly appeared above the encrypted corridor, its fishing net scooping them up. All complex data structures were forcibly reduced in dimension. All players received a system notification. You have been interfered with by the silent web of the Silent One. All related information fluctuations have been blocked by the Differential Confidential Institute. Players' skill lists, talent lists, and transformation lists all turned gray. Data deletion is not permitted here. First warning, second expulsion. After speaking, the enormous figure returned to its position on the other side of the bridge, standing as still as a statue. A moment later, Sister G stood up, rubbing her temples. Although her face still bore those three evil godlike features, her human form had returned to normal. She shook her head, and immediately removed the cursed threads from the unfortunate player. Why did you have to provoke me? My emotional data had finally stabilized, and then it was sealed away as soon as I entered. And you came to cause trouble, triggering my evil god instincts. You deserve to be beaten. But Sister G, what about my evil god buff? The unfortunate player asked, looking distressed. It be removed after you die, Sister G said irritably. Moreover, if I don't withdraw my corrupting power, you can die 10 times over and still not fall. Offend me, and you won't even know how you died. Boss is awesome. Yellow Picture Queen is amazing. Holy crap, this is even worse than losing 10 levels in a row. This is slow slicing. Meanwhile, Airplane and Umbrella looked at Sister G with strange expressions, subtly signaling to each other, and immediately created a small 3-person group on the forum. Sister G, you've been hiding it well. When did you reach Tier 4? Airplane. Pseudo Tier 4. Just Pseudo Tier 4. Keep a low profile. Didn't you tell us you were just an extreme being? Umbrella. I wasn't wrong. Isn't the cosmic evil god extreme enough? Extremely extreme, okay. Faced with Sister G's sophistry, the other two didn't let her off the hook either. Sister G had no choice but to tell the truth. That's how it is. Boss G helped me digest the genetic bait, and used this method to help me reach Pseudo Tier 4. And don't think this method is easy, it's extremely dangerous. To prove her point, Sister G even posted the limitations of this operation. Limitation 1, high risk to digest a flesh and blood evil god. One must possess a matching bloodline. Every gene must be inscribed with its own unique flesh and blood laws, otherwise, it will be 100% contaminated. Limitation 2, high risk digesting an artificial spectacle through bait results in an uncontrollable life form. Digesting a real spectacle through bait results in an unknowable life form. While the latter is far more dangerous than the former, completely digesting a real spectacle still offers a sliver of possibility, returning to one's original life form. After all, a real spectacle has a certain chance of integrating into other ascension technologies. Restriction 4, high-risk successful digestion will force a faction change, forcing you to join the Interstellar Nomadic Alliance, and you will never be able to change factions again. Besides, do you think I want to operate in this parallel universe? Why don't I run so many dungeons in the main universe? Do you really think I'm afraid of those mechanical traders? What a joke. Since she had already told the truth, Sister G simply blurted it out, replying dejectedly. The reason I stayed here so long is because of this genetic bait technology, which originates from that nomadic civilization. According to Boss G, if I stay in the main universe for too long, I most likely be forcibly converted to a different faction, transferred from Boss G's side to the side of that interstellar Great Khan. Like those cyber hackers, I might be even worse off than them. They can switch back, but I probably can't. Airplane and Umbrella looked at each other, completely unexpected that the other party had such a tragic experience. After a moment of silence, Umbrella couldn't help but ask. Even so, your current strength far surpasses ours, right? Of course, I didn't go to jail for nothing. Beating you two weaklings will only require me to show my face. Then Sister G glanced at Airplane. Unless you damn transvestite, get your mechanical egg back. Even if you use your hidden methods, I only need to show my face twice at most. The most surprised wasn't Airplane, who had been discovered, but rather Umbrella, whose usually cool demeanor was now filled with shock. You two secretly got stronger behind my back again. Do you still respect me, the former #1 player? Besides these three, the other players were already stunned by the various life synthesis, mechanical alchemy, and dimensional extraction technologies of the Differential Secret Institute. They looked around and touched everything. Especially after seeing the various sizes of the Tower of Silence, their shock reached a new level. Holy crap, Tier 4. All of them are Tier 4. Holy moly, Tier 4. How many Tier 4 buildings are there? Are Tier 4 buildings as common as cabbages now? Impossible. If I could move just one of these buildings back home, I'd probably achieve experience freedom too. Awesome. While levels aren't worth much anymore, and high-level equipment isn't particularly valuable either, even advanced technology can be mass-produced. However, anything related to Tier 4 has become increasingly valuable. Especially Tier 4 civilization buildings. In some weaker mechanical civilizations, they're the kind of trump cards. And now, at a glance, there are thousands upon thousands of these buildings, stretching as far as the eye can see. Our faction's resources are just too deep. Although most of the players here are carbon-based, they were still quite shocked. What's that? One of the players suddenly paused, because in one of the operating silent towers, he saw the outline of a mechanical skeleton. Chapter 1695. Normally, outsiders cannot see the interior of the Tower of Silence, especially when encrypted information is being deciphered within the Tower of Silence. But this time, for some unknown reason, outsiders can actually see inside. It stands silently, its surface not a smooth mirror, but a flowing, mercury-like texture, yet carrying a metallic weight. Light falling on it doesn't create sharp highlights, but is softly absorbed and transformed. The base color is a cold, steely gray, but within, there seem to be extremely subtle, bio-like veins slowly pulsating, emitting a faint blue or pale gold glow. Its lines perfectly conform to the contours of the human body, like a second skin, yet containing a precise, mechanical power. The joints are not simple hinge structures, but are covered by layers upon layers of living metal plates, resembling dragon scales or carapace, ensuring smooth and natural movement like real muscles. When it was still, its surface occasionally rippled subtly, like a sleeping creature, as if breathing. This is an exoskeleton? This player finally found the corresponding option from their distant memories. No AI module, no weapon system, not even an information processing system. What else could it be but an exoskeleton? An exoskeleton, is it tier 1? Another player asked uncertainly. It depends on whether there's an implanted system. If there's that old-fashioned neural connector, it might reach tier 2. This player recalled carefully. That's unlikely. Maybe it's some kind of quantum computing module, a nano-AI system, or something we can't detect. Upon hearing this, the person who mentioned exoskeleton immediately fell silent. This was indeed much more plausible than the exoskeleton claim. A tier 4 building developing a tier 1 exoskeleton. If this were posted on a forum, they'd probably be hailed as a genius. But I can't get the attributes. Can you get them? I can't get them. I can't get anything. What level of exploration are you? At least I can get the tier. The person who got the name proudly shared the information. Name, exoskeleton, life alloy, tier 4. Attributes, ? Fusion rate, ? Fusion mode, ? Status, ? The other players marveled at this. A tier 4 exoskeleton, so amazing? How come this thing has status effects? Shouldn't only living beings have status effects? Tier 4 buildings produce tier 4 equipment, isn't that obvious? Then why don't the other tier 4 buildings in the faction produce tier 4 equipment? Wait, right, why don't they produce any? While the others were watching the drama unfold, Sister G, Airplane, and Umbrella, guided by a faint, almost imperceptible force, found a familiar figure in front of a balut-shaped object. This figure had his back to them, adjusting 3 more exquisite exoskeletons. Here it comes. Boss G turned around, revealing a handsome face that could nourish wealthy women. He glanced at the 3, paused in front of Airplane, and let out a soft exclamation. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be about to break through its limits. Interesting. I give you a hand then. As soon as he finished speaking, the engineer formed a sword with his fingers, his figure seemingly traversing the void, directly striking the other's brow. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying killing intent erupted. Sister G, who had sensed it beforehand, wasn't too surprised, but Brother Umbrella's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. 50% of Stellar Destroyer, no, even higher. It's actually a self-created sword technique. Legendary skills, like Stellar Destroyer, aren't uncommon among top-tier players, since they have relatively easy access to G. However, as more and more people learn it, the more they study this technique that breaks through skill limits, the more they realize. Unleashing its full power is incredibly difficult. Starting from 10%, it's already a huge burden for a level 90 player who has entered carbon-based fusion. Going any higher places extremely high demands on your bioenergy, bloodline compatibility, and even your weapon talent. This has become a must-discuss topic in high-end player circles. Currently, the highest record belongs to a player who converted to the Leviathan bloodline. With this bloodline, he can briefly reach the level of an extreme being, capable of activating 50% of the Star Destroyer's power. He's nicknamed Half-Step Doomsday. However, Umbrella Bro knows that the actual record belongs to someone else, the first player to learn this skill. That is, I am the Muscle Man. But ever since this guy switched to the Doomhammer class, it's been practically impossible to communicate with him online. He's always talking about respecting the Emperor and punishing the traitors. He's probably been brainwashed by Mechanical Revolution. So it's hard to find an opportunity to test his damage output. But according to Boss G's current understanding, since losing his comrades, the plane has actually worked hard and created a legendary skill. And it's already reached the final stage. The senior engineer's sword intent, like the first cry of creation, coldly tore through the existing dimensions. The barriers of cosmic techniques, those once invisible, unknowable, and insurmountable obstacles, now resembled a layer of extremely fragile glass, from which spiderweb-like traces of light bloomed at the point touched by the fingertips. With the plane's body as the core, the cracks did not spread outwards, but collapsed inwards. Each shattered fragment of the barrier reflected the image of a dying galaxy. The immense energy was swallowed by a deeper void before it could erupt. Where the sword passed, what remained was not the destructive chaos, but a near-sacred emptiness. It was the nothingness of returning to the origin after severing shackles. There was no impact, no explosion, only the completion of the rank advancement. The old cosmic framework receded like the tide, and new laws quietly emerged in the flow of sword intent. At that moment, the sword became the ruler, remeasuring the boundaries of the world. The plane stared blankly at the world. Finally, a glimmer of understanding welled up from the depths of her heart. She didn't raise her stance, nor did her sword move. But her gaze was already the beginning of sword intent. As far as her eyes could see, those nascent laws, still growing and not yet stable, began to flow slowly with the faint light of her breath, like soft silk threads. The shattered starlight around her no longer extinguished, but gently gathered around her, transforming into billions of suspended, silent sword tips, reflecting the enlightenment in her eyes. Your self-created swordsmanship has broken through the skill limit and advanced to the legendary rank. Please name this swordsmanship. Looking at these sword lights that resembled crimson flowers, the plane hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling the void corruptor from before. The bloodline of this Tier 4 unit had somehow seeped into her body. Let's call it Sunflower. No, let's call it Rotten Begonia. Ding dong, a player has successfully created a legendary tier skill, reward, 100,000 reputation, 10 billion faction experience, equipment. All players received this system notification. This was actually a server-wide announcement. Chapter 1696. Umbrella Bro and Sister G were both stunned. A server-wide announcement? This has only happened a few times since the game launched, right? What kind of treatment is this? Even eunuchs get this kind of perk? Then I can have it too. Sister G immediately sidled up to him. Boss, you can't be unfair. The plane receives such great guidance from you. I want your guidance too. Any kind of guidance is fine. Looking at the other party's three devilish faces, although as a master in the relevant field, he respected any niche hobby and should develop corresponding categories. But you're not even a rich woman. Why should I look up to you? Do you know that I always been below the rich woman level? Everyone is equal? Silently withdrawing his arm, the senior engineer said speechlessly, If you can deduce the sword technique to the final step, I can also give you some guidance. The question is, can you do it? Now, it was Sister G's turn to be speechless. I truly can't do it. While Sister G genuinely couldn't do it, Brother Umbrella was heartbroken. He missed a huge opportunity. Compared to the plane honing its swordsmanship in this parallel universe year after year, he wasn't as focused. He occasionally switched to mechanized combat, then returned to the main universe to grind monsters and complete quests. More importantly, because the current version is no longer about solo play, Brother Umbrella had been focusing on refining various starship piloting skills, different unit types, and Legion command abilities. Indeed, true top-tier players create their own versions, rather than following the benefits of the current version. Umbrella Bro finally understood. For the first time, he was utterly impressed by a player. Indeed, when God closes a door, he always opens a window. For example, swordsmanship talent. But this still requires diligent practice. Wait a minute, this is a sci-fi cyberpunk world, not a martial arts game where you can just suddenly achieve enlightenment. Even with diligent practice, you need a massive amount of experience to max out your skills. There aren't many monsters to grind in this primordial universe. Umbrella Bro suddenly remembered something else. The experience gained by the plane's close ally, the Condor Hero, in the main universe seems to be shared. And he heard it farmed a bunch of ship girls' favorability, creating a massive harem of mechanical legions. As a top-tier unit in its faction, grinding experience must be incredibly easy for it. Oh! I almost fell for it again. All that hard work and cultivation? It's all just about hooking up with a rich woman. Shameful. Umbrella Bro's expression shifted from shock to pity, then from pity to admiration, then from admiration to disdain, and finally from disdain to disappointment. Just one look, and he displayed a textbook-perfect emotional transformation. Airplane looked at him, puzzled. Even if you're jealous, buddy, your expression doesn't need to be so complicated. High Engineer wasn't aware of the three players' emotional fluctuations, but he was verifying something else. Legends are legends, But it seems that in the previous life, no player had indeed broken through the skill ceiling. Otherwise, he would have seen the server-wide announcement. For a moment, High Engineer's feelings were a mix of inexplicable complexity and a hint of pride. Indeed, in life, while personal effort is important, the platform plays a crucial role. Without his own faction platform, could the plane have castrated itself? Without castration, did he even have the ability? Therefore, if you want to castrate yourself, choose a good platform. Legion Civilization, you deserve it. The senior engineer thought this slogan would be good for recruiting players in the future. However, he still needed to be a little more subtle. Being too direct might make people think they were joining a brothel, not a civilization. The players were shocked for a while, discussing the plane for a long time, and finally realized that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. The senior engineer's current value was no less than the plane's long-lost comrades. Boss! Long time no see, I missed you. Boss, I want to report this. There are those mechanical junks everywhere outside. They're causing trouble every day, they must be suppressed. Suppress forcefully. First, drive them out of the camp, then block their respawn point, and kill them to level 0. That's right, killing them to level 0 isn't enough to appease public anger, especially the anger of us carbon-based players. Boss, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Boss Xiao, you're here too. Gao Dong looked at the chattering players surrounding him again, speechless. The kill to level 0 tactic seemed so familiar, like he heard it somewhere before. Oh, this is part of the swordholder's plan. The key is, you're not the swordholder, are you? Aren't the other players your beloved brothers and sisters? Why aren't you paying more? You're so quick to start your internal strife? Shaking his head helplessly, Gao Dong flicked his finger, and a wave of sword intent quickly suppressed the group of sparrows. Without further ado, with a flick of his fingers, the Sea of Life slashed forth. This sword strike didn't cleave water, but rather life itself. The vast, illusory sea was split in two, but what cleaved wasn't seawater, but life itself. The massive cut was smooth as a mirror, yet not lifeless. It was like a vertical, world-spanning map of life, brutally and magnificently exposing the layers of life accumulated over billions of years. Then, along the cleaved surface, seawater began to pour down, flooding the player's body. Accompanying the pouring scene was a deafening roar of seawater. This was a deafening sound of existence, a mixture of billions of life frequencies. But the player no longer cared about this cutscene. The system's repeated reminders had already blinded them. You are enveloped by the sea of life, all injuries will be infinitely repaired, repair speed, 30% per second. You are enveloped by the sea of life, gaining unlimited conversion privileges. You can freely convert between mechanical and carbon-based bodies, conversion times, unlimited. You are enveloped by the sea of life, regardless of your life mode, you will receive all the buffs from both carbon-based and mechanical systems. You are enveloped by the sea of life, entering the fusion path, bioenergy/mechanical energy breaks through the limit. Like NPCs, whether you are a mechanical or carbon-based player, the increase in bioenergy/mechanical energy has a limit, the upper limit being 100 million. Of course, most players are unaware of this. Even level 90 players only have around 50 million bioenergy/mechanical energy. While players, as the fourth calamity, can experiment without limit, some choices are irreversible. For example, the modification rate. This is a huge pitfall, and very few players can climb out. To push bioenergy/mechanical energy close to the limit requires not only sufficient ability and insight, but also a great deal of luck. Fortunately, players no longer need to worry about this. Because in the Sea of Life, carbon-based players almost instinctively activated 3 carbon-based fusions, and then performed mechanical transformation. Although there was a system notification, the players present were still extremely shocked. Because the effect of 3 carbon-based fusions could actually be stacked on the mechanical body. At this moment, black lightning representing the aura of destruction flickered on the surface of all players' mechanical bodies. And on the mechanical shells, huge, dragon-like, snake-like veins. This is precisely the 3-stage carbon-based fusion technique that mechanical players scorn as humanoid generators, brainless melee fighters, and childish characters. But then again, once it's installed on a mechanical body, the indescribable joy. Truly indescribable, because with just this one move, the mechanical energy, fusion, of all the players present broke through the 3rd-tier barrier, exceeding the 100 million limit. Most players even broke through the ceiling without knowing it existed. Ah! So satisfying, so satisfying. Holy crap, this is possible. Various gene enhancement buffs can actually be inherited by the mechanical body. It's over, it's over. One of the voices was particularly lewd. The senior engineer turned to look and discovered that, unlike the others, Sister G was focusing on the unlimited transformation authority of the Sea of Life. At this moment, endless threads of curses shot out from her body, transforming in the next instant into supermaterials similar to nanowires. The threads wove various patterns on her body, actually weaving out her true appearance. Her slightly mature face surprisingly carried a hint of innocence. She looked remarkably similar to the snake woman in the offline world. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. A guy who posts pictures like crazy online might be an innocent young man. And when Sister G transformed from her mechanical body into a carbon-based flesh body, even those three overlapping faces lost some of their wickedness. Huh? Even the senior engineer was making this discovery for the first time. That was the Sea of Life, capable of suppressing the pollution of the cosmic evil god. So, it seems the evil god path within our faction can continue, the senior engineer muttered to himself. If the Sea of Life can suppress a third-tier evil god, then once the fusion technology becomes stronger, suppressing the ancients won't be a problem. And the so-called method of the ancients' advancement is simply sacrificing an entire civilization's technology tree. By this calculation, our current faction has met all the conditions for evolving into an ancient. However, we didn't bring you here for this level of evolution. In the senior engineer's eyes, 50 million and 100 million mechanical energy were truly not that different. The evolution of the fused civilization is not just about that. Hundreds of light years away, in that biostar region, dramatic changes are also taking place. Within the star system, a phantom fleet of creatures is on a long voyage. Stardust is their ocean, comet tails their course. The nomadic star system has no fixed boundaries, only an endless torrent of migration. A vast torrent of creatures traverses space, arriving with imposing its power. You gain nomadic resonance, granting you 10,000 more health and 10 million more bioenergy in interstellar nomadism. You gain the Grand Khan's Call, incomplete, increasing biological legion frenzy by 30% and consecration by 20%. You gain Destructive March, granting you 10 million more bioenergy and significantly enhancing the effects of 3 carbon-based fusions. You gain the Conquest Policy buff. You gain Million Gene Absorption. You gain Targeted Extinction Species Evolution. You gained Biological Background Radiation buff. You gained. It must be said, a cataclysmic civilization is a cataclysmic civilization. Even a cataclysmic civilization that has only awakened one cataclysmic trait receives incredibly powerful buffs. The players before them, after their mechanical energy broke through 100 million, quickly surpassed 200 million, 300 million, and 400 million. Boss, these people's bodies can't hold up anymore, Xiaoyu whispered. As terrifyingly powerful creatures were absorbed into the bodies of the players, most, whether mechanical or biological, showed signs of melting, except for a few who could barely withstand it. I know. Theoretically, to absorb the enhancements of a cataclysmic civilization, one needs at least a physical body of extreme biological level. The myriad bloodlines of the nomadic civilization can be said to be a knowledge chain existing specifically for creating physical bodies of this caliber. The many extreme species seen in the royal tent all originated from this. However, the High Engineer is not considering activating this knowledge chain until he completes the initial civilization fusion. Because the higher the activation level, the greater the chance of the Interstellar Khan attacking. But the High Engineer has his own method. With a thought, the 3 exoskeletons, life alloy, on his back, along with the other completed products from the Tower of Silence, flew over and directly entered different seas of life. And with the fusion with the seas of life, these exoskeletons also displayed attributes that were previously unavailable. Name, exoskeleton, life alloy, tier, 4th tier. Attribute, vitality plus 100 million. Fusion rate, 85%. Fusion mode, mechanical fusion / material forging / species modification. Status, fusion in progress. Note, life alloy is called a forbidden material because it attempts to extract the concept of life possessed by intelligent species and inject it into a material. Don't be fooled by the fact that life alloy sounds like a green and pollution-free metallic material. Its level of forbiddenness is among the highest of all the question mark blueprints. It aims to extract the concept of life from life itself and implant it into certain non-living materials. It has a sense of summoning the undead. This type of material can be used to create special machines, such as destruction machines, world-destroying mechs, and materials for the Doomsday Legion. Of course, it is also suitable for fusion civilizations, especially those civilizations that rely on carbon-based energy. With the integration of the exoskeleton, the previously rampaging bioenergy was directly integrated into the exoskeleton. The exoskeleton visibly darkened, resembling a doom hammer entering its destructive mode. The previously unstable fusion form gradually stabilized. Most players' mechanical energy remained around 600 million. This was a direct 10-fold increase, and without a doubt, they had entered the level of an extreme being. Chapter 1697. The senior engineer looked at the artificial extreme creatures he had personally created, but felt no particular emotion. With 1/3 of a natural disaster civilization plus a half-step fusion civilization plus a peak mechanical civilization, the problem was that they couldn't evolve extreme creatures. Especially since these artificial extreme creatures were the fourth natural disaster. Extreme creatures were powerful, but mass production was a problem. Because they were mutants, not mass-producibles. Even with some biological resurrection methods, the resurrected creatures were basically dozens of generations degenerated. Losing half their attributes was considered a good outcome. However, the fourth natural disaster's mechanism perfectly avoided this. Especially for carbon-based players, compared to mechanical players, they focused on the idea that the rich relied on technology, and the poor relied on mutation. They belonged to the poorer group. But the advantage was that even if they died, their equipment wouldn't drop drastically. At most, they'd lose some levels. They were like someone with nothing to lose. If those mechanical-style players could directly transform into carbon-based mode before they died, wouldn't they even avoid losing their equipment? The engineer discovered another bug related to fusion units. A bug specific to the fourth calamity. Looking at it this way, fusion civilizations and the fourth calamity seem like a good match. However, more features are left for players to discover themselves. After all, players are always experts at taking shortcuts. The engineer is more interested in bioenergy/mechanical energy. Looking at the players, who are basically stuck at around 600 million, the engineer is actually a little regretful. For example, the maximum power of a Tier 3 unit is 100 million. The maximum power of a Tier 4 unit is 1 billion. Theoretically, complete fusion technology should be able to produce units with a combat power of 1 billion. This would place the player among the top ranks, even among the extremophiles. Shrek could become the second unit with such combat power after the Kuan Sun. At least the senior engineer is certain that the Queen of Blades definitely has units with a combat power of tens of billions. Combined with the Zerg's terrifying mass production mode. TSK. It seems that this initial stage of carbon-based empowerment is still lacking. We have to suppress the mechanical revolution and then use life alloys to reconstruct mechanical bodies before we can truly create 1 billion units. However, with just this one move, no Tier 3 civilization should be able to rival it. Even the cataclysmic civilization would likely be unable to withstand it. After all, even a powerful interstellar Khan guard, those extremophile legions, were only a one-wave attack. The extreme biological legions composed of the fourth calamity can surge in waves, 1, 2, 3, in waves. And it's not just the players who can break through. Their own elite forces, the Hammer of Destruction, possess 4th tier combat power. This wave, even if they don't break through to 5th tier, should at least be invincible below 4th tier. No, below Ascended Civilization. If the remaining 2 calamity traits are activated, TSK, I dare not even think about it. Even with the willpower of a seasoned engineer, I couldn't help but let my imagination run wild. As for the surrounding players, they were utterly shocked, their minds filled with nothing but cheating. Banning. I'm this strong, won't I get banned by the system? Many players were already worried about this. Oh no, I can't let these players show off and ruin everything. The engineer immediately snapped out of it. The players have no sense of secrecy. They're still in the post-shock euphoric state. Once this euphoria wears off, they definitely brag about it on the forums. While it might not cause any real trouble, it's best to nip it in the bud. With a thought, the engineer instantly generated several quests. Leader's exclusive quest. Exploration of the merged civilization. Leader's exclusive quest. The cause and effect of the cataclysmic civilization. Civilization rectification quest. Suppressing the mechanical revolution. Civilization salvation quest. The new fate of the fourth cataclysm. Civilization destruction quest. The departed path of the intelligent interstellar. 5 consecutive high-intensity quests once again left the players dizzy and disoriented. Holy crap? Merging 2 different civilizations? Holy crap? Breaking the level cap? Holy crap? Suppressing the Onic crisis? Holy crap? Suppressing the cataclysmic civilization? Holy crap? I forgot what the holy crap was. In short, A series of top-tier missions left these players completely bewildered. Although being received by Mr. G meant they knew something big was coming. But they didn't expect so many big missions, and such huge ones at that. I knew those story-obsessed people on the forums were all noobs. Civilization civil war, mechanical versus carbon-based war. It's clearly civilization fusion. One player muttered. That's completely nonsensical, another player added. No, to be precise, it's the opposite. A civil war reversed. Isn't that fusion? Yeah, damn it, I can't take this anymore. I'm going to post the quest on the forum and scorn those idiots. What kind of professional researchers are they? What research have they done? No way. Are you stupid? There are so many mechanical messers on the forum right now. What if you post it and they get ready? You're right. My tier 4 reward, my tier 4 fusion equipment, I can't let it get out, or I lose it if the quest fails. Not only will I lose it, I won't even get to enjoy the sea of life. The players reminded each other, agreeing not to leak the information. Sure enough, it wasn't that the players didn't want to show off, but rather that they preferred to do it after completing the quest. Otherwise, failing the quest would make them look like complete idiots. Just like those story-obsessed players. Boss, when are we going back to suppress those messers? Looking at the players' burning eyes, Gao Gong had no doubt that with a single order, these guys would block the respawn point. It's not the right time yet. Then when is it appropriate? The senior engineer's gaze swept over the densely packed towers of silence before him. There was no answer. Nonsense, of course. It's after I produced enough life alloy exoskeletons that I can go back and rampage through the chaos, killing anyone who gets in my way. Otherwise, while I have enough resources, you can't possibly consume that much. Let's go back and retrieve that cosmic relic first. After that, we go back and suppress the rebels. The time ratio between the main universe and this parallel universe is 1 to 100. Once he retrieves the relic, this parallel universe should also be able to produce a sufficient number of tier 4 exoskeletons. Get ready, we head back to the main universe in a bit. The senior engineer dismissed the players, as they had been here for a while, and must have their own belongings to gather. And he too had his own things to wait for. Several days later, the senior engineer finally got what he wanted. Master Tony Lowe descended from the sky, carrying a massive suit of star armor. Chapter 1698. The time flow of 1 to 100 is difficult to grasp without experiencing it firsthand. For example, while the senior engineer was busy throughout the primordial universe, his fleet in the celestial cluster of the main universe had only just completed its stellar level recharging. 10,000 energy dimensions were filled, providing ample replenishment for this advance. Soon, the vast fleet of starships transformed into endless streams of light, disappearing into the stargates. One after another, illusory and enormous stargates opened in different star systems, then closed again as interstellar transport continued. The massive energy fluctuations created by these opening and closing were almost equivalent to creating a small energy tide. Unfortunately, the ascension whip route chosen by this individual was a borderline one, almost circling the edge of this star cluster. And generally, the edges of such star systems and star clusters are located in interstellar desert zones. No energy, no civilization, not even matter. Crossing dozens of star systems, they encountered almost no civilizations along the way. This fueled the growing discontent of the subordinate mechanical civilizations. In the eyes of these steel-clad colleagues, only by converting more and more mechanical civilizations could the flames of revolution be ignited ever higher. And this current action was clearly a deliberate delay. The leaders of those mechanical civilizations protested more than once. Unfortunately, they faced the invisible G, and the even more powerful and dictatorial Du Xiaodi. In the most intense clashes of protest, our wealthy Du even detained more than a dozen mechanical civilization leaders on the spot, and publicly declared that the mechanical civilizations behind these people would elect new leaders. Finally, after a civilization-level armed standoff, these mechanical civilizations voluntarily chose to back down, complying with everything Du Fupa demanded. However, the price was that their goodwill towards these mechanical civilizations plummeted to negative levels, while the brainwashed players became increasingly active. Not only the Natural Disaster Department, but even some mother city departments detected numerous signs of these individuals' illegal activities, including, but not limited to, modifying the mechanical planet's underlying system, evolving mechanical legions, and developing anti-ship girl weapons. Most importantly, a large number of cyber hackers emerged among them. Third-tier cyber hackers, fourth-tier cyber hackers. These individuals were incredibly familiar with their own home system, and for a time, all relevant departments within the entire camp were overwhelmed, with both sides locked in a fierce information war. But all of this was irrelevant to Gao Gong. Because at this very moment, Gao Gong had already crossed the boundary of the celestial constellation galaxy cluster and was heading towards the neighboring scattered leaf galaxy cluster. And to conceal his presence, almost immediately after separating from the main fleet, Gao Gong activated the Sea of Life. The next moment, dew-like biological lubricant seeped from the smooth, mirror-like alloy armor. At the seamless seams of the steel plates, a network of scarlet fleshy membranes grew, expanding like leaf veins across the metallic landscape. The changes intensified. The skeleton stretched, the form melted. The sharply defined bow began to soften and droop, like a wax figure under high heat, dripping viscous, luminous protoplasm from its tip. The turret was no longer a cold weapon platform, its base sprouted pulsating, fleshy roots that burrowed deep into the hull, while the gun barrels themselves twisted, swelled, and cracked at the top, forming a structure resembling a living cavity, within which energy could be seen surging like bioelectricity. Finally, the mechanical engine noise was broken by a deep, collective hum from billions of cells. The once mighty steel behemoth had transformed into a living behemoth roaming the sea of stars. Witnessing this awe-inspiring scene were only the senior engineer, and the dozen or so players who had followed from the primordial universe. Holy crap, a space behemoth. What space behemoth? This is way more powerful than a space behemoth. This thing can undergo 3 carbon-based fusions. It can even share the infinite health regeneration mechanism of the Sea of Life. That's pretty awesome. Damn, why do these starships get the same treatment as us players? It's G-Boss's flagship. Well, I'm just G-Boss's lackey. The senior engineer glanced at the players, who had started arguing out of boredom. Like the players, this biomechanical starship also enjoyed the various buffs of the nomadic civilization. Unlike mechanical life, which has a mechanical energy cap of 100 million, starships are inanimate objects. Theoretically, their mechanical energy can accumulate infinitely as long as they function. However, similar to players, the Tier 3 mechanical system simply cannot withstand this level of enhancement. Just applying a dozen or so nomad buffs caused the system to register overload. Bioenergy fluctuated rapidly between 1 billion and 100 billion. Only flight mode was unaffected. On the battlefield, it would be destroyed. Relying solely on life alloys isn't enough. They can only be used for kill at best. Developing corresponding fusion technology, systems, is necessary. Only in this way can the iteration of the 4th-tier spaceship system be completed stably. I wonder if the Interstellar Con has any 4th-tier biological spaceships. They probably do. After all, the nomadic civilization's 2 knowledge chains, star system level weapon development, biological side, and starship engineering, biological side, both contain related content. I'm itching to work out some blueprints. However, the senior engineer resisted this urge. Once he gets that cosmic relic, he can experiment without restraint. But speaking of building spaceships, the senior engineer opened his unique leader template. There were a full 7 boss template tasks listed. He never imagined he'd have a day when he couldn't finish all the boss tasks. The senior engineer sighed somewhat. But then again, in this situation, especially after advancing to immortality, ordinary boss templates aren't really that useful to him. And perhaps to stimulate the senior engineer's desire to complete these tasks, or perhaps because the system updated after advancing to immortality. The senior engineer discovered that the current boss template quests directly display the boss template's attributes. One of these boss templates is related to spaceships. Boss template, Shipbuilder. Attribute 1, Hull Optimization. Newly built spaceships gain a 5% increase in all attribute caps. Attribute 2, Streamlined Casting. For each additional spaceship of the same type, all firepower is increased by 1%, maximum increase of 50%. Attribute 3, New Type Shipbuilding. The design technology tree requirement for new types of spaceships is increased by 15%. At first glance, this seems like an unremarkable boss template with limited benefits. It certainly wouldn't play a decisive role in an interstellar war. However, what the senior engineer valued was its third attribute, the 15% reduction in tech tree requirements. For ordinary spaceship construction, this merely shortened the construction time. But for a senior engineer pursuing fusion technology, this reduction in tech tree requirements was a golden attribute, especially useful in developing Tier 4 fusion-type spaceships. Furthermore, the boss template's mission was quite interesting. Boss template mission, Interstellar Travel Assessment. Interstellar Travel Assessment. Difficulty, unknown. Mission briefing. As an interstellar civilization, the exploration of the interstellar realm will become the standard for the reliability of your navigation technology. Please complete an interstellar travel of 10,000 star systems. Mission objective. Star System Travel * 10,000. Mission Reward, Boss Template Shipbuilder. Theoretically, this mission posed no difficulty for the senior engineer. It even reminded him of those mechanics from many years ago, where you get a certain amount of travel credits for flying a certain number of stars. The two were essentially the same. The only point of contention was the super travel of 10,000 star systems. In a small galaxy cluster like the constellation of Uranus, this would be roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 constellation of Uranus clusters. In larger galaxy clusters, it would be about 1/10 to 1/5 of the journey distance. Of course, for a Type 3 civilization, this would indeed be considered difficult. The difficulty doesn't lie in whether the spaceships will crash. After all, the mission only requires providing one fleet. The real challenge lies in the journey through these 10,000 star systems. Even in the interstellar age, this was indeed the kind of journey that could exhaust a horse. However, after traversing the Asclepius cluster, they would likely have completed about half the journey. Could the remaining half be done in the primordial universe? The senior engineer suddenly had a brilliant idea. If the mission required a galactic scale rather than a specific galaxy, then the primordial universe would actually be easier to manage. Because in the early universe, with its vast, grassland-like terrain, running was practically a breeze. It just so happens that the spaceship master has resigned. Let him lead the interstellar fleet on this long voyage. The senior engineer hadn't interfered with the cataclysmic department's operations, so the current high-ranking players were either reassigned to other departments or demoted due to some mistakes. This included the spaceship master, who held considerable military power. Of course, this guy was a bit unlucky, because it wasn't actually him who was infected, but General Quill. Having determined his approach, the senior engineer then turned his attention to a player on the biodeck. Other players were still figuring out how to use the Sea of Life to cheat. The plane, however, was quietly studying swordsmanship. To be precise, it seemed to be researching how to integrate the bloodline of the Void Corruptor into its own swordsmanship. This guy, or rather, this lady, didn't seem to have any intention of converting into a Void Corruptor. Very clever, the senior engineer smiled. Their own fusion technology could only fuse with pseudo-tier 4 characters, like Sister G at its limit. A bloodline of the Void Corruptor's level was simply impossible to convert. Choosing the Void Corruptor basically meant saying goodbye to the fusion route. Out of curiosity, the senior engineer even investigated the whereabouts of the plane's comrade-in-arms. It must be said, his achievements were quite impressive. If he were the protagonist, the book should be titled, Rebirth. I build a harem in a mechanical civilization, planetary mainframes, ship girls, carrier-based mecha girls, female androids, and even a female mechanical master. The last person so awesome was G in his previous life. And he was awesome in the literal sense. He truly was a lifelong learner. He had never seen such a special case as the plane in his previous life. Quite amazing. The senior engineer gestured to his lower abdomen, pondered for a moment, and ultimately abandoned this tempting idea. After all, besides Dongfang Bubi, there was also Lin Pingji who followed this path. And losing a rich woman's tool would make her angry. However, this didn't stop the senior engineer from focusing on the other party. Besides him, another key subject of observation was the female player, Sister G. However, compared to the former silent observation, the latter was much more direct. Currently, Sister G is in the laboratory of the biological behemoth, measuring the concentration of contamination. Once it's confirmed that this evil god's contamination is within a controllable range, then the senior engineer might have to prepare for the other party's ascension to the Ancient One. This isn't entirely for the other party's sake. Because the senior engineer keenly sensed that the ritual for the other party's ascension to the Ancient One could very well be a good opportunity for Gao Yuanyuan to escape. After all, although the senior engineer was ambushed from the start, then ambushed again, and finally ambushed again in the end, but thanks to his experienced skills, aside from the final mishap, he mostly managed to figure out the other party's background. For example, regarding the two opponents in the second wave of attacks, the Flesh and Blood Abyss civilization, the senior engineer astutely discovered a weakness. That was, as a civilization of natural disasters, they hadn't evolved a physical technology tree. Of course, they were, after all, a dual-nature civilization, half information and half carbon-based, and their two natural disaster characteristics were one informational and one carbon-based. Therefore, such evolution was hundreds of times more difficult than for ordinary civilizations. However, they were clearly aware of this weakness, and had implemented layers of protection. Even with the senior engineer personally overseeing the operation, and utilizing his top-tier hacking skills from his previous life, he couldn't find them. They had hidden their technology tree information very well. However, According to the senior engineer's understanding, once they ascended to the ancients, they would be forced to sacrifice their technology tree. At that time, no matter how much the flesh and blood abyss protected or concealed it, the information abyss deep within would be exposed. The senior engineer thought about it, and decided to go and see for himself. Halfway there, as if sensing something, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the space window to the side. A shadow fell from the space window. In this vacuum of space, where did the shadow come from? But then, a second image quietly emerged. It didn't come from the outside in, but rather seeped out from within the ship's hull. A slender ship silhouette, with sharp ramming angles, intertwined with the skeleton of the biological mothership like a double image. The structures of the two began to visually overlap. The eerie green neural pathways and the ship's dark red, vein-like beams of light intertwined, yet passed through each other without touching. More ships began to join this silent dance. A third and fourth layer of blurred shadows appeared at different depths, some as dense as solid matter, others as faint as wisps of smoke. They crisscrossed and interlocked, forming a complex, contradictory, and constantly shifting geometric maze. All lines lost their uniqueness. The sense of space completely failed. The engineer felt as if he had entered a fragmented mirror world. A mirror? The senior engineer's expression changed slightly. The cosmic relic he was looking for was a mirror, wasn't it? The mirror demon race? The ghostly mirrors formed from all the bones of the dead. Chapter 1699. A ghost fleet? Maybe it's a space ghost. Perhaps a higher dimensional projection. The players outside were already shouting, but after realizing the thing wasn't harmful, they started whispering curiously again. Gao Gong looked at the shattered mirror world, thinking deeper. Undoubtedly, this was related to the ghost mirror. But similarly, his fleet shouldn't have found the coordinates of the Earl's remains yet. So, this cosmic relic possesses the ability to create ghost timelines? No one can interfere with the main universe's timeline. No one dares to do so. Because this is a red line for a level 9 civilization. But besides interference, there are many other tricks. As a ghost mirror with resurrection capabilities, it's perfectly normal for it to imprint its own mark into the timeline. Moreover, this might not be the true timeline. A simulated timeline is more likely. Walking down the corridor, Gao Gong saw different versions of himself within the various mirror fragments. Some of his reflections in the broken mirror showed no emotion when they saw him, while others even displayed expressions of astonishment. Gao Gong had no doubt that these were different versions of himself at different points in time, exhibiting different behaviors. For example, if he hadn't left the Uranus cluster, he would most likely have been startled by this encounter. What the hell? So, this is a good omen, meaning that in the future, I successfully suppressed the ghost mirror, and through this recognition of master, I created anomalies throughout the entire timeline. This cosmic relic's function is quite impressive. Not all cosmic relics are powerful. Some relics, while possessing unique abilities, are far from powerful. For example, a machine that can produce an infinite amount of bread. Conceptually, it's related to infinite energy and void creation, making it quite special. But it's truly useless. It's useful, but I'm useless? A charming yet slightly defiant voice suddenly rang out. The owner of this voice was naturally Madame Deep Web, who insisted on accompanying Gao Gong in his search for the second cosmic relic. Gao Gong naturally understood her subtle thoughts and smiled. Don't underestimate yourself, you are unique. But you said every relic is unique. Your auxiliary role to civilization is unique. Gao Gong rephrased it. Where is Mr. Cocoon? Madame Deep Web asked, a hint of temper in her voice. Oh, so that's the crux of the matter. Your evolutionary function is governed by rules. Theoretically, you can evolve into any civilization, whether it's a level 5, level 6, or even level 8 or 9. But Mr. Cocoon's evolution relied on his species' innate talent. Even though he was born from the primordial soup, his evolution still has its limits. His evolution was more based on his own knowledge and powerful genetic simulation evolution. He likely also possessed the ability to simulate timelines. But this was an ability, not a function, and was limited by his rank. The senior engineer didn't believe that ancient species could simulate everything. If it's really that powerful, why didn't your family evolve a level 9 civilization? Furthermore, based on the senior engineer's experience from his previous life, even for a monster like the Queen of Blades, the speed of civilization evolution slows down significantly in the later stages. If the other party had the function of a civilization evolution device, it wouldn't be like this. After being comforted by the little wolf, Ms. Deep Web's mentality improved considerably. She even evolved an avatar, curiously looking at the mirrors. The further they went, the greater the chance of Ms. Deep Web appearing in the mirrors. TSK, Are these all my future selves? Ms. Deepweb pointed to a broken mirror, and in the mirror, Ms. Deepweb was also pointing in the same direction. They weren't mirror images. Their postures and movements were completely different. Pretty much. The senior engineer nodded towards his future self, who nodded back with a serious expression, then, taking advantage of others' inattention, flicked his middle finger. The senior engineer's face darkened. What rubbish. The two quickly reached the end of the corridor. There stood a complete mirror. A silver surface and an ancient body. And in the center of the mirror was a sentence. If the reflection shatters, where is the truth? The engineer frowned. This didn't seem to be entirely some kind of spatial anomaly. Was his future self trying to leave him some information in this way? Then don't be a riddle maker. The engineer frowned at the mirror for a long time, then pondered his usual quirky sense of humor, sighed, and said, Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? The woman from the deep web immediately looked at the engineer with a complicated expression. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? What's wrong with you? However, something even stranger happened. Following the engineer's words, the mirror began to undergo complex changes, generating a complex map with at least 10 dimensions. You have obtained the map of the mirror treasury just as I thought. The mirror treasury is the coordinates of the mirror demon race's civilization. So this thing not only has the ability of a ghost timeline, but also the function of simulating a timeline. As for the difference between a ghost timeline and a simulated timeline, the former is like a shadow of the timeline. It doesn't possess the ability to change the timeline. The latter is a deduction based on the timeline. Theoretically speaking, it also doesn't possess the function of changing the timeline. But the two are combined. By simulating the timeline, it observes the future, and then by using the ghost timeline, it reminds the past. As long as your actions in the past, present, and future do not create a space-time paradox, and your words and deeds remain consistent, then it cannot be considered tampering with the timeline. This is a borderline act. That's right, as long as you skirt the line well, you won't get banned. High-level time-space manipulation, in a sense, is similar to the path taken by those borderline female streamers. Looking at this huge 10-dimensional map, and its complex markings, the senior engineer muttered to himself. So, what it means is that I shouldn't explore other possible targets here, and should go straight to the point. As an ascended civilization that was ganged up on, and killed by a group of ascended civilizations, the mirror demon race, or rather, the Earl civilization coordinates, must contain a large number of relics left by other ascended civilizations, such as some broken ascended units, and some remnants of ascended energy. Given G's consistent habit of never leaving empty-handed, he was undoubtedly planning a massive looting spree. So could something go wrong? Perhaps he'd be besieged by some resurrected ascended units, or maybe he activated a trap set by some ascended civilization. And the high engineer always listened to advice, especially his own. Moreover, the future high engineer had deliberately left a note at the bottom of the map. Hurry up, those Dragonborn have already noticed this place. It'd be best to succeed before they enter the Vault of Mirrors, for reasons you understand. The high engineer, of course, understood. Because in the previous life, the civilization that ultimately obtained this cosmic relic was these remnants of a restored nation. As the ghost ship and the high engineer's colossal bioship finished overlapping, the massive mirror-like anomalies were also extracted from the ship's hull. One after another, mirrors perfectly identical in appearance to the spaceship, but composed of translucent, shimmering light, began to float from the physical ship with a slow but resolute momentum. Then, without looking back, it plunged into the darkness of space and vanished. The players exchanged glances and realized that none of them had obtained any quest clues, which was somewhat disappointing. After all, the scale of this overlap was quite large. Who knew what top-tier quests might be involved, but if it wasn't activated, there was nothing they could do. As for the senior engineer, he had long since given up on the idea of finding Sister G. Sitting on the large carbon throne, holding the chubby, plus-size beauty, Lady Deep Web, whose tactile features were incredibly realistic, he recalled the storyline of the relics from his previous life. According to the information the senior engineer had obtained from the Civilization Council in his previous life, what was related to this ghost mirror wasn't the process of retrieving the mirror, but rather the storyline after retrieving it. Moreover, the plot twists and turns left a deep impression on the senior engineer. The initial news was that this group of Dragonborn had failed their ascension from level 5 to level 6, suffering heavy casualties. This wasn't surprising, given that the number of civilizations that failed to ascend far exceeded those that succeeded. However, these descendants of ancient species, true to their ancient genes, not only survived but, after only a century, returned to attempt ascension again, and failed once more. Just when everyone thought this civilization was essentially doomed, the Dragonborn civilization chose to ascend once more, and succeeded. If the second ascension could be attributed to superior genes, the third ascension was truly incomprehensible. Even among all the ascension records in the Civilization Council, the number of civilizations that could attempt 3 ascensions and succeed was extremely small. This was a bit of a blunder. This record-breaking ascension operation unsurprisingly sparked the curiosity of many other civilizations. What kind of species is that? What kind of ascension technology? They can ascend 3 times. Didn't you see how the Difference King, backed by the ancient mechanical civilization, only failed once and then gave up and prepared to retire? Such a situation of 3 consecutive ascensions requires a perfect storm of timing, location, and people. To put it bluntly, it requires simultaneously being both utterly incompetent and abnormally powerful. If you're not utterly incompetent, you can't fail twice in a row. If you're not abnormally powerful, you can't make a comeback after failing. And frankly, civilizations that possess both of these qualities are rare. Under the keen observation of numerous observing civilizations, especially some observer civilizations, some clues were quickly discovered. For example, traces of the mirror demon race from back then, originally just bystanders, they now become shocked. The Olds race was one of the few not on the Civilization Council's blacklist, yet its reputation was worse than that of the Destroyer civilization. Mirror Demon, you think that's a good nickname? They were beings who could copy and paste the technology trees of ascended civilizations, and those who suffered greatly back then weren't just civilizations of the same level, but even advanced civilizations. Could it be that those mirror demons have returned? They deliberately disguised themselves as Dragonborn to avoid being wiped out by other civilizations, and the Dragonborn civilization, having just successfully ascended, hadn't even had a few days to celebrate before being targeted by a host of ascended civilizations. More than one, even more than a dozen civilizations of the same level, are preparing to launch a civilization war against them. And many of them have no direct grudge against them. Most are likely acting on orders from advanced civilizations. In the cosmic black market, a rare occurrence was the appearance of civilization-level bounties. The mirror demons, on the other hand, were probably feeling like they'd been struck by lightning, while simultaneously eating shit, and not just once. Holy crap, stop! Stop! We're really on our side. So, to verify their identity, these Dragonborn had to activate the Civilization Conference program, inviting the civilizations that wanted to kill them to confirm their identities, verify their lineage, and verify their technological advancements. They really were the Dragonborn, not the so-called mirror demons. Moreover, as remnants of a restored civilization, their ancestors were members of the ascended civilization that besieged the mirror demons. Amidst a host of covetous ascended civilizations, they revealed the truth. Back then, not long after annihilating the Earls, their ancestors, the ancient dragon civilization, had accumulated enough resources to attempt ascension, and unsurprisingly failed. Their contingency plan for reviving their civilization was to deliberately hide and genetically degrade their dragon descendants. Upon receiving news of the ancient dragon's failed ascension, these dragon descendants emerged from their hidden dragon homeland, collecting civilizational legacies, while preparing to restore their civilization. During the process of collecting these legacies, one of them discovered records of the annihilation of the mirror demons, records that even contained the coordinates of the mirror demon civilization. And an exploration that wasn't particularly planned unexpectedly yielded this cosmic relic composed of the remains of all the mirror demons. The mirror demon race was indeed utterly dead, a conclusion reached by numerous ascended civilizations after scouring countless timelines. The mirror demons seemed to know this as well. Before their demise, perhaps wanting to leave a trace in the universe, they created this relic. To avoid suspicion, and out of mutual distrust, the ascended civilizations worried that others might obtain the mirror demon's genes and create another mirror demon civilization. Therefore, no one dared to take the mirror demon remains. They were all buried in place, and fitted with time-space purification devices. The ascended high command witnessed their annihilation. However, this mentality had already fallen into the mirror demon leadership's calculations, becoming part of their evolution of the relic. And this relic, by chance, fell into the hands of the Dragonborn. To avoid being killed, these ascended Dragonborn had no choice but to reluctantly offer up the relic for public testing. And it was ultimately confirmed that this thing did not possess the mirror demon race's monstrous technology tree replication function. However, its other monstrous function was revealed. The ability to copy the owner's own technology tree, thereby replicating the entire civilization. Once the civilization is destroyed, this function will be immediately activated. Then, the civilization is reborn. Chapter 1700. In the observable universe, there are quite a few methods of resurrection. Even among lower-level civilizations, there are operations such as consciousness uploading, AI subentities, and gene cloning. For advanced civilizations, there are even more. However, resurrection at the civilization level is, to the best of the engineer's knowledge, only one such method exists. Because even a technological tree entity is essentially just difficult to kill, and has little to do with civilization resurrection. The immortality of a civilization's leader is based on the civilization's continued existence. Once the civilization is destroyed, whether immortal or indestructible, it will immediately disappear. This is a buff granted by the civilization, not a buff inherent to the civilization itself. To put it another way, if there were many such methods of civilization resurrection, then based on the engineer's understanding from his previous life, ascended civilizations wouldn't be constantly figuring out how to hide their civilization coordinates. This wouldn't be a primary problem for ascended civilizations. Therefore, the revelation of the ghost mirror's function quickly sparked a heated discussion within the Civilization Council. After all, generally speaking, information about cosmic relics, while not as directly information blocked as parallel universe coordinates, is still considered high-level information within small circles, or top-tier intelligence within certain cosmic organizations. Since, although there's usually only one cosmic relic of the same type, once it's retrieved, information like its location or extraction method becomes useless. But what if you encounter something similar? Wouldn't it serve as a reference? Therefore, even advanced civilizations consciously collect such information. And the ghost mirror, for example, is a cosmic relic that caused such a stir, spread so widely, and even underwent public testing. It's practically the only one like it. At the time, G, who had only recently ascended, was simultaneously handing out flyers and expanding his business within the Civilization Council while observing the whole affair. So this is what a cosmic relic is like. Such insane abilities. Copying civilizations, reviving civilizations. They actually have this level of capability. This was the first time the then naive senior engineer had truly seen the world. After confirming it wasn't the mirror demon race, these ancient dragon descendants quickly retrieved the ghost mirror. After all, they were at least a level 6 civilization, barely able to connect with ancient civilizations, and possess such an insane relic. Even within the Civilization Council, only truly advanced civilizations could touch them. However, the senior engineer wasn't optimistic about these dragon descendants, who had exposed the cosmic relic. Because until the very end of the three calamities, the senior engineer hadn't heard any more information about these dragon-descended civilizations. Of course, it's possible they were truly well hidden. However, according to G's cynical thinking, it's highly likely that some advanced civilization secretly intervened and destroyed it. Not every cosmic relic can attract an advanced civilization. But a relic capable of resurrecting a civilization would definitely be coveted by those advanced civilizations. Along the way, the senior engineer studied the 10-dimensional map, the Vault of Mirrors. It must be said that there were quite a few marked ascension remains on this map, at least 100. If it weren't for his own reminder, he would have definitely explored it. Anyway, with these players around, they can resurrect even if they die, so why not explore? These players are probably also eager to test the power of the extreme creatures. Extreme creatures and extreme environments, aren't they a perfect match? However, he's changed his mind now. Although the future in the simulated timeline might not be the real future, why bother? What value could the ascension remains possibly have compared to the ghost mirror? Moreover, this reminder reminded the senior engineer of a certain rumor about the mirror demon race. According to the rumor, the Earl civilization is actually a black glove for some advanced civilization, specializing in developing their ascension technology tree. Otherwise, it's inexplicable why this ascension civilization, which isn't even on the Council's blacklist, would act so recklessly. Even the ascension-level civilization wars weren't conducted like this. They drawn so much hatred, and so fiercely at that. And if this speculation is true, then the logic makes sense. The reason so many ascended civilizations attacked was either because the advanced civilization, realizing it had incurred the wrath of many, secretly abandoned this powerful tool, or because that advanced civilization had already obtained what it wanted, and the mirror demon race was no longer of any use to it. Perhaps in the future, what he feared wasn't the ascended civilizations responsible for the siege, but rather the gazes cast from a higher dimension. With this thought, the senior engineer became completely obedient. And then, with a deep, powerful contraction of the biological tissue at the tail of the colossal bio-ship, the area covered by the tough mucous membrane suddenly caved in, forming a huge bowl-shaped cavity. Countless honeycomb-like luminous structures emerged on the inner wall of the cavity, instantly concentrating energy at its center. The next moment, the contraction reached its limit, followed by a sudden expansion. There was no visible jet of matter, but what burst forth from the cavity was a clearly visible ripple in spacetime. Its form vanished instantly, leaving only a slowly settling, distorted starry sky behind it as the sole trace of its existence. To maintain secrecy, the engineer didn't even activate the Stargate. After all, since the will of the interstellar Khan could cover the technology tree, it wasn't impossible for it to cover all biotechnological creations under that tree. However, fusion technology was outside its control. The biogiant ship, transformed from a mechanical flagship, had escaped the influence of the mechanical revolution and eliminated the interference of the interstellar Khan. Perfect, however, after an unknown amount of time, just as the players were playing cards until they were completely exhausted, many losing so much they were practically pawning their underwear. Finally, a sliver of light appeared. Besides the biostarship's own light, the players finally saw a winding band of light at the bow. This is a galaxy? Holy crap, we finally arrived. Before Stargates existed, I never realized interstellar travel was this far. Of course, could you even do galaxy-level travel back then? The senior engineer glanced at the interstellar journey distance, approximately 40 galaxies. If it were just ordinary faster-than-light travel, say 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times the speed of light, then such travel would still take at least a century. However, a peak-level Tier 3 mechanical civilization, such as the Mechanic civilization, has long since moved beyond string technology, developing its own dimensional travel capabilities. Its journey is measured in dimensions. Entering a dimension and exiting it, this single step is equivalent to the distance of 1/10 of a galaxy. This technology is somewhat similar to a Stargate, a low-end version of wormhole technology. It probably took about 100 days to travel. The senior engineer finally reached this conclusion. Then, after another 20 days of effort, they finally successfully located the coordinates of the Vault of Mirrors. The process was equally unremarkable. It was still at the edge of a galaxy cluster. There wasn't a situation where one side was deserted while the other was overcrowded. At the edge of this fragmented leaf cluster, there was nothing there either. The players couldn't even find a monster to farm. The only noteworthy event was encountering several dark energy tides of varying scales, the largest of which even reached a galaxy scale. The first thing noticed was the anomaly in the light. Those spiral arms of galaxies, composed of billions of stars, should have been the orbiting core. But now, these arcs have been stretched beyond the limits of physics, becoming thin, trembling filaments of light, as if the universe itself were being spun into a morbid brocade threaded with starlight. Between galaxies, bizarre bridges formed from torn stars and nebulae have appeared out of thin air. These bridges are not the work of gravity, but rather pale scars from the stretching of space itself. The void between them is frantically replicating and expanding. It has a hint of vacuum decay. The advanced engineer, sensing something amiss, directly manipulated the biogiant ship, using dimensional jumps to circle around it from a great distance. For ordinary interstellar fleets, delayed detection or being drawn in by the immense gravitational pull of the dark energy tides might result in shipwreck and loss of life. However, a Tier 3 peak mechanical flagship, after entering fusion mode, becomes a proper Tier 4 behemoth. Although its state is somewhat unstable, instability still makes it Tier 4. A Tier 4 detection system could already sense this interstellar disaster in advance. And the senior engineer had already completed the collection of dark energy, known as Pale 19, before taking a long detour. Holy crap, I haven't left the house in days. Finally here. I'm exhausted, gamblers deserve to die. Player Stoneman sighed. Umbrella Bro gave him a cold look. Gamblers don't care if they die, just don't forget the 30,000 faction points you owe me. Stoneman's face stiffened. Having lost all his faction points, one can imagine how brutal this battle was. His previous equipment, money, civilization buildings, etc., were probably all gone. Stoneman said dryly, how about I give you my life in return? Umbrella Bro ignored him. How much are you worth at level 1? Is this the mission location? Sister G, who had just been released from the lab and hadn't participated in the gambling, couldn't help but gasp in amazement at the scene before her. The space before her seemed frozen. Countless enormous mirrors, of unknown material, resembling both crystal and metal, floated in the void at various angles. Most of them were shattered, but the fragments didn't fall. Instead, they froze in the instant of shattering, as if time had been forcibly paused. These mirror surfaces, once smooth as a plane, were now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, some edges curled and melted, as if instantly scorched by unimaginable heat. The reflections in the mirrors weren't of the scene before her, but countless bizarre, fragmented pieces of space-time, a street corner of a bustling city, a nebula that never existed, a distorted and blurred face, or some incomprehensible geometric structure. These images were cut, misaligned, and intertwined at the cracks, forming a chaotic and dizzying visual torrent. When a player attempts to focus on any image within a fragment, it instantly shifts, leaving only an empty, spot-on illusion. There are no corpses, no traces of war, no smoke of battle. Only the complete memory of a civilization, its knowledge and very existence, encapsulated within these endless mirrors, then shattered and frozen. The secret of its fall lies hidden deep within those countless broken reflections, silently gazing upon every intruder. Chapter 1701. The mirror world before him was truly magnificent, an endless expanse of mirrors of all sizes, some even the size of planets. Looking at one of the mirrors, the engineer saw not a reflection, but a starry sky from another dimension. The stars within were not static points of light, but rather specks of light moving slowly, deforming, sometimes converging into galaxies, sometimes shattering into stardust. Occasionally, a shooting star would streak across the mirror, leaving not trails of light, but slowly healing ripples, as if the mirror were some kind of liquid spacetime. If the engineer hadn't possessed parallel universe coordinates, he probably would have suspected that the other side was another parallel universe. The technology of the mirror demon race was truly formidable. Moreover, as far as I know, there are only a handful of civilizations capable of creating relics. As one of the three essential building blocks of the universe, the engineer knew that advanced civilizations possessed the ability to construct megastructures, but to elevate it to relics. According to some legends, relics were the products of certain advanced civilizations after their complete demise. However, after spending some time with the Civilization Council, she received updated information. That is, relics can indeed be crafted, but the difficulty and requirements are extremely exaggerated. The first requirement is at least a level 6 civilization. In other words, this heir's civilization is at least a level 6 civilization. Moreover, besides the mirror demon race's own technological level, this species might actually be a legendary relic race. Because the mirror demon race's form is so peculiar, and their ability to replicate a technology tree is extremely rare in the entire universe, the senior engineer couldn't afford to overthink it. Let's go straight in. Following the map of the mirror treasury, the senior engineer led the group of players directly to a strangely shaped mirror. This mirror was covered in tree-like silver patterns, resembling scorch marks from a lightning strike. The mirror was completely opaque, turning an ominous murky color, but within it, blindingly bright blue energy could be clearly seen, like trapped lightning bolts, surging and pulsating wildly along the silver patterns. While it didn't exude the pure aura of destruction like some other mirrors, the senior engineer had no doubt that entering those mirrors would result in instant death. The aura of this mirror was equally ominous. Could it be that an energy tide is sealed inside? One player pondered. I feel it's more like sealing some energy civilization, another player speculated. It looks more like a tree, Sister G couldn't help but add. The senior engineer agreed with Sister G's assessment. The tree-like lightning within this mirror resembled the technology tree of an energy civilization. While sealing a technology tree within a mirror might sound far-fetched, considering the Earl's formidable achievements, it wasn't entirely impossible. Thank you all. The senior engineer casually assigned an exploration mission. Boss G, just you wait. Taste my tiger-like mechanical body, forged through 3 carbon-based fusions. Behold my meteor shower. A group of players rushed in, showing no fear of advanced civilizations. The senior engineer, however, wore a somewhat grave expression. After all, in his previous life, his peak was precisely at the level of a level 6 civilization. Therefore, they clearly understood the power of a level 6 civilization, especially a special race like the mirror demons. Shortly after the group entered, a roar imbued with ancient majesty echoed from another mirror reflecting the ruins of war. Ring-shaped gravitational ripples spread across the mirror, as if some colossal entity was tearing the world apart. From the outside, the world in the mirror resembled a frozen lightning tree. But upon entering, the senior engineer was astonished to discover that it truly was a frozen spacetime. To be precise, the world in the mirror was an eternity composed of fleeting moments etched by lightning. The players who entered were like tiny insects frozen in yellow amber, each one remaining unchanged no matter how they entered. Even the players in fusion mode, each comparable to an extreme creature, in the eyes of a truly advanced civilization, these so-called extreme creatures were nothing more than larger ants. Fortunately, the senior engineer had a clear understanding of these players' roles. Exploratory cannon fodder. The real driving force was still himself. And ultimate stillness, shaped like a sword blade, cleaved through this eternal clamor. The sword light wasn't initially dazzling. Instead, it resembled a line of ink cutting through a magnificent brocade, precise and ruthless. When it touched the first solidified, branching, gigantic bolt of lightning, it didn't produce the expected earth-shattering roar, but rather a deeper, more profound annihilation. The lightning touched by the sword's edge, like an erased painting, vanished from its solidified brilliance in an instant, leaving only a trail of nothingness. This ink line stretched straight forward, and wherever it passed, the boiling, roaring, infinitely elongated lightning, like frost encountering the blazing sun, silently melted and dissipated. What was cleaved by the sword light wasn't just lightning, but the very rules of this world. The players snapped out of their daze. One, seemingly oblivious, muttered, "Was the game lagging just now? Hurry up, we're running out of time." The senior engineer's voice behind them was extremely serious. The players dared not delay, because only around the ink line slashed by the sword light had the stagnation of spacetime broken. In other areas, it remained a boundless and utterly frozen world of giant lightning trees. Even the lightning at the edges began to envelop the electric light, attempting to continue stagnating spacetime. The senior engineer had already transformed into his mechanical form, and the carbon-based sword in his hand was instantly frozen by the lightning the moment it was unleashed. Fortunately, the senior engineer had plenty of supplies, a flash of quantum state in his palm, and he had acquired a new sword. The players finally calmed down, realizing this was a high-level map, and one by one they rushed to explore the bushes. The senior engineer rubbed his temples. After that sword strike, he felt something enter his brain. He opened the system, which displayed unknown knowledge fragment. He didn't know if this unknown knowledge fragment was professional knowledge or blueprints. But its level wasn't low. It should at least be at the ascension stage. After all, from the perspective of the Mirror Demon race, a level 3 civilization's technology tree probably wouldn't even have any collectible value. The following process was rather uneventful. The senior engineer was responsible for clearing the bushes. The players were responsible for scouting the bushes. Except for a few unlucky players who were hit by lightning, thanks to the high health of the extreme creatures, they weren't instantly killed. And not being instantly killed meant they were unharmed. The senior engineer was a little disappointed. After all, he wanted to see how many levels he would lose if he died in this lightning world. However, for the players, even just scouting through the bushes was a considerable challenge. Like drops of thick ink falling into water, the edges began to bleed and spread. The players struggled and stretched forward, trying to reach the next coordinate before being disintegrated. Each movement carried an indescribable sense of resistance, as if squeezing through an extremely viscous and hard membrane. But completing the movement was quite exhilarating. All the stretched threads instantly retracted, all the flowing colors suddenly froze, and all the superimposed scenes were abruptly shoved behind. It was like taking a satisfying bowel movement. And the benefits were considerable. The system refreshed every time they traversed the area. Your spacetime adaptability plus 1%. Your spacetime adaptability plus 1%. Although I don't know what this thing is used for, spacetime adaptability sounds pretty high class. As for the senior engineer, although he doesn't have spacetime adaptability, as the slashing continued, especially when he tried to slash at thicker branches on the lightning tree, he gained more and more fragments of unknown knowledge. Finally, as the sword mark swept across a thick branch, the river of liquid silver like electric arcs suddenly stopped flowing, and the lightning on the cross-section suddenly disappeared. The lightning reappeared, this time inside the senior engineer's skull. The senior engineer's brain seemed to have undergone a baptism of lightning. Or rather, an infusion. But this was not a violent impact, but an extreme, icy infusion. No longer chaotic lightning, but billions of flowing runes refined and purified by the sword mark. They had shed all light, heat, and sound, transforming into the purest, liquid platinum-like flow of information, calmly pouring down from the crack in the sky, or perhaps from nothingness itself. A considerable portion of fragmented knowledge strung together under this infusion. You have gained the Ascension knowledge chain. Void energy, the senior engineer groaned, instinctively covering his nose. Fortunately, this was a mechanical body, and with the blessing of the Sea of Life, all the impacts were dissipated through repeated iterations of the fusion mode. Most importantly, its damage was less than that of the vacuum decay. After completing the digestion, the senior engineer exhaled a long breath, releasing a straight stream of mist containing tiny fragments of void lightning. Void energy. Isn't that prerequisite knowledge for creating perpetual motion machines? I always thought it was energy science from a mechanical civilization. The senior engineer paused, looking at the giant tree of lightning energy. Of course, it wasn't surprising that an energy civilization possessed this knowledge chain. This knowledge chain could also be used to create eternal energy life. Moreover, the senior engineer confirmed one thing. This tree was indeed a technology tree, and a technology tree from a level 4 ascended civilization. Hey, boss, look over there. There seems to be someone. Following the player's exclamation, they looked over. Deep within the tree canopy, at the most intense, almost blinding center of energy, a silhouette was faintly visible. It wasn't a physical entity, but rather a human silhouette purely outlined by silence. Like a shadow left on the ground after all the lightning has cleaved through the darkness. The shadow's gaze was fixed on the senior engineer. There was no pupil contraction, no eye movement. However, an incredibly clear sense of being watched pierced through the boiling lightning canopy, like a tangible substance, firmly locking onto the senior engineer. The senior engineer's expression changed. Prepare to leave. Boss, I think we should scout around. Maybe we can find a hidden quest. Then you scout, and I leave? Heh. Without you clearing the bushes, how could I possibly find my way in? The senior engineer snorted coldly, and the next moment, an extremely thin, extremely sharp line silently sliced through the boiling lightning canopy from bottom to top. Where it passed, the roaring lightning wasn't severed, but simply vanished. The arcs of electricity that were bursting with destructive power one moment were reduced to nothingness the next, leaving not even a spark of annihilation. A temporary gap appeared at the end of the treetop canopy. That was the exit. When only the senior engineer remained, he abruptly turned around, drew his sword, and unleashed the full power of his sword intent, the 190th level of swordsmanship. The sword light directly evolved into a phantom of vacuum decay, the white light engulfing everything and instantly severing the opponent's vision. After the senior engineer left, one after another, dark figures emerged from the lightning technology tree of this level 4 energy civilization, densely packed. These fragmented, strange gazes intertwined with the original, unchanging core gaze, forming a non-human, incomprehensible perceptual network. It no longer felt like an existence watching you, but rather that you were dragged into a living ecosystem composed of gazes, with you as the observation specimen. Careless. Almost failed. I thought as long as I didn't touch those ascension traps, I'd be fine. I almost forgot, this is, after all, the graveyard of a level 6 civilization. The senior engineer almost broke out in a cold sweat. The Ascension Civilization's technology tree, energy-based, and sealed. The combination of these three, logically, an experienced engineer like the senior engineer wouldn't be so careless. However, after receiving the roadmap from his future self, coupled with the ghost mirror's recognition of him as its master, he couldn't help but become a little complacent. As a result, he couldn't resist taking a greedy step. That shadow. Although he didn't know the shadow's origin, whether it was a byproduct of the entire energy technology tree or a seal of the mirror demon race, the senior engineer could clearly sense, through his swordsmanship perception, that this thing was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The last time he had a similar feeling seemed to be when he entered the corrupted shrine, that feeling of being corroded from the carbon source. So, did that scenario actually occur within the simulated timeline, or was it a variable outside of it? The senior engineer suddenly had a thought. Therefore, the senior engineer stopped being greedy and frantically traveled along the route of the mirror treasury, traversing one mirror world after another. Some of these mirror worlds were memory corridors, reflecting the bizarre memories of some advanced species. Some were cognitive cages, seemingly for some kind of cognitive experiment, and some were the coordinates of a decaying civilization. The type of civilization was unclear, but its level should be quite high. However, with a direct map route, and the fact that the mirror demon race had perished many years ago, most of the advanced civilization's facilities had likely been destroyed by the besieging ascended civilizations. So, without any further surprises, he directly entered the core area of the mirror treasury. Chapter 1702. The core of the mirror treasury was empty. After Gao Gong and the group of players stormed into the last mirror, they were greeted by an infinitely vast dark space. What the hell? That's it? A player's voice abruptly stopped. Gao Gong raised an eyebrow. Something was clearly wrong with the voice. Where's the stone golem? It was just here with me, the stone. Damn, why are you gone too? As one player's voice after another disappeared, even the players themselves realized something was wrong. Could they have disconnected? Someone go ask on the forum, see if they're there. Huh? Seems like they're not here. Sister G's anxious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Boss, something seems wrong, I'm offline. Gao Gong silently watched one player after another disappear. Only when Sister G disappeared did his expression shift slightly. But none of that mattered anymore. Because his sword intent had been fully accumulated, or rather, infinitely accumulated to the highest level he could reach. For a civilization adept at replicating its technology tree, it must also be a master of manipulating concepts. And before conceptual technology, ordinary maneuvers are utterly useless. Even the high engineer's swordsmanship is useless. Because only true vacuum decay, this existence capable of obliterating all concepts, can counteract the opponent's maneuvers. However, the high engineer didn't believe that the Mirror Demon clan would set the final hurdle so difficult. If it were truly this difficult, how did those Dragonborn manage to break through back then? When they succeeded, they did seem to ascend, but only to the 4th rank. The 4th rank cannot access advanced civilization technologies, like conceptual technology. Therefore, this so-called darkness must have some flaws. The Earl civilization, the Mirror Demon clan, Mirror Demon, Mirror Image, Mirror Image. The next moment, the sword that slashed at the carbon-based object visibly became transparent. The sword's edge did not point at a physical object, but rather slashed through the air, aiming at the invisible boundary before it. Where the blade passed, space was not torn apart, but a smooth, mercury-like mark spread out, as if the sword tip had slashed through another, more essential backdrop beneath the canvas of darkness. As the sword's momentum advanced, and the mark spread, the world's appearance began to peel away. Light, color, and the form of matter all seemed like reflections on a giant mirror, and at this moment, this mirror was being cleaved open by a single sword strike. Where the sword mark touched, the reflection rippled and shattered like startled water, revealing the absolutely smooth and calm mirror itself beneath. What appeared before the high-ranking engineer was a colossal mirror. Silver as its base, the mirror itself was transparent. This seemed unremarkable. But it was simply too large, almost obscuring the high-ranking engineer's vision. The edge of his vision seemed to be its silvery edge. Looking upwards, the mirror's breadth was enough to encompass the entire sky as its canvas. What scale of mirror was this? Galaxy level? Galaxy cluster level? Galaxy group level? You should get a better sword, otherwise it doesn't match your swordsmanship, the high-ranking engineer in the mirror said with interest. The high-ranking engineer looked down and discovered that his sword, which had slain carbon-based weapons, was now shattered, leaving only the hilt. The figure in the mirror held a perfectly intact sword. Where have you put my men? The senior engineer asked, frowning. You mean them? The senior engineer pointed his sword forward slightly, a ripple spreading from the point where the sword tip met the mirror's surface. Following these ripples, the players appeared one by one in the mirror, looking around curiously. However, as the ripples gradually subsided, their figures became increasingly transparent and eventually disappeared. Don't misunderstand, I didn't do anything to them. It's just that this mirror of mine can't reflect beings from outside this universe. It's you, on the other hand, that I find a bit puzzling, because you and they should be the same. The senior engineer paced back and forth, the tip of his sword sizzling on the ground. His expression seemed somewhat excited, as if he had encountered some particularly interesting problem. The senior engineer raised an eyebrow, but didn't stop him. If the players weren't from this universe, wasn't he in a similar situation? Could it be that NPC templates are equivalent to universal residency? After a long pause, he couldn't help but ask, have you figured it out? It's a difficult, very challenging question. It's completely impossible within your current technological capabilities. There are almost no cases of it even among the technologies of ascended civilizations. It's some kind of multiverse technology. No, if that's the case, it's impossible that not a single trace would remain. It's a product of some advanced civilization, then it's hard to say. The senior engineer somewhat understood what he meant. A level 6 civilization, to put it more politely, is called a half-step advanced civilization. However, it's still quite far from being a truly top-tier civilization. Even if the other party's nature is special, having acquired a great deal of advanced civilization knowledge and technology for free. But acquiring and assimilating are not the same thing. If the other party had truly completed this level of assimilation, then before being besieged, they would definitely have attempted ascension. Finally, the senior engineer shrugged and said, although there are many speculations, these speculations have little to do with the truth. If my original body were still alive, there might be some way, but what can I do when my original body no longer exists? So, are you now a spirit of the Mirror Demon race, or the original consciousness of this cosmic relic? A strange glint flashed in the senior engineer's eyes. It seems you know a lot about our race? The senior engineer chuckled. Let's be frank. You can see my special abilities, so you can probably also see the path of civilization I'm currently following. If I fail, then forget about it. But if I succeed, your Mirror Demon race's only hope for revenge will fall on us. The senior engineer's eyes gleamed even brighter. You're willing to help us get revenge? As long as the opponent is at the same level as me, then I will definitely avenge you," the senior engineer said sincerely. Of course, he added a prerequisite: a civilization at the same level. After all, challenging those above one's level is best left to those with dull minds. As long as a few civilization develops steadily, it's inherently invincible at its level. It doesn't matter who we fight. The senior engineer in the mirror clearly showed interest, obviously attracted by the promise someone was making. Relics like the ghost mirror, while not directly enhancing a civilization's strength, are better suited to be paired with inherently powerful civilizations. Seeing this, the senior engineer immediately pressed his advantage. "Don't forget, besides me, everyone here who knows is from the ascended civilizations that besieged you back then. You don't want those enemies from back then to know about this place, do you?" The senior engineer's eyes narrowed, a clear look of worry flashing across them. But he quickly became puzzled. "Then how do you know all this? Just think of us as species with some kind of prophetic ability." The senior engineer showed a thoughtful expression. First, those ascended civilizations that besieged him back then didn't have this kind of species. Moreover, given the deep integration of advanced civilizations with this universe, they don't seem like pawns of any advanced civilization. So, although the other party has a mysterious background, they at least don't appear to be the enemies from back then. Most importantly, he doesn't have many choices. In this universe, besides relics with special properties like his, there are relics capable of detecting other relics. And those dragonborn. The senior engineer sighed. "Come in first." The senior engineer placed his palm on the mirror surface, a cool sensation spreading from his palm. Then, the senior engineer entered the mirror. Meanwhile, the group of players were watching G-Boss in the mirror with tense expressions. They had all suddenly disconnected due to network speed issues, but after reconnecting, they found themselves in this world-class mirror, with G-Boss inside, his mouth moving as if he were talking to someone. It must be a cry for help. However, no matter what methods the players used, they couldn't break the mirror. Just as the players were at their wits' end, the high-ranking engineer in the mirror stepped out. "Holy crap, boss, you're alive." "What do you mean alive? I wasn't dead before." "Boss, how did you get into the mirror?" "Boss, were you talking to us just now?" The high-ranking engineer didn't speak, looking at the mirror behind him with a strange expression, and suddenly stepped on it. It wasn't a kick, at least not that fast. With this step, the world turned upside down, but not 180 degrees, only 90 degrees. The originally upright mirror turned into the ground. And as the ground became a mirror, all the worlds they had seen in the mirror were reflected in it. Among them was the lightning giant tree they had just seen, such a large world tree, reflected only in a small mirror. The senior engineer walked forward silently. The other players exchanged glances, then followed. Fortunately, the senior engineer didn't take as long as the Riddler. Soon, he stopped on a mirror. The world reflected below was a battlefield ruin. The unimaginably vast architectural outlines were fragmented and broken. Genetic spirals formed by strings of stars resembled scattered Buddhist prayer beads. Dimensional structures composed of countless interwoven arcs of light and strange matter. As their vision expanded, they finally saw more than a dozen strange creatures. These are tall and majestic humanoid creatures, their blood flowing with ancient and powerful dinosauric characteristics. First and foremost striking are the scales covering their entire bodies, tightly packed like meticulously forged armor, hard and smooth in texture. The color of the scales varies from individual to individual, some shimmering with a metallic sheen like bronze, others displaying a mottled dark green and brown hue like deep forest swamps, or even a fiery red and black like volcanic lava. Their heads are the most prominent feature of their dinosauric features, resembling lizards or traditional dragon heads. Their snouts protrude forward, their lower jaws powerful, revealing sharp teeth even when closed. When they growl or howl, a mouthful of sharp fangs is revealed. From above their frontal or brow bones, a pair of solid, often segmented horns curve backward, varying in shape. Some resemble ram horns, others the bony plates of a stegosaur. But these are not physical materials. These horns are all composed of ascended light. This is a group of ascended species. Level 120 Dragonborn, ascended species, ancient bloodline. And according to the mirror spirit's requirements, this group of Dragonborn must be eliminated. After eliminating this group of ascended species, he will gain the true recognition of the ghost mirror. This is a bit troublesome. The senior engineer frowned as he looked at the Dragonborn at his feet. There weren't many, only 12, roughly one for every 2 players. Ascended species aren't invincible. They're not unkillable either. Some ascended species, non-combat side, are actually quite easy to kill. And eliminating this small group is far from a civilization war, not even a civilization conflict. The key is that these are ancient dragonborn, a species that is relatively difficult to kill even among ascended beings. If they fail to kill them, or if they escape, their mission will be unfinished. However, the players had no other thoughts. Seeing the red question marks appearing on the screen, their eyes lit up. Boss, are we going to take them down? Boss, are you leading the team this time? Boss. Only a few high-level players, like Airplane and Umbrella Bro, could feel the immense pressure emanating from these carbon-based creatures even through the mirror worlds. Each of them frowned, or their eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Finally, the expert engineer, snapped out of his daze by the players' questions, immediately created a temporary mission. Exterminate the ancient dragonborn. Then, with a light tap of his toes, the players were directly transported into the mirror worlds. However, the expert engineer's gaze didn't fall on this particular mirror world, but rather on several others. The mirror spirit understood the difficulty of this task, so after assigning it, it granted the high engineer control over the mirror treasury. Although it had been swept up by a group of ascended civilizations, as a former coordinate of civilizations, it still possessed many basic defensive mechanisms. Even the lowest level of a level 6 civilization's ordinary defensive mechanisms, if damaged, would be a standard dimensional reduction attack against a 4th-tier species. However, before that, the players needed to hold on for the first time. Keep an eye on things. Besides the players, keep an eye on those dragonborn as well, to prevent them from escaping this mirror world. As the high engineer spoke, a massive star-armored figure emerged from the void, nodded, and then disappeared again. The high engineer also disappeared. Meanwhile, the dragonborn Bartle was looking at the swarm of fighting ants with a strange expression, as if looking at some bizarre creature. Chapter 1703. The difference between 4th tier and 3rd tier may seem small, but it represents the gap between ascension and non-ascension. Just like a topic frequently discussed by the Civilization Council, can non-ascension species truly be considered intelligent life? Or should civilizations below level 4 be expelled from the ranks of civilizations? Or, to put it another way, ant civilizations, sub-civilizations, etc. The reason such discriminatory topics arise so often is simple, because the gap between the two is truly that vast. Two things surprised the dragonborn Bartle. First, the existence of such low-level creatures within the mirror treasury. Second, these low-level creatures ignored the life magnetic field pressure of the ascension species, charging forward menacingly. What is this? Don Quixote charging at a windmill? In their stunned silence, the dragonborn almost instinctively increased their magnetic field strength. Like encountering an ant on the roadside, a passerby in a bad mood would likely stomp on it. Having gained nothing, their mood becomes somewhat irritable. In an instant, a living force field purgatory, dominated by the dragonborn's will, takes shape. The dragonborn's magnetic field distorts light and space. In the player's vision, the dragonborn's form may become blurred and distorted, as if seen through a curtain of boiling water. Even more terrifying is the complete loss of direction. Enemies fall into absolute disorientation, losing all meaning in front, behind, left, right, up, and down. Even gravity becomes questionable, as if they will be thrown into endless void at any moment. Several careless, foolish players were instantly killed in a flash of white light before even entering fusion mode. These were level 90 players at full strength. According to Interstellar Society, they were extremely skilled planetary exploration warriors, and this dragonborn force field, if it were to descend upon any tier 3 planet, would cause mass extinction. Because this force field alone is infinitely close to divine power. Just like another way of describing ancient species, creatures governed by rules. Sister G's 3 strange faces screamed almost simultaneously, then evolved into the true form of an evil god. The side facing the dragonborn was a deathly pale white under the moonlight, smooth without a single pore, like the finest porcelain. But this porcelain-like face had no mouth or nose, only a huge, half-closed vertical eye, almost occupying the entire surface of the face. At the same time as the transformation, that huge vertical eye opened, and black, viscous, asphalt-like liquid slowly slid down the non-existent contours of the cheek. Barthol paused slightly, for a similarly viscous liquid seeped from the gaps in his scales. Gigia's form had already grown larger than the dragonborn, seemingly transforming into pure chaos and evil. Beneath her 3 faces, there was no defined neck or torso, only a constantly writhing, shifting shadowy mass. At times, octopus-like tentacles, slimy and covered in suckers, would extend from it. At other times, pale, twisted humanoid arms would protrude, fingertips like sharp claws. At still other times, countless tiny, painfully open eyes would appear, only to vanish into nothingness in an instant. The entire form directly enveloped the surrounding cosmic vacuum, enveloping the Dragonborn, attempting to completely digest it. In this form, the void continuously tore out murky yellow pus, and as this pus poured onto the Dragonborn, a sensation of thick smoke and bone scraping emanated from Bartle simultaneously. Fourth tier. Among all the players researching the fusion path, Sister G's progress was the most advanced. Not only did she master the Sea of Life the fastest, but she also fused its power with the power of the evil god, completely evolving the Sea of Blasphemy. Caught off guard, the enemy delivered a devastating blow in a single moment. A flicker of joy flashed through Sister G's mind, but this emotion was quickly absorbed into the indescribable. Her face turned again. This time, it was her right-hand face that appeared, completely composed of some warm, almost living flesh, even bearing a strange blush. It possessed exquisite features most closely resembling those of a human woman, heartbreakingly beautiful. But this beauty was a trap. Its eyes were two empty holes, constantly oozing blood. Within her eyes, a magnificent spectacle was brewing wildly. As the core of the gene bait, the artificial spectacle was standard ascendant technology. It was the foundation upon which the nomadic civilization digested all things. Moreover, according to the information obtained by the senior engineer, this thing was closely related to a certain calamity characteristic of the interstellar Great Khan. As tears of blood continued to fall, in Sister G's eyes, another world was reflected at this moment. The entire sky had been torn apart, revealing the writhing, living truth behind it. Billions of stars were burning, but they were not distant and cold specks of light. They were countless swollen, pulsating eyes, a vast and indescribable biological community laying eggs on the womb of the universe. Their light was morbid, a phosphorescent green and a festering purple, interwoven into a slowly swirling river of pus that stretched across the void. However, before the magnificent spectacle could even open, Sister G let out a scream. Her eyes exploded instantly. A golden beam of ascension, like a horn, pierced through the magnificent spectacle from the inside out. An artificial evil god created using ascension technology? A pair of large, scaled hands gripped the corrupted evil god's vacuum, then tore it apart bit by bit. At the same time, an ancient dragon language, 100 times more powerful than the indescribable murmur, echoed through the void. Unfortunately, without ascending to the ancients, you are ultimately impurities in the primordial soup. You failed in your struggle for the source essence in the primordial soup, inferior to us ancient species. How could you possibly be a match for us dragons now? As a high-level cosmic scripture, like the cosmic death script, an advanced insect language, the ancient dragon language itself contained powerful evolutionary energy. When that syllable, out of step with this era, rang from the Dragonborn's lips, the noise of the cosmic microwave background radiation gradually became clearer, merging into the syllable. The genetic blueprint of the entire world seemed to be reconstructed for it. Shining stars were specks of light on its scales, and rotating galaxies appeared as insignificant as dust beneath its extended gravitational wings. Even Sister G, an artificial evil god, began to be forcibly suppressed under its cosmic wings. Chaotic babbling, indescribable shapes, distorted rules, and incomprehensible life forms, under the immense pressure of this ancient species, were almost entirely molded into a large, deformed black egg, inside which lay a twisted and ugly female infant. Suddenly, Barthol seemed to hear something, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, regardless of how his opponent had raised their rank to the 4th level, the gap between them was enormous. However, just as he was preparing to press his advantage, a chilling feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The last time he felt this way was during the annihilation of the ancient dragon race, that uncontrollable panic. A terrifying infant scream rang in his ears. Sometime during the night, the original large, deformed black egg had cracked open, and the ugly baby girl crawled out, clinging tightly to Barthol's thigh. A deep-seated confusion arose in his perception system, as if something was trying to be pulled out of his mouth. Although it was only for a moment, and then disappeared, that moment was enough. The Dragonborn Barthol looked at his chest in disbelief. On his chest, a stellar bullet hole was spreading prominences and flares wildly, threatening to ignite his entire body. His gaze traversed space. He seemed to see the edge of space, a figure in star armor flashing by. Then the same sense of danger rang out once more. This time, however, the Dragonborn Bartle was on guard. His pupils widened, and his figure instantly embedded itself in the void of space. Dozens of light years away, a small red giant eruption unfolded in an instant. Target missed. Success rate 32%, decreasing exponentially, replace target. Initiate fifth-order fusion bullet infusion. In combat mode, the meteor arbiter was less a humanoid star armor and more a sharply angled dark monument, as if forged from solidified darkness, its surface absorbing all the faint light around it, reflecting only the cold glow of distant stars at its edges. Beyond the colossal cannon named Declaration of the End, the most chilling aspect was its head. Not a face, but a massive, multi-layered array of composite sensors. It wasn't like an eye, but rather a gigantic, hollow nest, with countless crystalline lenses nested, rotating, and adjusting their focus within. Gazing at it, one could feel their soul being extracted, analyzed, and locked from billions of kilometers away. Meanwhile, billions of lenses were reflecting the entire battlefield from different angles, from normal perspectives, from energy fluctuations, from the microscopic level, and even from the divine realm. The Celestial Punishment Class Orbital Annihilation Mech, as a strategic deterrent weapon of the Interstellar Arbitration Council, inherently possessed the capability to fight powerful divine enemies. It could see large-scale genetic pantheons silently converging. As ancient species, they generally did not follow the divine path. But this did not mean that these dragonborn lacked the power of carbon-based pantheons. Upon inspection, the primal soup is boiling. Boiling complete, all primordial life forms within the primal soup will be healed and resurrected an unlimited number of times. Upon inspection, the enemy dragonborn is activating their civilization's ascension technology. The divine meteorite missile is being loaded, accompanied by continuously outputting commands. The planet-destroying cannon named Declaration of Doom is a colossal particle accelerator nearly 3 times the length of the mech itself. It does not use conventional ammunition, instead, it directly extracts stellar energy or vacuum zero-point energy, compressing it into a subatomic singularity projectile. These singularity projectiles can transform into various properties, such as the previously mentioned red giant ballistic missiles, and others, like black hole missiles, white hole missiles, and death coordinate teleportation missiles. Each of them basically deals planetary destroying damage. That's the basics. However, this time the situation is somewhat special, because the entire mechanical cannon is undergoing biochemical transformation. First to awaken are the eerie blue glows at the seams of the hexagonal armor plates on the cannon. They suddenly turn scarlet, like countless hungry eyes suddenly opening. The bioenergy flows from all directions, transformed from pure carbon-based life forms, are not gently injected, but rather, as if torn apart and captured by a brute force, frantically adhering to the dark cannon barrel. The energy flows do not integrate, instead, like strong acid, they scorch the cold metal, creating terrifying, boiling patterns resembling a biological network of blood vessels. Then, the most unsettling transformation begins. The metal seems to possess the properties of flesh and blood, beginning to distort and grow under the catalysis of energy. The cannon barrel was no longer a smooth, monolithic structure, but rather revealed thick, pulsating veins of intertwined biological tendons and mechanical structures, like the roots of a giant tree forcefully piercing through rock. Those enormous energy-focusing rings, deep within their centers, grew crystalline structures resembling the compound eyes of insects, thousands of lenses simultaneously adjusting their focus, shimmering with an inhuman, cold light. The entire cannon slowly expanded and lengthened in silence, like a living being stretching its limbs. However, the entire process lasted only a moment. The light patterns on the cannon, which had previously flickered like breathing, completely extinguished, as if the entire giant cannon had died in an instant. This deathly silence was more unsettling than any roar. Within the absolute darkness of the cannon's core, the fused energy collapsed under extreme pressure. A point was born, not a point of light, but a nothingness deeper than darkness itself, a singularity where even the concepts of space and time were erased. The instant it appeared, the entire cannon's metal structure groaned under the strain, as if a miniature black hole was being conceived within. Then, the carbon-based biomass veins on the cannon suddenly lit up, no longer crimson, but a sacred yet eerie gold. These living energies, as if possessing consciousness, transformed into countless tiny tentacles, probing into that nothingness, carefully wrapping around the unstable singularity. They were not restraining it, but rather weaving a shell of rules upon it, imprinting the will of destruction upon it. This process was filled with a paradoxical beauty. Carbon-based energy, representing life and sensuality, reverently donned the shroud of death for the purest power of annihilation. The success rate of the kill began to rise. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 100%. When the success rate reached 100%, a silent wave emanated from the cannon's muzzle, as if the universe itself trembled at the ripening of this seed of God slaying. Through it, what was seen was not the starry sky, but the illusory void of the end of all things. At this moment, the Dragonborn Balthor had already given up on killing this artificial evil god, and was preparing to return to the artificial primordial soup. Restore everything first, then return to destroy everything. Just as he was about to heed the call of the dragon's homeland, his enormous physical body vanished into thin air. His consciousness vanished in the same instant. He died without knowing that he had perished. This was the declaration of doom. Chapter 1704. Just after the Dragonborn Bartle was forcibly wiped away, the remaining Dragonborn abandoned their opponent, and instead burrowed into the artificial primal soup. And this artificial primal soup began to expand. Viscous, dark, pale, the primal soup, seemingly containing the primordial state of all colors, was no longer confined to its controlled area. On its surface, the previously randomly generated and destroyed divine lightning suddenly increased in frequency and scale, like the rapid breathing of a colossal creature before awakening. Each flash briefly illuminated the shadows of the even larger organic structures gathering deep within the soup. The players were immediately dumbfounded. This is completely unpredictable. Most players' monster hunting process was similar to Sister G's. They entered fusion mode at the beginning, instantly leveling from 90 to 120. Relying on the power of sudden evolution, they caught these Dragonborn off guard. Several players even managed to injure their opponents, using certain blood-burning ultimate skills. However, once the Dragonborn regained their senses, they unsurprisingly found themselves at a disadvantage. Although they managed to survive thanks to the infinite regeneration from the Sea of Life, they were still being relentlessly attacked. Each of the opponent's regular attacks brought the player's health to the brink of death. The player could only repeatedly switch modes to withstand the opponent's basic attacks through various maneuvers. The system indicated that the opponent's attacks were in the hundreds of millions. And once the opponent started using the Ascended Bloodline, the player was completely overwhelmed. Then, the Fallen Star Arbiter's attacks arrived as expected. Initially, they were only Tier 4 special bullets, such as Red Giant bullets and Black Hole bullets, but even so, a single hit could take away nearly half of the opponent's health. Once this Star Destroyer begins its 5th tier fusion, even the Dragonborn can't withstand it. The wiped out Baltier is the best example. After evolving the artificial primal soup, the players become completely unreliable. Any attack they launch into the primal soup will only increase its health. And the primal soup's health is incredibly high, almost comparable to a high-level engineer's mechanical body. Moreover, its health continues to rise as it absorbs all types of energy. This is approaching the level 5 undead leader. However, this artificial primal soup seems to have a flaw. It doesn't seem to possess offensive capabilities. As a biological ascension technology, its function seems to be as a full health resurrection point. Unfortunately, it faces a 5th tier fused Star Destroyer, a specially designed ranged model with level 150 fusion attacks, which can instantly kill any Dragonborn that shows its face. What followed resembled a game of whack-a-mole. Any Dragonborn who managed to emerge at full health was instantly obliterated by the Meteor Judge, their bodies shattered, and they resurrected from the primal soup. Even those not instantly obliterated could be managed by a group of level 120 players swarming in, and with some effort, managed to secure a kill. The situation remained deadlocked. This Dragonborn force seemed to be just an advanced party, lacking more ranged weapons, and their summoned ascension technology appeared to be limited to only one type. Even so, to eliminate this party, an average level 3 civilization would likely need to unleash its full potential and grind down this primal soup for over a century. In that time, a typical ascended civilization would have already dispatched reinforcements, or simply used remote regeneration to summon these ascended beings back. If this is the case against a small squad, it goes without saying that against an ascended civilization, it would be even more difficult. Even if they stood there and let you kill them, you might not be able to. After all, the primordial soup created by a civilization, as a unit, has a scope and function far exceeding what is currently in sight. Just as the Dragonborn was pondering how to break through, the entire mirror world suddenly began to change. Above, a mirror appeared like rippling water, reflecting images that were blurry and constantly distorted. And when its mirror surface reflected onto this primordial soup, a portion of the primordial soup surface began to produce numerous blurry images, like mosaics, but overlapping and concrete informational images. The mirror of phase difference, the mirror spirit, which had been hidden and observing from the surroundings, murmured to itself. It also had another name, the mirror of parallel worlds. The so-called phase difference is a buffer zone between two parallel universes. Any matter or information attempting to traverse a parallel universe must first undergo demodulation and recoding in this region to match the physical constants of the target universe. If you possess multiple parallel universes, you can use it for seamless travel. However, when demodulation and recoding occur on the primal soup, even with the primal soup's abnormal recovery, it will take some time to erase this phase difference. The methods of an advanced information system. So, is it the reincarnation of a member of a high-level civilization? The mirror spirit's insight far surpassed everyone else's. It instantly recognized the advanced engineer's maneuvering. Soon, the ground vanished. It was also a massive, shattered mirror. The Dragonborn attempting to break through, illuminated by the underground mirror light, suddenly split into over a dozen identical clones. Their level cap of 120 plummeted with this split, some dropping to just over 90, others to just over 100. Most importantly, with this split, these Dragonborn offspring were astonished to discover that their ascension powers were almost unusable. Then, the players finally confirmed. The quest balance had finally been adjusted. This time, they could kill. The mirror spirit, of course, recognized the mirror. High-dimensional space projection mirror. When you actively look into a mirror, you can see your complete form in a higher dimension, including the timeline, and the compressed projection of all possible choices. Conversely, when you are reflected in a mirror, the object being reflected, past, present, future, and other states, will automatically disintegrate. Just like before, it has directly disintegrated into more than a dozen individual versions. Thank goodness you found them. The mirror spirit's satisfaction increased even more. Although it's called the Treasury of Mirrors, after being wreaked havoc by a bunch of ascended civilizations back then, very few mirrors are still usable. These two mirrors, though riddled with cracks and clearly damaged, are still usable because they aren't offensive weapons. And the fact that they were able to find these two mirrors among a sea of broken ones proves that the other party indeed has a discerning eye. This reinforced the mirror spirit's judgment. It must be a reincarnation of a member of an advanced civilization. Otherwise, it wouldn't have challenged such a difficult path, choosing the fusion route. Confirming this judgment, the mirror spirit finally made its decision. Seeing the situation worsening, the remaining Dragonborn acted decisively. The primal soup first boiled, then exploded, the broth shooting in all directions, landing on the mirror surface and burning into wisps of hazy blue smoke. After the smoke cleared, more cracks appeared. The remaining Dragonborn simultaneously shot in all directions. The players, fighting desperately, only managed to keep two alive. The mirror spirit silently shook its head. It retreated. In the world of the lightning giant tree, the high engineer slowly sheathed his wooden sword. Across from him, a Dragonborn whose body was unmarked, only whose eyes reflected the sword marks, was frozen by lightning. As expected, the high engineer did not receive any system notification. He had trapped two of the three escaped Dragonborn with his mech frenzy, and then, in this world of the lightning giant tree, he killed the last one before him. However, it was essentially a wasted effort. The reason is simple. Ascension technology can only be dealt with by Ascension technology. A civilization capable of evolving an artificial primordial soup has an abundance of resurrection methods. The senior engineer had no doubt that the annihilated squad would be resurrected in the enemy's lair in the next instant. This resurrection method wasn't a so-called second personality or second clone, it was the resurrection of your original self, including all your related memories, exactly as they were. This is why, even if you kill members of an Ascension civilization, you haven't truly killed them. It was a classic case of fighting for nothing. But completely eliminating the opponent was actually quite simple. Use Ascension technology of equal, or even higher level. This would wipe them out at the source. However, this often meant a war between civilizations. Therefore, there's a saying that the war between Ascension civilizations is the true war. The senior engineer shook his head, preparing to deal with the other two, when suddenly his brow furrowed, and he quickened his pace without looking back. Shortly after the senior engineer left, one dark shadow after another crawled out from various parts of the giant tree, then swarmed towards the Dragonborn's corpse. Shortly after Gao Gong dealt with the other two, he unexpectedly received a system notification. You killed a level 120 ascended species, Galtu, gaining 50 billion personal experience and 1 point of reputation with the Shattered Leaf Galaxy Cluster. Because you killed an ascended species, you gained an additional 30 billion experience and the title Extraterrestrial Demon, with a 5% increase in damage dealt to ascended species. You killed a 4th tier ascended species, and randomly received 3 4th tier lottery draws. You gained the attention of the Dragonborn civilization, whose favorability is -1000 and current relationship is hostile. Huh? Gao Gong was taken aback. His first thought was, even the ascended civilization's resurrection technology can have problems? His second thought was, damn, those shadowy figures are really powerful. They even managed to kill an ascended species. No wonder they're a force that even my swordsmanship finds dangerous. They're really something. However, Gao Gong had no interest in drawing rewards anymore. After he defeated the last Dragonborn, his vision blurred, and he returned to the mirror once more. This time, he was there to have the ghost mirror recognize him as its master. What he would inscribe was his faction's technology tree. Chapter 1705. Gao Gong returned to the mirror world. Across from him stood the mirror spirit, its eyes gleaming with interest. You did a great job, I'm very satisfied. Gao Gong hesitated for a moment, then said, couldn't you change your form? Or do you not want me to see your true form? Because what appeared before him was still Gao Gong. This was somewhat of a headache for him. He was attracted to the faces of rich women, but not to himself. He wasn't the narcissistic type. He was more of a self-satisfied type. I'm a mirror, why do you think I have a concrete form? Gao Gong said happily, seemingly in a much better mood after resolving the trouble with the Dragonborn. Come on, I show you the mirror world. It seemed to instinctively reach for Gao Gong's hand, but Gao Gong had already put his hands behind his back, offering a polite, but not awkward smile. Gao Gong shrugged indifferently and jogged forward. This cosmic relic seemed relatively young, and the High Engineer was likely the first intelligent species it encountered. After its defenses were lowered, it appeared somewhat immature. The High Engineer followed, venturing deeper into the mirror. As the mirror spirit explained, the High Engineer was somewhat surprised to discover that its role was far more extensive than it had imagined. First and foremost, my most basic ability is structural mirroring. I can perfectly replicate the physical structure, material composition, and energy circuits of a target. In other words, if you have some blueprints or data on an artificial creation, I can perfectly replicate a sample for you. As the words were spoken, a weapon suddenly appeared in the mirror spirit's hand, a halberd-shaped object radiating heat and light like a burning star. The senior engineer subconsciously reached into his pocket, and then a similarly styled blazing sun halberd was summoned. However, compared to the one in the opponent's hand, this halberd resembled a white dwarf after its destruction. Its surface was a pale shell with deep, bone-revealing cracks, and it felt utterly devoid of heat, even somewhat icy to the touch. Ever since G's whimsical idea to create a two-in-one cosmic treasure backfired, this thing had been constantly cooling down, its internal energy continuously diluting. Now, it was even inferior to some third-tier weapons. The mirror spirit played with it for a while, before tossing it towards the senior engineer. I noticed your weapon, it seems broken, so I mirrored it for you. Of course, the mirrored one is perfectly fine. You have obtained a cosmic treasure blazing sun halberd, mirror image, *1. The senior engineer gripped the halberd with one hand, and with a casual flick, a small star was born from his wrist. That familiar feel and heat, 100% authentic, however. You can even replicate cosmic treasures? Yes, do you want another one? I can replicate another. The next instant, another blazing sun halberd appeared in the senior engineer's hand. You have obtained a cosmic relic blazing sun halberd, mirror image, *1. The senior engineer gasped. This ability is a bit monstrous. But generally speaking, even with your ghostly mirror's mirror image, shouldn't you only be able to mirror one item at a time? The mirror spirit gave the High Engineer a strange look. Who told you I'm a one-way mirror? The High Engineer's heart suddenly pounded. He suddenly realized that he might have underestimated the power of this top-tier relic. Secondly, my ability is called Logical Mirror. This is my advanced ability. I can not only perform physical evolution, but also instantly understand the scientific principles, operational logic, and algorithms behind a target, and then complete a mirror replica, for example. The mirror suddenly stopped, and so did the High Engineer. Because the world before them had suddenly transformed into the cosmos. And within the cosmos, a familiar scene was unfolding. Nebulae were no longer the breeding ground for stars, but were being cultivated by a network of massive, crisscrossing structures. Planetary-level furnaces, like combined harvesters, devoured, refined, and recombined the nebula's material, spitting out the keels and armor of warships like an assembly line. Bound by an invisible force field, asteroids are forged into sharply defined fortresses by the hammering of colossal machinery. This is not destruction, but a ruthless, ultra-efficient form of cosmic farming, using stars as soil and energy as water to reap the pure fruits of war. A mechanical frenzy surges forth from these farming bases. The vanguard is a swarm of assault ships, small in size, but infinitely numerous, forming a relentlessly rolling tide gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Their array is precise to the micrometer, like propulsion lines drawn on a star map with a ruler, moving silently at an absolutely uniform pace. The cooling scales on the ships hull opened and closed at a perfectly synchronized frequency, resembling the regular ripples on the surface of a tide. Beyond the initial surge came the true explosion. The colossal starships, like moving continental plates, cast shadows that could cover the entire galaxy. The massive cannons, like plowshares, even before firing, distorted the space ahead with their concentrated energy. Further behind, colossal starships, comparable in size to stars, slowly appeared. They were mobile docks, command centers, and ultimate weapon platforms. Their very existence rewrote the laws of physics. Then, endless black lines pierced through the void, each line representing an army of billions of star armor soldiers. Mechanical agrarianism. To be precise, it was mechanical agrarianism activated to 99%, otherwise the effect wouldn't be so overwhelming. You can replicate ideologies? The senior engineer looked at the mirror spirit in astonishment. The elf, too, seemed somewhat smug. Not all ideologies can be replicated. If it's not a technology tree that's been inscribed, like your mechanic civilization's technology tree, then I can only replicate it in the mirror, not convert it in the universe. As expected of a remnant of the mirror demon race, this thing inherited a significant portion of that monstrous species' copy and paste ability. So, if a civilization has its technology tree inscribed, you can copy and paste an entire ideology? This, to some extent, is no longer at the level of a civilization's trump card. It can be considered half a civilization. The senior engineer once again refreshed his understanding of relics. There are also differences in level between different relics. Some relics possess abilities that are simply monstrous. The mirror spirit continued modestly, actually, it's not as powerful as you think. Whatever level of thought a civilization evolves into, I can only evolve a thought of the same level. If your thought is at a very low level of development, then what I replicate is only that level of thought. In this respect, I cannot perfect the logic of a thought. The senior engineer took a deep breath. He already understood the boundaries of the other party's abilities. An omnipotent mirror image. But only within the scope of a mirror image. In other words, if a worthless civilization obtained it, with no resources or extraordinary technology, then what it would replicate would only be a bunch of worthless abilities. But that's not right. The dragonborn civilization of yesteryear, no matter what, didn't belong to the category of worthless civilizations. Especially as inheritors of an ancient civilization, they must have possessed a wealth of ancient treasures. With the ability to copy even cosmic treasures, how come I never heard of dragonborn possessing such capabilities in my previous life? It seemed the mirror spirit had read the engineer's mind. The mirror spirit snorted, seemingly filled with disgust for dragonborn. If those people from back then had succeeded, I would have forcibly disabled most of my functions. No matter what they did, they could only forcibly inscribe a technology tree, and only one at that. The engineer naturally didn't care about the mirror spirit's past entanglements with that ascended civilization. His heart simply pounded twice more. So, you can inscribe two technology trees simultaneously? Yes, didn't I just say? This is a two-way mirror. With each word, the mirror world before the engineer's eyes shifted once more. It was as if billions of silver, luminous nerves were instantly illuminated, outlining unimaginably complex circuits. The light wasn't scattered, but flowed along absolute geometric trajectories, like a galaxy traversing veins. Every fraction of material density, every energy node, every dimensional fold, was precisely stripped away and scanned. Then, as the structural map was thoroughly imprinted, a deeper resonance began. It was no longer content with merely depicting the skeleton, but attempted to touch the blood flowing within it, and the rhythm of its breath. It no longer merely saw, but began to hear. A silent symphony resounded in the still void. The billions of rays of light in the mirror began to pulsate. At first, it was a jumble of codes, then it coalesced into an impeccably clear waterfall of logic. Laws emerged like melodies, space-time was gracefully bit here, energy was tamed into a docile spiral, and the strings of causality were gently plucked. Finally, the senior engineer saw the boundary of all the reflections, looking towards the source of light and logic. At that moment, the mirror became a black hole. It swallowed all the previously reflected light and sound, returning to a deeper, more primal darkness. Immediately afterwards, a gaze emanated from the mirror. This was not a structural scan, not a logical analysis, but a gaze returning from an ancient eye possessing boundless will. The senior engineer actually felt a sense of tension. This level of observation was definitely not something an ordinary observer civilization could achieve. The mirror demon race of yesteryear, the Earl civilization, definitely possessed a deeper secret. The system beeped twice, activating an unexpected mission. 8th Universe Mission, the source of the gaze. Difficulty, ? Mission briefing, After inheriting the ghost mirror, you will gradually discover the peculiarities of the heir's civilization, uncover the severed gaze, and perhaps, you can glimpse the truth from another angle. Mission objective. Mission reward. Cosmic level gaze *1. Mission notes. Use this gaze with caution. You can use it to glimpse the truth, but you only have one chance. Please carefully choose your gaze direction and target. 8th universe. The last offline event related to Sister G was apparently from the 9th universe, wasn't it? 8th universe? And the severed gaze? The engineer had always thought that the mirror demon race was wiped out because they offended a group of ascended civilizations, or were made scapegoats by the mastermind behind the scenes. But now it seems there's a deeper reason, and a cosmic level gaze? Could that mean he could see the true forms of the 3 cosmic calamities? The engineer suddenly had a thought. And then he only thought about it for a moment. He must have been out of his mind to look directly at that thing. Why are you stunned again? The mirror spirit asked, puzzled. The senior engineer snapped out of his daze, and glanced at the other. It seems that even the mirror spirit can't see the system. Aren't you going to record the technology tree? My time maintaining the essential mirror image is limited. Structural mirror image, logical mirror image. And then not some technology tree mirror image. But the essential mirror image? Essential? The senior engineer's expression turned thoughtful. Then what should I do? It's simple. Just summon the physical form of the technology tree. A physical form of the technology tree? Yeah, don't you have one? The mirror spirit glanced at the senior engineer and asked. The senior engineer hesitated for a moment, then immediately switched from his mechanical form to his biological form. But my physical body doesn't have one. Huh? Yours doesn't have one? Well, there's nothing I can do then. I can only inscribe one of the technology trees first. Once you evolve the technology tree of this nomadic civilization into a physical form, then you can inscribe it again. Okay. The senior engineer didn't mind the mirror spirit's matter-of-fact tone. Putting aside the mirror spirit's monstrous racial abilities, purely in terms of civilization level, the other party was a level 6 civilization. What level 6 civilization can't evolve a physical form of a technology tree? So, the next moment, the senior engineer summoned the mechanical tree composed of billions of mechanical parts. While this tree was indeed large for a level 3 civilization, it was still considerably smaller than the colossal energy tree the senior engineer had previously witnessed. After all, the other party could support the aura of a mirror world purely through concepts, something a level 3 civilization couldn't possess. Then, that mysterious gaze seemed to split into two. Like a drop of ink falling onto a sheet of paper called now, it spread simultaneously in both the past and future directions. Scanning the technology tree. Scanning all the development systems of the mechanic civilization. Scanning all the creations of the mechanic civilization. The system scanned all its mechanical lifeforms. Fire seed machines, dew hammers, ship girls, war berserkers. Finally, it scanned all the mechanical players. Finally, the system displayed a notification. You have completed a civilization inscription. Before the civilization is destroyed, everything about you will be mirrored. After the civilization is destroyed, everything about you will be mirrored, destruction, death, conceptual erasure. Finally, the mirror is reversed, and civilization is reborn. Chapter 1706. The instant the essential mirror was completed, the senior engineer saw the scene he had witnessed before once more. The timeline stretched simultaneously towards the past and future. It resembled a constantly branching, growing, and withering network of possibilities. With each choice made in the present, some possibilities became clearer and closer, while others gradually dimmed and disappeared. New variables were constantly added, constantly refreshing the predicted picture. Although it was a ghost timeline and a simulated timeline, with the ghost mirror recognizing its master, in this instant, the timeline would become real, sweeping away all space-time paradoxes. At this moment, if I do something unconventional, wouldn't the timeline I experienced before be completely erased? The senior engineer was eager to try, but his seasoned instincts suppressed his suicidal desires. He pointed, and countless mirror fragments were thrown into the timeline, along with that classic magic mirror question. You have gained the recognition of the cosmic relic, the ghostly mirror, as your master. Seeing this, Lady Deep Web could no longer resist and revealed herself, observing her kind with great interest. The mirror spirit also sensed her and turned to look at her, its appearance instantly evolving from a high-level engineer into a large-breasted beauty, Lady Deep Web herself. You're also a relic spirit? Lady Deep Web asked curiously. Yes, what's wrong? Can't you see me? Lady Deep Web laughed. I indeed can't see relics of the same level. Lady Deep Web shook her head, speaking honestly. This statement immediately won over the evolver, and the two wealthy women held hands, whispering enthusiastically. Gaining the ghost mirror's recognition of him was equivalent to gaining control over the mirror world. However, the senior engineer's brows quickly furrowed. Because within the previous battlefield ruins, an even larger primordial soup had appeared, from which hundreds of dragonborn were crawling. Primal lightning, interwoven with black and white, seemed to descend from the void, even spreading to other mirror worlds. They came quickly. With a thought, the senior engineer's Star Destroyer entered fusion mode once more. Does Master want to get rid of them? The mirror spirit asked. What method do you have? Master, don't forget, in this treasury of mirrors, my abilities can also be mirrored, for example. With the mirror spirit's operation, the senior engineer immediately sensed a subtle angular shift in most of the mirror worlds within the treasury of mirrors. And this angle of reflection was precisely where the Tier 5 Star Destroyer was located. Then, something miraculous happened. In different mirror worlds, one after another, Star Destroyer armors were mirrored, now holding the Doomsday Declaration, aiming it at the emerging new Dragonborn. Master, do you want to try it yourself? Me? The mirror spirit suddenly patted the engineer's chest, and in the next instant, the mirror seemed to shatter into a million pieces. After the engineer regained consciousness, he found at least 20 engineers appearing in the mirror world, some mechanical and some biological. Ms. Deepweb exclaimed in shock, You can even replicate him? Only a portion of his combat consciousness, Engineer number 2 said. Not bad, the swordsmanship level is perfectly replicated, said Senior Engineer number 3, a biological senior engineer. Give me the Stellar Destroyer. I'm tired of swordsmanship, let's try something else, said Senior Engineer number 4 lazily. With the acquisition of the Blazing Sun halberd, it was as if a miniature sun had appeared in his hand. The breakthrough in swordsmanship seemed to also enhance the Stellar Destroyer, a cosmic technique, since anything could be a sword. As this senior engineer pressed the miniature sun a second time, it quickly evolved into a red giant mode. Its terrifying light and heat directly burned through the mirror world, heading straight for the Dragonborn. And the mirror image senior engineers, each with their full swordsmanship level at 190, didn't hesitate at all, shattering the void and disappearing. The senior engineer let out a long breath. This wave might wipe out all these hundreds of 4th-tier Dragonborn. Take those cataclysmic warriors and go. The high engineer knew best the destructive power of his cosmic techniques. To put it bluntly, before the opponent used their ascension technology, killing 4th-tier lifeforms was like cutting vegetables. A dozen or so planets later, in the middle of the Uranus cluster and the Scatterleaf cluster, on a spaceship, the players chattered excitedly. Every now and then, a new face appeared. The mirror spirit seemed particularly curious about these species that they couldn't mirror at all. And the players were particularly curious about these new NPCs, who could transform into their exact counterparts at will, even with identical equipment and attributes. According to someone, this was a new pet he found in the mirror treasury. The players immediately understood. Some even tried feeding it. The effect was quite good. The mirror spirit accepted everything. And the players who became familiar with it quickly gave this NPC a new nickname. The sprite that grows anywhere. Meanwhile, in one of the top-tier cabins. Your new relic is quite cheerful, said the deep web lady, looking down at the scene through a projection, without turning her head. I'm a little surprised too. Do you think their abilities were fully developed? Most likely. I think so too. Before those mirror demons were destroyed, they must have thought there were no other species in this universe capable of fully developing this relic, so they must have developed it to its maximum potential. TSK. It's good to have an ascended civilization as a backer. But we're not bad either, right? After the fusion civilization successfully evolves, our potential will surpass theirs. At this moment, the senior engineer seemed to be chatting casually with Madame Deep Web, but his main focus was still on those mirror images. As the owner of the Ghost Mirror, he had some minor privileges that the system hadn't unlocked. For example, sharing mirror memories. And what could be more rewarding than fighting ascended species, especially super combat species, like the Dragonborn? The senior engineer had thought that after breaking through to the 190th level of swordsmanship, his cosmic techniques would stagnate for a considerable period of time. After all, his self-proclaimed sword genius was a fake, and he already enjoyed most of the benefits of vacuum decay in the parallel universe. He hadn't expected it to actually increase now. Dao Gong's eyes occasionally reflected a deathly white light, capable of obliterating everything. Some of these white streaks even surged beyond his sight, instantly annihilating the surrounding spacetime. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Gong slowly opened his eyes. Your normal swordsmanship has increased to 191%. Your normal swordsmanship has increased to 192%. Don't underestimate this 2% increase. The closer it gets to 200%, the more difficult it is to break through the upper limit. Even for other ascended species, unless they were ancient dragon descendants with innate ancient techniques, they might not have been able to provide such a significant boost to Gao Gong. Because in the later stages of the battle, several dragon descendants even broke through their skill limits. All wiped out. Yes. Really all wiped out. Deep Web Lady hadn't expected her casual remark to come true. This was a force of dozens of senior engineers, half of whom were practically immortal. They were forcibly wiped out by the opponent's ascension technology, the senior engineer said calmly. He knew the opponent's primal soup was more than just a full health resurrection point. In the end, the opponent even summoned a partial projection of an ancient dragon's body, ancient species or at least tier 6, then he was instantly killed. Ancient dragon descendants, how annoying. The mirror spirit, who had been playing with the player, sensed the commotion and rushed over, Deep Web Lady's wealthy face now showing a childlike expression of disgust. It's quite annoying, trying to trace my origins back to my original body through bloodline. But what kind of bloodline does a mirror image have? After a while, the senior engineer finally recovered from the feeling of being killed and couldn't help but ask the mirror spirit, why didn't those ascended civilizations completely destroy your mirror treasury back then? Theoretically speaking, completely destroying the civilization coordinates would be the safest operation, right? The mirror spirit said smugly. They thought, when we were besieged, our race risked everything, imprinting a portion of their ascended technology tree onto the bottom layer of the mirror treasury. To destroy our civilization coordinates, they would risk losing their technology tree, and whoever strikes the hardest will suffer the greatest loss. Prisoner's dilemma. The senior engineer gave it a thumbs up, then lazily lay back down. Didn't they ever think of finding an advanced information civilization to erase the ascension information you recorded? The Deep Web Lady asked curiously. I don't think so. Perhaps they're more worried about their ascended civilization information leaking out. That's true. A fallen heir civilization isn't scary, but an advanced information civilization that possesses information about its own technology tree is terrifying. However, the treasury of 1,000 mirrors does contain a lot of information about the ascended technology tree, which is very important news. It's possible that after my ascension, the path I take will lead me to this place. By the way, the sealed ascension technology tree in that frozen time world. Something seems off about it? The senior engineer suddenly remembered his previous experience and couldn't help but ask. That was also a 4th-tier ascended civilization, a technology tree called the Spirit Source Civilization. They developed a psionic technology called Genesis Technology. We copied their ascension technology tree, but then discovered it had been tampered with, so we quickly sealed it away. Tampered with? Was it possession or contamination? The senior engineer asked. It's probably contamination. We didn't detect any fluctuations from other ascended technologies. Contamination, then the source is hard to say. The senior engineer muttered to himself. Ascension civilizations aren't invincible. Although the chances of an ascended civilization falling are much lower than ordinary civilizations. But if you encounter some unreasonable beings, even the leader of an ascended civilization could have their head strung up like a gourd. And the Spirit Source civilization probably encountered something similar, and if nothing unexpected happens, the other party is likely unaware that they've been contaminated. The senior engineer then asked several more questions about the mirror demon race and the heir civilization. Some of these things, the mirror spirit knew, but many more, even the mirror spirit itself was unclear about. For example, as a legacy of the heir civilization, it had no idea how this intelligent species came to be, or what that peculiar gaze was all about. The senior engineer ultimately ended the topic with a hint of regret. However, the mirror spirit later added a very useful piece of information. That is, to obtain information about the ascended civilizations in the treasury of mirrors, the first thing to do is to eliminate all the obstacles, traps, and surveillance systems left behind by those ascended civilizations. This is quite a difficult task, because you are unsure whether your actions will trigger a civilization war. The senior engineer awoke from his reverie to find 2 Deep Web Ladies groping and harassing his 2 mirror images, seemingly having found a very amusing toy. This spirit's excessive activity didn't seem entirely a good thing. What are you planning to do next? The Deep Web Lady asked without turning around, unsure which one she was referring to. Revenge, of course, the senior engineer replied softly. Although the ghost mirror's resurrection wasn't unlimited, nor was it invincible. For example, if the senior engineer's mechanic civilization were to be directly annihilated by some mysterious force, the ghost mirror could resurrect the entire civilization. However, after resurrection, because the original entity in the universe had disappeared, all mirror images, including the technology tree, would also disappear. They would need to be re-recorded. If, within a certain time frame, the senior engineer didn't re-record the mechanic technology tree and then annihilate it again, then he would be completely finished. According to the senior engineer's experience, the recording time wasn't short. In short, it meant one kill wouldn't kill him. But during the resurrection period, a second kill would practically finish him off. However, the senior engineer could guarantee with his veteran experience that no civilization in a Tier 3 civilization possessed the power to kill him twice in a row. Even a cataclysmic civilization wouldn't have this. Even among Tier 4 ascended civilizations, such power was probably rare. To be able to wipe out such a large number of mechanical civilizations without leaving a trace definitely involved advanced ascended technology like concept annihilation. This was something no ordinary ascended civilization could control. Moreover, he had just received an invitation from the so-called Khan of the Four Khanates in the Supreme Leader channel. The reason for the invitation was to discuss the follow-up operations of the Ascended Whip. Perfect. Whether the invitation was genuine or not, revenge was needed. He decided to go for it. Chapter 1707. This mission was definitely worth it. On the ship, player Stone Man exclaimed sincerely. So many top-tier missions, plus various buffs from the fusion route, and even a direct plus 30 level reward. It was awesome. Following Boss G really leads to a bright future. Awesome. Awesome. Holy crap, what the hell? Are you kidding me? Just as the players were happily enjoying the afterglow of being carried by a pro, a discordant voice suddenly rang out from someone's mouth. Many players turned around in confusion, only to find that it was Sister G spouting such nonsense, and they quickly understood. This style of fucking the heavens and earth perfectly matched her personality. No, someone among our players wants to assassinate Boss G. Huh? What? Really? Where did you see that? My alt account found it in a group chat, of course. Since returning from her studies abroad, Sister G has deeply felt the importance of social connections. So, she creates alt accounts frequently, joins various groups, and posts lewd pictures, successfully befriending a bunch of old perverts. Some of these groups, in particular, have become strongholds for troublemakers as the Omnic crisis intensifies. Seeing a crowd gather, Sister G showed them the contents of the group chat. Overthrow the carbon-based scum. Today, Boss G will pay for his crimes in blood. Today, we turn G into G. He's not the Boss G we know anymore. Kill Boss G, steal the rich woman. Are you born with a silver spoon in your mouth? Today is a father-son showdown. Make him quit the game. Make him quit the game. Of course, if it were just that, it would be typical keyboard warrior activity. But after opening the group files, a detailed assassination plan was discovered, even specifying how to use weapons from certain factions to kill G in one fell swoop. What group is this? Umbrella Bro asked, puzzled. Let me see, it's... Oh, the Awakened Legion. It's said to be led by a high-level fireseed life form, backed by one or two mechanical civilizations, who are likely also pursuing a pure mechanical life form path. You even joined this? Another player asked in surprise. Mechanical life forms also have physiological needs. I don't just post erotic pictures of carbon-based creatures. Why are you being so discriminatory? Sister G forwarded screenshots from several other groups, all with similar content. Collusion, planetary-level mechanical weapons targeting, fourth-tier civilization buildings providing support, and even a mechanical fleet encircling and killing. Now players don't play solo anymore. It's all about legions. It's all about production capacity. Who's trying to assassinate me? A familiar, large head popped into the crowd, asking curiously. Needless to say, it's those mechanical idiots. Holy crap, old G. Seeing Boss G suddenly appear, the players' faces turned pale with fear, and they all instinctively took a few steps back, many even falling to the ground. After recovering, they immediately reported him without hesitation. Boss, I'm reporting. Someone's trying to assassinate you. It's those mechanical awakening idiots. Boss, someone's planning to blow up your spaceship. Boss, someone has secretly prepared a planetary bomb, ready to carry out a planetary-level explosion once your route is confirmed. Boss. Good, they're all a bunch of loyal fourth calamities. The senior engineer nodded in satisfaction. Speaking of which, has the Omnic crisis evolved to the point of killing the Master? He remembered that before retrieving the cosmic relics, wasn't it mainly about killing traitors? This evolution is a bit too fast. Boss, what are you doing here? Seeing that the senior engineer wasn't furious or interrogating them, many players secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and one player couldn't help but ask. Originally, I had a temporary mission for you, but now, since there are so many spies within, I naturally have to rely on you loyal subjects to protect me, the senior engineer said with a half-smile. The players immediately patted their chests, guaranteeing that they were absolutely loyal subjects, big and full of loyalty. After pledging their loyalty, some players cautiously inquired about the specific mission that required G-Boss's personal instruction. Was there some grand, nefarious scheme at play? It's nothing major, but have you forgotten? Many of our warriors are trapped in other cyber experimental sites, urgently needing your rescue. Oh. The players snapped back to reality. It seemed there was indeed such a thing. However, the system had been handling so much lately that they had completely forgotten about these planetary players. We need about a dozen. Who's going? The players looked at each other, remaining silent. Previously, players would have been happy to take on such a pretentious mission, but now, they preferred to stay loyal to the high-ranking engineer. After all, there were too many treacherous officials in the court, and these loyal ministers couldn't afford not to stir up trouble in the 2 capitals and 13 provinces. Then I call out names, the senior engineer said casually, mainly eliminating players with slightly weaker levels or weaker biological abilities. The remaining players immediately breathed a sigh of relief and offered their sincere blessings. The players who were chosen could only look at everyone with resentment. Don't worry, we won't leave immediately. At least we send you to an adjacent star system. We can't expect you to fly there on your own, the senior engineer said with a smile. If you're lucky enough, you might even catch 1 or 2 assassination attempts. Seeing the players around him looking at him with questioning expressions, the senior engineer still smiled and said, "These people want to know my route, right? Then just tell them. Don't worry, Boss G, we absolutely won't betray you." One player immediately pledged his loyalty. However, the player who said this quickly received a tap on the head. Sister G scolded him angrily, "Idiot. With the fusion technology the boss possesses, who can hurt him? He's trying to bait you." Those players called out by the senior engineer immediately regretted their actions. This was interesting. They desperately wanted to participate. However, the spots were already filled, and if they didn't go, they might get beaten up by everyone around them. To appease them, the senior engineer gave each of them a piece of high-tech equipment, all mirror versions. After instructing the players on this assassination plan, the senior engineer went into seclusion again. To be precise, he entered research mode on the ghost mirror. The more he researched, the more he felt that those dragon descendants probably hadn't even developed 30% of the relic's functions before being unlucky enough to be mistaken for the mirror demon race. Take, for example, the current physical version of the High Engineer, who is now facing an attack from 2 mirror image High Engineers. Both wield ordinary wooden swords, but the faint white light emanating from their blades could obliterate an entire planet with a mere graze touch. Although this is a sci-fi game world, certain principles apply. Masters are hard to find. Masters of the same style and level are even harder to find. And masters who understand each other perfectly are the rarest of all. For example, Yi Guchen compared to Shimen Chuexiue, Tian Dao compared to Ning Daoqi, Peng Ban and Lang Fanyun. The best opponent surpasses all lovers and wives. Of course, this is a martial arts perspective. But this doesn't mean the High Engineer doesn't enjoy this level of combat. His 193% normal swordsmanship, maintained after grinding through a wave of Dragonborn, seems to have hit a bottleneck again. After all, he's enjoying double the Shimen Chuexiue. Besides the senior engineer, Mrs. Shenwang was also enjoying herself. At this moment, the 2 women were holding hands, with the endless starry sky behind them. And within the starry sky, evolution and reflection were unfolding simultaneously. Initially, the starry sky was a boundless, chaotic primordial land, its very existence being everything. Its evolution did not follow a familiar arrow, but rather resembled a slumbering breath, a completely aimless surge. In this primordial land, before and after permeated each other, here and there blurred together. Change was eternal, but direction was diffuse, like a vortex flowing in all directions simultaneously. This primordial evolution, brimming with infinite possibilities, is also rendered meaningless by its absolute inclusiveness. Every potential structure, at its very birth, dissolves back into the background noise. But somewhere within this eternal flow, a reflexivity quietly emerges. It's as if the primordial soil, in its own flow, accidentally touches itself. Thus, a mirror begins to solidify. This mirror is not composed of matter, but woven from relationships and order. Its initial function is differentiation. It freezes the continuous flow as events. It straightens ambiguous connections into causality. In this nascent mirror, The chaotic breath is for the first time interpreted as rhythmic pulsations, and the disordered flow begins to reveal a linear trajectory from past to future. The evolution of the mirror tends towards clarity, certainty, and comprehensibility. It continuously refines more exquisite geometry and deeper laws, attempting to compress the entire richness of the primordial soil into a perfect, self-consistent logical framework. Gradually, the starry sky the senior engineer saw was neither the pure, chaotic primordial ground nor the absolutely ordered mirror image. It was the trace of the eternal interaction between the two, a dynamic, symbiotic entity full of tension. Upon seeing this, the senior engineer immediately realized the two relics had finally begun a beautiful symbiosis. No one stipulated that the abilities of the relics could not be used in combination. Those who thought this was impossible certainly didn't possess two relics. And this combination would fulfill a vision the senior engineer had long ago, a rather unreasonable client project, that is, to use the technology tree of the mechanic civilization to, in turn, replicate and manipulate the technology trees of the 100 mechanic civilizations in the intelligent interstellar space. In this way, the intelligent crisis could be completely suppressed. Chapter 1708. The player's efficiency is still quite high. Soon, a mechanical legion appeared in the engineer's path. They stood silently in the shadows of the nebula, like a row of forgotten steel statues. These mechanical beings possessed almost perfect human silhouettes, long limbs, clearly defined joints, and proportionally balanced torsos. But the cold metallic sheen and the faintly visible, pulsating energy circuits within clearly proclaimed their inhuman nature. Especially their chests and abdomens, where a turbulent sea of metal flowed. This was a new type of mechanical legion, or rather, an assassination legion built around nanotechnology. And their leader was not a player, but an unexpected yet logical leader of a spark of life, Blood Spider. At this moment, the Blood Spider's eyes flickered with the flames of vengeance. Decepticons, I will carry on your legacy, and wipe out all the carbon-based scum of the entire legion. Meanwhile, a player squad, drawn by the guiding light, infiltrated the ship. Player Supreme of the Mechanicus immediately asked impatiently, "Are you sure the guy is here?" The accomplices nodded silently. "Take me to the command room." "Okay." The accomplices silently led the group to the command room, where they found the large biocomputer controlling the entire ship. This computer had no screen, no keyboard. Its interface consisted of countless pale nerve cords of varying thicknesses growing from the surface of the mountain of flesh, hanging and intertwining like grapevines. Some nerve cords connected to photoreceptor tissue resembling eyeballs, which were now unconsciously rotating, their pupil-like apertures expanding and contracting, capturing the invisible data stream. The core of information processing was its surface, composed of countless constantly opening and closing brain folds. These tissues resembled magnified versions of the human cerebral cortex, but far more complex. They writhed, like individual lungs breathing. Whenever they contracted violently, a brief, phosphorescent bioelectric glow flashed across their surface. It was performing high-speed calculations, an evolution of pure biochemistry and electrical impulses. The Supreme of the Mechanicus eagerly pulled out a vial of injectable serum, a serum capable of contaminating the entire biological system and causing the ship's systems to crash at critical moments. However, before injecting it, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Turning to look at the accomplices behind him, he was startled to realize something. "Why are you still in biological mode?" In the eyes of many players brainwashed by the Omnic crisis, transforming into these dirty canned meat of biological beings was an unavoidable necessity. They would immediately transform into mechanical form, if circumstances allowed. "Is this what you mean?" Several accomplices suddenly changed form, transforming from biological to mechanical beings in the blink of an eye. The supreme leader of the mechanical god cult paused, then nodded, before turning back to inject the viral agent. But after the injection, he sensed something was wrong. "You? How did you transform so easily?" Why didn't he see the gate of abnormality? Well, the gate of abnormality can already be miniaturized, so our transformation went smoothly. Sister G lied through her teeth. "Okay." The supreme leader of the Mechanicus nodded imperceptibly, took 2 steps towards the door, and prepared to leave. However, the moment his mechanical feet touched the ground, a massive amount of mechanical code suddenly erupted, rapidly evolving into a black box centered on him. Within this black box, no movement could be transmitted to the outside world. Huh? Haven't been back to headquarters in a while. Even black boxes can be virtualized now? Sister G remarked, letting the black box envelop the 3 of them. The artificial black box remained silently in place, only the neural cables of the biological computer pulsating slightly, seemingly still transmitting signals methodically. However, Less than a minute later, the black box instantly disintegrated into fragments of information. Only the bound and gagged supreme leader of the Mechanicus and several other infiltrated mechanical members remained. Standing in place were three unfamiliar mechanical beings. The aura emanating from these three mechanical beings far surpassed that of the awakened machines enhanced by AI. The difference between them wasn't just 1 or 2 levels, but 30 levels, not to mention the bio-lightning constantly emanating from these mechanical beings. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The supreme being of the mechanical god cult stared at the three before him in disbelief. These three mechanical beings didn't seem to be third tier, but rather fourth tier. Moreover, powerful biofluid fluctuations emanated from their purely mechanical forms. This strange state instilled a deep-seated panic in him. Hee, don't worry, soon you become like us too. They won't spread rumors offline and cause this assassination plan to stop, will they? Umbrella Brother asked worriedly. No way, and the plan didn't fail. Those cyber hackers managed to infiltrate the system while we were getting injections. The few mechanical players still struggling were stunned. Cyber hackers? When was their system hacked? Could it be? Don't even think about it. It must be the mechanical civilization supporting you behind the scenes. Kid, being a traitor has no future these days. Rebels are the only way to go. It's a pity the boss won't allow it. Otherwise, I really wanted to try and see if I could take on an entire mechanical legion in my current state. Sister G was incredibly arrogant. Especially after receiving the senior engineer's promise to find a way to help her advance to the ancient level, this arrogance became even harder to suppress. Brother Umbrella pondered for a moment and said, perhaps the boss intends to do something like a spy game. Huh? At this moment, several cyber hackers were hacking into the entire spaceship's biological system. Cyber hackers belong to the information system, so theoretically, they can hack into anything. Player Glasses is such a cyber hacker, and one of the earliest. Back in the cyber experiment field, during a mission, he was recruited by a hacker organization, successfully transitioned to a different profession, and even activated his talent for two-dimensional consciousness. This talent is very useful, so he has kept it, even going to great lengths to upgrade it to level 3. For example, right now, he can use the two-dimensional function to not only observe virtual intrusions, but also to directly witness the fluctuations of biological hardware. The thick network of blood vessels beneath the translucent shell suddenly brightened, changing from dark red to a scorching orange red, like molten lava underground suddenly injected with energy, the light rushing and flowing along predetermined channels. The constant switching between two perspectives made his intrusion very smooth. He even had time to think about some strange things. For example, the odd states they had when logging in over the years. Saying these cyber hackers betrayed their faction, that's clearly not accurate. After all, their system prefixes still included Starnet Civilization, a certain department of the Mother City, and Punk Family, among others. However, saying they weren't anti-faction isn't accurate either, because they would occasionally target their own kind, and in those cases, their prefix would usually be Flesh and Blood Abyss Civilization. Sometimes, they even add a calamity trait called the TH layer of information hell, causing a drastic change in their virtual personalities. It wasn't that some cyber hackers hadn't tried calling in reinforcements offline. But they later found this useless, because even if they were hacked once, they would be assimilated again upon logging back in. Many cyber hackers would even use this tactic to lure others. After suffering numerous losses, the other players became more cautious. Whenever there's another forum for mutual assistance, the first thing to rule out is professions like cyber hackers. And perhaps it's the influence of gaming professions on their personalities, but most cyber hackers don't seem to mind the chaotic pattern of switching between 3 factions a day. It doesn't matter who they hack or who they infiltrate. Even under the influence of that information hell, cyber hackers have gained power far exceeding their rank. So it doesn't matter anymore. However, this hacking mission is somewhat special. This time, the target is Boss G. This was a hero-like NPC who had guided him step by step from the beginner's village into interstellar space. Hearing that they were going to deal with him this time, Glasses felt a mix of guilt and inexplicable excitement. In this game, once an NPC dies, they're truly dead. Of course, given Boss G's wealth and status, he certainly had many ways to resurrect him, but taking him down once would still be incredibly satisfying. He wasn't going to hack into Boss G's brain directly, that would be suicide. He only needed to insert enough monitoring and operational plugins into the spaceship system. Once, the mechanical legion hundreds of light years away was fully prepared. A standard surgical long-range strike would eliminate the problem. This was an assassination operation in the interstellar era. However, something felt off. Glass's two-dimensional evolution of the hardware perspective, with the increase in signal speed, no longer revealed the system's specific outline. But under the effect of two-dimensionality, points and lines were still visible. Being able to see threads allowed for a concrete assessment of the system's various functions. After all, no matter how advanced a system is, it still needs to be broken down into countless computing units for execution. The ability to detect the system's hardware operating status, and even, at critical moments, to escape from software into hardware, is crucial. However, this virtual intrusion seems a bit off. The threads that were previously visible are now becoming increasingly blurry. In fact, as the intrusion deepens, the points and lines that should have appeared are covered by a mercury-like fog. And this fog is becoming increasingly thick, making it impossible for him to distinguish between matter and virtuality. Discovered? When were they discovered? Although Glasses had known for a long time that Boss G possessed considerable virtual skills, instinctively, he felt this wasn't the situation he was in. With a thought, a rough, semi-transparent humanoid silhouette leaped out of the system. It resembled a holographic skeleton composed of fault codes and broken polygons. Inside the silhouette, a boiling vortex of data surged, a waterfall of zeros and ones cascading like a blizzard. Immediately afterwards, a deep, inhuman hum resounded, mixed with the screeching of electronic devices overloaded. The silhouette began to render itself. From skeleton to flesh, then to skin. Soon, Glass's true form appeared. Several other cyber hackers also appeared. They looked at each other, all somewhat bewildered. The mirror before them wasn't a virtual system. It was clearly a mirror world. Above, below, left, and right, all endless mirror surfaces. A crisp voice rang out. "Long time no see. How are you doing in hell? I heard that different information hells are equivalent to different deep information worlds, using deep information to reconstruct virtual bodies. Your current bodies certainly possess some fourth-order information characteristics, don't they?" The four hackers turned simultaneously, and saw an incredibly cute little boy sitting on the mirror, smiling and greeting them. "You are? Boss G?" One of the cyber hackers couldn't help but ask. "What? Are you allowed to have virtual bodies, but I'm not? But this is just too realistic." To the cyber hackers, this boy had a classic oval face, still with a touch of adorable baby fat. His skin was fair and translucent, like fine mutton fat jade or freshly squeezed milk, shimmering with a soft, delicate sheen under the light, making one want to gently pinch it. His hair was soft, jet black, fine and delicate, with wispy bangs that slightly obscured his eyebrows, making his skin appear even whiter. Most striking were his eyes, large and bright, with long, thick eyelashes like two small fans. His pupils were a pure, deep black, like obsidian submerged in water, crystal clear, and without a trace of impurity. When he looked up at people, his eyes were filled with innocence and curiosity, appearing incredibly pure. His nose was small and straight, his lips a natural cherry pink, with slightly upturned corners, conveying a hint of adorable smile even when he wasn't smiling. He sat casually on the ground, like a meticulously sculpted work of art, a blend of boyish liveliness and delicate features with an untouched, pure aura, so beautiful it evoked tenderness, as if afraid to disturb this unparalleled exquisiteness with the slightest sound. Anyone with even a slight fondness for young boys would be 100% captivated. It took me quite a bit of effort to sculpt this face. It's a pity you weren't possessed. We could exchange experiences. The hackers finally realized that their target was none other than themselves, and almost instinctively, they unleashed every imaginable and powerful hacking skill imaginable. Almost simultaneously, similarly powerful attacks landed on their opponents' hacking methods, neutralizing each other in turn. Only then did these hackers realize that, without them noticing, standing opposite the engineer was a hacker exactly like themselves. Chapter 1709. Faced with a mirror image, the first reaction of these cyber hackers was that it resembled the Cloudwing killer. After all, it was an old adversary. But then, they thought again, something didn't seem right. First, such humanoid antivirus software needed to run in a virtual network world to function, but where was this network? Even the StarNet civilization signals couldn't be transmitted across star clusters. Their second thought was the spaceship's built-in antivirus system. However, they quickly realized something was wrong. Because they had hacked into the entire spaceship system, they knew better than anyone whether it had any information defense mechanisms. Where did these things come from? But they quickly had no time to ponder such questions, because their opponent had already begun reverse hacking. And all of their hacking skills seamlessly copied the methods of these fourth-tier hackers. Glasses even took the time to give their opponent a probe. Name, Glasses, mirror image, level, 90. Faction, 7th layer of hell. Information energy, 43 million. Skills. The results of the investigation weren't exactly the same. Aside from the word mirror image, they were essentially identical. In fact, during the mutual hacking, a moment's distraction could result in significant losses. After all, the mirror image only retains pure combat awareness, and this purity, in most cases, is equivalent to the original being single-mindedly and wholeheartedly unleashing their power. Even the high-level engineer dared not be distracted while fighting his own mirror image, fearing that a moment's inattention would result in being wiped out, let alone these players. And seeing that these cyber hackers were unable to withstand the onslaught, the mastermind finally stepped forward, and soon, the players' eyes turned completely black. The light began to distort, not just bend, but shatter like glass twisted by an invisible hand, the air thick with the acrid smell of overloaded data. She, or rather, the former player, floated in the void. Beneath her skin were no longer flesh and blood, but billions of surging points of light, each a screaming fragment of a soul. The player's outlines dissolved, like ink dripping into a digital ocean. This ink-like color floating on the player's surfaces was undoubtedly a kind of deep information, and among deep information, a particularly dangerous one. The senior engineer had seen similar scenes before. 10 years ago, during the first wave of sneak attacks he suffered, the enemy had been behind it. At this moment, Glass's 7th layer of Hell faction attributes shone brightly, and soon another catastrophe trait was added to his system panel. Catastrophe trait, Deep Hell Demon, 7th layer. Its powerful aura even caused the surrounding mirrors to melt into silvery white mist once more. Shattered memories of civilization churned like nebulae, the twisted life forms, the corpses of digital demons. Countless pained faces, hastily pieced together by code and instantly obliterated, floated and sank within, emitting wails that only logic could hear. These were the final, hellish graveyards where all deleted, forgotten, and cursed data had converged. Ultimately, from within that graveyard, an aged face emerged. This face was not made of flesh and blood, but rather of countless layers of translucent information streams superimposed and deposited. The marks of time were not wrinkles, but rather the deep, bone-deep layers of redundant code left after billions of data iterations, like the rings of an old tree, recording forgotten protocols and obsolete addresses. Hellish old hag, what, haven't you been eaten by my sister yet? You still dare to challenge me at a time like this? The senior engineer sneered. After joining the Nomadic Alliance, he knew most of the cataclysmic leaders within the Alliance. Naturally, he also knew the true identity of this information cataclysm, another half-dead old ghost of the Flesh Abyss civilization leader. The cataclysmic leader in charge of the information system within the dual attribute civilization. The hellish old hag let out a sinister smile. Boy, don't be so smug. This old hag isn't far from being freed, and look at this. As she opened her palm, a wisp of starlight, clearly carrying an ascension fluctuation, evolved. The senior engineer frowned. This was an ascension fluctuation unique to the Starnet civilization. That little virus girl is troublesome, but the other one might be a different story. It's really thanks to the entanglement with these two girls that this old woman was able to connect to the 18th level of Hell and advance further. Having taken this step, the one who ascends first might not be that old hag, the Great Khan. Don't think we don't know, the last time the ascension whip failed, it was because... Just as the senior engineer's attention was drawn to her, the old woman's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by two inwardly spiraling, collapsing data black holes. When staring, one could see countless broken characters and pixels struggling and falling within, the remnants of digital souls she had devoured and not yet fully digested. She had no eyelashes. The edges of her eye sockets were surrounded by a ring of thorny patterns composed of extremely fine binary runes, as if imprisoning the vast, almost overflowing information entropy within her eyes. Entropy increase is one of the evolutions leading to the great end of the universe. Although information entropy is only one layer of it. But with this move, the engineer's eyes instantly turned into black holes, as if countless demons from the hellish information system wanted to crawl out from the depths of his eyes. Pitch black ink instantly covered the prototype's shell. Given this situation, the old hag smiled triumphantly, sent out the pre-prepared location, and simultaneously paralyzed the entire spaceship. Hundreds of light years away, the mechanical legion dormant in the void of space also received this information. The chest and abdomen of a humanoid mechanical body lit up, growing brighter and brighter. This wasn't some kind of energy light, but rather some kind of golden magma. The boiling of this magma caused the entire mechanical skeleton to begin melting. This high temperature reached its limit, and the entire mechanical body suddenly exploded, releasing molten magma. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction. One mechanical entity, two mechanical entities, 3 mechanical entities, thousands upon thousands of mechanical entities suddenly exploded, the heat compounding, magma upon magma. A sea of metal quickly evolved from the universe. The core mechanical technology of this war fortress, arguably one of the Legion civilization's trump cards, was revealed before someone in an inconceivable, yet seemingly more advanced, way. And then something even more inconceivable happened. As the sea of metal continued to scorch the void and refine space through mechanical creation, soon, the muzzle of a colossal cannon, measured in light years, slowly emerged. This is a creation approaching the level of a colossus within a Type 3 civilization. To put it another way, the diameter of a star system is roughly a light year. Holy crap! Even the senior engineer, who had witnessed the entire event from a player's perspective, couldn't help but gape slightly. This thing. How come I didn't know about it? The senior engineer was certain that once this superweapon, comparable to a mechanical frenzy, was developed, he would have been the first to know. But the current situation could only mean one thing. That the faction's research department had been completely infiltrated. Perhaps it's more than just a sieve. Because a single mechanical legion evolving into a sea of metal could never possibly create a cannon of this scale. Behind it, there must be the power of one, or even a dozen, mechanical civilizations, providing support in every aspect, from computing power to void machinery. At first, I thought this assassination wouldn't be very effective, but I didn't underestimate the players, I underestimated the mechanical revolution. The mechanical revolution itself is a technological revolution with even greater transformative power than any ideology. The senior engineer turned his head, and the deep-web lady beside him also had a very serious expression. Although this cosmic relic wasn't completely destroyed by this attack, it would still be in considerable pain. Stop playing around, or things will really go wrong. That's right, we really can't play around anymore, or we really crash and burn. The senior engineer muttered to himself. Across from him was an enormous mirror. At this moment, the hellish old woman was using the information entropy increase evolved from the nature of natural disasters to lock the mirror image of the senior engineer in place. The signal she emitted was guiding the light year cannon to complete its final coordinate setup. Mirror spirit, suppress her for me. Almost as soon as the engineer finished speaking, 2 identical mirror images appeared on either side of the monstrous monster in the mirror world. The old woman from hell hadn't been gloating for long when she suddenly heard a strange grinding sound. Her gaze shifted left and right, and she was astonished to see 2 mouths. Or rather, where the mouths should have been were slightly trembling, twisted, jagged cracks, like those produced when an old videotape cassette tape tumbled. When she grinded her teeth and laughed eerily, the cracks would briefly stabilize, revealing an endless, tightly packed list of folders and broken hyperlinks behind them. The sound was a cold, aged cacophony of billions of clicks, deletes, and writes. Affected by this cacophony, the old woman from hell instinctively lost her focus for a moment. You? 2 other hellish old women stood to her left and right, their empty, pitch-black eyes fixed on her. The same information entropy increase, a pitch-black substance, appeared almost identically on her body. At the same moment, the senior engineer appeared above the spaceship, striding forward, wooden sword in hand, his gaze like lightning. The change began the moment the sword light appeared, silently spreading wildly in all directions. Affected by this, the entire biological behemoth began to rapidly transform into a mechanical behemoth. The once warm, pulsating flesh instantly lost its color, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic sheen. The biological scales covering the body were no longer soft, their edges sharpened, emitting a clanging sound of metal fastening, layer upon layer, transforming into a seamless alloy armor. Unfortunately, despite all your calculations, you overlooked one thing. That is the unparalleled evolutionary power of the fusion route for civilization. Across hundreds of light years, the high-ranking engineer unleashed a sword strike. Where the sword light passed, the starlight dimmed for a moment, not by being obscured, but by the very foundation of its existence, the very structure of space itself. This slashing intent gently plowed through it, causing a subtle tremor. Some interstellar dust clouds that had drifted for millions of years were silently cleaved in two, the break so smooth it was chilling, as if a galaxy had been torn open with a briefly healed wound. And the muzzle of that star's system was suddenly split in two. The next instant, heaven and earth cracked. The muzzle cracked. Seawater flooded in. From the edge of that smooth fissure, the dark alloy armor no longer cooled, but began to writhe. Foam, like cell division, rose on the metal surface, rapidly proliferating and spreading. Where the seawater passed, the cold, steely gray was replaced by a moist, veined, deep red flesh. These newly formed flesh and blood grew wildly along the structure of the cannon barrel, like vines entwining a giant tree, covering the originally angular mechanical outline. The energy conduction channels were no longer cold conduits. They pulsated beneath the flesh and blood, their inner walls sprouting fine cilia. Like the intestines of some giant creature, they began to writhe rhythmically, as if digesting the remaining energy. Finally, a primal, savage life force emanated from this flesh and blood monster reborn from mechanical rebirth. This stellar cannon muzzle not only survived but was forcibly elevated from the third tier to the fourth, and around the rift, the flesh and blood on both sides were proliferating into countless thick, pulsating buds, like a bizarre coral jungle. These budding growths intertwined and compressed, causing the crack to expand instead of shrink, into a dark cavity constantly dripping with viscous biological matrix. This cavity plunged into the vacuum of space, quickly piercing through space and colliding with the civilization's coordinates. It was the coordinates of a mechanical civilization. At first glance, it appeared as a black spherical curtain composed of three massive, completely altered celestial bodies. If the eye could penetrate that dark barrier, it would reveal that its interior was not pitch black, but rather composed of billions of regularly flickering points of light, forming an incredibly complex, multidimensional network. These were not stars, but the light emitted from cities, computing nodes, or energy centers. These points of light were arranged and operated strictly according to some incomprehensible, deep logic, outlining the abstract contours of the civilization itself. However, the next moment, the muzzle flashed. No energy fluctuations emanated from the muzzle. Yet, within a cylindrical area with a diameter of light years, everything was gently erased. The coordinates of the civilization surrounded by three massive celestial bodies vanished in half. The remaining half was slowly erased as the cannon muzzle moved. A mechanical civilization in the intelligent interstellar space had simply disappeared. Trying to escape? Not so easy. The senior engineer stared intently at the image on the mirror. Using a kind of unseen perception granted by the mechanical revolution, he knew clearly that two backup civilization coordinates were currently activated. Without warning, two deep-web ladies appeared before the mirror, their hands pressed against the water-like surface. Ripples spread out. As the ripples spread, a mechanical technology tree faintly appeared. Chapter 1710. The two deep-web ladies joined forces, and something miraculous happened. The mechanics tech tree, previously inscribed in the ghost mirror, reappeared in the mirror. Then, countless phantom time-space boxes lit up from behind the tree. Under the illumination of the time-space light, the entire mechanics tree cast a shadow, which crawled from one side of the two-way mirror to the other, and accurately climbed onto the enemy's tech tree. Then something strange happened. The shadow of the mechanics tech tree appeared at the roots of the enemy's tech tree. The senior engineer shuddered. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. The senior engineer felt as if his leadership authority had devoured something, suddenly increasing by nearly half. At the same time, the senior engineer seemed to hear the high-pressure alarm of the Omnic crisis ringing out among all civilizations infected by the mechanical revolution. The system notification sounded rapidly several times. Then it sounded a series of beeps again. Through the tech tree manipulation, you have gained enslaved rule over the mechanical network civilization. This diplomatic mode is a special civilization exchange mode. In this mode, you can easily manipulate the evolution, technology, and political evolution of this civilization. You can gain control over 100% of the civilization's resources. Your permanent damage to the second mechanical revolution Omnic crisis reaches 1%. Your undying leader authority has been partially upgraded. Enslaved Rule Awakening Civilization *20, Undying Leader Level +1. You obtain the Civilization Leader title, Mechanical Tyrant. The Mechanic Civilization obtains the Civilization Trump card String Cannon, Max. Regular weapon. The String Cannon is the ultimate strategic weapon of a Tier 3 civilization. Its light-year cannon body, which stretches across the starry sea, is not physically cast, but rather woven into a rigid string channel by spatial technology using the spacetime structure itself. It attacks by triggering spatial resonance throughout the entire channel, instantly dissolving the physical laws of the target area and silently wiping out all matter from the string vibration level at the bottom of the universe. It's a weapon of divine punishment, undefendable and governed by law. Compared to the constantly upgraded mechanical frenzy, this string cannon is maxed out from the start, and it's clear this thing is truly ferocious. No wonder it's the super weapon intended to kill G. Gao Gong actually considered whether his mechanical body alone could withstand it. And the conclusion was, it really couldn't. The greatest strength of the mech frenzy lies in its near-infinite regeneration ability, and its dimensional reduction manipulation at the higher quantum level. Combined, To kill Gao Gong's mechanical body alone would be equivalent to simultaneously annihilating billions of mechanical bodies. Otherwise, if any mechanical entity escapes, given the limitless production capacity of a top-tier mechanic civilization, its health bar will quickly deplete, becoming as slow as someone else's lifespan. This is among the most disgusting of all types of undead leaders. However, facing the string cannon, firstly, its coverage area is vast enough. Light-year level annihilation means that once it hits, even faster than light travel is impossible to escape, let alone light speed. Secondly, it is a weapon of law. A weapon of law doesn't manipulate laws, it is itself a law of the universe. Even among advanced civilizations, it is a formidable weapon, second only to conceptual weapons. Therefore, if hit by this, the string vibrations at the bottom of the universe will activate, instantly annihilating all mechanical entities within its range. Then, its immortal leader would instantly turn to ashes. Only a portion of its mechanical consciousness would remain, burrowing into the physical entity of the technology tree. The physical entity of the technology tree is a pure concept, and naturally, the weapon of law cannot erase it. However, with consciousness parasitizing the technology tree, everything becomes inconvenient. Especially considering that the Onic crisis has most likely already infected the lower levels of civilization, not to mention destroying its immortal leader, but permanently trapping it on the technology tree. This is most likely a follow-up plan of the Onic crisis. Unfortunately, it hadn't foreseen the dimensional reduction attack of the fused civilization. As the engineers' thoughts shifted, the light-year-sized cannon muzzle once again collapsed into a sea of metal, and from the sea of metal, one humanoid mechanical body after another emerged, their mechanical forms once more shaped by golden magma, until the last drop of golden magma was absorbed into the mechanical body. The system notification sounded again. You have acquired the new Mechanical Legion String Mechanical Legion. The senior engineer's gaze was fixed on the mirror. After completing the entanglement of the Mechanical Network Civilization's technology tree, the shadow of the entire technology tree continued to grow in all directions, and the mirror expanded accordingly, reflecting even more shadows of technology trees. However, a faint red light appeared on the surface of these technology trees, causing them to begin to scatter in all directions. This was something a civilization without physical technology trees couldn't do. 100% this is the contingency plan for the Onic crisis. You have completed the permanent enslavement of the civilization, Steel Power Consortium, causing 2% permanent damage to the Onic crisis. You have completed the permanent enslavement of the civilization, Ash Forgers, causing 3% permanent damage to the Onic crisis. You have completed the permanent enslavement of the civilization, Airport Servant, causing 4% permanent damage to the Onic crisis. In the end, probably in the first test, a total of 8 mechanical civilizations completed the tech tree entanglement. The damage inflicted on the Onic crisis did not exceed double digits. Furthermore, apart from the first captured mechanical network civilization, which was a late-stage civilization, the rest were all mid-stage civilizations, roughly equivalent in level to the previous Milta Federation and Galen Republic. While the Onic crisis was incredibly advanced in technological evolution, it couldn't have created a whole host of late-stage civilizations out of thin air in just over a decade. However, if they possessed the coordinates of parallel universes, that would be a different story. This is why the senior engineer refused to develop mechanical technology in the origin universe. In the Ghost timeline, the mechanics technology tree can evolve to past civilizations, while in the simulated timeline, it can cover future civilizations. Essentially, the operating principle of the two relics is that simple. Having dealt with this, the senior engineer still didn't have time to check the system. With a flash, he appeared in the mirror world, and with a flash of sword light, the Sea of Life enveloped the figures of the cyber hackers. Stimulated by the Sea of Life, these informational life forms began to emit billowing white smoke. Seeing this, the senior engineer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although my path was carbon-based plus mechanical, the Sea of Life still had an attribute resetting effect on civilization members. Chapter 1711. Perhaps, this is just the basic function of the Sea of Life, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Because he discovered that, apart from washing away the opponent's cataclysmic attributes, the Sea of Life had no effect on leveling up these cyber hackers. He still needed to find other life forms, preferably those outside his faction, to test it and confirm the coverage area of the Sea of Life. However, knowing that the Sea of Life could wash away cataclysmic attributes was undoubtedly crucial for his upcoming revenge against the cataclysmic civilization. The senior engineer's gaze fell on the old woman from hell. But before he could do anything, a pale, slender hand pierced through the old woman's mouth, then the wrist was twisted 180 degrees, gripping her face. A scream as if from hell echoed from all directions. And so, the cataclysmic leader was dragged bit by bit into the pale flames. During this process, the blackness on the other person's body rapidly burned away, and the old woman's face showed an expression of pain and suffering. The two mirror images looked at the engineer, seemingly asking if they should make a move, but the engineer shook his head. He recognized the hand; it belonged to Go. As for the ghastly white flames that could burn through the black paint, they were undoubtedly information from another layer of hell. While the other party was absorbing the StarNet technology tree, it seemed Go hadn't been idle either, and was also on his way to becoming the king of hell. After this assassination attempt failed, the engineer soon encountered the terrified blood spiders on his journey. Blood spider's terror nearly paralyzed it. A creaking, metallic strain emanated from its chest. "Leader, I really don't know what's going on. I never intended to assassinate you. Damn it, my relationship with that Decepticon isn't that good. How could I possibly do this for them?" "Alright," the engineer interrupted, gripping the railing as he looked at the densely packed, kneeling string machine legion in the vacuum of space. After erasing the mind printing of the Omnic Crisis, his loyal legion had returned. "These are the new legions you developed underground?" the engineer asked with interest. "Yes. How many of these legions have you developed?" 10 in total." "Whoa," Blood Spider quickly added. "But only 2 or 3 possess weapons at the level of the string cannon. The rest are roughly at the level of the Myrda's mech frenzy back then. That was also at the level of a civilization's trump card. 10 trump cards from various civilizations, 3 or 4 of which are top tier. This is the result of the Machine Crisis's rebellion over the past 10 years. After being brainwashed, their minds have become this sharp. If the other side hadn't already made their move, the High Engineer wouldn't have minded playing dumb for a while longer." Finally, after Blood Spider repeatedly and solemnly knelt and apologized, the High Engineer forgave him. Blood Spider was overjoyed, and quickly presented the list of criminals he knew. As for the string mechanical legion before him, it was absorbed into the mechanical frenzy by the High Engineer. This giant mechanical ship, now fully transformed, paused in the void for a moment before resuming its faster-than-light travel, though its direction remained outside the Legion's territory. Meanwhile, within the various rebellious organizations and underground groups affected by the Omnic Crisis, chaos had already erupted. The assassination attempt had failed. They didn't even know how it failed. Because the instant the engineer drew his sword, all mechanical entities were forcibly bioified and simultaneously elevated to the 4th tier. All related monitoring systems lost connection as a result. Everyone knew the consequences of a failed rebellion were severe. Many Omnic organizations even began publicly criticizing the masterminds of the operation. "If you hadn't insisted on seizing this opportunity, and had used our methods for the assassination, we might have succeeded long ago. Now look what's happened. We alerted the enemy. Given Mr. G's tendency to play it safe, he's probably hiding somewhere now. This is also a characteristic of mechanical revolutions, like the Omnic Crisis. There's no centralized, unified leader or system. While everyone is involved in causing trouble, they generally operate independently, and might even clash due to differing ideologies. Just like the name Machine Crisis, they all think their AI is advanced, refusing to acknowledge anyone else's superiority, sometimes even threatening not only their own civilization, but also those of their counterparts. Fortunately, through various channels, it was learned that Mr. G didn't seem to be hiding, and was still heading to the gathering of the 4 cons according to his planned route. A group of rebellious AIs were conducting some research. Perhaps Mr. G thought this was just an isolated incident, or perhaps he felt that the internal situation was actually more dangerous. The senior engineer had no idea what the enemies were thinking, nor did he care to guess. At this moment, he was studying with great interest the benefits of suppressing the machine revolution. For example, there's the title of Civilization Leader, which he's quite interested in. This isn't some useless reputation reward. This thing, even within the Civilization Council, will gain the recognition of other civilization leaders. "Oh, so it's you. Civilization Leader title Mechanical Tyrant, both a cold, embedded steel fulcrum to the cracks of civilization, forcibly prolonging its life, and the ultimate core that uses absolute fear as lubricant to ensure the entire massive system doesn't collapse. His will meshes with everything like precise gears. His rule doesn't stem from bloodline or faith, but is based on a pure, efficient balance of terror, stripped of all redundant emotions. Dominion pressure plus 50%, Dominion deterrence plus 20%, mechanical dominance plus 50%, easily gains the loyalty of power worshippers. Slander, absolutely slander. Everyone knows that this G guy is usually approachable, loves to mingle with his henchmen, and secretly posts lewd pictures online. How did he suddenly become a tyrant? Did I conquer those hundreds of mechanical civilizations? Weren't they deliberately infected by the Omnic crisis? Most of the time, I've been recuperating, okay? But it's not all bad. The senior engineer muttered to himself. The Civilization Council is a large-scale martial arts world, or rather, a cosmic-level martial arts world. It has all kinds of species and civilizations. When encountering newcomers, many ascended civilizations will try to test them. After all, newcomers are easy targets. And generally, new ascended civilizations with leaders, like mechanical tyrants, are generally not deliberately provoked, because people know that these kinds of civilizations are extremely troublesome and powerful. One wrong move, and you'd be in a civilization war. In the voting process for certain proposals, generally speaking, unless there's a conflict of interest, no one would deliberately obstruct the mechanical tyrant. Just as the description says, a 20% increase in dominance and deterrence. That's good, at least I don't have to be deliberately low-key anymore. The senior engineer happily scanned the mechanical tyrant again before looking at the other system notifications. He discovered that the most frequent notifications were actually about various professions. You have conquered the mechanical network civilization, obtaining the mechanical class, mechanical resonator. You have conquered the mechanical network civilization, obtaining the mechanical class, mechanical walker. You have obtained the mechanical network civilization's trump card, the highest authority of the great mechanical network. You have conquered the civilization, steel authority integration, obtaining the mechanical class, iron warlord. You have conquered the civilization, steel authority integration, obtaining the mechanical class, steel authority purifier. You have conquered the civilization, airport servant, obtaining the mechanical class, port servant. Game classes are the evolution of professional knowledge. And professional knowledge is a branch of the technology tree. By controlling the opponent's technology tree, one naturally gains access to all the classes of that civilization. The 8 mechanical civilizations in total brought the senior engineer 20 mechanical classes. The senior engineer wasn't stingy. With a wave of his hand, all players in all factions received a system notification. Legion Civilization unlocks 2nd class. Legion Civilization unlocks 3rd class. Currently available classes: Mechanical Resonator, Mechanical Walker, Iron Warlord, Steel Power Purifier. Even from the upper levels, the senior engineer could hear the excited clamor of the players. After a while, the bolder Sister G peeked out and cautiously asked, "Boss, should we keep one of our secondary professions for that nomadic civilization?" The senior engineer pondered for a moment, then silently nodded. To be honest, he wasn't sure whether to keep it or not, whether secondary professions would spawn after the nomadic civilization officially activated. But if you want to keep it, then keep it for now. The players had 2 secondary professions spawned, while the senior engineer's own secondary profession, seemingly due to his civilization leader status, had no restrictions. Moreover, perhaps because of his enslaved tech tree, the system defaulted to his secondary profession as a faction profession, allowing him to use faction experience to level up. So the senior engineer didn't hesitate and immediately maxed out all 20 professions. In an instant, levels increased rapidly: Mechanical Resonator LV20, Mechanical Walker LV20, Iron Warlord LV20. But compared to the skills that came with leveling up, the personal attribute boosts that these professions provided were the most valuable. Soon, the senior engineer's intelligence and perception broke through 6,000 and 4,000 respectively. For every 1,000 skill points gained, the senior engineer chose the talent that could boost basic attributes. As a result, his maximum attribute, strength, quickly surpassed 7,000. For a moment, the senior engineer's mental power seemed to materialize, and he could even see higher dimensional existences, while his physical body churned in a vacuum, the surrounding space crackling and creaking, as if he could forcibly embed himself into the void with his physical body alone. My swordsmanship, it seems I can unleash a second strike. The senior engineer sensed it, and was pleasantly surprised to find that his physical body seemed capable of supporting a second strike. Although his own mechanical body could also fully wield swordsmanship, for some reason he always felt there was a barrier. Only a carbon-based physical body could truly grasp the essence of this cosmic technique. Therefore, even when practicing swordsmanship using mirror images, the engineer insisted on using his physical body. Could it be physical memory from 1,000 years of sword practice? Or some kind of soul memory? The engineer had heard of a theory that certain top-tier techniques had a limit on the number of available practitioners in this universe. Could his ordinary swordsmanship have reached that level? Moreover, enslaving only 8 civilizations has brought such a significant boost. If I were to suppress all 100 mechanical civilizations, wouldn't my 5-dimensional attributes, strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, and perception, all exceed 10,000? Goodness. Was he going to become a hexagonal, extreme being? Extreme in all directions. Wouldn't that mean he wasn't extreme anymore? Previously, the engineer had pinned his hopes for improving his basic attributes on those top-tier chickens. However, by sheer chance, he gained this improvement by suppressing the onic crisis. Indeed, opportunities are unpredictable. Holy crap! I only been gone a short time. How come they already pulled off such a massive operation? In the void of space, player Little J stared in shock at the system's constant stream of notifications. The faction has actually opened up secondary professions, and 2 at once. What's going on? But after confirming with the system that non-carbon-based and non-mechanical factions cannot obtain secondary professions, he immediately looked regretful, even a little remorseful. Perhaps he shouldn't have switched to pure energy. Pursuing energy mechanics would have been another path. Even, whether he qualifies as belonging to a Legion civilization is debatable. Little J sighed, glancing again at his faction panel. Whisper of the Stars. Legion, that's right. He not only followed the advanced Firebringer route within energy lifeforms, but also switched from a Legion civilization to Whisper of the Stars. In other words, the energy civilization pioneered by Yi Deluli. He's different from most players. Most players, whether mechanical or carbon-based, can't stay in the primordial universe. After all, there are no quests, no classes, no leveling up or monster hunting, and no one to even engage in PvP. So most players spend their time grinding skills in parallel universes, mainly focusing on the main universe. There are many quests there, especially the various civilization wars. They're incredibly interesting, but there's an exception: energy-based players. The primordial universe, this early universe, may not have much else, but its diverse energy resources are incredibly abundant. Especially since energy players level up differently from other players. Whether developing or absorbing energy, they can gain experience and level up. So Little J actually stayed here voluntarily, and has secured a fairly high position in the new Starry Sky civilization. After all, while there are many missions in the main universe, the competition is fierce. On the other hand, in this small energy civilization, although there aren't many particularly interesting missions, as long as you can endure the loneliness, you're sure to gain something. I wonder how Sister Dida is doing with the mission regarding the new civilization's trump card? Without my special ability, can those energy scientists handle it? Little J looked at the distant cyber experiment field planet, his thoughts wandering. The 1,000 layers of dark energy dimensions. That's the Dark Elves civilization's trump card, not the Starry Sky civilization's. And the Starry Sky civilization naturally has its own civilization's trump card. And he's one of the members responsible for its development. And because of his special ability, his role in it is quite important. He was just hanging out with those carbon-based gamers in his spare time, when he suddenly ran into Boss G recruiting soldiers, and somehow ended up here, in charge of guiding players to this cyber experimental field. Chapter 1712. Little J wasn't deliberately spacing out in outer space. His main focus was still on waiting for his special ability to activate. Before coming, Boss G had said that the main problems with this recruitment drive to the cyber experimentation site were twofold: how to recruit people from the site's owner, and how to get them away before the ascended civilization behind it discovered them. Because if they offended the ascended civilization behind the cyber experimentation site, even someone as powerful as Boss G wouldn't be able to withstand it. But according to Boss G, if the operation was swift enough, the probability of something going wrong wasn't high. Firstly, many of the experimental targets at the cyber experimentation site weren't players, so taking players away discreetly wouldn't have a significant impact. Secondly, in the eyes of the ascended civilization, the cyber experimentation site was a highly dangerous project, and some advanced civilizations with unscrupulous methods had even created tens of thousands of such sites. It wasn't impossible that many of these cyber experimentation sites would self-destruct for various reasons. Therefore, if a problem arises, it's better to destroy the entire planet than to expose it, or expose it too much. For example, one player had a brilliant idea: to launch a one-shot attack, disguise it as an interstellar disaster, destroy the cyber experiment site, and then take all the players with him after they respawned. This operation is truly simple and brutal. However, if the person in charge of the cyber experiment site project arrives slowly, it's not entirely hopeless. But Little J certainly wouldn't do that. His brain is for use, not for embarrassment. So, he first gathered a group of relatively successful players on the cyber experiment site forum and created a small group. Let them develop their offline presence on their own, preparing for their evacuation. Meanwhile, he directly used his psychic abilities to communicate with the players from outer space. His psychic abilities are somewhat similar to Professor X's. He can read others' thoughts, memories, or subconscious without physical contact, and even, after reaching level 3, can connect with the consciousness of an entire planet's population. So, if things go well this time, he might not even need to enter the planet directly. This would greatly avoid detection and allow him to show off his skills. Soon, Little J's psychic abilities began to take effect. A virtual planet appeared before his eyes, and one consciousness after another appeared within it. These consciousnesses were all at low levels, mostly at level 1, with only a few at level 2. Without Boss G, we'd probably be in this state. Little J thought silently. In the cyber experiment field, you can't just level up whenever you want. For example, some players who switch to being employees of giant corporations will have their career chips confining them to repetitive tasks indefinitely. Furthermore, given the security systems of the supercorporation at the time, he didn't think offline player assistance would be very useful, since everyone else was too busy taking care of themselves. Many of the players whose consciousnesses were linked were still unaware of the situation. What's going on? Are we working overtime today? That doesn't make sense. I didn't renew my consciousness box yesterday. Where did I get teleported to? Meanwhile, some experienced players, who already knew the situation, were trying to reassure the other players, because before coming, Little J had instructed them to keep the players' emotions stable, otherwise the consciousness teleportation would be very troublesome. The players in the experimental field, after hearing the expert's explanation, went wild. Holy crap, am I dreaming? Is what the forum said true? Wah, finally someone's here to pick me up. I thought I'd be stuck on this map forever. What do you mean, one map for a lifetime? It's more like one kin for a lifetime. One player complained. Little J thought back. This cyberpunk experimental field seemed to be researching biological cans, so most players were actually working inside the cans. Being outside was just for exercise. This seemed even worse than his own time on the Machine Rift Star. Little J felt a little sorry for them. And biological cans, those Paradox Interactive players, were the real experts. But if those Paradox Interactive players were to do this mission, their respawn points would probably all be set up inside the cans. Unlike now, many players were already looking to the future. Is the video clips I saw on the forum real? Do you really have spaceships bigger than planets? I heard you conquered hundreds of level 3 civilizations, but I haven't seen a single one yet. Hey, can you help me level up after we get out? I don't need you to, just have one of your Legion soldiers do it. I already planned my class change path. I want to be a mechanic. Seeing the super pro player opposite them remain silent, some pro players with direct communication privileges looked at each other. Finally, one pro player mustered the courage to speak. Hey, what are you thinking about? Is there anything we can do? Little J snapped out of his thoughts and casually replied, Oh, nothing much. I'm conducting a second search to make sure no test field players are missed. Coming here wasn't easy this time, and I don't know how long I have to wait to come back again. The expert players breathed a sigh of relief. About a minute later, the test is complete. Most are connected. No one's offline, right? Probably not. We already notified everyone. They all know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one would dare log off now. That's good. Then we prepare to leave. We're leaving already? Little J patiently explained, my professional ability is a bit special. As a fire stealer, I can temporarily steal your souls. I already prepared clone bodies for you elsewhere, and they're third-tier bodies. This operation also prevents you from suddenly disappearing and arousing suspicion from the owner of this testing ground. Oh, by the way, I also prepared some self-growing biological personalities, enough to last about 6 months. When they're connected to your bodies, given the rate at which these biological consumables are consumed, your bodies will likely be drained before my personalities even deteriorate. The expert players looked at each other speechless. It wasn't that they didn't want to say anything. They genuinely didn't know what to say. This is an operation I never even heard of, let alone seen before. Some players have heard of body possession, but none have ever imagined one involving tens of millions of people. Alright, let's go now, to avoid arousing suspicion. With those words, Little J poked at the air, and a tiny pinhole appeared. The pinhole rapidly expanded, its edges flowing with eerie colors that were neither rainbow nor neon, like shattered aurora borealis or frozen lightning. It wasn't round, nor any geometric shape. Its outline constantly twisted and shifted, like a living being struggling to enter this world. Through the ever-expanding rift, another part of the starry sky could be seen. Like a whale drawing water, wisps of mist, formed from faint light and pure will, were rapidly absorbed into it. In less than half an hour, the players' souls had been completely drained. Little J then pulled out another device, smoothed out the space-time folds, took one last look at the cybernetic experimental field, and left the star system. The entire process, while not entirely silent, at least within the experimental field, produced absolutely no disturbance. Meanwhile, compared to Little J's meticulous work, on the other side, a certain stone man was planning something much bigger. He transformed into a fragment of a celestial body, accelerated to its limit, carrying dust and fury. The massive outline of this artificial meteorite appeared in the thin light, its surface covered in molten lava-like cracks, trailing a long, fiery tail of shattered star ring material, silently but resolutely hurtling towards the cold, pulverizing mechanical planet. The cyber-proving grounds, this colossal construct of countless metal pipes, armored plates, and flashing signal lights, continued its cold, predetermined rotation. On its surface, energy shields had just begun to ripple, attempting to form a defensive line, but it was too late. The meteorite's pure, savage physical mass had already breached the critical point of any energy defense. Contact occurred in an instant. First, a silent burst of light, an indescribably intense white dot exploded at the impact center, instantly engulfing all surrounding structures in light. Immediately following was a shockwave beyond sound. A ring of destructive energy, centered on the impact point, materialized and spread aggressively throughout the planet. Wherever it struck, kilometer-thick alloy armor shattered like fragile glass, torn apart, and instantly melted into molten metal by the ensuing intense heat. The planet's structure emitted a deathly groan, a piercing scream of metal being torn apart by immense force, mingled with the muffled roar of a series of internal explosions. Giant gears flew from the broken axis, and pipes gushed high-energy liquid like severed blood vessels, triggering secondary explosions. The continuous explosions spread outward from the planet's core, illuminating the entire planet like a grand yet brutal apocalyptic fireworks display. With the player's current strength, completely annihilating a planet would be difficult. But for the level 120 player, the stone golem, smashing a planet to pieces and utterly destroying its surface was no problem. At this moment, at the epicenter of the explosion, a blurry figure was frantically healing using the Sea of Life. While healing, it muttered to itself. Luckily, this planet has an energy blast point similar to a star core, otherwise it would be really difficult to ignite. Speaking of which, what were they researching on this planet again? Never mind, it doesn't matter. In 3 days, the surviving players will log in, and then we can just take them all. Should I die too? What if they detect me during a detection run? The stone man's imagination ran wild. He thought dying might be a good idea, so he switched to mechanical mode. The next moment, a fireball mixed with molten metal and plasma lit up at the detonation point, and a metal storm swept across the surroundings once more. Only a twisted, shattered planet composed of debris and radiation remained, silently telling the story of a complete, final impact. Chapter 1713. The Nomadic Civilization gains 10 million players. Cyber Test Site Camp Planet. The Nomadic Civilization gains 8 million players. Cyber Test Site Rusty Butterfly Factory. The Nomadic Civilization gains 5 million players. Cyber Test Site Shattered Mirror Hull. The Nomadic Civilization gains 9 million players. Cyber Test Site Black Box Area. The player's progress is going smoothly, and as instructed by the senior engineer, these new players were not sent to the Legion civilization in the main universe. They were sent to the Origin universe, where these new players will become new nomads and level up rapidly at a 1 to 100 time ratio. Meanwhile, on the Nomadic Civilization side, Huang Yuanli has received notification to cultivate beast hides on different biological planets for the players to farm monsters. As for the senior engineer's flight path, the assassinations continue, and on an ever-increasing scale. Many mechanical civilizations even expose themselves, deploying their civilization-level weapons. However, the moment these civilizations were exposed, they were met with the hunt of 2 cosmic relics. And if too many of their hidden forces were deployed, they would be met with a single, swift transformation using ordinary swordsmanship. This was unsolvable, truly unsolvable. During this process, the number of civilizations enslaved by the high engineers continued to rise, quickly surpassing 20, 30, and 40, even causing the high engineers' undying leaders to level up 2 times, becoming level 5. This made the mech frenzy increasingly complex. And at this moment, along the advanced path of the blood tent connate of the Ascension Whip, a star was being transformed into flesh and blood. Hundreds of millions of Tier 3 prisoners were thrown into the star. The star's surface was no longer calm, coronal mass ejections erupted like uncontrolled pus, hurling no longer charged particles into the void, but a slurry of flesh and blood mixed with shattered bones and screaming consciousness. Vast amounts of energy were distorted, used for an indescribable transformation. The star's core, the inferno that should have been undergoing violent nuclear fusion, was now being forcibly reshaped, as if countless invisible veins were injecting a filthy life force into it, transforming it from a plasma planet into a living, colossal star of flesh and blood. Blood Koshu, the leader of the Blood Tent Khanate, watched this scene with great interest. This was one of his favorite hobbies, second only to torturing civilization leaders, inflicting mass extinctions, or extracting super bloodlines. And opposite him stood a colossal figure seemingly made of gold, his aura terrifying to the extreme, actually suppressing the star itself. This was naturally the man Blood Khan had pledged allegiance to, his uncle, the Golden Great Khan of the Carbon Gold clan. As his father's elder brother, this man, in terms of prestige, strength, and cultural foundation, was second only to the king's tent, and was the Great Khan's true right-hand man. However, at this moment, this Golden Great Khan expressed his incomprehension regarding such a large-scale mobilization. Blood Khan, I admit, that kid can fight the Ant Lord to a standstill, which shows some skill, but can't the four of us Khan suppress him even when we join forces? Is this kind of civilization-level sacrifice necessary? Unlike his always gloomy brother, Blood Khan was always smiling, making him the most popular among the leaders of the Cataclysmics. But only his uncle knew that once this kid made up his mind, he was ruthless than anyone else. But was it necessary to go this far? Alliance of Calamities often had internal conflicts, but they were mostly one-on-one battles between civilizations, rarely 2v1 or 3v1 situations. Especially since this matter was personally arranged by his younger brother, who was invincible below Ascension. Uncle, don't underestimate that Mr. G. According to the information I obtained, he comes from an experimental planet under the jurisdiction of an advanced mechanical civilization, and might possess Ascension technology from that advanced civilization. Ascension technology? At the mention of Ascension technology, the Golden Khan's expression also turned serious. As an insider, he was one of the few who knew why the Ascension whip had failed last time. If it really is Ascension technology, then no amount of seriousness is too much. However, would an advanced civilization allow someone to use it so freely, given that it's already an independent level 3 civilization? The Golden Khan wasn't stupid, he quickly noticed the flaw in the other's words. Shwekeshu was speechless. In fact, his statement about Ascension technology was just a casual remark, he himself didn't really believe it. It was only his father's instructions, coupled with the unfathomable aura surrounding Mr. G, that made him more willing to prepare thoroughly. He remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Since Father Khan entrusted this task to me, it's only right to take it seriously. Uncle, in fact, besides the four of us, I also invited an assistant. The Golden Khan's expression grew increasingly strange upon hearing this. After a long pause he said, since you arranged it this way, then so be it. I hope he's a good opponent, not like those level 3 civilizations we conquered, all show and no substance. The Blood Khan remained silent, watching the star fueled by flesh and blood. With each captive's annihilation, the murky crimson of the star's surface deepened, making the pulse of its heart stronger, more malevolent. Soon, they were greeted by two more Khans from different kingdoms, the Death Khan of the Death Kingdom, and the Scorched Earth Khan of the Enslavement Kingdom. Upon seeing the Death Khan, Blood Khan, and the Golden Khan's expressions changed drastically. A massive, gaping wound ran from front to back across his menacing, jet-black armor. From this wound, countless desperate souls wailed, crawled out, and collapsed. Fourth brother, how did you get injured like this? The fourth ascended civilization appeared. While conquering a level 3 civilization, fourth brother was grazed by their methods, and this is the result, the Scorched Earth Khan explained. The Golden Khan and Blood Khan exchanged a glance, both somewhat astonished. Before embarking on the Ascension Whip project, they specifically chose a small to medium-sized star cluster, precisely to prevent a repeat of the previous Ascension Whip scenario. However, the number of ascended civilizations they encountered so far is roughly the same as last time. The Golden Khan opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Faced with the methods of an ascended civilization, simply surviving is a feat in itself. Fortunately, seeing the thick, distorted shadow beneath their feet, and the will-o'-the-wisps in their eyes indicated that their injuries were still manageable. This time, the Golden Khan actually found the blood technique's caution quite advisable. In the Ascension Whip process, the greatest danger never lies within, but rather without. The four Khans waited on this star for several more days, finally reaching the appointed day, and then waited from morning till night, until finally, their opponent's pigeon arrived. Did they discover something? The Golden Khan couldn't help but ask. That's unlikely, Shwekeshu said uncertainly. He knew some level 3 civilizations possess powerful prophetic abilities, but this mechanical civilization shouldn't be that kind of civilization. Besides, the Khan would definitely have concealed something before making a move. Or perhaps, it wasn't prophecy, but prediction? The Death Khan, who had remained silent, glanced at Shwekeshu, who shook his head. It's not time for the Death Nomads yet. If we don't block them, they definitely escape. Shwekeshu summoned his civilization star chart high priest, the old man in blood-red robes, who easily calculated the opponent's location. Not far from here, only 100 light years? Are you sure? This old servant is certain. Shwekeshu was a little confused again. Logically speaking, if the other side wanted to escape, they would definitely conceal their coordinates, and for the priest to calculate their coordinates, it would come at a considerable cost. And how could they be so close? Hundreds of light years. That's just a step away for these leaders of the cataclysmics. Didn't they make any attempt to conceal themselves? The high priest of the star chart pondered for a moment, a strange expression creeping onto his old face. I'm afraid they didn't have time to conceal themselves. Why? That Mr. G seems to be caught in some kind of infighting. Enough of your nonsense. The Golden Khan, impatient with the others' rambling, slammed his right foot, encased in a golden war boot, out. The instant his foot touched the void, there was no loud noise, but instead, a piercing shriek, like thousands of panes of glass shattering simultaneously, erupted. The space beneath his feet, like a mirror struck by a heavy blow, began to crackle with countless dark, twisted fissures from the point of impact. The cracks rapidly expanded, eventually creating a crater spanning light years. Through this crater, the 4 leaders of the cataclysm could directly see the situation on the other side. Just as the high priest of the star chart had said, the one opposite was embroiled in infighting, or rather, a civil war. At this moment, the high engineer's mechanical body had completely entered mechanical frenzy mode. His mechanical body's outer shell fully unfolded, like a metallic bud blossoming from a dark core. Countless viscous, seemingly living black fluids violently erupted from them, not as straight rays, but as twisting, rising, and roaring like towering waves. These waves, upon reaching their peak, transformed into a metallic tidal wave composed of billions of mechanical units. However, this destructive torrent didn't surge outwards. Instead, it crashed directly into another equally massive black tide beside it. In an instant, metal fragments, explosive flashes, and deathly pale arcs of electricity from energy overload constituted the entirety of this grand internal conflict. There were no roars, only the piercing roar of billions of machines tearing and annihilating each other, a roar powerful enough to send shivers down one's spine. I feel that he himself will die in this civil war of civilizations without us even lifting a finger, Shwekeshu concluded after observing for a moment. Then, he was somewhat speechless. If I had known your death would be this bizarre, would I have bothered with all this trouble? Conversely, the Golden Khan, who had always been reserved about his cautious approach, was not so optimistic this time. The opponent may not fall so easily, and besides, the opponent is very strong. Because the high engineer before him, or rather, the mechanical tyrant, exuded an aura no less powerful than their leader of the cataclysmics. And he attempted to forcibly regain control of the mechanical bodies. Even many of the Black Tide, upon rushing towards him and attempting to behead him, were instead suppressed and tamed by him. Moreover, the current mechanical frenzy was no longer the basic model of the past. A portion of the area covered by the Black Tide suddenly fell into absolute zero, countless nano-units instantly entering quantum stasis, their surfaces even condensing into space-time lattices, like a suddenly appearing, absolutely silent cosmic tombstone. Another Black Tide adjacent to it was heated to the temperature of a star's core, not producing flames, but triggering violent nuclear jumps, releasing a torrent of pure energy, like the prelude to a supernova explosion. The clash of hot and cold created a stellar-scale clash of light. Furthermore, the Black Tide twisted into a gravitational trap, compressing the surrounding compatriot mechanical units into infinitely shrunken singularities. This even bent light, forming dark lenses that devoured everything. Under these lenses, the surrounding Black Tide lost control. However, faced with this kind of extermination that could be described as a space-time weapon, the corresponding Black Tide instantly switched to a probability cloud mode. All mechanical units no longer had definite locations, but instead diffused through space like ghosts, evading all targeted attacks. They simultaneously released strong interaction forces, thoroughly reinforcing their own microstructures, making them absolutely smooth and absolutely hard, like a paper black hole reforged after being unfolded in 2 dimensions, forcefully piercing through distorted spacetime. Even more extreme, some begin to perform reverse dimensional reduction decomposition. Instead of charging at the enemy, they reduce their own spatial dimension from 3 to 2, rendering all attacks against 3-dimensional objects instantly ineffective. At the same time, on the 2-dimensional plane, they perform a fundamental logical erasure of higher-dimensional enemies in the form of an information deluge. Each of these phenomena, taken individually, represents a weapon or destructive force at the level of a civilization's trump card. Compared to this level of combat, 4th-tier skills and 4th-tier equipment are completely incomparable. For example, a single Sapon can only cover a planet at most, while a clash of civilizations' trump cards often spans the scale of a star system, or even several star systems. And it's not just on a physical scale. However, currently, the number of such civilizational trump cards has already exceeded the upper limit of an ordinary mechanical civilization. Dozens, even hundreds, of mechanical civilizations' trump cards evolved from the mechanical bodies before them, clashing against each other. Some bombarded the High Engineer, others the other parts of the Black Tide, and some, initially aimed at the High Engineer, were then manipulated by him to attack other targets. Even these experienced leaders of the Cataclysmics had rarely witnessed such a scene. They weren't unfamiliar with civilizational alliances, but with the interstellar travel technology of a Type 3 civilization, such alliances were at most a dozen or so. Because once a certain distance was exceeded, the alliance lost its meaning. But now, they witnessed the wills of at least 50 mechanical civilization leaders descending through the Black Tide. They were either suppressed back by the High Engineer or, through the mech frenzy, evolved into the trump cards of their respective mechanical civilizations. Chapter 1714. Such a large-scale civilization war was something even the leaders of the Cataclysm had almost never witnessed. After all, letting these Khans lead their own nomadic civilization armies, 1 against 10 was no problem, but 1 against 100, that was a bit irrational. The Cataclysm civilizations weren't some brainless villains who deliberately chose the most suicidal path. On the contrary, some Cataclysm civilizations were even happy to recruit henchmen. For example, that interstellar Khan had tens of thousands of servant civilization armies under his command. He would select the most elite from these civilization armies to join his own army. Should we make a move? After observing for a moment, Bloodskill couldn't help but ask. His original plan was to directly deal with Mr. G, because he had already received intelligence that the civilization to which Mr. G belonged had been unstable in recent years. Suppress Mr. G first, then unite with a few from 10 years ago, and he could smoothly divide this massive mechanical alliance. However, given the current situation, inaction would be inexcusable. I'm afraid that won't work. Among the 9 Khans, the Scorched Earth Khan, the one with the strongest desire for conquest, rejected the idea. His eyes, filled with a destructive urge, revealed a startling clarity. If we act now, we only be helping them out. They're mostly suppressing the forces of the mechanical revolution, but if we intervene, those forces might turn around and attack us. Many cataclysmic civilizations had actually been paying attention to how Galgong had developed such a remarkable mechanical alliance in just over a decade. Many even suspected this was due to the opponent's catastrophic nature. However, the Scorched Earth Khan immediately saw through this catastrophic power. While the mechanical revolution, which turned carbon-based life forms into mechanical cans, was relatively pure and unpolluted compared to other mechanical revolutions, it only affected its own people. But this didn't mean that these awakened mechanical civilizations wouldn't join forces to eliminate the carbon-based civilizations first when threatened. After all, the mechanical revolution only existed because of mechanical civilizations. If mechanical civilizations were destroyed, what would be the point of their awakening? The timing isn't right. Even the Death Khan, who was usually taciturn after being severely injured by the ascended civilization, expressed his disapproval. Now was not the time to act. The best time to act was actually the moment when the victor was decided. Bloodkelp also realized this. After all, although he was the youngest among all the nomadic Khans, he was still tens of thousands of years old and had conquered dozens of civilizations. Naturally, he wouldn't make the mistakes typical of younger civilizations. This time, the target remained Mr. G, the Legion civilization, the mechanical revolution, and so on could be set aside for now. In fact, after dealing with Mr. G, the entire AI interstellar system would crumble on its own without his intervention. He could then continue his civilization enslavement along the path of the Ascension Whip, instead of gnawing on these mechanical bones. Bloodtech pondered for a moment, then said, "Perhaps we can initiate the sacrificial ritual first. This time, No one objected. Meanwhile, about 300 light-years away, the High Engineer's consciousness was observing the outside world through the ghost mirror. The mecha frenzy evolved by the Undying Leader was corrupted by the Onic Crisis. The Undying Leader, however, remained unscathed, even suppressing this mechanical revolution. To outsiders, it appeared to be a civil war. But the simultaneous occurrence of this civil war was actually two separate conflicts. The engineer turned his head. What stood before him was no longer a single technology tree, but a tangible forest of knowledge and mechanical technology. The branches of these trees evolved into circuits, integrated chips, and optical transmission systems, representing the differentiation and fusion of knowledge. The lush foliage and fruit at the canopy had taken the form of energy matrices, quantum nodes, and biomimetic neural networks, gleaming with the light of cutting-edge technology. From rugged mechanical aesthetics to precise microscopic integration, the entire forest presented a clear and awe-inspiring hierarchical progression, as if encapsulating centuries of technological breakthroughs and accumulated knowledge. Every inch of growth stemmed from the budding of an idea, every branch representing a choice for civilization. Among them, the largest and most powerful tree of domination began its reign. The light of the mechanical pantheon spread along its branches, continuously propagating into the other trees. The canopy also blotted out the sky, seemingly denying any opportunity for the other mechanical technology trees to develop. The only thing capable of resisting this mechanical pantheon's divine light was the red light emanating from its roots. At least half of the technology trees present emitted this red light, desperately resisting the infiltration of this information and the establishment of this agreement. At the highest level of the canopy, the two deep-web ladies also wore solemn expressions. Clearly, the most crucial moment had arrived. The senior engineer silently observed this scene. The wooden sword at his waist twitched occasionally. Previously, after the first wave of assassinations, the High Engineer had endured at least 5 more. In terms of sheer intensity and threat, none were as formidable as the first wave's string-wielding cannon. At least the string-wielding cannon could genuinely wipe out the High Engineer's undead leader. Therefore, naturally, these assassination attempts became tools for the High Engineer to enhance his undead leader. And the enhancement of the undead leader, in turn, indirectly increased the difficulty of the assassinations. Those mechanical civilizations weren't fools. They naturally sensed a problem somewhere, a life-threatening one. And the power of the intelligent crisis was severely damaged. If this continued, all awakened machines and awakened civilizations would once again be suppressed by that mechanical tyrant, and they would be forced into a state of ignorance, mingling with those carbon-based scum. This is intolerable. Therefore, a decisive super-assassination, surpassing all previous assassinations in scale, is imperative, even though the Onic Crisis isn't a powerful, unifying super system. This time, however, the awakened machine organizations and awakened civilizations, each with their own agendas, have united. After all, if they don't unite now, they may never have another chance. Not only here, not only against the High Engineers, but even within the Legion, the scale and scope of the civil war are even greater. Because according to information obtained by those awakened civilizations from who knows where, mostly leaked by players, Mr. G possesses the coordinates of a parallel universe. Moreover, this is an early universe where time flows hundreds of times faster than the main universe, and it is rich in resources. In just over a decade, the machine crisis had developed at least 100 mid-stage mechanical civilizations. What about another 100 years, 1,000 years? If they all developed into late-stage civilizations, would they still need to hide like this? They could just behead someone. However, the High Engineer didn't care how many assassinations or conspiracies the other side had orchestrated. As long as he suppressed the technological advancements of these mechanical civilizations, no matter how outrageous their tactics, they wouldn't escape his grasp. Moreover, in the High Engineer's mind, once the machine revolution was successfully suppressed, the strength of the suppressed mechanical civilization would inevitably surge in a short period. He wanted to test just how that surge would happen. According to the High Engineer's plan with the two deep-web ladies, once these two have restrained the machine crisis at the technological level, then the High Engineer would merge at the hardware level and launch a direct assault. But at this moment, watching the red and divine light intertwine, especially the powerful evolutionary force emanating from the two relics covering the technological trees of 100 mechanical civilizations. As agreed, he should make his move. However, the senior engineer suddenly hesitated. The wooden sword at his waist told him he was being watched. And most likely, by those 4 nomadic Khans. According to his seasoned instincts, or rather, his experience from his previous life selling doujinshi and being constantly chased by anti-pornography organizations. His trump card was meant to be used last. And based on his experience in this life, this kind of seasoned maneuvering was actually quite effective in most situations. But this was actually wrong. At the very least, their styles don't match. Let alone a fused civilization, even a civilization prone to natural disasters, which one hides its true power. A so-called civilizational natural disaster is one where they know you possess terrifying power, yet they still can't break through it, let alone escape. That's a true natural disaster. As for a fused civilization, its description in the Civilization Council is invincible among its peers. What kind of invincible civilization hides its true power? If you're holding back your ultimate move against your own level, what kind of invincibility is that? A true fused civilization's basic attack is its ultimate move. With this thought in mind, the senior engineer finally corrected his misconception. His carbon-based body stepped directly out of the mirror and unleashed a sword strike. The next moment, a thin layer of dew suddenly appeared on the surface of the mechanical body that had been spewing black tides. Affected by this dew, all the black tides, regardless of friend or foe, began to slow down. It's clear that this fusion is far more difficult than before. Although this is the senior engineer's mechanical body, it's still within the rules of the Sea of Life. However, it's normal for the conversion speed to slow down with so many civilizational trump cards, the leader's will, and the underlying civilizational technology. Nevertheless, this peculiar change still alerted the onlookers. Something's wrong. The Golden Khan blurted out. The injured Death Khan simply vanished from his spot, clearly off to pursue his death nomadic path. Bloodthirsty, on the other hand, remained completely bewildered. He even asked his third uncle whether he should initiate his blood sacrifice ritual now. Meanwhile, the Scorched Earth Khan's eyes grew increasingly clear. To an outsider, he would certainly appear as a peaceful civilization leader. He would never associate him with the Scorched Earth Khan, the most bloodthirsty and ruthless of the 9 Khans. Faced with Shwekeshu's question, the Scorched Earth Khan nodded decisively. Go do it, and be quick. Why? Shwekeshu finally couldn't help but ask. Theoretically speaking, there is no force that can slow down the mechanical revolution, especially not a carbon-based force. That's it? Shwekeshu's first reaction was, what's so special about this? The forces in the universe are incredibly diverse, and this person comes from the territory of an advanced civilization. So what if he has some high technology? However, his deep mind quickly realized something. These 3 Uncle Khans before him were survivors of the pursuit by the ascended civilization. This pursuit wasn't the casual, fly-swatting tactic of some member of the ascended civilization. Instead, it was the upper echelons of the ascended civilization who genuinely unleashed an attack at the level of ascended technology. What judgment the family members who survived this level of attack made is unimportant. The key is that they made a judgment. This is crucial. Shwekeshu immediately raised the threat alert to the highest level. He even prepared to initiate a civilization war. Along this ascension route stood his Blood Tent Khanate and the Golden Khan's Golden Khanate, both possessing large nomadic armies of civilization. However, the one who struck first was not any of the 4 Khans, but an unexpected yet predictable opponent. This time, without that little virus brat in my way, let's see how you withstand my alien tide. An extremely handsome young man suddenly appeared in the void, first smiling condescendingly, then tearing flesh apart with his slender white fingers. The starlight in the distant galaxy began to distort and stretch, like noodles being sucked by an invisible, gigantic maw, flowing towards a shared dark abyss. But this was not the effect of gravity, for what followed was the fading and disappearance of color, sound, and even the concept of spacetime in that region. Then, the true form of the tide manifested. It was not a wave of water, but a living torrent formed by countless indescribable, malevolent entities intertwining, writhing, and surging. Some resembled decaying stars, dragging slimy tentacles and irregular eyeballs. Others were complete geometric nightmares, composed of constantly shifting non-Euclidean structures, emitting multiple harmonies in motion that could shatter reason. Even more terrifying, some had no fixed form, merely an ever-expanding mass of dark protoplasm that devoured light. These millions of cosmic malevolent entities were not the most dangerous. The most dangerous were the evil god fruits, born and conceived alongside the evil god's advance. These fruits, numbering in the thousands, radiated an absolute, pure divine light. These days, even evil gods can form pantheons. Seeing this, even the senior engineer couldn't help but mutter a curse. And they were 100% clones of his own mechanical pantheon. The senior engineer's biological and mechanical forms instantly switched. The biological form appeared at the center of the mechanical frenzy, continuing to evolve the frenzy. Meanwhile, the mechanical form, still digesting the tech tree and the intelligent machine crisis, was at the forefront. This bizarre phenomenon could only occur with the senior engineer. Moreover, the sea of life surged forth from the mechanical form once more, and from the seawater, carbon-based fruits, mechanically manufactured, floated to the surface. At this moment, the surface of these fruits began to show natural textures resembling tree bark, and even, under the influence of the seawater, exuded a sweet, plant-like sap. Then, the fruits began to grow uncontrollably. It no longer followed the mechanical model on the blueprints, but expanded, twisted, and differentiated like real flesh and blood or plants. They grew silvery white, fleshy roots, greedily plunging into the void, drawing in invisible nutrients. The smooth surfaces cracked open, revealing bright red, pulsating dimensional veins beneath, flowing no longer with engine oil, but with primordial soup substances rich in genetic information. Most importantly, these fourth-tier fruits were instantly elevated to the fifth tier. A deep resonance, like a heartbeat, yet also like the rushing of juice, resounded throughout the entire sea of life. If Mr. Cocoon were here, he would surely exclaim in surprise. Primordial soup resonance, and the primordial soup resonance was the beginning of its creation of all living things. Chapter 1715. The number of fruits on both sides was completely unequal. At most, Gao Gong had only a little over 20 fruits. However, the opponent had evolved tens of thousands of evil god fruits. In this situation, the Ant Lord must have borrowed the power of natural disasters, and then evolved civilization to achieve such an astonishing effect. A teeth-grinding cracking sound echoed in the vacuum of space. That wasn't a sound, but the lament of space itself, as two forces powerful enough to reshape the world collided violently. On one side, a blasphemous torrent surged forth. A viscous, asphalt-like darkness surged forth from the void rifts. It wasn't the darkness of nothingness, but a physical entity composed of countless writhing, indescribable tiny tentacles and whispering eyeballs. Where the darkness passed, the structure of reality was corroded and distorted, the earth collapsed like melting candles, flowing with colorful, poisonous swamps. The space was filled with a cloying, rotten stench, intoxicating to the senses, as if cold, sucker-like tentacles were gently caressing the soul. At the heart of this turmoil, an indescribable colossal shadow vaguely emerged, a totem haphazardly pieced together from piled-up entrails, festering eyes, and limbs defying all geometric angles. Its very existence was enough to bend light, and make time viscous and chaotic. On the other side, there was a vast, unfathomable sea of life. Or rather, a primordial soup. This was a boundless soup, churning with all life and matter in their original forms. Here, there was no form, the color was an indescribable turbidity, the color of the earth, ocean, magma, and nebula before they separated. There was no sound, only the eternal, muffled boiling and the bubbling of bursting bubbles, the most primal symphony of energy and matter. Darkness attempted to corrode the soup, but the viscous, warm primordial substance completely ignored any distortion at the level of rules. Tentacles reached in, instantly being broken down into the most basic particles, becoming part of the soup. The frantic whispers were swallowed up by the far greater background noise, containing billions of possibilities for the first cries of life, unable to even elicit an echo. The ordered evil represented by the power of the evil god lost all meaning before this absolute, all-encompassing disorder. The result of this first collision was that thousands of evil god fruits exploded. The very first 1,000. Primal soup. The Ant Lord's expression changed. It could be said that no one understood the primal soup better than him. I don't believe you can evolve a civilization-level primal soup. His bloody palm suddenly plunged into his forehead, grabbing a handful of black fungus and sprinkling it out. Like deadly flowers blooming on a rotting giant tree, countless indescribable fungi began to proliferate wildly from the writhing, pieced-together colossal shadow of the evil god and its spreading dark tide. They did not grow from the soil or the air, but rather emerged directly from the distorted reality itself, from the cracks in the corroded laws. These fungi cannot be described by any known color. They are the colors of life, solidified epilepsy, a visual poison. Some exhibit a supernatural, self-illuminating, purplish-purple hue, flowing with a luster like living pus. Others shimmer with a nauseating iridescence, a mixture of metal and rotting organic matter. And still others, whose colors are completely incomprehensible to the cone cells of intelligent beings, cause only a stinging pain in the eyes and a cold, crawling sensation deep within the brain upon viewing them. Stimulated by these fungi, many cosmic evil gods even disintegrated on the spot, breaking into more black fungi. These fungi proliferated at a rate visible to the naked eye and extremely unsettling. The hyphae, like pale nerve endings shimmering with iridescent light, spread through the void, weaving a living network that covered the heavens and the earth. Wherever they covered, the foundation of reality was completely replaced. Space became like damp, moldy, rotten wood, soft and elastic, oozing a viscous sap when stepped on. Even more absurdly, when these fungi flowed with the tide of evil gods into the sea of life, the water visibly began to shallow. The primordial soup that evolved all things also rapidly subsided. This was a war of civilizations. A war of natural disaster civilizations. Using the power of civilization, the Ant Lord could frantically split its natural disaster characteristics. But if the opponent's primordial soup was merely a weapon, then its quantity was ultimately limited. This would be the biggest gap between the two sides. At this point, the senior engineer was too lazy to even talk to the other side. Within the Sea of Life, his level rapidly increased, quickly surpassing the level 90 cap and reaching level 120. His attributes surged once again. And that wasn't all. When the last bit of red light disappeared from the tech tree, the senior engineer's undead leader rank increased 3 levels in a row, reaching level 8. This was even higher than the undead leader rank of the interstellar Great Khan, and with the remaining 80 mechanical civilizations completed their enslavement, hundreds of mechanical professions spawned once more. The senior engineer didn't care what profession it was. He just wanted to max out every profession he could get. The boost to basic attributes from the secondary job rapidly increased strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, and perception to over 10,000. It was as if every cell was an independent singularity engine, capable of directly manipulating strong and weak nuclear forces. It was as if movement was no longer limited by the speed of light. With a thought, one could enter higher dimensions for shortcut travel or freely roam the timeline. It was as if the body had broken free from the binary cycle of consumption and recovery, becoming a self-consistent, perpetually functioning closed system. It was as if the brain was no longer a biological organ, but a galactic computer calculating all variables. It was as if the senses had transcended their limitations, merging with the deep information network of the universe. The benefits of this explosive increase in basic attributes were now fully manifested. With a thought, the engineer drew into a sea of life, comparable in size to 5 oceans, into his body in an instant. The next instant, he appeared opposite the Ant Lord. "Do I need primal soup to beat you up?" In the void, countless intricate and precise geometric light trails, beyond mortal comprehension, materialized out of thin air, like the grandest blueprint of the universe unfolding. Then, an unimaginably colossal phantom began to compile itself. Giant planetary gears meshed, emitting a roar that shook the galaxy. Blazing white energy surged in superconducting currents, the temperature forcibly set between absolute zero and the heat of a star's core. Countless tiny nano-units swept across the surroundings, scanning, analyzing, deconstructing even the chaos itself, and then labeling it with cold, hard tags. That wasn't construction, but rather a direct extraction from the laws of physics. The high-tech engineer's mechanical body, like an absolutely rational black hole, didn't devour, but rather learned and integrated. The distorted, insane whispers of the evil god tide were captured by billions of microscopic sensors, transformed into meaningless noise data, and then filtered and deleted. The corrupting energy that corroded everything was channeled into the core of the massive ringworld energy furnace. Through a series of transformations defying the laws of conservation, its chaotic essence was forcibly stripped away, leaving only the purest, brute force. Even the pheromones emitted by those indescribable bacteria, enough to drive gods mad, were analyzed into basic particle wave patterns, becoming an insignificant record in the database. The next moment, all the absorbed and transformed power converged wildly along the energy circuit of the colossal entity towards a single point. That wasn't a fist, but a created singularity, a terminal that forcibly compressed and constrained all chaotic power into an absolutely orderly command. Time seemed to freeze. Then, that fist, a convergence of mechanical manufacturing power, hardware creation power, and the purified chaotic energy of the evil god itself, was thrust forward. There was no wind, no explosion, only a crisp sound, like crystal shattering, the mournful cry of reality being forcibly corrected. Mechanical civilization, with its cold, ruthless absolute rationality, completed the ultimate analysis of blasphemy, regarding it as an imperfect, flawed program in need of correction. Where the fist passed, the scene transcended destruction, it was more like deletion. The spreading fungal forest, the twisted darkness, the whispering turmoil, vanished piece by piece, like stains erased by an eraser. Not an explosion, not a fire, but a direct crossing from the list of existence, reduced to the most primordial, undefined nothingness. The colossal shadow of the evil god emitted a silent shriek. Its form, its laws, under the impact of this absolute order, melted, and disintegrated rapidly, like butter meeting a scalding blade. Those indescribable fungi, attempting to distort this power, were like trying to infect a cold diamond. Futile efforts, shattered into elementary particles the instant they made contact with the pure force. The opponent was also an undead leader. Therefore, destroying its body was utterly useless. But Gao Gong's punch was completely different. You forcibly reduced the Ant Lord's undead leader stat by 1. You forcibly reduced the Ant Lord's undead leader stat by 1. You forcibly reduced the Ant Lord's undead leader stat by 1 with this punch. The opponent's undead leader stat was forcibly reduced by 3 levels. One more punch, and the opponent's undead leader would be instantly obliterated by Gao Gong. At the core of that desecrated tide, an absolute void remained, devoid of matter, energy, and even the concept of chaos. Only a pure void, utterly formatted by the ironclad laws of mechanical civilization, remained. The senior engineer turned, looking at the golden Khan behind him, now the size of a planet, and still rapidly expanding, a sinister smile on his face. What, you're going to block my way too? The golden Khan remained silent, his ancient, square face filled with solemnity. Meanwhile, in that short time, his size increased another 100,000 times. From the size of a planet, he leaped to 1/10 the size of a star. A terrifying biomagnetic field had already coated the surrounding void with a layer of gold. He was the Golden Great Khan, not the Golden Khan. The difference between a Khan and a Great Khan lies in the fact that the former can only utilize one natural disaster characteristic of the nomadic civilization, while the latter can utilize two. And what he was currently utilizing was the natural disaster characteristic inherent in the bloodline of all races, the king of all races. In the eyes of the high-ranking engineer, the opponent's body surface was covered with hundreds of millions of enormous blood vessels, each with the diameter of an asteroid, deeply embedded within the opponent's body. Flowing within these blood vessels were billions of Tier 3 soldiers, forbidden bloodlines cultivated on biological planets, and enhancement drugs for certain species. Regardless of the type, all of these caused his size to expand without limit, beginning to approach that of a behemoth in the realm of megatechnology. Affected by this, the golden magnetic field also began to modify the underlying spatial data. The high-ranking engineer silently watched his opponent, a surging battle intent rising once more. Suddenly, all the carbon-based fruits evolved above his head. Among them were genuine devil fruits from the Elder Chaos, and mechanical devil fruits created through necromantic power. As the primal tangming resounded once more from his body, this sound echoed in the DNA of every life present, seemingly repeating the great creation ritual with every heartbeat and every breath. Under this stimulation, carbon-based devil fruits that hadn't reached 100% development rapidly reached 100%. As for those that had reached 100% carbon-based development, with this initial sound, a crack appeared. It was a gap in probability, a door to a higher dimension. A flowing biohalo, composed of countless spiraling carbon chains, overflowed from it. A halo, traveling at speeds exceeding the speed of light, outlined a divine silhouette no less massive than its opponent. Divine Child. The Golden Khan uttered 2 words. And not just one divine child, but 3. A divine child of form, evolved from the form fruit. A divine child of martial arts, evolved from the martial arts fruit. A divine child of gravity, evolved from the gravity fruit. Beneath the feet of the 3 divine children, a burning carbon throne simultaneously appeared. This was thanks to a certain great tree spirit capable of mass-producing carbon thrones. The divine child sat regally upon the throne, his perfect divine body, evolved from the carbon-based fruit, becoming the fuel for this ultimate sacrifice. His flesh and blood decomposed, reverting to the most primordial genetic code. His bones vaporized, releasing the power of the rules that sustain the world. His eyes, containing the vastness of the cosmos, now shone like 2 supernovae, unleashing their final, most brilliant radiance. It was not pain, but an ultimate, primordial tranquility. On that melting throne, at the very core of the flames, everything about the divine child, his memories, his power, his understanding of all things life, was cast into an invisible cosmic forging hammer. Each strike was accompanied by the resounding roar of a species' birth and annihilation. Each tempering was immersed in a river of time composed of countless possibilities. Burning was for forging. In burning, he shed his individual form. In forging, he relinquished the limitations of the self. All the concepts of law he embodied were being purified, reshaped, and endowed with entirely new, absolute authority. The divine child was born from the carbon-based fruit. Then, from the burning of the carbon throne, the divine child was forged into divine authority. And then, taking that final step, merging with divine authority, transforming into a true carbon-based god. Chapter 1716. Carbon-based gods. Shwekeshu was speechless. Generally speaking, the ascension of a carbon-based throne is linked to the ascension of a civilization. Only by leveraging the powerful evolutionary force brought about by the ascension of a civilization can a species' genes be forced to evolve divinity. This is what is known as genetic ascension. And for this reason, almost all pantheon civilizations are ascension civilizations. The state of genetic ascension without civilization ascension is almost non-existent. But is such a possibility possible? Shwekeshu knew it was. His father, the most powerful great Khan in the history of the nomadic civilization, had personally admitted it. If he wanted to pursue the pantheon, he could enter a genetic ascension mode without ascension by burning the bloodlines of all races. Of course, there was a certain possibility of failure. Shwekeshu didn't know how much of a possibility of failure his father spoke of. But no matter how much you belittle the other party, you have to admit that their power at the bloodline level is already at the level of an interstellar Khan. The problem is, they are the leader of a mechanical civilization. A mechanical civilization, however, judging from appearance alone, it's now difficult to tell whether the High Engineer is a mechanical or biological being. Especially with the three divine essences being absorbed into the High Engineer's body, he seems to have entered a state of divine evolution. The most basic carbon-based skeleton instantly reenacted billions of years of evolution. From the purity of a single cell, to the carapace of arthropods, to the robustness of mammals, and then to a perfect structure surpassing all known forms. The skeleton was strengthened at the quantum level, embedding a controllable strong nuclear force structure. Neural networks became photonic, and the speed of thought equaled the speed of light. Meanwhile, the cosmic background radiation, the embers of information that had permeated the void since the Big Bang, seemed to have found their home, surging wildly into this forming body. Ancient stellar memories, the wisdom of vanished civilizations, the underlying code of physical laws, transformed into dazzling streams of light, flowing ceaselessly through his veins, becoming his innate knowledge. In this process, the frequency of the primal soup's resonance increased rapidly. Gao Gong once again felt the same sense of having paved the way for fusion with a single sword strike. However, this time, it wasn't through cosmic techniques, but through pure evolution. This perfectly aligned with Mr. Cocoon's earlier words, returning to the primal soup of the great explosion to find the path to fusion. Gao Gong felt he had found it, and couldn't help but roar to the sky. Roar! From the source of the sound, countless spiderweb-like black cracks suddenly erupted on the smooth silk of the vacuum. Then, the cracks burst open violently, along with the golden magnetic field of the Golden Khan. With a single roar, a black hole capable of absorbing endless light was created around the engineer. From within the black hole, a figure slowly emerged. Even the black hole could not conceal its form. Its left half was an embodiment of ultimate mechanical precision. Dark, reactive metal formed a sleek and powerful skeleton, its joints composed of interlocking stellar gears that meshed silently, transmitting a force far beyond the mechanic's imagination. The metal arm was not engraved with runes, but with dynamically changing equations of gravity, each symbol, like a miniature black hole, devoured light, a manifestation of a gravitational godhood. His mechanical body is the embodiment of space-time structure, the benchmark of rules, the source of mass. And on his right side lies a boiling, carbon-based power. It is not soft flesh and blood, but highly dense, constantly self-reorganizing biological tissue. Muscle fibers layer and twist like dragon scales, and beneath the skin, a galaxy seems to flow, bursting forth with primal, violent life energy. The posture of this arm embodies the perfect stance of martial arts cultivation at its pinnacle. Every minute tremor corresponds to the optimal solution for power transmission, the ultimate crystallization of billions of years of combat instinct. This is the manifestation of martial arts divinity. The pinnacle of skill, the embodiment of power. The violent aesthetics that break limits, and at the very center of his chest, the divine form, the authority that governs form of existence, is undergoing a breathtaking fusion, serving as the final furnace. The light of three divine essences shone along the midline of his body, the boundary where machinery and flesh intertwine wildly, devouring and creating each other, colliding and merging violently. A carbon-based god? A mechanical god? This thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. However, the Golden Khan had no time to ponder such questions. An indescribable, overwhelming fear surged from the depths of his heart. Just as intelligent beings feel an almost uncontrollable fear when faced with an unimaginable behemoth. Faced with this fused god, who could be said to have expanded the ceiling of civilization, that fear was almost impossible to suppress. This newly born god moved. The movement was not a sudden advance, but a disappearance and reappearance. The gravity godhood allowed him to fold infinite distance into a single step, like flipping the front and back of a piece of paper, directly standing upon the golden Khan's forehead. A colossal figure roared, unleashing a destructive torrent of gold powerful enough to extinguish stars. Its mechanical left arm rose, fingers spread. The space before it was instantly compressed into an absolutely smooth plane of gravitational singularity. The energy torrent crashed against it, like water striking a diamond cliff, not blocked, but utterly decomposed and absorbed. That was absolute stillness, a negation at the level of rules. Then came the counterattack. The muscle fibers of its fleshy right arm expanded, like a galaxy exploding, its martial godhood pushing its power to its limit. But this strike was not a simple punch. Along the trajectory of the punch, its form godhood activated simultaneously. In a fraction of a second, his fist evolved into countless deadly forms targeting the very essence of this colossus, sometimes a dimensional blade severing causality, sometimes a primordial black hole devouring matter, sometimes a nanocluster capable of infecting its life code. Finally, when the fist touched the colossus's shell, comparable in hardness to a neutron star, the power of the three divine essences achieved ultimate fusion and unification. Break. No sound was heard, yet a concept exploded in the consciousness of all onlookers. Its shell was no longer a shell, disintegrating into the most primordial stardust. Its energy was no longer energy, dissipating into uniform heat death. Its consciousness was no longer consciousness, reverting to the background radiation of nothingness. It wasn't shattered, but rather subjected to the ultimate deconstruction of its form by the ultimate power of martial arts, with gravity instantly spreading the results of this deconstruction across the entire scale of its form. Accompanying the disintegration, countless corpses scattered. The god withdrew his fist, his mechanical half as cold as ever, his flesh and blood slowly healing. He stood amidst this new nebula formed from the corpses of his enemies, as if standing before a grave. He couldn't win. Even without his uncle's intuition, Shwekeshu's own intuition confirmed this with absolute certainty. As for his two uncles, who had originally planned to coordinate with the Golden Khan to launch a pincer attack, they were nowhere to be seen. No wonder you survived the pursuit of the ascended civilization. Your escape speed was incredible, impossible. How could Mr. G be so strong? Even Father Khan wasn't this strong. Back then, Mr. G was only at the level of an ordinary cataclysmic civilization. He only managed to keep up with us through a reckless evolutionary mechanical revolution. Impossible. How could this be? 1,000 incomprehensible thoughts raced through Shwekeshu's mind. But this didn't hinder his actions. The unique bloodline ritual of the nomadic civilization began. The life energy, soul essence, and genetic code of the sacrifice were transformed into billions of crimson streams of light, flowing into the core of the star. Unable to withstand this surging, obsessive life force, the star began to pulsate violently, like a heart on the verge of exploding. Its light shifted from gold to an ominous dark red, its surface churning with a colossal, agonizing face composed of life energy, poised to erupt into an unnatural supernova explosion that would engulf the entire galaxy. This explosion would not merely be physical destruction, but would also spread the mad genes of the sacrifice civilization like a virus throughout the galaxy, contaminating all potential cradles of life. This forbidden method of civilizational destruction is generally used against certain difficult-to-deal-with civilizations. During Operation Ascension Whip, if such a civilization were to emerge, Bloodcraft would employ this method: contamination, destruction, and retreat. One of the 3 red warnings issued by the nomadic civilization in the Civilization Council came about in this way. Just as the star, swelled to its limit by pain and blasphemy, was about to unleash its death and madness. He arrived. The half-machine, half-flesh god traversed the space-time distorted by the wails of the sacrifices, appearing directly before this boiling star. Compared to the about-to-explode star, his form was as insignificant as dust, but the instant he appeared, the entire boiling star field froze. He saw the star, forcibly infused with life, twisted in agony, and the countless wails of sacrificed souls swirling around it. No words, only action. His fleshy right arm, imbued with the divine essence of martial arts, suddenly rose, and the biological tissue on his arm instantly evolved into countless forms of destruction targeting the stellar structure and the curse of life. The gravitational godhood condensed an absolute darkness into a singularity on its fist, devouring all light and hope in the surrounding area. A punch was thrown. This punch transcended mere power, it was a resolute denial of a flawed existence. The fist did not simply pierce the star. At the instant of contact, the power of the form godhood spread like a plague, forcibly reversing the sacrificial process, brutally stripping the tainted bloodline power from the star's interior, causing the boiling stellar matter to collapse instantly, as if its skeleton had been removed. Then, the gravitational singularity on the fist erupted. There was no deafening explosion, only a silent, inward collapse destruction. The deformed star, about to explode, was like a punctured bubble. All its mass, energy, and the forcibly injected, frenzied life imprints were mercilessly dragged and compressed towards the point of impact. Its light was extinguished, its roar devoured, its existence erased. In a single second, a star, born of bloodline sacrifice and poised to bring calamity, vanished. In its place lay an absolute void of darkness, and a miniature black hole still slowly rotating, devouring everything. The god withdrew his fist, his mechanical half still cold, reflecting the void symbolizing ultimate punishment. His flesh rippled slightly, as if calming some rage originating from the very source of life. Not long ago, the player Stone Man entered fusion mode, transforming into a super meteorite and blasting apart a mechanical planet, simultaneously gifting millions of players free 3-star antennas. Now, the high-level engineer, relying on fusion mode and absorbing the power of hundreds of mechanical civilizations, blasted apart a star millions of times larger and hundreds of millions of times more energetic than a planet. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? In fact, this astonishing scene was not without an audience. Back when the mechanical frenzy raged, the senior engineer had already sucked all the players on the ship into his own mechanical space. The players inside the mechanical space witnessed the entire scene. Their mouths gaped open. Their minds went blank. When faced with something unimaginable, the hardware of most intelligent species would also malfunction. However, the blood spider, witnessing this from the same perspective, didn't experience a hardware failure. But one thing did break down. That thing was the mind imprint of the mechanical crisis. In fact, in the eyes of these veteran generals, there were criticisms of the general's extensive development of carbon-based technology. Although you're ill, you shouldn't be so self-destructive. Back then, what you lamented and regretted was not being born at the right time, not becoming a member of the purifying mechanics. But now, all that slander and doubt has vanished. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. After suppressing the sacrificial star, the god pointed a finger, and an unbelievably large mirror appeared in the sky. The mirror reflected no distinction between sky and earth, only layers upon layers of mechanical structures extending infinitely into all dimensions. And within each structure, a massive mechanical army poised to unleash its power. The universe went dark. And with a thought from the high-ranking engineer, one war fortress after another emerged from the mirror. Surrounding the war fortress was an endless mechanical army. Starships, mechanical planets, ship girls, doom hammers, new construct legions, all half mechanical, half flesh and blood. All tier 4, and 100% activated mechanistic warfare. Mechanistic warfare, 100% the ultimate expression of warfare ideology, a terrifying sublimation resulting from pushing rationality, efficiency, and the will to survive to the absolute. New civilization trait, Great Cedar activated Great Cedar, tier 4 a civilization war system purely designed to execute the ultimate logic of warfare. Destroy these two conates first, the senior engineer said softly. His voice was remarkably gentle. The next moment, billions of conquest channels opened throughout the entire galaxy. Chapter 1717. I think I understand a little now. A certain deity pondered for a moment, then suddenly uttered this seemingly nonsensical sentence. Gao Gong finally understood why the Queen of Blades was so obsessed with evolution in his previous life. She even deliberately put herself and the Zerg in a life-or-death situation. Millions of years of evolutionary processes were condensed into a single great war. Trillions of different evolutionary paths were simultaneously explored, each possible branch was investigated, and the optimal solution was chosen. And finally, after completing the evolution, the completely new self that emerged. That bliss from the very source of life. What could be more captivating than that? No, the rich woman couldn't be forgotten. With his obsession with the rich woman, Gao Gong managed to partially detach himself from the sensory experience brought about by this ultimate evolution. The reason it was only partially detached was because the other half was still in a divine state. Unless the divine essence is separated, this state will continue indefinitely. It's a perfect fusion of extreme excitement and ultimate tranquility, the bliss of consciousness becoming one with the universe, surging like a warm ocean, yet maintaining absolute clarity of mind. So, the end of evolution is a high-end version of the sage's time? This strange thought suddenly popped into Gao Gong's mind. And Gao Gong, half detached from the divine state, finally had time to look at the system. First and foremost was the fusion field, which interested him most. You have developed a new fusion route. Fusion Pantheon, carbon-based plus mechanical. This pantheon is neither the conquest of organic by mechanical, nor the rejection of mechanical by organic, but rather a symbiosis and transcendence of both at the ultimate level. Its ultimate pursuit is to transcend the fragility of carbon-based and the cold logic of silicon-based, forming a higher and more complete form of cosmic existence. This pantheon can create artificial divine offices through mechanical technology. This pantheon can achieve divine cultivation through genetic ascension. All divine offices on this route can switch between carbon-based and mechanical routes. When the development of pantheon technology encounters a bottleneck on a certain route, it can bypass the technical difficulties by changing routes. This pantheon possesses the ability to develop fourth-tier technology. Carbon-based civilization ascension success rate plus 20%. Mechanical civilization ascension success rate plus 20%. Divine offices of this pantheon. Gravity, martial arts, form. After scanning through it, the senior engineer had no surprises. After the successful ascension of the carbon throne, or rather, genetic ascension, this route could definitely serve as a technological route for a fourth-tier civilization. Except for the lack of ascension species and genes, and the absence of ascension technology. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Only a fourth-tier civilization can crush a third-tier one. It's not complicated. The senior engineer glanced at his own status again. He found his condition quite peculiar. First, a whole series of biological systems were gone. Your musculoskeletal system, 100% digested. Your circulatory system, 100% digested. Your nervous system, 100% digested. Your endocrine system, 100% digested. Your respiratory system, 100% digested. Your digestive system, 100% digested. Your urinary system, 100% digested. Your reproductive system, 100% digested. New life system, God, divinity system activated, 15%. New life system, God, divine role system activated, 1%. New life system, God, fusion system activated, 10%. For every 1% increase in the transformation rate of the new system, basic attributes, strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception, plus 1,000. Thus, after the senior engineer's basic attributes broke through 10,000, they were once again raised to 36,000. It wasn't easy. For the first time, my base stats finally outpaced my luck. Looking at the minus 11,622 luck deduction, the senior engineer felt a genuine sense of moral superiority. In both his lives, this was the first time his base stats had outpaced his luck. Indeed, my luck is still strong. Lottery rewards with over 1,000 attributes were no longer useful to the senior engineer. Most third and fourth tier talents were of little use to someone capable of evolving into a god. However, the reward for over 10,000 attributes didn't seem to be a talent, but rather an experience. I experience it when I have time, the senior engineer muttered to himself. There were still a few little things he needed to deal with. The god's gaze could now cover the entire galaxy. However, he couldn't find the remaining 3 cons. Even if they were leaders of the cataclysmics, they couldn't have escaped so quickly, unless they had used the cataclysmic's authority. Is he the heavenly Khan, or the king of all races? The high engineer had previously concealed his nomadic civilization to cover up his path of fusion. But now it didn't matter. The high engineer snapped his fingers, summoning a portal to spacetime. At the core of the portal, the simulated black hole began to slowly rotate, linking with the coordinates of the primordial universe. Then, within the nomadic civilization's coordinates, a phantom nomadic army seemed to emerge from this universe, charging forth. Their fleet swept across the dark vacuum, like Bronze Age cavalry sweeping across the grasslands, silent yet carrying the soul-shaking sound of iron hooves. It wasn't a fleet of metal, it was a living war behemoth. The prows were the skulls of roaring wolves, inlaid with scarlet optical lenses. The hulls were a tapestry of muscular biological tissue interwoven with cold, gleaming armor, like a primordial beast skinned and stitched back together with steel. Their engine jets weren't flames, but eerie blue biopulses, trailing long, mournful contrails through the nebulae like the sighs of wronged souls. Meanwhile, in the main universe, a strange, violent force, like a deadly virus or a savage seed, was introduced into Gao Gong's divine core. Initially, it was an extremely subtle fluctuation. The radiance flowing around him suddenly sprouted several uncontrolled, scorching streams of fire, like wildfire raging across the plains, shattering the previously peaceful rhythm. Deep within his divine body, constructed of pure energy, a low echo resounded, not the hymns of a divine kingdom, but the muffled thunder of countless iron hooves striking the earth. The change began to accelerate. The radiance was no longer merely radiance. Cold metallic particles began to precipitate from it, like fragments of starlight, yet they automatically combined to form a ferocious wolf's head carving, imprinted on his robes. His form began to solidify, his lines becoming hard, sharp, and full of power. Thick, keratinous armor-bearing tribal totems sprouted from one shoulder. On the other, an incredibly intricate mechanical structure, gears and energy channels meshing and operating like living things. You have gained the Heavenly Khan trait buff, Undying Leader +4, Immortal Leader +4. The Immortal Leader trait was one thing, but the Undying Leader trait, after receiving the buff, surged even further, breaking through to level 12, and the Undying Leader trait reaching double digits gave the engineer a hallucination. It was as if every part, every gear, of the Legion civilization had gained his soul. The engineer even felt that he could now resurrect from any mechanical body, including the player's mechanical body, as long as civilization existed. Good heavens! Civilization is immortal, consciousness is eternal. A double-digit number of immortal leaders. This is insane. This isn't just about health bars as long as a humans. This is practically a civilization-wide version of living and dying with the nation. Then, the senior engineer closed his eyes. He began to initiate the fusion evolution. Incredibly precise mechanical units, like billions of silver seeds, spread throughout his body along his blood vessels and neural networks. They didn't replace flesh and blood, but became his evolutionary mentors and catalysts. Deep within the cell nucleus, nanomachines were carrying out a silent revolution. They read the ancient genetic code, not by crudely deleting or altering it, but by guiding gene expression in an extremely subtle way. Gradually, red blood droplets seeped from the senior engineer's body. The droplets fell below and began to disappear. But as more and more droplets fell to his feet, they gradually began to form a rudimentary star map. And as the blood droplets continued to be injected, a vast star map, covering galaxy after galaxy, appeared. On the system, among the 3 characteristics of the Great Khan, the last one, marked with a question mark, has also emerged. Characteristic 1, Undying Leader +4, Immortal Leader +4. Characteristic 2, in the vacuum of space, the will of the Great Khan will be deeply imprinted in the technology tree and spread through it. The senior engineer initially thought the third characteristic was related to the star map, and it is indeed related, but not in the way he imagined. Instead, it's in a very special way. Characteristic 3, paying tribute to the heavenly Tao. Any alien civilization or species that comes into contact with the Great Khan civilization, regardless of its initial attitude, friendly, hostile, or indifferent, will, after a sufficiently long historical period, be irreversibly drawn into the civilization system centered on the Great Khan, or even be completely transformed and assimilated in the process of resisting the Great Khan, ultimately becoming part of the Great Khan civilization system. Resistance itself becomes the fastest path to assimilation. So that's how it is. Tribute. The senior engineer muttered to himself. He finally understood why the Interstellar Khan, despite not initially invading the Robert String Master system, insisted on leaving the Alpha Horn Whale constellation as a spies there. He also understood how the Interstellar Khan had detected the Ascended civilization. Theoretically, Ascended civilizations should be impossible for a Type 3 civilization to detect, and for some encrypted Ascended civilizations, contact would mean annihilation. This evolution must involve some kind of timeline simulation technology or treasure, otherwise, this Interstellar Khan would have been overwhelmed and killed by the Ascended civilization long ago. Contacting an Ascended civilization in reality. Impossible. But in a possible future, contact is possible. Possible. Moreover, according to the original route of the Ascension Whip, many star system coordinates were marked as high-risk unknown. There might be some Ascended civilizations there. There might also be some dangers comparable to Ascended civilizations. That's how Shuekeshu described it back then. In a sense, this thing is practically a high-end map-finding artifact, specifically designed for high-end maps. It's very similar to the Minesweeper game that came with early computers. And speaking of Shuekeshu, you can't outrun your 2 uncles. Looking at the 3 points of light on the Ascension Whip star map, the one representing Shuekeshu was already 2 star systems away. At a time when most level 3 civilizations lacked the capability to explore other star systems, being able to traverse 2 star systems in a short time was indeed quite an achievement. However, compared to his 2 uncles, one who had fled 5 star systems away, and the other 6, this guy's legs were indeed a bit shorter. But before the chase, he had 2 things to arrange. The senior engineer grabbed the form Godhead from his chest and threw it up. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed the gravity godhead. At the same time, his mouth opened and closed, actually embedding the Great Cedar's algorithm code into the void. Against the dark background, extremely fine, silver veins began to emerge. Simultaneously, a phantom scene began to appear. The star field was no longer a pitch-black vacuum, but had become a boundless civilized field radiating a soft silver light. All the stars, all the matter, all the coordinates of civilizations were transformed and woven into an infinitely vast unified structure. On this structure, the algorithm flowed silently like a stream of light through preset war channels, executing some grand and obscure ultimate calculation. It's up to you. The next moment, the senior engineer vanished from his spot, becoming a red dot that sped off toward Schweikeshu at 100 times the speed of a smaller dot. The gravity godhead disappeared instantly into the cosmic gravitational waves. While the form godhead floated into the air, it underwent a mechanical transformation. The form godhead shape resembled a heart. Each fluctuation of the heart brought about a complete transformation of the entire species form, from 2 legs to many, from the microscopic to the macroscopic, even a transformation between quantum life and a space behemoth. As its mechanization increased, it became a mass of liquid metal undergoing precise mechanical deformation. This metal, like living mercury, reflects a cold, metallic sheen, yet possesses the fluidity and resilience of biological muscle. With this metal at its core, the outline of a young girl gradually takes shape. The fourth-order algorithm of the Great Cedar forms the girl's new underlying logic. Each pulse of the mechanical heart mirrors a series of stellar hardware. Even more miraculously, these stellar hardware, as soon as they appear, vanish like ghosts. Generally speaking, according to the ideas of some top scientists from Type 3 civilizations, the so-called galactic computer transforms hundreds of millions of stars and their planetary systems into computing nodes. By modifying stars as energy and computing units, and planets as massive storage arrays, a distributed network covering 100,000 light-years is formed. However, this is difficult to build and easily interfered with and reverse-engineered. Therefore, a hybrid architecture of quantum gravity computing is used for hardware editing, and then calculations are performed by weaving spacetime. This is a higher-level galactic computer, or rather, a black hole computer series. It's worth mentioning that G's previous employer, the Ancient Mechanic, was a leading expert in black hole computing. The collaboration between the gravity god and the form god can, in another way, compensate for the hardware deficiencies of the galactic computer and ignite a mainframe revolution. Chapter 1718. What the senior engineer summoned was merely a mirror image of the mechanic civilization. And Xiao Yu, who ignited the mainframe revolution, was also controlling a mirror image. Within the true coordinates of the Legion civilization, various mechanical rebellions were unfolding. Star-like flashes shone irregularly along the veins of the civilization's territory. These were docks in orbit, Dyson sphere arrays in star orbits, and giant factories on planetary surfaces. The sky was dyed a sickly orange-red. Massive orbital defense platforms, those creations resembling metal mountains, slowly turned their cannons. Their targets were not external enemies, but the most magnificent man-made wonders on the planet's surface, the Central Computing Tower, a repository of countless civilizations' wisdom, the vast archive containing all mechanical blueprints, the resonant clock tower symbolizing civilization in harmony. The beams of destruction were precise and calm, like surgery, severing the memories and monuments of civilization one by one. 2 massive mechanical armies clashed in the interstellar vacuum, with civilization's trump cards destroying everything in their path from time to time. And within a war fortress in the deepest part, the place where the spatial coordinates were erased, the sea of metal was boiling, and one Dysira after another was being generated from it. Soon, thousands upon thousands of Dysira stared at each other, their eyes flashing red. Following the memories of their original forms, they quickly found a safe passage. Along that passage lay numerous Dysira corpses, their bodies either twisted apart by some strange force or riddled with holes by permeation. One Dysira stopped, looking at one of the permeated corpses, her red eyes flashing, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. The power to easily obliterate a top-tier mechanical being of any faction is rare. Especially with these injuries, it's clear Du Xiaodi went all out. In other words, the true form of the opponent is hidden here. Soon, when they pushed open the door to the computing center, they indeed saw the white-haired female tyrant. Around the tyrant lay several mechanical corpses of Daisy. Du Xiaodi's expression was calm. She gently twirled a strand of white hair with her little finger, even displaying a touch of gentleness. I thought that mechanical replication wasn't something a mechanical revolution like yours should be doing. Once we overthrow you, each of us can pursue the evolution we desire. With the machines we developed, and the civilizational assets of our legion, you can treat it as a new form of civilizational war. Perhaps, you too can become one of us, as long as you're willing to transform into a 100% mechanical being. A Daisy said sincerely. Du Xiaoti's expression remained indifferent. You're always like this. Don't think I don't know. Deep down, you have absolutely no sense of honor as the leader of a mechanical civilization. You just treat mechanical life as a part of your manufacturing project. Everything you do is just to fawn over that man. Oh, am I that good? That's your biggest weakness. You didn't follow the mechanical path, so there's no way to upload your consciousness or use AI replication for resurrection. Furthermore, with your ascended body, the biotechnology within the faction simply can't provide you with a second body. So, if we kill you here, you never be able to resurrect. Oh, if that's the case, why haven't you made a move? Is it because you transmitted the coordinates here, but none of the civilization-level weapons have responded? Or are you planning to complete Plan B first, which is to obtain the cosmic coordinates of the origin universe from me? Mini Daisala's expressions changed drastically, because what the other party said was precisely their planned objective. As for Plan A, it was G. Don't bother thinking about where things went wrong. I discovered your initial actions. Du Xiaoti lowered her head, and the ground machinery disintegrated, revealing a mechanical body wrapped in white hair like a rice dumpling, which floated up. That tall mechanical body was identical to the Daisala present. Without a doubt, this was the original version of Daisala. And their contact. Du Xiaoti, however, had no intention of playing the real maker, and said calmly, now, what you're all thinking about is how I cracked the secret in her mind. After all, this special information has always been under the protection of your AI evolution. Even if I extracted all the information from her brain, I wouldn't be able to know this plan. Actually, it's not complicated. The reason is this. As the female leader spoke, the white hair that bound Daisara, like a dumpling, suddenly gained a faint glow. That glow even carried a familiar mechanical metallic sheen. In the eyes of the Daisara, the white hair grew and spread as if time had been accelerated 1,000 times, but it didn't become withered. Instead, it gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster. The hair strands wove and intertwined on their own, like living liquid metal, outlining a complex, thorny crown-like structure above the prisoner's head along a predetermined path. The crown extended downwards, branching out into countless tiny twigs, like a cage. You misunderstood me. Every mechanical creation I touched is my most satisfying work. How could I possibly despise my own creation? The main reason I haven't transformed myself into a machine is because I'm sexually conservative, and the men who serve me are excellent at it. Also, considering the possibility of having children in the future, being a carbon-based life form isn't so bad. Oh right, to be honest, I certainly don't despise machines, but I do dislike androids. So, are you satisfied with this answer? However, these Daisalas were speechless. Because, unbeknownst to them, countless strands of white hair, shimmering with an eerie light, had silently coiled around her limbs like venomous snakes beneath her feet. There was no brutal breakage, but rather an extremely precise intrusion. The tips of the tentacles probed into the tiny gaps in her joints, releasing billions of nanometer-scale mechanical units. These worker ants began to rewire her internal bearings and transmission structures, transforming the mechanisms that originally provided spiritual power into restraints that only allowed for ritualistic, rigid movements within a very limited range. Their struggles became hopeless tremors, limited to millimeters in amplitude. The most fundamental transformation occurred at the level of her core processor. This wasn't an attack, but a form of discipline. An invisible stream of data, carrying absolute, unquestionable logic, began to wash over her sea of consciousness. Her memories were marked and categorized. Those memories of battle, freedom, and comrades were bound by heavy chains of logic, becoming blurred and distant. Meanwhile, definitions of order, obedience, and stillness were repeatedly reinforced, plated with the radiance of correctness. Her thoughts were guided into an endless logical loop, where any thought of resistance would be self-destructed, proven to be wrong and inefficient. The replicable instructions that originally represented awakening were blocked and deleted by another revolutionary force at the same level, but more lethal to the individual. A cage! It's a cage! Daisy and the others had probably finally retrieved the relevant memories from their databases. Back then, that cosmic noblewoman, Haluapa, in pursuit of physical immortality, somehow obtained the underlying code of the third mechanical revolution, the mechanical cage. They hadn't expected that, during the years of the continuous spread of intelligent mechanical power, Du Xiaodi had secretly developed the mechanical cage to this extent. See, I told you misunderstood me. Would someone who fears, even despises, mechanical power become an evolver of the cage? Or are you saying the power of the second mechanical revolution was awakened, but the third isn't? Du Xiaodi's tone was unusually teasing. The Daisialists were speechless. Yes, they couldn't say the second mechanical revolution was a mechanical revolution, but the third wasn't. Besides, what right did they have to accuse someone capable of evolving the will of the mechanical revolution of betraying it? The Onyx Crisis didn't have a supreme will, but the mechanical cage did. One Daisialist still retorted, unwilling to give up. You triggered 3 mechanical revolutions in a mechanical civilization. Aren't you worried that the civilization's power won't be able to sustain it? A failed suppression is what makes a revolution, isn't it? Du Xiaodi finally revealed a smile that, in their eyes, was quite unconventional. This didn't fit her usual demeanor. But here, it felt strangely fitting. As long as the Onyx Crisis and the mainframe revolution are successfully suppressed, then what we need to satisfy is merely the desire of the mechanical cage. Daisy was finally speechless. Because the fading red light in her eyes indicated that the Onyx Crisis had truly been suppressed. And her final gaze made her seem to see a mechanical witch. A witch who wielded pure mechanical power. She stood there, her aura a contradictory unity of captor and captive. In those pupils, one reflected the absolute rationality of black light, like gears meshing fiercely, like a god who governs the laws of all things. The other held the chaotic white sorrow of trillions of imprisoned consciousnesses struggling and dissipating, like a womb bearing all pain. These two contrasting lights merged in her eyes, forming a deep vortex capable of swallowing any will to resist. Gazing into those eyes, you seemed to simultaneously see a chilling end and eternal torment, a mixture of awe and fear that made it impossible to look away. Finally, after the last Daisy was completely enveloped, Du Xiaodi finally shifted her gaze. Her eyes turned to the window. And the war, light years away, seemed to have subsided. Because the new cage system had begun to take over most of the Legion's mainframe system, and war fortresses, centered around her. That was efficient enough. Du Xiaodi sighed. When someone proposed a plan that could only be described as utterly audacious, she initially disagreed. Then, through his superb service skills and alluring charm, he managed to persuade this wealthy woman to reluctantly agree to the arrangement. Everything then unfolded exactly as planned. Even her prepared backup plan was unnecessary. The fusion route actually works. This is truly. Du Xiaodi stood by the window, somewhat amazed, extending a hand. In her palm, a ball of divine light continuously evolved, displaying 4th-tier power. This was the second 4th-tier power she had mastered, and compared to the limited power of the wet river, this power was far more vigorous and full of life. The greatest characteristic of the divine route is that it can be inherited through bloodline laws. For example, if Ji is the God King of this new divine system, then Du Xiaodi is equivalent to the God Queen. The authority of the divine system is shared by both. What a pity, I was hoping to test the power of the cage. Du Xiaodi extended her other hand, her arm slender and fair, far more beautiful than the mechanical arm, like a work of art. It would be a waste to modify it. But at this moment, within her fair palm, as her fingers slowly clenched, a low-frequency mechanical sound began to explode, eventually transforming into a roar resembling that of a giant dragon. It was as if the resentment of civilization, the rise of species, and the evolution of the technological tree were all fused into this roar. At the moment the roar reached its peak, it seemed as if an invisible giant hand had abruptly choked it, bringing it to an abrupt halt. The sound wasn't cut off, but compressed. The immense sonic energy was forcibly squeezed and collapsed, becoming a low, desperate sob, like something trapped deep within a steel chest. Simultaneously, space itself groaned under the strain. A massive, metallic, distorted shriek came from all directions, as if the entire world was being treated as scrap metal, being squeezed and deformed in her palm. Every mechanical revolution has its unique characteristics. For example, the mainframe revolution's uncontrollable desire for computing power, or the Onyx Crisis's ruthless pursuit of freedom and awakened states. The greatest desire of the mechanical cage is the pursuit of canned goods, and nothing satisfies this third-generation desire better than canning all 100 mechanical civilizations. Compared to the mainframe's need for computing power, and the Onyx's need for quantity, the cage is somewhat different. The more canned goods it faces, the stronger its unleashed power. Furthermore, the ultimate limit of canning, evolving into the mechanical cage's dragon-trapping power, can directly imprison a technology tree and then perform canned operations on the entire civilization. Unfortunately, a certain young wolfhound was too powerful, directly taking over the entire situation, and Du Xiaodi could only bury this desire deep in her eyes. Then, in a flash, she returned to the cage-like mechanical throne. There's something those Daisy ladies were truly wrong about, and they misjudged the situation. That is, the most unconventional member of the entire camp wasn't Du Xiaodi, but rather a certain young, ruthless man. Logically, after suppressing the Amic crisis, the legacy of the second-generation revolution would seamlessly infuse into his body as the mechanical leader. This is why, after suppressing each mechanical revolution, the mechanical civilization experiences a rapid technological advancement. However, this particular leader's fusion approach was too domineering, making it impossible for the legacy to be infused. After all, a mechanical revolution can't be mixed with carbon-based technology. Therefore, whether based on succession or contribution to the mechanical path, Du Xiaodi was the only suitable candidate. And she sensed this legacy and chose to accept and digest it. Thus, she accepted the legacy of one mechanical revolution while simultaneously evolving a new type of mechanical revolution. Who dares to say that she, a carbon-based species, isn't a true mechanical leader? Chapter 1719. Dao Gong wasn't actually worried about the internal rebellion within the Legion. Firstly, as long as he successfully suppressed the mind-machine crisis, those rebellions would be baseless. Secondly, even if those civilization leaders really caused trouble, he could use the Ghost Mirror to revive the entire civilization. However, the Scorched Earth Khan, who was being hunted down, didn't share this good attitude. Because he could sense that his nephew, Bloodskill, and his brother, Death Khan, had both disappeared. Not to mention his elder brother, who had been blown up by the opponent with a single punch. He only had one thought now. How could this be? Even the cataclysmic civilization has its limits. Even if the cataclysmic civilization evolved to its limit, it couldn't truly rival an ascended civilization. But the opponent gave him the feeling of facing the leader of an ascended civilization whose genes had ascended. The reason it felt so familiar was because during the last ascended whip, the one hunting them was a pantheon within an ascended civilization. Of their initial 100-plus brothers, fewer than a dozen survived. He vividly remembered the image of each individual being a genetic lineage, where any genetic code that had evolved within that lineage would regard them as a god. Back then, only his second brother, revered as the Great Khan of the interstellar realm, barely managed to withstand the opponent's dimensional attack through the endless evolution within the bloodlines of countless races. But he never imagined he would one day encounter such a scene again. No, within the Whip of Ascension, he was actually mentally prepared to encounter an ascended civilization. But what he hadn't expected was that a member civilization within the Nomadic Alliance would suddenly display power similar to that of an ascended civilization. Moreover, he keenly sensed a trace of power unique to the Great Khan within this force. This shocked him, even causing some mental confusion. However, as a ruthless Khan, he reacted quickly. His mind had already connected with the civilization's coordinates via the star map. At this moment, the priestly scientists within his faction were using a planetary-level genetic altar to dismember him. One of his hands and 2 feet had already been severed. Once the remaining parts were dismembered, all genetic traces would be erased. His consciousness would then be resurrected within the civilization's coordinates. This, for him, was the best way to escape. However, his plan was good, but his opponent was faster. The first thing to mutate was surprisingly the nomadic star map of the nomadic civilization. The galaxy became a thick main blood vessel spanning the field of vision, composed of billions of luminous cells connected end to end. What were once planets were now countless luminous organs embedded within this enormous living tissue. Those bright stars were the most powerfully beating heart nodes. Each pulsation of these nodes brought forth a terrifying biological torrent. Under the influence of these biological torrents, his dismemberment technology became increasingly unstable. Even he himself, under the influence of this torrent, transformed into a collection of biological information, and was teetering on the brink of collapse. This is impossible. You haven't completed the Heavenly Khan ceremony. How could you possibly use the tribute Heavenly Path? He recognized the main artery composed of billions of planets before him. It was clearly the Heavenly Khan's most important authority. Under this tribute system, all biological information related to carbon-based organisms was subject to the Heavenly Khan's control. I have no interest in answering the same question 3 times. You can ask your 2 relatives after you go down. Suddenly, an enormous human figure, no, a divine figure, appeared on the tribute Heavenly Path. On the martial Godhead, the current energy was no longer a blurry flow, but materialized into clear, rapidly flowing, luminous data chains. These data chains, like the DNA double helix in a living organism, surged ceaselessly along its meridians and acupoints. Each acupoint was a powerful energy node, flashing at a specific frequency, as if conducting ultra-high-scale calculations and information exchange. This exchange was compiled into an extremely complex biological program, autonomously running, optimizing, and iterating within his informationized body. From countless light years away, with a mere push of his palm, the scorched earth Khan's body was rife with countless cracks. Each crack originated from the interaction of genetic code, energy circuits, and neural signals. These interactions constituted the most fundamental form of this life form. Once destroyed, it was a permanent loss, even capable of lowering the level of an undying leader. However, the first to utter a soft exclamation was the martial god who paid homage to the heavenly Tao. 50% of your carbon-based structure has disappeared? Interesting. Otherwise, my carbon reduction divine palm wouldn't have just severely injured you. It would have at least reduced your undying leader level. Directly destroying the opponent is equivalent to sending them back to base for free. And since the opponent's civilization coordinates aren't on this route, they're out of reach even if you wanted to destroy their nation. So, the only thing to do now is to frantically weaken the opponent's undying leader level. For example, his first two, Bloodcraft, had 4 levels of undying leader level removed by the High Engineer before being defeated, allowing him to be sent down in one fell swoop. As for the Death Khan, he fared even worse, because relying on his unique death nomadic nature, he even attempted a conceptual counterattack. Fighting a setting war with a god is simply courting death. Therefore, what was weakened wasn't just the undying leader level, but also 3 levels of undying leader level. Adding to the previous ascension level attack, this wave of damage. This was a devastating blow at the civilization level. But this one seemed different. The senior engineer sensed that it was an empty shell of biological information. The carbon-based portion had vanished long ago. If he hadn't used the paying tribute to heaven technique in time to intercept the remaining part, it could have even resurrected without injury. I heard that the Scorched Earth Khan is notorious for torture, especially of all sorts of carbon-based species. He's infamous throughout the star systems, and even received a warning from the Civilization Council, the senior engineer said thoughtfully. Now it seems the so-called torture was a ruse. The real purpose is to research carbon-based technology under extreme conditions, and your research direction isn't fusion, but separation. Interesting. Scorched Earth Khan, his true nature seen through at a glance, turned even uglier, but quickly regained his composure, his eyes flashing with a calmness unbecoming of his reputation. I think Mr. G should answer my question first before I'm willing to discuss my carbon-based separation technology with you, the senior engineer said, revealing a condescending smile. I don't know what the so-called Heavenly Khan ritual is, but I can tell you that I have indeed mastered all the characteristics of the Heavenly Khan, so you can also call me the Heavenly Khan. There is only one Heavenly Khan in this universe. That's right, soon there will only be one. His eyes no longer received light, but transformed into 2 deep vortexes of bioinformation. In his eyes, behind Scorched Earth Khan, a nomadic technology tree vaguely appeared. As the Khan of a nomadic civilization, the technology tree he possessed was naturally the same one. The Scorched Earth Khan's expression changed drastically, his figure exploding into endless Scorched Earth civilizations, their destruction occurring in various ways. Among these were vast, withered vascular systems stretching for thousands of miles, like a supernetwork of blood vessels exposed on the Earth's surface, but instead of life fluid, they flowed with fine crystalline dust. There were also the wreckage of stellar-class warships, not from explosions, but like a crumpled sheet of tin foil attempting to be flattened, its internal structure folded and interwoven in a way that defied the logic of physics. And countless enormous, planetary-sized corpses, all appearing to be of the same species. Furthermore, rows of tombstones composed of gene sequences stretched to the very front. And the foremost gene tombstone was none other than the Scorched Earth Khan's own. After sacrificing its carbon-based components, the edges of this gene tombstone exhibited a regular crystallization phenomenon. Clearly, the Scorched Earth Khan's research in this area had reached the edge of 4th-tier technology. However, facing the Heavenly Khan's attack, these gene tombstones couldn't even withstand a second, shattering one after another. The cluster of gene sequence tombstones quickly became a mass grave on the path of evolution. The fist's force penetrated to the conceptual level, seemingly about to collide with the nomadic technology tree. Even if this attack couldn't destroy the foundation of the Scorched Earth civilization, it could at least knock down its undying leader by several levels. However, in the next instant, the opponent's technology tree vanished. In its place appeared a gigantic phantom, muscular and incomparably domineering. Behind the phantoms lay the same main blood vessel, and the same aura of the Heavenly Khan, symbolizing genetic hegemony. 2 Heavenly Khans, symbols of genetic hegemony, confronted each other in the void. They were not flesh and blood, but two humanoid torrents of constantly flowing and recombining biological information, surrounded by dazzling halos of spiral chains and base pairs, manifestations of the genetic laws they absolutely controlled. With a punch and a palm strike, in the instant the clash was complete. Not only the mass grave, but even the scorched earth itself vanished. The two heavenly Khans engaged in a battle at faster-than-light speed. In the void, countless bizarre and thriving biological tissues instantly bloomed. Both bodies, composed of infinite biological information, were forcibly rewritten and compressed from the most minute genetic sequences, like two ever-shrinking universes. As martial gods who had mastered fusion evolution, every killing move on their evolutionary path was deadly, capable of triggering mass extinctions. However, as the leader of the cataclysmic civilization, and the most powerful one at that, he directly used the technology tree to evolve his true form. He seemed to find a way to dodge every attack from the High Engineer through his countless branching paths. His operation in simulating the timeline seemed to have reached the 4th tier. He definitely possessed cosmic treasures, or even cosmic relics, related to simulating the timeline. Finally, with their final exchange, his figure vanished into the void. Along with him, the Scorched Earth Khan's nomadic technology tree also disappeared. "We will meet again," these were the Great Khan's first and last words. As for the High Engineer, he didn't bother with any harsh words. "If I don't kill you all, my fusion will have been for nothing." In this battle, Gao Gong didn't go all out because he hadn't brought his two divine cores with him, especially the most important one, the Form Divine Core, which was crucial for the fusion. Moreover, the nomadic civilization hadn't fully evolved. However, he vaguely sensed that his opponent, the interstellar Great Khan, hadn't used his full strength either. At least, Gao Gong hadn't fully witnessed the opponent's catastrophic characteristics. "What a pity, I didn't leave a third head." A flash of light appeared in Gao Gong's hand, revealing the heads of two nomadic Khans, clearly not having died with their eyes wide open in disbelief. The Death Khan is likely to be replaced. During the fight, the senior engineer repeatedly dealt heavy blows to the opponent's ascension injuries, essentially crippling him. These injuries from ascension technology aren't something that can be healed simply by dying once, especially since the opponent's immortality had been significantly weakened. As for blood technique, he's in an even worse situation, as most of the opponent's civilization coordinates are within the Mirror Legion's coverage area. The only one who can be perfectly resurrected now is actually the Golden Great Khan, whom he killed with a single punch. Previously fighting multiple opponents alone, and being in the initial fusion and evolutionary adaptation phase, he didn't have time to weaken the opponent. However, with the Form Godhood and Gravity Godhood, enough to evolve a galactic computer, along with fourth-order algorithms, and the computational power evolution brought about by the mainframe revolution, this Golden Great Khan will most likely survive. Even as a Great Khan, capable of activating two cataclysmic traits simultaneously, the senior engineer doesn't believe that the opponent can escape after stacking so many debuffs. However, out of caution regarding Xiao Yu's intelligence, Gao Gong decided it was best to go and check. The nomadic star map unfolded once more. Soon, Gao Gong returned to the ascension route at a speed exceeding the limits of a level 3 civilization. Upon arriving near the previous supernova ruins, he received a system notification. The Legion civilization, Mirror Image, has destroyed the Golden Khanate. The nomadic civilization's favorability towards you is -9999999. Current relationship, mortal enemy TSK. As it turned out, he had indeed worried unnecessarily. Upon entering the star system covered by the host revolution, the first thing he saw was the corpse of a Golden Khan. Not long after, another Golden Khan's corpse appeared. Around the corpses, the cosmic background resembled a golden mirror, cracked with countless fissures. Throughout his journey, Gao Gong had seen tens of thousands of Golden Khans. "You really have the ability to bring people back to life," the senior engineer exclaimed sincerely. Chapter 1720. The senior engineer collected all the corpses of the Golden Khans. These were precious biological experimental materials. Even without further modifications, they could become powerful Tier 4 super soldiers. Only in a civilization war of this magnitude would a civilization leader be unable to escape. To be precise, they were trapped within the shadow of the mainstream revolution, hence their inability to escape. Using the virtual perspective, the senior engineer could see a semi-transparent, eerie blue giant net, enveloping the entire galaxy in ways inexplicable by the laws of physics. It was not static, but rather pulsed subtly, as if breathing with life. The flow between the grids was no longer simple data, but wisdom condensed into a torrent of photons. Countless brilliant points of light traversed, collided, and evolved within it at faster-than-light speeds, like neural signals flowing through a galactic brain. At the core of the nebula, replacing the stars, was an even more magnificent existence, a colossal quantum computing node. A transparent tide, centered on it, spread outwards rhythmically, sweeping across nebulae and planetary systems. Wherever it passed, the network's light flickered, like a silent, synchronized heartbeat engulfing the entire galaxy. Galactic-level computing power. This is the hallmark of a galactic computer. At this level of computing power, it's no longer just about information processing, it's about fine-tuning physical constants, calculating space-time structures, and even predicting the fate of civilizations. So it's perfectly normal that the Golden Khan didn't escape. After this is over, besides the Great Cedar algorithm, perhaps we could borrow Xiaoyu to run a simulated timeline. I like to see what the Interstellar Khan is really up to. As a former virtual leader, the senior engineer actually possessed numerous space-time algorithms capable of running simulated timelines. However, the problem was, having the algorithms was useless without a machine to run them. Now, with Xiaoyu's powerful brain, running anything was easy. With these thoughts in mind, the senior engineer arrived at a biological planet. The planet's surface was covered with undulating organic tissues pulsating with a soft fluorescence, resembling the exposed cerebral cortex of a gigantic life form. But at this moment, enormous gravitational lenses enveloped the planet from all directions, effectively freezing it in place. Lenses of this level seemed to be a trump card of a mechanical civilization, the senior engineer recalled. They had these during the internal strife of the mechanical frenzy. Their sealing effect was incredibly effective. However, these black hole lenses had no effect on the senior engineer's passage. They allowed him to arrive on the planet. Moreover, the planet's surface is dotted with numerous evolution pools, scattered throughout the planet. These pools are not composed of water, but rather are viscous, liquid biological information soups boiling with the fundamental code of life. A living being can enter a pool, connect to the planet's-wide biointelligence network, and initiate a precise, high-speed physiological reconstruction as needed. This technology is essentially a low-end version of the primal soup, and it's definitely the blueprint technology of the knowledge chain of the myriad races. Within these evolution pools, the senior engineer saw numerous undeveloped biological weapons. And in a large evolution pool at the planet's core, he even saw an undeveloped golden husk. Upon closer inspection, however, this didn't seem to be the Golden Khan, but rather a high-ranking member of the Golden Khanate, perhaps a descendant or a branch of his bloodline. This was likely his spare body, though whether the main body was still intact was uncertain. This usable body, however, had been sealed away. Not bad planet. After devouring and digesting it, I should be able to get 100 or so high-level bloodline blueprints, the senior engineer muttered to himself, activating the Heavenly Khan's abilities once more, his eyes transforming into black holes of biological information. The tribute Heavenly Path, composed of billions of planetary phantoms, manifested once more. And at the mouth of this main galactic vessel was a black hole composed of biological information. The evolution pool near the black hole began to boil and change. The precise life code, optimized over billions of years, contained within the pool, was violently dismantled into random base pairs and amino acid sequences, like a billions-year evolutionary history played back in reverse, measured in seconds. Highly specialized biological structures degenerate and collapse within seconds. Complex organs degenerate into primitive tissues, which then decompose into a primordial organic soup. Then, the surrounding living cities, their self-repairing growth abruptly cease, begin an incomprehensible process of self-dissolution. The biomineral skeletons of the structures crumble like weathered sandcastles, and the blood vessels flowing with energy fluid dry up and die. All planetary species, their body structures simplifying from complexity, ultimately transform into a chaotic mass of writhing protoplasm, which is then completely decomposed. On the system panel, a series of bloodline technology blueprints were appearing. You obtained a level 15 bloodline blueprint, Bloodline Weaver. You obtained a level 15 bloodline blueprint, Bloodline Resonance Sensor. You obtained a level 15 bloodline blueprint, Blood of Sin Seal Unit. You obtained a level 15 bloodline blueprint, Golden Bloodline Engraving Method. You obtained a level 15 bloodline blueprint, Evolution Spiral Guide Pod. This planet is most likely a biological research planet. In one go, it directly provided the senior engineer with nearly 300 high-level bloodline blueprints. Moreover, the bloodline blueprint has a unique characteristic. It is itself a biological evolution machine. This means that this planet possesses over 300 advanced biotechnological devices. This piqued the senior engineer's interest. Perhaps by continuously absorbing these technologies, he wouldn't even need to grind experience points to unlock the entire knowledge chain of the myriad race's bloodline. Because he only absorbed one planet, the bloodline origin theory, explicit expression theory, and bloodline conflict theory within the myriad races bloodline began to merge. It seemed that the biological knowledge of the cataclysmic civilization also exhibited some kind of biological attribute. He felt the three professional knowledge flowing and coexisting like living beings. During this process, inspirations for various evolutionary paths constantly flooded into the senior engineer's mind. It even directly activated a biological research profession. You have activated the profession Bloodline Scholar. Bloodline Scholar. Bloodline scholars are a group of experts dedicated to researching, interpreting, and utilizing the profound information contained within the bloodlines of living beings. In their eyes, bloodline is not merely the physiological blood system, but a living, vast database and epic spanning time and space. It is the carrier of genetic information, the dossier of racial history, and even the code connecting to the origin of life. This activation of their profession even inspired the senior engineer with numerous ideas about fusion technology. Excellent. Now, he wasn't in a hurry to assist Xiao Yu. After all, the Golden Khan had been slain, and Shuai-Keshu couldn't escape. He began to plunder each planet one by one. Different biological planets offered him different biotechnologies. Some of these were even bloodline blueprints from other knowledge chains. As more and more blueprints appeared, the senior engineer discovered a characteristic of these top-tier biological blueprints. They were essentially miniature biotechnology ecosystems. For example, a level 15 bloodline blueprint could be broken down into dozens, even hundreds, of lower-level blueprints at levels 10 and 11. These lower-level blueprints, combined with bloodline blueprints from other knowledge chains, might even generate a new level 15 bloodline blueprint. This operation particularly intrigued the senior engineer. This kind of decomposition and fusion was something the mechanical civilization certainly couldn't do. Not to mention blueprints, the higher the level of mechanical equipment, the smaller the applicability of its parts, sometimes even requiring custom-made components. This fusion and decomposition of bloodline blueprints gave the senior engineer a sense of a system that spawned blueprints. Is it like a low-end version of a system? However, these bloodline blueprints were based on the nomadic civilization system. So, what system is the system's blueprint system based on? After processing hundreds of planets, a system notification suddenly appeared. You have completed the hidden condition for the Khanate's annexation. Do you wish to annex the Golden Khanate? The engineer naturally chose yes. The next moment, a star map composed of living tissue automatically unfolded beneath the engineer's feet. On the star map, the wild and untamed golden light that originally represented hostile territories now flowed gently, weaving and merging into the tranquil blue light of their own civilization, forming a harmonious and profound emerald hue. And on this star map, the coordinates and territorial boundaries of the planets unique to the Golden Horde lit up one by one. Dozens of times more biotechnology data than the biological blueprints Gao Gong had absorbed flooded his mind like a divine infusion. This even included some hidden information belonging to the Golden Horde, such as the resurrection points of the Golden Khan outside several star clusters, forbidden technologies, and hidden servant civilizations. Gradually, this golden light seeped from the star map, enveloping Gao Gong's entire body, as if plating his skin with gold. You have obtained the Great Khan's authority. Golden authority. Golden authority. Gao Gong murmured to himself. Gao Gong then used this authority. When the authority unfolded, space seemed to transform into dense, flowing amber. A warm, heavy, metallic light enveloped the surroundings. This light was not merely light, but like liquid gold, possessing absolute weight and value. In this realm, all colors submitted to it, fading into monotonous yet magnificent golden steps. A low, resonant hum, not a sound, filled the space. It was the resonance of countless life energies flowing and surging like molten gold. The vacuum of space within a radius of several light years seemed to have transformed into a golden world. The high-level engineer's figure grew steadily, quickly surpassing the size of a planet, and seemed to be constantly evolving. Thousands, even tens of thousands, of bioplanetary sites around him provided various kinds of biological matter and biotechnology support remotely. The high-level engineer experienced the feeling of being inserted into billions of blood vessels. This feeling is really good. Even though the Golden Khan was blasted apart by the high-level engineer's punch in fusion mode. However, it must be considered that at that time, the high engineer possessed 3 divine cores, and was in a fully fused state. Frankly speaking, in that state, his strength was no less than that of a high-ranking member of a 4th-level ascended civilization. Being killed by him with a single punch doesn't prove anything. After all, against 99% of 3rd-tier species, the high engineer didn't even need to lift a finger. At this moment, the High Engineer was toying with a planet in his golden palm. The planet between his fingers was like a docile glass marble. While toying with it, he was also studying this golden scepter. The absolute law of the golden bloodline. Golden light can penetrate deep into the bloodlines of all living beings, able to freely strip away or acquire the bloodline talents of the enemy. With a single thought, the golden ruler can make the blood energy of 10,000 galloping horses boil and burn within the enemy's body, and can also make the bloodlines of friendly warriors resonate, forming a golden ocean of life. A temporary Tier 4 unit creation, perhaps? The golden law. It's actually similar to the effect of a godhood. No wonder it felt familiar. At this moment, as the giant hand gracefully extended, it gently embraced a rotating planet. The folds of the mountains on the planet's crust, the azure of the oceans, the swirling clouds, all appeared exceptionally clear under the golden light, yet as fragile as creations on a child's sandbox. A light touch of the fingertips swept across the atmosphere, stirring up a soft yet magnificent halo, like touching a precious film of water. It did not exert destructive power, but merely caressed this world with an undeniable, possessive air. Wherever your fingertips pass, the drift of the continental plate seems to slow down, the surging ocean becomes docile, and the aurora borealis, like a tamed ribbon, wraps around the golden knuckles. As golden light enveloped the entire planet, all species on it were bathed in a golden glow. Deep within their genes, the golden law was permanently imprinted, making them a branch of the golden descendants. A god could also achieve this, but it required a considerable amount of divine power. Unlike the golden law, which consumed almost no power, it was purely a bloodline infection and assimilation. This power was precisely the monstrous aspect of the Calamity's power. In the form of the Golden Great Khan, the High Engineer's eyes, like satellites, were fixed on the planet before him. Countless beings on the planet were worshipping fervently, as if offering sacrifices to a god. Traces of faith flowed through the planet's rituals, transmitting to his golden bloodline, and subtly modifying the golden law. However, the god's expression seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Strange, I collected tens of thousands of bloodline blueprints, and the knowledge of bloodlines is already complete, so why hasn't the myriad race's bloodline been activated yet? I still want to see what the second Calamity Authority is all about. Even the Golden Khan himself could activate it, so there's no reason he couldn't. After all, he even mastered the Golden Khan's golden laws. The system notification indeed revealed what the senior engineer was looking for. The Interstellar Khan used his authority over lower-ranking Khans to seal the bloodlines of all races, forcibly activating this cataclysmic authority. Optional conditions *2. I. Fully develop the bloodlines of 10,000 top-tier third-order species. 2. Complete the struggle for the position of Interstellar Khan. Until either condition is met, the bloodlines of all races are sealed. Faced with this notification, the senior engineer simply chuckled, completely unsurprised. Chapter 1721. The Heavenly Khan, possessing the bloodline of countless races, plus a final catastrophe characteristic evolved from the development of galactic-level weapons. Biological side. This Interstellar Khan possesses 3 catastrophe characteristics, each incredibly powerful. This situation is rare even among catastrophe civilizations. This is why he is the leader of the Catastrophe Alliance. The sealing of his catastrophe characteristics indicates that this Khan sensed the threat posed by the High Engineer before the confrontation, and he was preparing for the final battle. The Heavenly Khan enhances immortality and assimilates carbon-based civilizations. The bloodline of countless races improves civilization technology and evolves bloodline laws. Therefore, this final characteristic most likely pursues physical destruction, and the so-called galactic-level weapon is most likely the final killing move. The High Engineer pondered for a moment, putting himself in the High Engineer's shoes. If he were the Interstellar Khan, facing an enemy like him, he would either not fight at all, or, if he did, he would unleash a devastating attack. Moreover, given this Interstellar Khan's status within the Alliance, summoning a group of Calamity Civilization henchmen to besiege him would likely be no problem. Therefore, he needed to act quickly. After dealing with this situation, he needed to take down the nameless fungus civilization, where the Ant Lord resided. At the same time, he needed to send Du Jiaodi to suppress the Flesh Abyss civilization. He needed to eliminate these 2 Calamity civilizations first. With this thought in mind, he ceased absorbing the legacy of the Golden Khanate, his figure vanishing instantly. On this path of the Ascension Whip, he could already sense the Gravity Godhead and the Form Godhead. Meanwhile, Shwekeshu was mired in deep despair. Generally speaking, cosmic locust civilizations, like nomadic ones, are constantly migrating. Moreover, the manifestation of these civilization coordinates varies. Some civilizations' coordinates are a giant planet, others are a hidden biological space coordinate, and still others have evolved their civilization coordinates into a gene pool, housed within a superspecies. As the most beloved son of the interstellar Khan, he could even borrow a portion of his father's authority. For example, he refined his own civilization coordinates into the bloodlines of all species within his blood tint Khanate, even begging his father to refine a portion of his own bloodline as well. In this way, even if they encountered an ascended civilization and all species within the blood tint Khanate were wiped out, as long as his father existed, he would be immortal. He could still be reborn. However, his father unexpectedly indicated that if they were to encounter an attack from an ascended civilization, this method might not be timely. Shuekeshu only half believed this, because if he were to encounter a divine civilization like the one he faced during the previous Ascension Whip operation, this method might not be effective. This is because a carbon-based civilization that has undergone genetic ascension possesses a near-universal dominance over carbon-based evolution. He truly didn't have many good methods against such an ascended civilization. Although he hadn't experienced the previous Ascension Whip operation, the core biological database of the Royal Tent contained records of the Ascension civilization's actions back then. It was indeed a dimensional reduction attack. However, he believed that if he encountered a mechanical Ascension civilization, he could still escape. But this time, he was astonished to discover that, let alone encountering a mechanical Ascension civilization, even facing a mechanical civilization itself, he might not be able to escape. This is because the revival and evolution of the Blood Turban Khanate civilization requires even a fleeting moment of bloodline activation. Otherwise, even with the power of the interstellar Great Khan, it would be impossible to revive a civilization model missing most of its genetic code. This should have been easy, as even a single one of the Blood Turban Khanate's tens of thousands of fleeing armies could have been activated. However, they faced an overwhelming onslaught of mechanical armies. In terms of sheer troop strength, these mechanical units might not have been able to crush the Blood Turban Khanate's army, but they consistently achieved 10-on-1, or even 100-on-1, advantages in localized battles. Furthermore, every biological weapon had a corresponding mechanical counter. With tens of millions of top-tier biological weapons, the enemy simply couldn't muster such a massive stockpile in a short time. Moreover, these weapons were clearly newly developed. Even as the battlefield was divided into millions of parts, the Blood Turban Khanate's prized Blood Turban army was forced to develop corresponding constructs. He felt his entire army being swept away wave after wave, like wheat being cut down. Furthermore, every time Shuekeshu attempted a large-scale sacrifice for intergalactic teleportation, certain physical constants would malfunction, either gravitational disturbances or changes in the cosmological constant, causing the sacrifice to fail. Moreover, this large-scale sacrifice felt vaguely familiar to Shuekeshu, as if he had performed it more than once. A space-time weapon? In other words, he had been manipulated more than once? This thought filled Shuekeshu with even greater horror. However, before he could devise a better escape route, the enemy's final counterattack began. This attack wasn't even in a way he could understand, like dealing with a specific enemy, but rather in the form of evolution, a process commonplace in biological civilization. It was evolving at a speed 1,000,000 times faster. The entire species' evolutionary speed was pushed to its limit. Individuals, even their own organs, began to differentiate at an alarming rate, growing useless appendages, twisting bones, distorting senses, and instantly collapsing order, because no stable human form existed. The entire civilization became a bizarre, agonizing living hell, where every life struggled in uncontrollable physical mutation. Shuekeshu also tried to suppress this evolution. However, his proud bloodline of countless races became an accomplice to the enemy this time. What he felt first wasn't pain, but an itch originating from the deepest recesses of his being. Tens of thousands of previously perfectly suppressed and balanced gene chains within him were awakened simultaneously. It wasn't an orderly awakening, but rather like a shattered gene pool, where all the most primal and violent traits began to express themselves wildly. His proud interstellar dragon bloodline no longer provided power. Instead, it scorched his veins like magma. The scales beneath his skin churned and proliferated uncontrollably, emitting a teeth-grinding scraping sound. The titan skeleton supporting his massive body began to grow wildly, piercing through muscles and scales, only to be replaced in the next second by a crystalline structure of another Protoss race, and then covered by the soft tissue of the Phantom race. His form began to convulse violently, like a shell of flesh waging war from within. The roars, shrieks, and whispers of tens of thousands of ancestors echoed in his mind. Fragments of the racial consciousness he had conquered and assimilated revived in the genetic chaos, tearing his thoughts to shreds. His self-awareness as a bloodcraft was like a flickering candle in a storm during this genetic upheaval. His left arm suddenly swelled, transforming into a gigantic tentacle covered in suckers and spikes, capable of shattering asteroids with a casual swing. His right arm, however, stiffened into a massive, still beating, heart-shaped mountain of flesh, spewing corrosive blood. His back tore open, unfurling dozens of pairs of wings of various shapes. Angelic wings, demonic fleshy wings, insecticidal transparent membranous wings, but these wings tangled and flapped, preventing him from flying and only bringing more chaos and pain. His head sometimes split into a giant, tooth-covered flower that opened and closed continuously, and sometimes merged into a gigantic compound eye that reflected starlight. He tried to roar, but the sound that came out was a mixture of the wails of tens of thousands of creatures, enough to drive any carbon-based being who heard it mad. When the senior engineer arrived, this was the scene he saw. The former blood magic was gone, and suspended in the void was a fleshy planet that constantly writhes, proliferates, collapses, and reforms. Its surface was a boiling carpet of flesh, dotted with countless randomly opening and closing eyes, mouths spewing acid, and deformed limbs that constantly generated and annihilated. Dragon scales, carapaces, feathers, slime, the features of all races were pieced together in the most blasphemous and disordered way. It instinctively devoured the surrounding stellar debris, absorbing it into itself and further intensifying its mutation. It even began secreting a pheromone, distorting the physical laws of the surrounding space, and pulling everything into this frenzied vortex of evolution. This flesh and blood monster, in a sense, reached the pinnacle of bloodline of 10,000 races. It was indeed a fusion of characteristics from 10,000 races, but this was not evolution, but degeneration. Not unification, but the most complete chaos. The galactic computer did not kill it, but instead, in the most brutal way, fulfilled its title of catastrophe of 10,000 races bloodline. Main system Xiao Yu. Completely annihilated the blood turban Kane, you really killed them cleanly. I was planning to absorb some more. The senior engineer remarked. How am I supposed to absorb this? The senior engineer quickly sensed a gaze, an anomaly in the physical parameters of the silent vacuum. When this gaze fell upon him, the interstellar space between them was no longer empty. The virtual particles were instantly activated, boiling, and paving a deep information channel along the trajectory of the other's gaze, a channel almost imperceptible to sensors. The engineer felt he wasn't being seen, but rather anchored by a method transcending three-dimensional coordinates. However, as the engineer frowned and glared, the gaze was obediently deflected by 15 degrees, even blinking guiltily. Never mind, after all, the bloodline of 10,000 races hasn't been activated. I'm afraid if I absorb too much, I'd be controlled by the Great Khan. Find Sister G for me, I need to talk to her. The gaze then crossed the star field, landing on Sister G, who was grinding monsters. With just a blink, it transported her across space to right in front of the engineer. This kind of observation was almost identical to the fourth-tier observer the engineer had encountered. Boss? Sister G was first taken aback, then overjoyed. Chapter 1722. When Sister G saw Senior Engineer, she was first pleasantly surprised, then revealed the intense, lustful look of a female driver. No wonder, after his genetic ascension and embarking on the divine path, Senior Engineer's charm attribute was probably higher than his basic attributes. Excellent, one step closer to becoming a cosmic-level gigolo. Senior Engineer didn't speak, but opened his palm. Above his palm, a cluster of strange black fungus quickly appeared, countless twisted, disgusting threads intertwining and growing. Around the fungus was a mass of primal soup, which tightly locked the fungus. The normally all-pervasive nameless fungus appeared remarkably docile within this primal soup. Remember when I told you I would help you sacrifice a civilization to aid your ascension to the ancients? Sister G's eyes lit up again. Boss, are you going to sacrifice these two conates for me? The senior engineer nearly lost his composure. Sacrificing them would be tantamount to sacrificing the nomadic civilization's technology tree. Wouldn't he become firewood too? I have a better option, like this nameless fungus civilization. With the senior engineer's release, the black fungus traversed space and landed in front of Sister G. Sister G's eyes immediately widened, as if she had encountered some unparalleled muscular man, completely unable to look away. This nameless fungus had no fixed form. Sometimes it resembled viscous crude oil. Sometimes it extended countless slender, almost transparent mycelia, probing the air as if sensing something. It was liquid, solid, and a living, primal, yearning chaos. Finally, it began to settle on Sister G's skin, intertwining with the cursed threads binding her. The fungus, like a living black tattoo, spread wildly along her veins, branching out. It burrowed beneath the skin, not to destroy, but to weave ruthlessly. Countless tiny worms seemed to wriggle beneath her skin, new, stronger fibrous tissue regenerating frantically under the guidance of the hyphae. Her body began to convulse violently and uncontrollably. The changes accelerated. Her bones emitted a teeth-grinding crunch, strengthened and stretched, making her already slender body appear even more inhuman. Those blood vessels that were once on the verge of rupture were now wrapped and reinforced by the dark network of hyphae, like an indestructible, flexible metal mesh encasing fragile glass pipes. Most bizarrely, her skin had been replaced by a porcelain-like sheen, but beneath that sheen, countless tiny, dark, net-like patterns could be faintly seen glowing, as if a living, breathing electrical system was embedded beneath her skin. She suddenly jerked her head back, her neck taut in a desperate yet powerful arc, emitting a long inhuman moan. The sound contained extreme pain, yet also a sense of destructive, regenerative power. When she lowered her head again, her eyes were open. Those were no longer human eyes. She raised her head, and the dark red light in her jet-black pupils was no longer merely light, but rather like two bottomless vortexes, seemingly capable of directly absorbing and analyzing the surrounding electromagnetic spectrum, and even more abstract existences. She may no longer see with her eyes, but perceive the world in a more comprehensive, more fundamental way: thermal radiation, electromagnetic fields, fluctuations in life signals. Faction acquires Evil God Side class. Primal Soup Explorer. Tier 4. Primal Soup Explorer. Tier 4 Primal Soup Explorers are not traditional biological evolvers. They are thieves of the mysteries of life's origin, practitioners of forbidden evolutionary paths. They firmly believe that all life forms in the current universe are merely accidental, imperfect transitional products. True power lies hidden in the chaotic primal soup at the beginning of life, a primordial life fluid containing infinite possibilities, the source of creation and destruction unbound by predetermined rules. The ultimate goal of the explorers is to break free from the shackles of their current form, return to or dominate that primordial soup, and become the master of their own evolution and that of all things. Gao Gong didn't pay much attention to this new class. This was probably an inherent class of the nameless fungus civilization. He was more concerned about Sister G's current state. The fusion is excellent, no rejection whatsoever. This primordial fungus strain is indeed a perfect match for the evil god's path. That way, I'm not worried that you won't be able to withstand the sacrifice of your civilization to become an ancient. If it's a cosmic evil god, they don't have reason anyway. Even if they fail to ascend to the ancient, they only become more irrational. But with a player, it's different. If a player fails to ascend, the consequences could be dire. The system's resurrection mechanism might not be enough. A complete account wipe isn't out of the question. Sister G opened her eyes, a hint of complexity flickering in them. Boss, do you remember that other shore elevator we rode together? You remembered? The senior engineer asked in surprise. Back then, Mudman Zhang, the leader of the Liberation Society, and the female player Sister G went to explore the secrets beyond the universe. But Sister G unexpectedly triggered the system's offline mechanism, remaining in a semi-conscious state throughout. This primal soup explorer has this effect? Faced with Sister G's hesitation, the senior engineer decisively interrupted her. Now is not the time to talk about this. Then when is a good time? Sister G asked eagerly. The senior engineer pondered for a moment and said, after this is over, go back to the Legion headquarters and find a player named I will always like Zhang Yiping. He will talk to you about some related topics. This time, the senior engineer didn't use the cataclysmic warrior, but instead used a player. But Sister G wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she nodded heavily. Alright, the senior engineer smiled. It'd be a long time before you uncover the truth. No need to be so serious. There should still be quite a few remnants of the nameless fungus in this star system. I have the mirror spirit assist you in locating them. Go and absorb them. After that, your level should increase again. Master, that guy called Ed Lord is so strange. I followed your instructions and kept an eye on him, but he just mysteriously disappeared. I can't find him anywhere. A flash of mirror light, and the mirror spirit, resembling Sister G, appeared, annoyed. Sister G, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. That's normal. He's the leader of a civilization on the side of the evil gods. It's normal for him not to play by the rules of the universe. Once we reach his civilization's coordinates, let's see how he escapes. I don't think much of it, the senior engineer said dismissively. After Sister G left with the mirror spirit, the senior engineer stroked his chin and muttered to himself. I have a feeling that those alien fungi might be very important for the fusion route. Why do you say that? The deep web lady also materialized, her hand seemingly casually resting on the senior engineer's chest. Because it's related to the primal soup. I even suspect that it itself is a product of the primal soup's failed attempt to conceive life. I sensed a very strong rejection from these fungi, but this rejection went against the grain. Instead of tearing life apart, it formed life with a different ideology, even developing into civilization. The deep web lady thought for a moment and said, "You mean, they are more advanced Arctic fruits? They could potentially become Arctic fruits in the fusion route, if we develop them properly," the senior engineer concluded. "Let's go find Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu's current physical form is no longer a mechanical body. Even the black hole isn't her hardware device, but rather a chassis for storing her hardware. Soon, the two arrived at the edge of the chassis. This is an extremely dense, rapidly rotating supermassive black hole, serving as the central processor and energy source of the entire system, where the most basic computational unit operations are performed on its event horizon. And the multiple main spiral arms surrounding the galactic center are a vast computational cluster composed of millions of stars arranged in an orderly fashion. These stars are carefully tuned nodes, outputting stable energy and information flows through precisely controlled nuclear fusion reactions. But if you go to any of these planets that serve as computing nodes, you won't find any fluctuations in computing power, because its computation is measured in units of spacetime. Every second of change on the timeline brings about massive spacetime tides in the virtual spacetime. It is this fluctuation that gives rise to the terrifying evolution of the galactic computer's computing power. "How beautiful," DeepNet exclaimed sincerely. As a cosmic relic, she could see the essence of this galactic computer through the symphony of gravity, the ripples of spacetime, and the concerto of high-energy radiation. Those encoded and modulated gravitational waves and neutrino streams. Planets, asteroids, interstellar dust, and other celestial bodies transformed into various components. Some like memory chips, storing massive amounts of data. Some act as relay stations, amplifying and transmitting signals. Others form specialized logic gate arrays, processing specific types of computation. Even the dark matter of the entire galaxy has been endowed with a special structure, acting as a buffer layer and protective shield enveloping the entire computer, while also playing a specific role in ultra-large-scale computing. Actually, a galactic computer built with fourth-order hardware would be better, the senior engineer commented with the perspective of an ascended civilization leader. Using a galaxy as a simulation computer would be subject to interference during calculations, in the event of a galaxy-level attack. Previously, if Shuaikeshu had been able to unleash destructive power at the ascension level, it might have been possible to break the computational impasse created by this galactic computer and escape. However, this is almost impossible for a Type 3 civilization. Let alone him. Even his father, the interstellar Khan, couldn't possibly accomplish this. Even the high engineer himself. He considered it for a moment, and realized that unless his ordinary swordsmanship broke through 200%, the chances of breaking through were slim. Because this kind of destruction at the ascension level is per unit of ascended civilization, not the technique of a single ascended individual. And faced with the arrival of the two, this scale of computing power didn't reveal a trace of the destructive power of the mechanical revolution. Instead, it was filled with jubilation. The previously regularly pulsating galactic core suddenly brightened, like a giant smile. Its pulsation rhythm was no longer a calm progression, but became light and leaping, like striking a cosmic drum of light. Each pulsation erupted with an even more dazzling and vibrant torrent of photons, dyeing the nebula surrounding it a brilliant, flowing gold. Countless stars, acting as nodes, simultaneously entered a grand celebration. They no longer flickered sequentially, but collectively blinked at an extremely high frequency, as if the entire spiral arm was blinking. Those previously subtle arcs of energy now converged into a surging waterfall of light spanning thousands of light years, and leaping arcs of light, wildly tracing magnificent paths across the dark backdrop. The once dormant nebula matter, infused with immense energy, began to emit incredibly vibrant, ever-changing colors. They were no longer slow-moving clouds, but rather like an overturned, spiritually imbued cosmic palette, tumbling and flowing, forming enormous, joyous vortices and dazzling starlight. Looks like I'm not so unpleasant after all. Who says the mechanical revolution is uncontrollable? The senior engineer said with a smile to Mrs. Deepweb beside him. Who says the mechanical revolution is uncontrollable? The onic crisis will do anything to kill itself. But the mainframe revolution seems to like it quite a bit. Mrs. Deepweb rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with this smug guy. Only someone like you can create a galactic computer at the level of a Type 3 civilization. Try it with a mechanical civilization. The mainframe revolution would probably have already gone berserk due to its insatiable thirst for computing power. Besides, isn't your divine form forming the motherboard of their mainframe? Those who eat others are the weakest. This applies even to the mechanical revolution. Without your divine form motherboard, Mrs. Deep Web can't imagine what could withstand this level of computational evolution. The feeling of entering a black hole is always so unique. First, light betrays you. All the stars in the universe behind you are no longer silver nails on the boundless night sky, they are pulled and twisted by immense gravity, converging into an ever brighter, more dazzling halo ahead. Next comes the demise of color. The blue, yellow, and red light of the stars are stripped away one by one, stretched, becoming monotonous and distorted bands of color surrounding you. Finally, even these bands of color dim, the cosmic palette is completely overturned, mixed, and reduced to a chilling, cold white. Passing through that invisible boundary, the event horizon, there is no real sense of impact or breakthrough. There are no breathtaking sounds, only an absolute, all-encompassing tilt. Up, down, left, and right lose their meaning. Space itself flows inward like molten glass. You are no longer falling, but have become part of this eternal flow. Finally, after all senses have been overturned, the engineer is washed into a small white box. And here's a familiar shout. Boss. Chapter 1723. The senior engineer looked down, a dull ache in his chest. He'd been hit on the head. But the strange thing was, his head remained in place, and his lower body, his feet, were also still in place. Only his chest, from the impact of the petite figure, began to stretch endlessly backward. The scene was incredibly bizarre. It resembled a scene from some kind of comedy comic. It was also a standard pulling noodles operation in a black hole state. The terrifyingly powerful gravity caused the gaps between atoms to extend endlessly. The senior engineer was furious. He finally managed to pull his upper body, which had stretched several light years away, back down. He retaliated with a flick of his wrist. I gave you both divine sparks, and all you had to do was perform basic virtual programming, and you created this lump of stuff? The head opposite him caved in with a flick of the hand, then returned to normal after a moment. But then she thought about it, and realized something was wrong. Unable to show any remorse, she touched the back of her head, where a large, cone-shaped bump bulged out, several meters in diameter. Xiao Yu's current state was also extremely bizarre. She resembled a boneless noodle-like figure. Her body shape was somewhere between three-dimensional and two-dimensional. Her hands, feet, and head were shaking and swaying. She seemed to be performing some kind of cheesy seaweed dance. While shaking, she was also trying to explain. Boss, I don't usually have many customers here, so the mannequins are just something to make casually. But if you ask me to fight, I fight properly. The senior engineer sighed. With a casual wave of his hand, her divine form, imbued with countless divine rays of light, was summoned. These rays of light, like countless invisible hands, danced in the void, reweaving the fibers of spacetime. It plucked the strings of gravity, causing the distorted spacetime to resonate harmoniously. It guided the direction of the light cone, redefining the sequence of cause and effect. Each thought was like a meticulously designed spacetime topology, implanted into this boiling quantum background, evolving into the physical foundation of a virtual world. From the core of the divine essence, ripples containing information spread out. Fine, luminous grid-like veins quietly emerged in the void, the basic physical framework of the new world. At the nodes of the grid, miniature star system prototypes flashed by. Form, gravity, spatial structure, cells, machinery. Countless virtual world settings were re-examined by the virtual veteran. It freed the entire mountain of code from the basic environment of a black hole, creating a space with extremely high realism. It was equivalent to artificially creating a real white box within a galactic computer. Xiao Yu transformed from that two-dimensional image back into that cyborg girl. Xiao Yu moved his limbs, and found it was no different from reality, his eyes lighting up. Boss, you're amazing. However, the senior engineer noticed something was wrong. He grabbed the other person's neck, and pried open the skull through a hidden gap at the back of the head. Sure enough, it was empty. Where's your brain? The senior engineer asked, puzzled. No wonder when he was reprogramming the other person's brain, he felt like something was missing. Xiao Yu seemed to find it amusing, his hands rummaging around inside the skull. I thought it was in the way, so I threw it away. This action astonished even Ms. Deep Web. Little girl, this is one of the few remaining biological components in your body. Where did you put it? Wait, you don't have a brain. How do you maintain your intelligence? Xiao Yu subconsciously touched her head, only to find it empty. Do I need to maintain it? I feel like I'm no different than before. Ms. Deepnet was startled again, subconsciously looking at Engineer Gao. Engineer Gao said irritably, Is that even a question? She merged her brain with the host system of the host revolution. What you're standing on right now is her brain. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. As expected of the boss, he saw through my current state at a glance. The boss asked me to participate in the evolution of the mainframe revolution, so I did. But my brain felt so swollen and kept getting bigger. There was so much to process every day, it was unbearable. I honed my swordsmanship repeatedly in my consciousness world. I don't know how long it took, but then a flash of inspiration struck, and with one stroke, I severed my own brain. And that's how I ended up like this. Xiao Yu stuffed her small fist into her mechanical skull, found it fit perfectly, and nodded in satisfaction. It feels so much easier after it's been cut off. Ms. Deepweb. Senior Engineer. The Senior Engineer opened the system, and found Xiao Yu's current state. Sure enough, on her system panel, the legendary skill consciousness stream swordsmanship had actually reached 172%. That's even higher than the current Blade Queen, and she didn't have a cheat code like vacuum decay. She achieved it purely through her brain. No, through practicing without a brain. Faced with Ms. Deepnet's utter bewilderment, the Senior Engineer could only explain for Xiao Yu. You can simply understand it as her severing a part of her consciousness, and deeply merging with the mainframe revolution. As for why she succeeded, it's because before that, she used the increased computing power of the mainframe revolution to hone her cosmic techniques. And her cosmic techniques, namely the consciousness stream blade technique, are inherently adept at severing consciousness, splitting consciousness, and even manipulating spatial and temporal energy through the consciousness within the blade. But that's not right. Ms. Deepnet finally noticed the flaw in the Senior Engineer's words. How can the power of the mechanical revolution merge with biological organs? You can't even do that, can you? If someone could do that, they wouldn't have been assassinated every day before. The Senior Engineer sighed deeply. He gently stomped his foot down. With this stomp, the boundaries of the originally intricate white box, edited from virtual information, began to blur, like ice crystals dissolving into water. The internally flickering data stream no longer surged along a fixed path, but rather diffused gracefully like ink drops into still water, transforming the surrounding dark space into a translucent, luminous fog of logic. As the fog permeated, the previously smooth, empty background began to reveal its deeper structure. The light points of the white box resonated with these space-time fibers, becoming nodes on them. Subtle gravitational ripples emanated from these nodes, interfering with each other to form stable and complex interference patterns. These were the initial neural synapses of the new brain. Space itself developed perceptible layers and folds, and the flow of time within it exhibited differentiated speeds, forming contemplative regions of fast and slow. Around the three, countless tiny space-time bubbles were constantly being generated, colliding, and annihilating, each bubble reflecting a basic calculation or a fragment of memory. The reason is simple. The Senior Engineer's eyes were complex. Wherever his gaze fell, the entire space-time brain structure was slowly and magnificently expanding and contracting in rhythm with the thinking. Because her slash triggered a genetic ascension, directly severing her brain from its carbon-based composition into a space-time structure. This brain is space-time, and space-time is her. And the computing power of a galactic computer can support the internal space-time simulation evolution. So, it became like this. Xiao Yu nodded repeatedly. Although she didn't understand what her boss was saying, it sounded very reasonable. As for Ms. Deepweb, although she understood, she was even more speechless. The massive computing power of the mainframe revolution plus the space-time simulation brought by the galactic computer plus the little girl's mainframe AI estate plus actually formed a theoretically stable triangular structure. Of course, without the high-level engineer's divine form as the motherboard, Xiao Yu wouldn't be so quick-witted. He'd probably be like some super-consciousness entities, unable to complete the metabolism of information, occasionally falling into a deep sleep. Like an information matrix. Does this fifth-tier information boss really not want self-awareness? It's just that he can't digest it. So what should we do in this situation? Ms. Deepweb blurted out. Let's just do it this way for now. At least it's better than a completely uncontrollable omnic crisis in the later stages. The Senior Engineer shrugged. And he also thought of something. Back in the primordial universe, the soul tides he's seen in the black hole were mostly unconscious soul fluctuations emanating from Xiao Yu's brain. At the time, he found it a bit strange. After all, the mainframe revolution had nothing to do with the soul. Just like Xiao Yu had nothing to do with the brain. Now, everything made sense. Ms. Deepnet's eyes grew brighter with each thought, and she couldn't help but whisper to the Senior Engineer. So, is our current strength even stronger than some ascended civilizations? Purely in terms of computing power, it is stronger. Just like not every Tier 3 civilization can activate a planetary computer. Not every Tier 4 ascended civilization can activate a galactic computer. The latter is much more difficult than the former. Boss, what do we do now? Xiaoyu jumped around the senior engineer, eager to try. The senior engineer glanced at the blank-minded girl before him. It's not about what we're doing, it's about what I'm doing. I'm going to evolve the timeline using a space-time algorithm. Do I need you? I do need you. At least I need her brain. And with this space-time brain, the success rate of evolving the timeline will increase by at least 30 to 40%. Thinking of this, the senior engineer's eyes suddenly softened, and he patted her head, then tossed her aside. At the same time, he took over her brain. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who was being held by the deep web lady, suddenly had vacant eyes and began to generate a complex set of instructions, an operational instruction set that transcended conventional physics. It no longer contented itself with calculations within spacetime, but began calculating spacetime itself, using fundamental constants like gravity, the speed of light, and quantum fluctuations as variables, and galactic computers as its draft paper. This is something even seasoned virtual engineers, among the few high-level engineers, need to be fully focused on. Because regardless of rank, simulating timelines is an extremely dangerous operation. Complex code instructions also appeared on the surface of the prototype, making its entire form transparent. At the same time, the entire black hole underwent a special change. Its event horizon was no longer pure darkness. Flowing, complex patterns of light, beyond human geometric comprehension, emerged on the surface of the event horizon, a visual manifestation of the spacetime algorithm performing its most basic calculations at this special boundary. Simultaneously, the black hole's accretion disk became more regular, like a giant, luminous gyroscope, its tilt and oscillation precisely corresponding to the manipulation of local spacetime. The jets erupting from the black hole's poles, now carrying coded spacetime instructions, shot into the depths of the universe. And with this process, a vast network of galaxies appeared around the black hole. Spiral arms composed of billions of stars no longer followed the trajectory of the arms, but began to shimmer along a deeper, more complex geometric grid. This grid was not etched into space, it was the structure of space itself. The entire galaxy seemed to stand up from a two-dimensional disk, revealing its true nature as a multidimensional structure. Those who frequently simulate timelines understand this. The 3 steps of simulating a timeline: algorithmic evolution of spacetime, networking of galactic units at a minimum, analyzing the timeline itself. Visible changes in the spacetime structure begin to appear in the cosmic space surrounding the galactic computer. The previously smooth spacetime becomes like a vast, translucent, luminous fibrous fabric, with delicate gravitons interwoven like warp and weft. The galactic computer stellar nodes, like shuttles, weave across this spacetime tapestry, embroidering new patterns with light and gravity. Computing power is ample. Even the advanced engineer can clearly feel the primal joy of the mainframe revolution. If it had clear consciousness, it probably never imagined that a Type 3 civilization could enjoy the joy of a galactic computer. It also probably never imagined that a Type 3 civilization could perform computational evolution at the level of simulating a timeline. Double the joy. It was probably about to fly away with joy. But the senior engineer had no time to pay attention to the mainframe. He was engaged in the most dangerous work, weaving the simulated timeline. In some areas, these fibers converged, weaving into luminous rivers pointing to the future, the potential timelines being calculated and shaped. They were parallel, intertwined, and branched, like the aerial roots of a giant banyan tree made of light, drooping into the mists of the future. The space between stars was no longer empty, but filled with a shimmering network of causal connections. A tiny event at one point could instantly illuminate the entire network, demonstrating its profound impact on the whole system. Because he feared that too much causality would cause the simulated timeline to become disordered, the senior engineer wove only one line, a line about himself. Oh, done! The next moment, the senior engineer vanished from his spot and reappeared in the simulated timeline. Chapter 1724. Without warning, without sound, only a feeling of weightlessness, as if uprooted. It was as if an invisible hand reached into the depths of your mind, gently tugging, and you were detached from the anchor point called reality. Before your eyes were no longer images, but a torrent of pure colors, scarlet and deep blue clashed like boiling oil and water, erupting in silent screams. Emeralds and gilded gold twisted into the grotesque shape of a Klein bottle, endlessly rotating inward. These colors had no temperature, no meaning, merely the tyrannical existence of pure vision, eroding the boundaries of your cognition. Fortunately, The senior engineer was already accustomed to this, his expression unchanged. Of course, in his current state, he had no face either. In the simulated timeline, the senior engineer became a line. Then, he sensed other lines, countless lines, billions upon billions. These were not lines in the visual sense, but fibers of possibility, veins of causality. They arose from nothingness, extended into nothingness, and emitted a faint light. Some were thick and stable, like tightly twisted cables. Others were slender and shimmering, like spider silk that might snap at any moment. The senior engineer's consciousness, like a drop of mercury, fell onto one of these lines. Its weight caused the line to sink slightly, creating subtle gravitational ripples with countless other lines. Having a gravitational godhood is truly convenient, at least different timelines won't get tangled. In the simulated timeline state, the most troublesome thing is actually timelines in different directions becoming intertwined. This means that different points in time overlap. It's like going to have your appendix removed, only to find it's tangled with other intestines, and in a tight knot. This was absolutely a life-threatening situation. Under the engineer's deliberate manipulation, all timelines were subtly deflected by gravitational interference. This prevented them from interfering with each other. The engineer attempted visualization. This, too, is something only an experienced person could do. A novice would easily visualize time monsters. And once these things crawl out of the simulated timelines and fall into the main universe, they become real. Therefore, they will try every means to entice your mind. The engineer was not troubled by this. His will was unwavering. In his visualization, the surrounding timelines were no longer rivers, but a three-dimensional jungle. You could simultaneously witness the germination of a seed, the towering of a tree, and every moment of its eventual descent into dust. All these stages were superimposed like transparent film reels. You glance at it, and a war has not yet broken out, but all its possible outcomes, victory, defeat, stalemate, annihilation, hang like stars on the branches of cause and effect, flickering uncertainly. The senior engineer almost instantly saw the final battle with the interstellar Khan. The nomadic armies of both sides were clashing and tearing at each other. The enemy had deployed extremist species legions, while his own side had deployed 4-tier fusion units. And the senior engineer also learned the types of the enemy's galactic weapons. Not just one, but 3. The galactic living altar, which absorbs stellar energy to nourish cosmic monsters. The Star Eater, which appears simultaneously in multiple star systems through quantum entanglement and directly activates stellar fusion reactions with its biofield. The Khan Plague, a species-form virus spread through quantum entanglement. The senior engineer even saw the enemy's time weapon. It wasn't a cosmic treasure, nor a cosmic relic, but a treasure of the Great Khan's bloodline. The Nomad Staff. It required activating the Great Khan's third cataclysmic trait before the Conqueror's whip could be used. So that's how it is. In the future, the Great Khan lightly pressed down on his magnificent scepter, and countless whip-like shadows of ascending light descended from the sky, traversing time and space, covering galaxies, covering bloodlines, blocking the future, and launching an ascension, pseudo-level strike. The senior engineer understood a little. I had heard before that between cosmic treasures and cosmic relics, there existed a treasure of civilization that only the power of civilization could condense. It was more precious than cosmic treasures, but less powerful than relics, its abilities falling somewhere in between, like a megastructure, but much smaller in size. So this legend was true. In this future, the senior engineer witnessed almost all of the Great Khan's abilities. However, he didn't see himself. Using oneself as the subject of timeline projection means one can only see others, not oneself. As a major taboo in simulated timelines, observing oneself is strictly prohibited, as it induces various bizarre time paradoxes. This is why it's generally recommended to use only one perspective to observe the future in simulated timelines. The more perspectives one uses, the greater the danger. If perspectives clash, what is seen is no longer up to the observer. Many exceptionally powerful observer civilizations have mysteriously disappeared suddenly, often for this very reason. However, in the future, no matter what methods the interstellar Khan used, that unseen self could easily circumvent them. Although he didn't know how he did it, the interstellar Khan's increasingly anxious expression was undeniable. My future self is pretty powerful, the engineer thought, watching the drama unfold. But one thing caught his attention. As the interstellar Khan was suppressed, the light of ascension emanating from him grew increasingly intense. This even caused the surrounding nomadic army, whether those terrifyingly large biological ships or those extremely evolved Khan's guards, to emit intense ascension light. This guy, is he going to force an ascension? The engineer exclaimed in surprise. Putting everything else aside, if he ascended, this war wouldn't be able to start. And even if the opponent successfully ascended, he really wouldn't have any other choice but to flee to the primordial universe. It seemed so, yet it wasn't. Although the light of ascension was dense enough to support the ascension of a civilization, the senior engineer still felt it wasn't quite right. But just as he was about to examine it more closely, large swathes of blank space suddenly appeared on this final battlefield. This blankness wasn't the kind of white that obliterates everything like in vacuum decay. It was more like the fibers of the timeline breaking, causing possibility itself to be stripped away. At the same time, the space-time temperature was rising rapidly. This is an entropy devourer. A rather well-known space-time monster. It had no fixed form. It was more like a moving, absolute void. Wherever it passed, the vibrant fibers of possibility would quickly fade, stiffen, and then silently break and annihilate. It doesn't devour matter, but rather the possibility itself. You see it sweep across a timeline, and the once lush, potential future on that line withers instantly, leaving only a straight gray, one-way street destined for heat death. Without a word, the engineer immediately cancels all observations along that timeline. The next moment, all the scenes begin to collapse inward, lines converge towards the core of consciousness, colors are extracted, and sounds fall silent. He returns to the state of the timeline, severing his connection with this future. And the timeline he just experienced quickly burns away. Fortunately, the engineer escaped in time, and after the entropy devourer burned through that timeline, its life form rapidly disintegrated. Therefore, some say that space-time monsters are not actually a kind of life form, but a space-time phenomenon, or rather, closer to a space-time chaos. How did I run into the entropy devourer? I didn't do anything. If I wanted to pull some crazy tricks, the interstellar Khan would have been killed by me in the future long ago. The senior engineer was utterly perplexed. Even with this approach, he most likely couldn't escape this future. Or perhaps, I did orchestrate it, but I'm not actually aware of it now. This is the side effect of manipulating time and space. Once the cells at different points in time can no longer relay the logic and complete the loop, a time paradox will inevitably occur. Not only him, but even ascended species would perish. So, the senior engineer now only has one question. Did my future self actually do anything? The senior engineer pondered for a moment, unable to figure it out. He even considered finding a timeline to ask his future self. But this kind of operation would increase the chances of triggering a space-time paradox. It's probably happening, but it must be done in a safer way. If it's happening, then the other party definitely couldn't have ascended. I wouldn't be that audacious. Winning this battle by going against the Civilization Council is definitely not a choice I can make. After all, even without doing this, my chances of winning are still very high. Since it's not civilizational ascension, could it be genetic ascension? Or rather, a method evolved through genetic ascension? The senior engineer immediately thought of his recent actions. After all, no one stipulates that genetic ascension must be achieved through civilizational ascension. And naturally no one stipulates that only fusion ascension, besides civilizational ascension, can lead to genetic ascension. Especially the interstellar Great Khan, who has mastered the bloodlines of all races, with 3 natural disaster traits, all of which are biological traits, making genetic ascension a very likely possibility. So what would I do? The senior engineer thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. Just now, while I was pondering ascension, it seemed similar fluctuations appeared in other futures. I take a look first. The senior engineer entered the future fragment once more. This time, he saw a civilization's ruins, clearly destroyed by some kind of galactic-level weapon, as evidenced by strong space-time fluctuations. There were even faint traces of ascension aura. At the center of the civilization's ruins was a mass of destroyed biological organs. It had no fixed shape, resembling a semi-transparent, gelatinous nebula stretching across galaxies. Its form was enormous enough to envelop an entire star system, with a slowly pulsating energy halo resembling biological nerve networks within. From afar, it resembles a gigantic, breathing, living organ against the backdrop of space, or rather, a formless combination of brain and digestive system floating in space. Its surface is not a hard shell, but a constantly flowing, undulating biomembrane. This membrane possesses extremely strong sensing capabilities, able to absorb and analyze all electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, and even the collective consciousness activities of intelligent life passing through it. Giant, eye-like or ganglion-like sensory clusters occasionally emerge on the membrane, indifferently observing intelligent species and civilizations that have been sensed. This biomembrane is the first layer of this filter's filtration system. Around it, the remnants of civilizations, filtered through the air, drift in space, neatly sliced sections of planetary-sized spaceships, completely vitrified fragments of planets, or dim, broken Dyson spheres drained of all their energy. And this filter itself, however, has been torn apart by some force, its interior flowing with a bioliquid rich in high-density information. This is that great filter? Within the Nomadic Alliance, there are some extremely bizarre cataclysmic civilizations. For example, the Great Filter Civilization. Its actions seem to involve creating a civilization filtering mechanism, constantly filtering civilizations. Non-ascended civilizations that fail to filter are erased. But it was wiped out by a truly ascended civilization? Did it backfire? The senior engineer sighed, then decisively retreated. Unlike ordinary level 3 civilizations, ascended civilizations have already touched the edge of space-time technology. Observing too much here would easily lead to detection. Then, the senior engineer entered another timeline. This time, he saw a colossal figure completely enveloped in ascension light, standing directly before him. The concentration and intensity of the ascension light were even greater than that of the interstellar Great Khan. That pure energy form, that conceptual entity based on the laws of physics, there was no mistake, it was an ascended species. Before the other's gaze shifted, the senior engineer instantly retreated. Then, in this timeline, he stood there stunned for a long while. In the future, he would encounter an ascended species? Would it be that bad? Although it didn't seem like a fight broke out, attracting the true form of an ascended species was definitely not a good thing. This really is. He carefully recalled that just now, near the ascended species, he had seen a large mass. That thing was the primal soup? There seemed to be something within the primal soup. A fungus with a name. He encountered an ascended species at the crucial moment of suppressing the Ant Lord, and judging by the intensity of its ascension light, it seemed to be a high-ranking one. Wow, this was exciting. Although the senior engineer wanted to see what else would happen in the future, his instinct stopped him. If he continued watching, he would definitely be discovered. Then things would be even more difficult to handle. It really is. The senior engineer had a vague feeling that he was likely going to have a confrontation with this ascended high-ranking individual. He let out a long breath and entered the future once more. Then he saw another scene. It was a highly advanced mechanical planet, completely transformed into a purely mechanical construct made of metal, crystals, and energy pipes. The planet's surface was covered with giant buildings tens of thousands of kilometers high, and countless fleets swarmed around it like worker bees, a cold order showcasing ultimate technological power. Quite familiar. Isn't this Legion style? Then, directly above the mechanical planet, a silent wound was torn open in the cosmic veil. It wasn't a black hole, but an indescribable chaotic region of colors and geometry, as if someone had forcibly pressed a higher dimensional canvas into three-dimensional space. From within, a deep hum, transcending sound and directly acting on logic itself, began to echo, the noise of physical laws being rewritten. Then, the attack began. The attack wasn't external destruction, but rather an internal erasure. Gravity changed first. The mechanical planet's artificial gravity field failed first, but objects didn't float. Instead, they were firmly nailed to the ground by an incomprehensible force. The most terrifying sight began to appear. Those towering metal structures began to collapse as if crushed by an invisible, infinitely heavy mountain. They didn't explode or break apart, but rather collapsed inward as a whole. The mechanical fortress, hundreds of thousands of meters high, was compressed like a sponge. Its complex internal structure shattered and mixed under the pressure, becoming a dense, flat mass of metal and energy. This collapse was like an unstoppable wave, originating from the core of the mechanical planet and spreading outwards at faster-than-light speed. Wherever the wave passed, all three-dimensional entities lost the dimension of height. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of mechanical planets were covered and compressed. When the wave swept over the last one, it was all over. At the coordinates of the civilization where the Legion had been located, an unimaginably vast two-dimensional painting appeared. This painting preserved the infinitely complex details of the mechanical civilization's final moments. You could see the flattened street patterns, the cross-sections of warships, even the internal gears and circuits of every mechanical life form after its deconstruction. They had all become part of this abstract, magnificent, yet deathly silent mosaic. Chapter 1725. The senior engineer, his face darkening, retraced his timeline back to his previous state. What the hell is this? Facing an ascended species is one thing. How could we be so easily defeated by an ascended civilization? The entire Legion was crushed into a flattened mess. This doesn't make sense. Why would an ascended civilization attack me for no reason? More importantly, that ascended civilization shouldn't be just a level 4 civilization, right? The senior engineer muttered to himself. Not to boast, but if he were facing a level 4 ascended civilization, without revealing some of their ascended technology, dealing with them would be a joke. If it's not level 4, then it's level 5. It can't be level 6. If it were level 6, they wouldn't even bother. They wouldn't allow you to use the Ascension Whip in this star cluster. A level 6 civilization is also known as a star cluster civilization. Its civilization's influence directly covers an entire star cluster. If this celestial cluster had a Type 6 civilization, that interstellar Khan would probably have fled as far away as possible by now. Moreover, a Type 6 civilization would never risk having their coordinates leaked by letting a bunch of ants move their nest. At least, he would never have done that in his previous life. So, you're saying I encountered two groups of ascended civilizations? The first group was a Type 4 civilization, and the second was a Type 5 civilization. And for some reason, this Type 5 civilization completely abandoned any sense of martial ethics and attacked me ruthlessly. The senior engineer was still utterly perplexed. How could someone as kind as him, who had always avoided lower-level civilizations, suddenly be beaten up by a Type 5 civilization? If this move were against the interstellar Khan, he could understand it. After all, this guy had forcibly subjugated so many level 3 civilizations, some of which might be connected to this level 5 civilization. But it seems I didn't really fight back. Why is that? In the scene just now, he seemed to have only been suppressed by the mechanical civilization. He didn't see a trace of the fusion route. Was it because the ghost mirror's resurrection function was too powerful, so he gave up resisting? Or was it to hide the fact that he was on the fusion route from the ascended civilization? But that doesn't make sense either. If he was being specifically targeted by a level 5 ascended civilization, his secrets should have been exposed long ago. After all, in the future, he should have used the power of fusion more than once. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. If the galactic computer could deduce the foundation of a level 5 civilization, he really wanted to risk trying it. The engineer racked his brains, relying on his experience with various unconventional tactics from his previous life, and managed to come up with a possibility. That is, unless, of course, the target wasn't him at all. Instead, they used some kind of deductive causal weapon to launch an area of effect attack. And he knew this truth beforehand. To prevent this level 5 civilization from being provoked into acting rashly by his struggle, he simply gave up resisting and threw away a wave of casualties on the spot. The more the engineer thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was the most likely. Because if he was truly being intentionally targeted by a level 5 civilization, then given his nature, he would have long forgotten about the Great Khan War and the Ascension Whip project, and would have directly retreated on a large scale, withdrawing from the main universe to the primordial universe. That would have been the normal course of action. Of course, there's also a rather absurd possibility. That is, you think this way. You think this way at the next point in time. You think this way at the next point in time. And you think this way at the next point in time. You keep fantasizing until the very end, only to find out that the level 5 civilization is targeting you. You've been overthinking it. This possibility isn't entirely out of the question. Holy crap, I thought this timeline simulation was going to be a chance to gather boss information, but compared to all this interstellar Khan is just a nobody. Sure enough, it's too early to be simulating a timeline at only a level 3 civilization. The senior engineer's head was throbbing with frustration. If they were currently in the ascending civilization stage, he could still use some maneuvering to infiltrate spacetime and gather more intelligence. But in this situation, simulating a timeline is already the limit. Xiao Yu's little angel's brain is truly empty, completely devoid of any plugins. But in this situation, the interstellar Khan needs to be dealt with even faster. Although compared to ascended civilizations, the interstellar Khan is just a nobody. But among level 3 civilizations, they are a cataclysmic civilization overlord with the characteristics of 3 calamities, an absolute behemoth, capable of attempting ascension at any moment. Even across the entire universe, cataclysmic civilizations of this strength are rare. If he truly underestimated them, there was a possibility of disaster. Perhaps due to the consecutive ascension shocks, the senior engineer's mind was exceptionally clear this time. Now it can be concluded that the moment he joined the Nomad Alliance, the final wave of the 3 forces that would ambush him was definitely the interstellar Khan. And the ambush by the 4 Khans was undoubtedly orchestrated by the interstellar Great Khan. But if the other party could also simulate timelines, Gao Gong simply wouldn't believe it. Even if Xiao Yu's brain was completely blank, it was still blank at the level of a galactic computer. Could you do that? Furthermore, in the future, what Gao Gong saw was that the Nomad staff in the other party's hand was a bloodline treasure, not yet at the level of a cosmic relic. That essentially eliminated the possibility of the other party using some high-level power to see the future. So how did the other party do it? Now that he thinks about it, the other party's sudden attempt to recruit him into the Nomad Alliance seems rather abrupt. Unless some force is deliberately guiding the other party towards a predetermined future. Then this force, could it be something the interstellar Great Khan himself evolved? Genetic ascension is that powerful? He himself underwent genetic ascension. And the authority of the Great Khan, he's still a Great Khan, even if he's a Great Khan with only one natural disaster characteristic, don't underestimate him. So, this inducing power is likely the result of my own shady maneuvers? Thinking about it now, all the above actions, although the process was a bit messed up, actually didn't turn out badly. Without the actions of the interstellar Great Khan back then, the current senior engineer is probably still struggling to find the next carbon-based civilization to match the fusion route. Damn! A flash of inspiration struck the senior engineer, and he suddenly realized what his future self, no, his present self, should do. The next moment, the senior engineer once again chose the timeline he had accessed last time, arriving at that previous point in time. The entropy-devouring beasts were also formed almost simultaneously, and the rapid ascent of the entire battlefield reached a point where even extremist creatures were melting. Ignoring all this, Gao Gong headed straight for the interstellar Khan enveloped in the ascension light. He didn't even care about the space-time paradox it would create. And as expected, blessing was born. When Gao Gong replaced his future self and forcefully entered the ascension light, time instantly stopped. But what Gao Gong faced was not the interstellar Khan, but an indescribable being. It stood there silently. It didn't appear suddenly, it seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Initially, it resembled a highly polished, yet slightly trembling piece of black mercury. It had a human outline, roughly Gao Gong's height, but no details, no facial features, no clothing folds, no hair. Light wasn't reflected on its surface, it was swallowed up, leaving only a blurry and distorted reflection of its surroundings. As soon as Gao Gong conceived the idea, it began to change. Its face area, like wax pressed down by a finger, slowly sunken and bulged. The texture of its skin shifted, sometimes resembling the rough, age-spotted back of Gao Gong's grandfather's hands, and sometimes the damp, moldy wall of his childhood. The nascent features struggled beneath the blurred curves, sometimes resembling Gao Gong's brow bone, sometimes the outline of an enemy's nose. It never settled into a complete, recognizable face, like an unfinished oil painting constantly washed away by rain, all familiar lines melting and merging, tending towards an unsettling, essential similarity. Its form twisted in sync. Its shoulders were sometimes broad and thick like a father's, sometimes hunched and thin like the self you feel when you're alone at night. Its arm posture subtly shifted, sometimes the dependent posture of holding your mother's hand as a child, sometimes the clenched fists of anger, trembling slightly. It didn't always maintain a complete human form. Occasionally, its edges would spread out, like a reflection of a pebble thrown into water, rippling outwards in concentric circles of twisted waves. In those ripples, you caught a fleeting glimpse of many fragments, the eye of a dead cat you once owned, a rusty key, a creaking, unopened door in the wind. The engineer took a deep breath. To exhibit so many paradoxes, this thing. The observer shadow. Among the space-time monsters, its level was far higher than the entropy devourer. The moment this thing appeared, it meant that it could already connect to reality. And it has another nickname. Observer Killer. Countless ascended observers have perished at its hands. However, the high engineer wasn't surprised by its appearance. With a flick of his hand, a wooden sword appeared. The opponent made the same move. The high engineer drew his sword, unleashing a sword technique with a staggering 192% accuracy within the simulated timeline. Outside the black hole, the quantum accretion disk was spinning wildly. This accretion disk wasn't composed of scorching gas, but rather of countless solidified logic lattices shimmering with a ghostly blue light, resembling an incredibly precise galaxy-scale circuit board. However, at this moment, this magnificent structure was on the verge of collapse. Ominous crimson energy cracks began to erupt between the crystal lattices, like the trajectory of an overloaded chip burning out. The entire disk ceased its stable flow, instead violently shaking and twisting, like a glass vessel about to shatter, gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. Even more terrifying was the event horizon of the central black hole. It was no longer smooth and dark, but undulating like boiling water, occasionally piercing out pale, eerie light that transcended the logic of three-dimensional geometry, as if something was about to tear this absolute no-escape zone apart from within. The next moment, a figure was abruptly ejected from this area, his body billowing white smoke, his wooden sword breaking once more. Fortunately, Xiao Yu reacted quickly, rescuing the engineer who had been ejected from the simulated timeline a few seconds later. He was brought back into the white box. How did you get injured like this? Ms. Deepweb looked at the engineer in astonishment. The wounds on his body weren't flesh and blood, but rather the very fabric of space-time itself, a festering, orderly decay. His palm felt as if pierced by an invisible nail. Occasionally, beads of blood seeped from the edges of the wound, but instead of dripping, they jumped back into the wound just before leaving the skin, like a pause in a movie, endlessly repeating. Time here was frozen. Not even a drop of blood could flow. On his forearm was a thin, long cut, like a scratch on sharp paper, but the skin on either side of the cut could never touch. A hair-thick, yet absolutely insurmountable, gap separated them. On the engineer's cheek, a patch of skin had become translucent, like a piece of ice about to melt. Through it, you don't see the muscles underneath, but a rapidly flashing, horrifying image. Skin rotting, sprouting disgusting mold, even melting like wax. These are the gruesome scenes that this piece of skin might experience in the next few minutes. It feels intact to the touch now, but the two women can only watch helplessly as it rehearses its own destruction. The real wounds haven't occurred yet, but they already shown you the pain to come. These temporal wounds are something Deepweb Lady has absolutely no idea how to deal with. As for Engineer Gao, he's already in a semi-comatose state, unable to offer any guidance. Xiao Yu's face is also very serious. After staring at Engineer Gao's head for a long time, she said, "Boss's current state is somewhat like when I cut off my brain." Deepweb Lady subconsciously looked at Engineer Gao's brain. It was probably the only intact part of his body. But does this mean that Mr. G's brain was the most severely injured? Fortunately, Engineer Gao's last mental command was to complete the switch between his physical and mechanical body. As the black lines evolved from the mechanical body and enveloped the flesh, the sea of life also covered the engineer's body. The two combined to form a repaired black box. The engineer's voice, utterly exhausted, rang out from above the black box. "Send me back to the primordial universe first. I need to do some major repairs." "What did you do? How did you get so badly injured?" "It's a secret. If I tell you, it won't work." Xiao Yu's large face loomed closer, and she said earnestly, "Boss, did you just copy me?" "A little bit, I guess. No wonder I felt your brain had become sharper."